A gifted scholar, for reasons unbeknownst to him, has traversed into a world brimming with the infinite possibilities of elves. This realm, which exists solely within the confines of animation, is unlike any other. Alas, as the protagonist, he is still ensnared by the orphan law dictated by the protagonist trope. Nevertheless, fortune favors him with a portable chip, which, though not particularly effective, is certainly better than having none at all. Coupled with his own diligence, serendipity, and knowledge, he manages to thrive in this world. A trainer who cannot earn is not a worthy trainer. Numbers do not deceive. Thus, the more you invest, the stronger your Pokémon shall become. There is no Pokémon that cannot be nurtured. If one fails, it simply indicates that one has not invested sufficiently. Surely, no one still believes that training a Pokémon comes without expense, do they? Surely not. I possess a mine, and thus I can raise a Gyarados. Chapter 1. The Mercenary in the Evergreen Forest. The city of Tokiwa is nestled in the western region of Kanto. Its name symbolizes eternal greenery, surrounded by mountains and forests. Its origins stem from the expansive Tokiwa Forest, the largest area in the Pokémon world, teeming with a plethora of Pokémon species and numbers. If we consider that the city of Hanada attracts a diverse array of visitors with its stunning scenery and aquatic performances, while the city of Kinjo thrives on the fame of its Psychic Queen and its flourishing commercial atmosphere, then what draws multitudes to Tokiwa City is undoubtedly the vast resources found within its boundless sea of green. Setting aside the lucrative yet illicit risks of capturing and trading Pokémon and Pokémon eggs, the mere collection of exquisite medicinal herbs from Tokiwa Forest presents enough profit to incite envy. Not to mention the annual rumors of fortunate adventurers discovering miraculous seeds, treasures that can permanently enhance the power of Pokémon moves, leading to overnight wealth. This has resulted in a steady influx of individuals venturing into Tokiwa Forest each year, not only trainers, but also bounty hunters. Do not be mistaken. The bounty hunters referenced here are not of the notorious ilk of Hunter J, but rather individuals registered with legitimate guilds. Of course, every group inevitably contains a few rogues, and among the bounty hunters, often labeled as those who value money over life, such individuals seem particularly abundant. Countless such individuals meet their demise each year under the perilous beauty of Tokiwa Forest. At this moment, in a desolate corner of Tokiwa Forest, a young man, approximately 1.80 meters tall with tousled brown hair, is fervently sprinting through the woods. His handsome visage is a tumult of joy, excitement, and trepidation, even appearing somewhat grotesque. As he runs, the boy cannot help but glance back, where he spots several black and yellow forms zipping through the trees. These diminutive figures are imbued with strength, rapidly closing the distance. The wind generated by their wings causes the surrounding branches and leaves to sway violently. As they draw nearer, the forms become clearer. They resemble large yellow hornets, yet possess only 4 legs instead of 6. Their bodies are segmented into 3 parts with a relatively round head, a pointed mouth, 2 antennae, and 4 legs attached to their abdomen. Their tails are marked with alternating yellow and black stripes, culminating in venomous stingers. Their slender legs and thick, white stingers on their forelimbs add to their formidable appearance. With 2 pairs of intricately patterned wings on their backs, these are indeed the dreaded Beedrill of Tokiwa Forest. Known for their aggressive temperament, Beedrill possess a fierce territorial instinct, attacking anyone who dares encroach upon their domain. Were it not for the reckless actions of an oblivious novice who provoked a swarm of Beedrill, the majority would have remained undisturbed, and he would have likely circumvented this swarm as he had done in the past. The handsome youth, Tetsuya Tamaki, is frantically fleeing, a wry smile emerging at the sound of the Beedrill's wings thrumming behind him. However, a glimmer of resolve flashes in his eyes. Although this venture was impulsive, he is intimately familiar with the terrain. Moreover, throughout his escape, he has gradually devised means to elude most of the pursuing Beedrill, leaving only 3 remaining. The thought of the reward awaiting him, should he succeed, fills Tetsuya's face with tranquility and confidence. He gazes upward at the bird shadow, soaring alongside him just above the treetops, and calculates the time and distance before shouting to the sky. Pidgey, use gust against the Beedrill once more. The bird, hearing Tetsuya's command, deftly veers mid-air, rapidly flapping its wings to generate a powerful gust aimed at the encroaching Beedrill. The Beedrill's bodies sway with the force of the wind, their speed diminishing as Tetsuya inches away. Instead of escaping hastily, Tetsuya pivots and continues to direct Pidgey. Utilize the momentum from the wind to amplify your gust. Pidgey, perfectly synchronized with Tetsuya's command, immediately comprehends his intent, adjusting its technique to flap its wings with renewed vigor. The gentle breeze transforms into a tempest, sweeping towards the Beedrill. The insects, despite their ability to fly rapidly, find themselves unable to maintain control against the gale summoned by a bird Pokémon. The three Beedrill are tossed about chaotically, ultimately colliding with tree trunks and losing their combat effectiveness. "Well done," Jie exclaimed from a distance, his voice filled with admiration. In response to Jie's praise, the BB bird chirped, then settled beside its hard-won spoils, panting as it arranged its feathers, which had become disheveled from a prolonged battle. Jie swiftly approached the three unconscious Vespiquen, opening his backpack to retrieve a pair of thick gloves, and meticulously collected their stingers. Although all three stingers of the Vespiquen are venomous, only the one at the tail possesses the most potent toxicity, and typically, the market only seeks to acquire these tail stingers. Despite the modest price, even the smallest mosquito is still considered meat. Jie carefully preserved the stingers and placed them into his backpack. "You've worked hard, BB bird," Jie said with a smile, addressing the BB bird that had just finished preening its feathers and was on high alert. He then retrieved a bottle of medicinal spray from his pack. Upon seeing this, the BB bird flapped its wings and landed beside Jie. Gently, Jie applied the healing spray to the bird's several injured spots and offered it a revitalizing oranberry. "All right, we can prepare to head back now." After administering the spray, Jie let out a sigh of relief. However, this was merely a preliminary treatment. To ensure that no lingering effects would remain, they would need to return to the Pokémon Center in Jubilife City for further care from Nurse Joy. Jie recalled the BB bird into its Pokeball, surveyed the surrounding environment, and quickly departed in a specific direction. Behind him, the three Vespiquen, having had their stingers removed, remained in a state of unconsciousness. What fate awaited them? Perhaps they would awaken in time to flee, spending months recuperating to regrow their new stingers, or they might be discovered and devoured by approaching Pokémon. Yet, none of this concerned Jie any longer. Chapter 2. The Enchanted World and the Outsider. Jie ambled along the woodland path established by the Alliance, where human presence was sparse and a gentle breeze caressed his face, further elevating his already pleasant mood. It was not surprising that this safe thoroughfare was devoid of trainers. After all, the Pokémon Alliance routinely dispatched tasks to ensure the thoroughfare's safety by clearing Pokémon within a 2-kilometer radius. Consequently, over time, no Pokémon ventured near this area, let alone any potential rewards. Trainers embarked on adventures in the Viridian forest not for profit, but rather to hone their skills, thus avoiding the main roads. Moreover, there exists a well-known adage in the Pokémon world. True trainers are those who continuously forge new paths in the untamed forests. Therefore, the lack of human footprints was hardly astonishing. Yet, this was of little concern to Jie, who, captivated by the breathtaking view of the setting sun, tightened the straps of his spatial backpack and quickened his pace towards Viridian City. At the Viridian City Pokémon Center, the chime of the Pokémon wristwatch echoed. Jie swiftly approached the healing station, presenting his Alliance identity card to Nurse Joy. "Greetings, Trainer Tamaki. Your Pidgey has fully recovered. Please collect your Pokeball." After verifying his identity with the machine, Joy addressed Jie with a professional smile. Expressing his gratitude, Jie accepted the Pokeball and promptly departed. His politeness stemmed not only from genuine appreciation for the healing of his Pokémon, but also from the understanding that no one wished to offend the Joy family. While most Joys were remarkably understanding, a minor lapse in etiquette would generally go unpunished. However, should one ever give a Joy the impression of being an unworthy trainer, congratulations. You would find yourself deprived of any services across all Pokémon centers within the Alliance. Note, any services, ranging from healing to task submissions, enrollment in regional tournaments, and even participation in official forums and trades. Fortunately, such individuals seem to be few and far between in the Alliance's history, so there was no need for excessive worry. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Jie strolled through the bustling architecture, feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude and incongruity. It was hard to believe that he had been in this world for 16 years, he mused. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person, only to awaken one day and discover himself transported to this fantastical realm, a place reminiscent of an animated universe. Moreover, he found himself reborn as an infant. Much like the unfortunate souls described in novels, abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage. The sole consolation was that this society, with its advanced technology compared to his former life, provided excellent welfare services. When orphans reached about 3 years of age, the Alliance would send individuals to teach them basic literacy. Once mastered, they could proceed to school for foundational knowledge. After passing the basic knowledge examination, orphans could select different subjects based on their academic performance, leading to advanced education. The modest fee for each subject was merely 1,000 Alliance coins, capped at 3 subjects. Jie was among these exceptional individuals, if not more so, perhaps due to the enhancement of his reborn soul. He had not been a particularly high IQ genius in his previous life. However, in this one, he exhibited an extraordinary ability to retain knowledge with remarkable ease. As a result, coupled with the Alliance's requirement of merely passing exams, he completed his literacy and foundational studies by the age of 7, 3 years ahead of the typical 10-year milestone. Not to mention, his academic performance was outstanding, prompting the Alliance to waive the fees for his advanced education due to his prodigious talent, a savings of 3,000 Alliance coins. An immense sum for a child. Thus, Jie felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the Alliance. Having relied on the knowledge from his 3 chosen fields to navigate this world successfully, Pokémon studies, pharmacology, and botany. Since leaving the orphanage at 12, he had survived in the Viridian forest, gradually improving his life through the first 2 subjects. Do not underestimate this assertion. It typically took a normal individual 4 years to learn a single subject, merely scraping through. In contrast, Jie mastered all 3 subjects within 5 years, achieving remarkable results. His teachers at the Alliance School believed he could pursue a career as a Pokémon scholar. However, Jie was acutely aware that as an orphan, even if he became a Pokémon scholar, the likelihood of achieving meaningful research results and sustaining himself was slim. Thus, he chose a profession with quicker financial returns. With this thought, he halted, raising his gaze to the sign above the entrance that read Bounty Hunter Center. A smile graced his lips as he stepped inside. At trading counter number 2, Jie waited briefly in line, and soon it was his turn. The staff member, expressionless, instructed, "Please place the items you wish to sell on the table before you." Jie was well acquainted with the process. Before the staff member could finish speaking, he retrieved items from his backpack. 5 stinger needles from B-Drill, priced at 2,000 Alliance coins each, totaling 10,000 coins. The shed skin of an Arbok. Regrettably not from an Arbok's evolution, valued at 50 coins per gram, weighing 620 grams, amounting to 31,000 coins. And astonishingly, B-Drill honey, a bold find indeed. Priced at 1,000 coins per gram, with a total weight of 421 grams, resulting in 421,000 coins. Altogether, this amounted to 462,000 coins. The staff member expertly relayed the prices before expressing surprise. As Jie listened, his initial preparedness was overshadowed by the delight of such a bountiful reward. Once the earnings were credited, he accepted his identity card from the staff member, leaving a positive review as he exited the trading area. Upon entering the mission hall, Jie approached a machine emblazoned with a red and white pokeball. Codename, Mercenary, Task Submission, ID, 573677400. He inserted his Alliance identity card into the designated slot. The machine screen promptly displayed his photograph alongside his bounty hunter codename, Mercenary, and the status of his completed task. A red light swept across. Identity confirmed. Codename, Mercenary, Task ID, 573677400. Please place the required items in the lower entryway. The machine screen immediately displayed this message. Jie retrieved a substantial amount of herbs from his backpack, the target of his current task, Stargrass, which grew sporadically in areas dense with grass-type Pokémon. The harvesting difficulty was moderate, yet time-consuming, and the task issuer required a considerable quantity. He deposited the herbs into the collection slot, and the machine automatically sealed the lid. Detection in progress. Chapter 3, The Golden Finger and Reality. Detection successful. Task completion confirmed. Your task difficulty rating is C, completion rate 100, yielding a reward of 50,000 Alliance coins, after tax, which has been credited to your identity card. You have completed 0 S-level tasks, 0 A-level tasks, 1 B-level task, 42 C-level tasks, 132 D-level tasks, and 201 tasks of a level or below. Your current hunter rank is C-level. The machine swiftly flashed the text. Jie paid it no mind, confirming that his earnings had been credited before withdrawing his identity card and departing the hunter hall. First, Jie made a trip to the department store to procure some Pokémon food and essential supplies. He spent 50 Alliance coins on a two-door taxi to return to his quaint villa located in the suburbs of Jobin City, which was nestled amidst a few common fruit trees. Jobin City, being close to the expansive Joban forest, is sparsely populated. Although property prices in the city center are quite steep, those in the suburbs are relatively modest. Interestingly, the prices in the city center are not as exorbitant as one might expect, as most trainers and hunters who venture into the realm of adventure do not settle there for long. Accommodations at the Pokémon Center suffice for their needs. Jie noted that the value of his suburban villa is roughly equivalent to that of a restroom in Kingon City, which translates to a mere single-room cottage in the heart of Joban City, an absurd comparison. This situation is not hard to fathom, considering that occasionally, Pokémon from the Joban forest may wander out, with some aggressive creatures even entering homes to attack humans. Thus, most individuals prefer residing in the city center, where such worries and dangers are mitigated. However, Jie remained unfazed. After all, he was somewhat of a trainer himself, capable of handling such issues with ease. Upon arriving home, he released his Pidgey and filled its designated bowl with a portion of the avian Pokémon's favorite food, adding a special recipe concocted by himself, and placed a bowl of milk beside it. Watching Pidgey start its meal, Jie made his way to the bathroom to take a shower. After bathing, he emerged, towel drying his hair, revealing numerous scars that had accumulated over the years on his bare torso. His well-defined abdominal muscles and powerful biceps attested to his exceptional physical condition. Noticing that Pidgey had finished its dinner and was now frolicking in the backyard, Jie plopped down onto the sofa and mentally summoned the Zero panel, opening Pidgey's data. As his thoughts shifted, streams of data and reports rapidly filled his mind, and a blue panel, visible only to him, materialized in Jie's line of sight. Pidgey, classification, bird Pokémon type, normal flying height, 1, 3 meters, average 1 meters, weight, 36 kilograms, average 30 kilograms, ability, keen eye, thanks to its keen eyesight. Accuracy cannot be lowered, hidden ability, strong chest, is unaffected by defense-lowering effects, and Pokémon with this ability are stronger than their peers. Skills, tackle, growl, peck, sand attack, gust, quick attack, whirlwind, feather dance, agility. Tornado, inherited, level, 33, elite, potential, champion breeding plan. It is advisable to conduct targeted strengthening training for this Pokémon's wings, followed by massage relaxation, specific techniques as follows. Recommend enhancing reaction speed, supplemented with nerve agents. Formula, 20G sparkling grass. Advise strengthening bone density, supplemented with a bone-strengthening diet. Formula, 10G Calacara bone. 20G milk from the large milk can. Upon reviewing the data presented by Zero, Jie's eyes gleamed. Pidgey's level had increased by 1 compared to yesterday. While level alone does not wholly represent strength, it accurately reflects the current state of the Pokémon. Jie was uncertain what the panel would display for the next level of champion, but he was aware that levels below 5 are classified as hatchlings, 5 to 15 as beginners, 15 to 30 as ordinary, and above level 30, his Pidgey would be considered elite. Analyzing the arithmetic progression, it seemed that to become a champion, at least level 45 was required, with a high probability that level 50 would serve as a dividing line. Jie was unsure at what level Pidgey would evolve, based on his experience and acquired knowledge. He speculated that his Pidgey would evolve into Pidgeot after leveling up another 3 or 4 levels. With that thought, he closed the panel and began to enjoy the dinner he had brought back. Zero was a product of Jie's traversal into this world. While he did not fully comprehend the specifics, he presumed it was related to the intelligent computer chip implanted in his mind from his previous life, possibly merging with his soul during the time-space journey. Jie had initially been unaware that he had brought the chip with him until the age of 11, when a sudden surge of energy filled his mind, accompanied by the activation sounds. Instinctively, he called out the name of his former intelligent chip, Zero, and the panel appeared. He discovered that as long as he observed a Pokémon within his sight, the panel would automatically display the aforementioned information, including the breeding plan, albeit based on his own knowledge integration. Thus, for wild Pokémon and Pokémon eggs, Zero could only determine their approximate level and potential, but could not provide detailed plans due to Jie's lack of further understanding. Only after a Pokémon became his own and underwent meticulous training could Zero offer more specific plans and skill mastery evaluations. This revelation was enough to elate Jie at that time. The Pokémon world, reliant on these extraordinary creatures, hosts a myriad of professions, including researchers, breeders, trainers, and various subcategories not mentioned here. Among these, advanced trainers are the most coveted profession. Without a doubt, Zero could assist him in becoming an exceptional trainer and breeder. As long as he could acquire ample knowledge, even if he was unsure how to proceed, Zero could provide the most reasonable advice. The displayed levels allowed him to clearly grasp his Pokemon's strength progress, while potential enabled him to select outstanding Pokemon. And the breeding plans served as the foundation for his growth. Unfortunately, all of this required financial resources. Jie let out a wry smile. Although he had earned a considerable sum during his 4 years of independent living, it paled in comparison to the costs of nurturing Pokemon. Jie gazed out at Pidgey. Initially, when he discovered his unique advantage, he imagined himself at the center of the world, envisioning a divine beginning. However, he quickly calmed down. Not only was he far from a divine being, but even the starter Pokemon issued by the Alliance were beyond his reach, let alone slightly inferior Pokemon eggs. After all, this world revered the strong, and an exceptionally talented Pokemon could easily shape a remarkable trainer. The allure of semi-divine Pokemon stems from the fact that each young semi-divine creature, once nurtured to evolve into its final form, would at least reach the champion level, with many ultimately becoming champions themselves, and a select few with extraordinary talent even having the opportunity to vie for the title of champion. This dynamic has resulted in powerful semi-divine offspring being held by the ruling class of this world, and even should a semi-divine egg appear on the black market, its price is beyond Jie's imagination. As for the starter Pokemon, they are the initial Pokemon distributed by the Alliance along with the Pokédex to their direct lineage. With a basic requirement of paying 500,000 coins each year for 10 consecutive years, along with a clear family background, typically involving high-ranking officials within the Alliance. This reality is far from feasible for Jie. Chapter 4, Memories. The starter Pokemon primarily consist of the water, fire, and grass types, varying by region. In Kanto, for instance, they are Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. Each of these Pokemon has 3 evolutionary stages and possesses high potential. Moreover, the Alliance employs specialists to assess their general qualifications. By the time these starter Pokemon reach novice trainers, they invariably possess excellent aptitude and gentle temperaments, making it relatively straightforward for them to be nurtured into champions. In the black market, the prices for starter Pokemon are not as exorbitant as those for semi-divine eggs. However, even so, the market price for a starter Pokemon egg hovers above 20 million Alliance coins. This figure is simply staggering. It is worth noting that as of yesterday, accounting for his expenditures, Jie had earned just over 4.5 million Alliance coins in the past 4 years. Purchasing this villa cost a mere 800,000 Alliance coins, with the majority of the remaining funds devoted to the nurturing of a Pidgey. Despite this investment, Jie's Pidgey has only recently ascended to the ranks of the elite after more than a year of training. A situation exacerbated by Jie's financial constraints in laying a solid foundation for his Pidgey. Lost in reverie, Jie recalls that his first Pokemon was not the current Pidgey, but rather a Rattata. As a newcomer to society, Jie possessed only a scholarship of 10,000 Alliance coins from the League, though sufficient for a modest living while he sought employment. Aspiring to be a trainer with such scant resources was, to put it bluntly, nearly impossible. Even the most inexpensive Pokemon eggs on the black market, such as those of a Caterpie, commanded a steep price of 50,000 Alliance coins, with the majority of the resulting Caterpies lacking the ability to evolve and possessing negligible combat prowess. Conversely, capturing wild Caterpies and Pokeballs only required 10,000 Alliance coins. But such Caterpies would never stand a chance to evolve. If any could evolve into a Metapod, they would not be so cheap, as those capable of evolution would have long since transformed, given the growth cycle of bug-type Pokemon. Jie, unwilling to accept his fate, recognized that becoming a trainer was perhaps his only chance to alter his destiny, especially since he possessed a unique advantage. Thus, he bravely ventured alone into the Viridian forest, hoping to take a gamble. If he could procure a Pokemon egg, irrespective of its quality, he was confident he could overcome the initial hurdles. Fortuitously, after enduring a harrowing chase by a Beedrill and being repelled by Caterpies, he stumbled upon an egg left behind by a Rattata, albeit of ordinary quality and unable to evolve into a Rattata. Upon returning to Viridian City and hatching the Rattata, Jie, despite lacking the means to nurture it according to the Zero Plan, devoted himself to its care. Once the Rattata surpassed its juvenile stage, Jie registered as a bounty hunter, embarking on a journey to earn a living, naming himself mercenary as a nod to his previous life. Although his earnings were modest and the work arduous, over 2 years of adventure, Jie and his Rattata gradually amassed a small fortune. However, misfortune struck during an expedition when they encountered a swarm of Spearows. In that battle, while Jie survived, his Rattata, still at level 18, fell victim to the overwhelming flock. Jie was deeply saddened. Yet, once a Pokemon perished, It could not be revived unless one were to encounter a Ho-Oh, a feat bordering on impossible. Consequently, Jie resolved to venture into the black market. Prepared to leverage his knowledge and the capabilities of his Zero to select a Pokémon of exceptional quality to begin anew. The black market, as its name suggests, serves as a clandestine bazaar, unrecognized by the League. The League's regulations explicitly prohibit the trading of Pokémon, including eggs. Nevertheless, in a world driven by profit, many are willing to take risks, leading to the emergence of the black market. Gradually, the black market has proliferated and expanded, becoming an unwritten realm of darkness. Although the League does not endorse it, it tacitly allows its existence, as it provides a glimmer of hope for those at the bottom rungs of society. Cloaked in a black robe, Jie navigated the market, surrounded by others adopting a similar guise. Approaching a stall selling eggs of commonplace Pokémon such as Caterpie, Beedrill, and Pidgey, he inquired of the vendor, "How much for a Pidgey egg?" The vendor, noting Jie's somewhat youthful voice, displayed no surprise, for such individuals were abundant. He replied flatly, "The black market has a standard price of 250,000. Jie felt no shock nor perceived any malice in the vendor's words. As he stated, the pricing of these ordinary Pokémon eggs was uniformly set across the black market. His inquiry was merely a confirmation. Though Pidgeys are not particularly powerful and possess gentle temperaments ill-suited for fierce battles, their evolution rivals that of the starter Pokémon, ultimately evolving into a Pidgeot. They boast an impressive appearance and formidable strength, were it not for the generally poor quality of Pidgeys. With the odds of evolving into a Pidgeotto being incredibly slim and an even rarer chance of evolving into a Pidgeot, the price of Pidgey eggs would have soared. Jie casually selected an egg, placing it into his bag, and produced an anonymous savings card he had prepared in advance to complete the transaction. He turned to leave, while the vendor, unconcerned, verified the funds before awaiting his next customer. Although he sensed Jie's seemingly casual demeanor, he had meticulously examined all the Pidgey eggs before making his selection, and he held no expectation that an egg from a flock led by a Pidgeot would yield a quality Pokémon. Furthermore, in a world devoid of instruments capable of assessing the potential of eggs, even the most skilled evaluators rely merely on the developmental characteristics of juvenile Pokémon, their fur, and lineage for rudimentary assessments. It was unlikely that a child of apparent humble origins could surprise him. Little did the vendor know that Jie possessed the Zero, an entity beyond this realm. Jie's heart raced with excitement, but still within the confines of the black market, he forced himself to suppress his exhilaration, making his way back to his rented room at a pace slightly quicker than usual. Once inside, he could no longer contain his anticipation. Retrieving the Pokémon egg and fervently calling out within his mind, "Zero, reveal the panel for this Pokémon egg." The blue panel opened immediately, and Jie's attention fixated on the line displaying its potential. It read a single phrase, "Champion." This was indeed a champion. Jie nearly cried out in disbelief. In the past 2 years of adventure, he had only encountered wild Pokémon with a maximum quality of elite, never even witnessing a quasi-champion. Jie could hardly fathom that his desperate venture into the black market would yield such an astonishing surprise. Initially, he had planned to expend a significant portion of his savings on a higher quality Pokémon egg, perhaps a Sandshrew, aiming for an elite quality that could evolve into a Sandslash, which would be quite commendable. He intended to reserve some funds for nurturing, confident in his ability to develop it successfully. Yet, upon entering the black market, Jie discovered that this Pidgey egg possessed champion-level potential. He could hardly believe his eyes, suspecting perhaps that the Zero had malfunctioned. Yet, over the past 3 years, the Zero had never erred in its assessments, and it was grounded in its own knowledge framework. Even if it had made a mistake, this Pidgey would at least be very close to champion quality, qualifying as a quasi-champion. Moreover, this would afford him more financial resources for nurturing the Pokémon. Jie decisively acted, purchasing the Pidgey egg. Subsequently, the Pidgey's growth corroborated that the Zero's judgment was indeed accurate, as its strength and size surpassed that of its contemporaries. After hatching the Pidgey, Jie diligently nurtured it according to the childhood development plan provided by the Zero, utilizing his savings. In no time, the Pidgey transitioned past its juvenile stage, joining the ranks of novice Pokémon. At this stage, the Pidgey had already mastered Tackle, Growl, Sand Attack, and the inherited move Twister, in addition to showcasing its remarkable hidden ability, Big Pecs. This likely explained why the Pidgey displayed champion-level potential on the Zero's panel. Jie speculated that perhaps some powerful Dragon-type Pokémon had mated with a Pidgey or Pidgeot, resulting in this offspring mastering Twister and possessing superior physical attributes and potential. It is highly probable that the creature in question is a Pidgey, as the vendor at that time likely could not contend with the Pidgey and its kin. Moreover, under the guidance of Jie's scientific cultivation and the influence of its remarkable aptitude, his Pidgey has evidently grown significantly larger than its peers. However, Jie did not rush into the forest to embark on his adventure and fulfill his tasks, despite having expended 300,000 Alliance coins over the past 2 years. He had meticulously saved and amassed approximately 550,000 coins. With a remaining balance of just under 250,000, he still had sufficient resources to nurture Pidgey for a while longer. The misadventures of his Rattata served as a cautionary tale, reminding him that one must exercise utmost caution until one possesses adequate strength. It was unlikely he would encounter another Pokémon of such high aptitude by mere chance. Thus, Jie confined Pidgey's training and battles to the safer peripheral regions. When Pidgey finally reached level 15 and officially graduated from a novice Pokémon to a standard one, Jie, surveying his dwindling savings, resolutely decided to proceed to the Bounty Hunter Guild to accept tasks. Even so, he made a conscious effort to restrain himself from undertaking relatively advanced missions for higher rewards, opting instead to commence with the simplest E-rank assignments. Planning to tackle higher D-rank tasks after Pidgey's evolution. In the span of about a month, Pidgey evolved into Pidgeotto, simultaneously rising to level 18. At this juncture, Jie abandoned E-rank tasks due to their meager returns. The standard reward for an E-rank task is below 3,000 Alliance coins, whereas D-rank tasks yield around 30,000, and C-rank tasks range from 30,000 to 100,000. Jie and Pidgeotto thus embarked on their genuine lives as bounty hunters. Jie reflected on Pidgeotto's kingly potential. Initially hampered by his own lack of strength and finances, he could not provide ample resources for Pidgeotto, resulting in a sluggish progression in its strength post-evolution. Of course, this was only relative. Compared to others of its kind, such advancement was remarkably swift. Eventually, as Pidgeotto grew stronger to level 25 and became capable of completing a few C-rank tasks, its power began to accelerate significantly with Jie's considerable investment, mastering an increasing array of skills. Nonetheless, based on prior trajectories, Jie estimated that it would take at least another 6 months for Pidgeotto to evolve into Pidgeot and attain a quasi-kingly status. Today, Jie could not help but smile at the fruits of his labor. From tasks and additional rewards, this adventure had garnered him a staggering 5,120,000 coins. After deducting expenditures, he was left with around 500,000, nearly equivalent to his earnings over 2 months. Not to mention the extraordinary item nestled in his backpack. A gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. Ascending the stairs and entering his study, Jie cautiously retrieved his most significant gain from this venture, a luminous orange-yellow stone, adorned with a faintly visible flame emblem. It was none other than the rare evolution stone, Firestone. The panel provided by Zero indicated its quality to be an impressive 89 points. For context, even the finest perfect Firestones barely reach 100 points in quality. This was indeed a treasure of considerable value. Jie recalled seeing purchase offers on the Pokémon forum, with standard Firestones fetching bids of up to 20 million coins, while others were deemed priceless. The high-quality Firestone in his possession could easily command a price exceeding 40 million Alliance coins. Fire-type Pokémon are extraordinarily potent, and the energy contained within the Firestone can rapidly and reliably enhance a Pokémon's fire energy, augmenting its strength. Furthermore, Vulpix and Growlithe require Firestones for their evolution, rendering the high-quality Firestone all the more coveted. After all, both Arcanine and Ninetales are not only striking and formidable, but also possess immense power, making them the preferred choice for affluent trainers. Though Jie pondered the peculiar circumstance of finding such a stone within the Beedrill hive, he was nearly overwhelmed with joy upon discovering it. Initially, he had intended to capitalize on the weakened Beedrill defenses, following the typical mindset of hunters who had encountered novice trainers and profited from their folly over the years. The honey produced by Beedrill is a sought-after ingredient in premium beauty products and is highly prized among affluent women, ensuring its market value remains robust. Little did he expect that amidst his honey-gathering endeavors, he would stumble upon a Firestone, not merely a fortunate surprise, but an unexpected windfall. However, the dilemma of how to manage this Firestone presented itself. Although Jie yearned to keep it for the future cultivation of his Fire-type Pokémon, he envisioned his primary team comprising either Blaziken or Charizard, neither of which required a Firestone for evolution. While he could utilize it to enhance his Pokémon's strength swiftly, it felt somewhat extravagant, especially given his current financial constraints regarding acquiring eggs for either species. unless he opted to sell the Firestone and seek out an egg for either Torchic or Charmander from the black market, preferably one of exceptional quality. He was limited to choosing between the Firestone and the egg of a Fire-type Pokémon. Of course, using the Firestone for evolution with Growlithe would also be a viable option. However, the Junsha family would not allow a Growlithe egg to circulate freely. Should he reveal possession of a Growlithe egg or the Pokémon itself, they would undoubtedly approach him with proposals for marriage. This prospect is highly coveted, as joining the Junsha and Joy families is a dream for many within the community. Undoubtedly, for Jie, this remains a distant aspiration, regardless of the path he chooses. In a moment of indecision, he pondered his next steps. Chapter 6. Choices and Pokémon Items. After some contemplation, Jie resolved to set the Firestone aside for now. He felt no urgency to make a final decision at this moment. Whether he chose to retain the Firestone to accelerate the growth of his future main team, or to sell it for a suitably strong Pokémon and gradually save for its potential development. The distinction was not particularly pronounced. Currently, Jie's primary objective remains to elevate Pidgeotto's strength, at least to the point of evolving into Pidgeot. With the recent influx of additional rewards, he could invest in Pidgeotto's training. Once Pidgeotto evolves into Pidgeot, Jie would possess the confidence to undertake more challenging C-rank tasks, even daring to confront B-rank missions. Nurturing the next Pokémon would become less burdensome, and he could subsequently consider how to handle the Firestone. Assured that it would not be difficult to sell, Jie carefully secured the Firestone, tucking it into the inner pocket of his clothing. Such a valuable item was too precious to leave in a home safe, lest a thief target his possessions. Not to mention the presence of stray Pokémon, adept at pilfering, like Meowth. Following this, Jie opened his Pokémon computer, seizing the opportunity before bedtime to absorb knowledge from the experiences shared by trainers on the forum. After all, many exceptional trainers post their battle videos online for young trainers to learn from, albeit under a fee structure that varies according to the trainer's level. However, one must at least reach the level of a Quasi-King trainer, which entails possessing 3 or more Quasi-King Pokémon for the forum to grant access to such services. Let us temporarily set aside the matter of videos and revisit it later. Tetsuya opened the forum, where a glaring post was pinned at the top of the homepage. Cherished Items Trading Center, self-specified requests. This section was filled with trainers eager to sell their bounties, the majority being items with held effects. Only a scant few were selling evolution stones, and upon examining the images, none appeared to rival the quality of Tetsuya's Firestone. Habitually, Tetsuya scrolled through to see if anything new was available for sale, and soon, his eyes lit up. Sharp Beak for sale, no exchanges, private message with price. Jester Climb, he read, which was indeed a link to a post offering a flying-type item. Tetsuya distinctly recalled that this post had not existed a few days prior. Upon checking the posting time, he noted it had only been published yesterday and seemed unsold. Upon reviewing the amplification effect, which was a mere 6, Tetsuya's brow furrowed slightly. No wonder. Typically, items that augment the power of attribute moves, such as Charcoal or Miracle Seed, have amplification effects ranging from 5 to 20, with prices varying drastically according to their efficacy. Research indicates that the majority of items can enhance skill power to 10 or above, categorized as normal items, while a small fraction falling below 10 is deemed flawed. This particular flawed item, the Sharp Beak, with an amplification of 6, cannot be said to be entirely absent. Rather, it is exceedingly rare. In a sense, it is a peculiar find, as Tetsuya had only encountered one in his 16 years. However, peculiarities can be advantageous. Tetsuya relaxed his brow. After all, such items are unlikely to depreciate in value, and at worst, reselling them may prove somewhat challenging. With the Sharp Beak in possession of his Pidgey, its strength could be marginally enhanced, and every little bit helps. He could always sell it later. Were its effects superior, the price would be entirely different, relegating him to a mere observer of the other items in the post, objects to be admired from afar, but not trifled with. Tetsuya certainly did not have the luxury of funds set aside for such items. Scanning the subsequent listings, he noted they were all priced around 1.8 million, to which he nodded slightly in agreement. This aligned well with his expectations, for while similarly effective items had not yet appeared, those with an 8 effect had previously sold for just under 3 million. Do not consider this an exaggeration. One must recognize that items with a 10 effect typically command prices exceeding 8 million, and when stock is limited, acquiring one may require as much as 10 million. Powerful items like Dragon Fang or Curved Spoon with equivalent effects would require prices to double. As for the reason why items with merely a 1 or 2% difference in effect have prices that diverge by more than double, it is due to research findings. Studies reveal that normal items can effectively elevate skill power by one tier, whereas flawed items can only increase power in a straightforward manner. What does this mean? To simplify, if we compare two like items, one with an 8 amplification and the other with a 10, assuming a skill power of 60, the former would yield a post-amplification power of 64.8, while the latter would produce 66. The difference appears negligible. However, in practical testing, although target data remains intact, discrepancies arise during actual combat scenarios. For instance, in a move counteracting experiment, ensuring precise data, comparative tests were conducted: no item against no item, no item against an 8 amplification item, no item against a 10 amplification item, and an 8 amplification item against a 10 amplification item. The results showed complete negation. Complete negation, minor damage inflicted by the 10 amplification item, and minor damage inflicted by the 10 amplification item respectively. When substituting a 12 amplification item against no item and an 8 amplification item, the 12 amplification item caused damage. Yet, in the counteracting experiment between a 12 amplification item and a 10 amplification item, the former retained a slight residual energy, resulting in negligible damage. This left many baffled. Ultimately, through energy analysis, scholars discovered that normal items not only bolster damage but also enhance skill tier power. To put it plainly, normal items alter energy on another level, leading to a disparity in amplification between normal and flawed items that is undetectable in data but can decisively disrupt an opponent's moves in practical scenarios. Although differences exist among normal items, they are not substantial unless there is a significant gap in amplification effects. The aforementioned content is derived from a paper by a researcher at Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town, entitled On the Differences in Move Amplification Between Normal and Flawed Items. There exists a plethora of additional research, and Tetsuya comprehends the gist without grasping the intricate details. He understands that normal items are significantly more effective than flawed items, far exceeding the data's implications, and thus their prices are naturally elevated, often exceeding double. After all, Tetsuya is not a scholar of energy studies and does not fully comprehend the nuances. Returning to the matter at hand, Tetsuya sent a message to the seller with an offer. He intended to spend 2 million while retaining 400,000 for himself to acquire the sharp beak, despite its effects being marginal in trainer battles. However, when he received the seller's prompt response, Tetsuya's expression darkened immediately. Clown. Chapter 7. The Jester is Myself, Battling with Pidgey. Tetsuya. The Jester is myself? Tetsuya was left utterly dumbfounded. However, this situation was not entirely unexpected. Flawed items inherently lack high value, especially one with a mere 6 effect. Flying-type items are not particularly sought after, and 2 million is already a reasonable price, perhaps even slightly high. Tetsuya felt somewhat perplexed and sent a flurry of question marks to the seller, seeking clarification. Before the seller could respond, Tetsuya noticed the post had been updated. Sold. 28 million. Tetsuya gasped in disbelief. Who on earth would spend such an exorbitant sum on a worthless item? It was as if they had no regard for money. Tetsuya felt a pang of envy, disbelief washing over him. Soon after, the seller replied to Tetsuya's message. Apologies, brother, I was too excited earlier. You are a trainer, right? A price of 2 million is considered high among trainers, but 2 collectors approached me wanting to buy it, and their bidding escalated to 28 million. My apologies. The seller was quite courteous, Tetsuya mused. Having read the seller's response, Tetsuya began to understand the situation. Pokémon collectors, a group passionate about amassing rare Pokémon or related items, are often the wealthiest of the wealthy. With money no longer a means of flaunting status, they seek to prove their prowess through the collection of increasingly precious items. It is said that their gatherings primarily serve to showcase their collections, with rarity earning the most admiration. Tetsuya realized he had not considered this angle. A flawed item with a 6 effect, while bland and unworthy of a trainer's attention, holds immense collectible value for such enthusiasts. Tetsuya let out a wry smile, but did not feel too disheartened. He had merely approached the situation with a hopeful mindset, unaware that 2 collectors would emerge midway, outbidding him. Not acquiring the item was not a loss. At least he saved 2 million, which he could invest in further training for Pidgey. Tetsuya thought indignantly that when he eventually amassed enough wealth, he too would indulge in such pursuits. However, is it not a good thing to invest such a substantial sum in nurturing Pokémon? What purpose does one serve by purchasing such items? Tetsuya still could not comprehend the mindset of the affluent. He took a moment to calm himself and scrolled through the entire forum, only to find it filled with either purchase requests or contentious posts. For instance, there was one titled, "Fire-type Pokémon are utter rubbish. Come and debate if you disagree." Tetsuya clicked on it, and, as expected, The comments were rife with vitriol. Do you even have a fire-type Pokémon? Pathetic. Indeed, they were quite inferior. Merely overpowering the common grass, steel, bug, and ice types, which was amusing. Honestly, isn't Charizard and Blaziken handsome? What are their weaknesses? Beauty is paramount. Who can't have a little companion? Dog emoji. In response to the previous comment, someone remarked that while that may be true, they believed Ninetales to be slightly stronger, and that Vulpix had a gentle temperament. Ah, a wealthy individual indeed. Vulpix is inherently rare, and they don't even regard Firestones with any importance. I'm envious. As Tetsuya continued reading, he suddenly recognized a discrepancy. Amidst the insults, the replies began to discuss which fire-type Pokémon was superior, consistently presenting evidence to theoretically demonstrate the breedability of various fire types. Tetsuya had an epiphany. The original poster was merely fishing for engagement. An ineffective bait post. Does anyone know which fire-type Pokémon is suitable for breeding? The replies included, none, not suitable, costly, not viable in the early stages. An effective bait post. Fire-type Pokémon are utter rubbish. Come and debate if you disagree. Tetsuya studied this phenomenon and discovered that the responses primarily consisted of commonplace content and viewpoints. After this bout of tedium, he closed the forum. He then opened the video section and noticed notifications indicating that the latest Quartz Conference Finals video, along with several updates from trainers he followed, had been released. After paying the required fees, he eagerly watched them in order. The 5 videos cost him 1,000 league coins, but Tetsuya felt no remorse, as the insights gleaned from esteemed trainers' tactics were invaluable. Furthermore, he occasionally perused the research findings of scholars, which cost a staggering 5,000 coins without any accompanying explanations, and he regarded these as essential expenditures. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fresh essence of the evergreen forest across the entirety of Evergreen City. The distant sunrise appeared particularly soft, heralding the arrival of a new day. At this juncture, as spring transitioned into summer, the weather was rather refreshing. Tetsuya donned a sleeveless black top and engaged in his daily physical training in the backyard. A competent trainer and bounty hunter must possess excellent physical conditioning to ensure survival in perilous situations. This was wisdom Tetsuya had accrued over years of experience. Beads of perspiration glistened on his defined features and sculpted physique, dampening his tousled brown hair. Upon completing his final set, he exhaled deeply and used the towel draped around his neck to wipe away his sweat. He released his Pidgey, saying, "Pidgey, feel free to roam for a while. Eat some berries if you get hungry. I'm going to take a shower." The released Pidgey responded with a chirp, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Tetsuya then entered the house to shower. After finishing, he emerged with his hair still damp, clad only in a pair of light blue shorts, showcasing the youthful charm of his well-built body. After putting on a hoodie, he stepped outside, where Pidgey had returned, perched upon a branch of the berry tree in the backyard. "Good morning. We'll commence today as training shortly," Tetsuya greeted with a smile. Pidgey waved its wings in acknowledgement, indicating readiness. "First, we'll warm up. Today it's 120 miles to our usual meeting spot," Tetsuya instructed, pulling out the weighted gear. Pidgey obediently flew to Tetsuya's side, allowing him to fasten the weights onto its body. Once secured, Pidgey spread its wings and ascended into the sky. Initiating the first training session of the day, Tetsuya stretched lazily before jogging along behind. For Pidgey, 120 miles was merely a standard distance, as wild Pidgeys could cover territories of up to 60 miles. Currently, Tetsuya's Pidgey required approximately 25 minutes to complete the warm-up with weights. Without them, this time could be reduced to 15 minutes. The evolved form, Pidgeot, would be even more remarkable, as even wild Pidgeots could reach speeds nearing Mach 2. Tetsuya eagerly anticipated how swift his Pidgey would become after evolution. As for whether Pidgey would slack off, in this world, the drive to grow stronger is ingrained in Pokémon genetics, rendering such a concern virtually non-existent. Moreover, Tetsuya and Zero had effectively demonstrated training results through data analysis, alleviating any worries. For Tetsuya, this leisurely jog, devoid of excessive perspiration, was the perfect opportunity to cover 6 or 7 kilometers to the usual training ground for Pidgey. One should not find this exaggerated. After all, in the world of Pokémon, physical capabilities are often monstrous, and Tetsuya had consistently maintained an active regimen. This distance was trivial for him. Breathing in the fresh air, Tetsuya jogged to the designated training area, situated near the junction of Evergreen Forest and Evergreen City, albeit in a secluded spot surrounded by dense trees. He paused to stretch, awaiting Pidgey, who soon alighted in the clearing. "All right, warm-up complete. Next, we'll focus on agility training." Tetsuya approached to remove the weights from Pidgey. As usual, let us advance swiftly through the forest with high-speed movements, he instructed, waving his hand. Without allowing Pidgey a moment's respite, he initiated the next round of exercises, fully aware of Pidgey's stamina. Pidgey, well trained, immediately began the subsequent training session with practiced ease. A yellow blur darted through the foliage, occasionally colliding with tree trunks due to its excessive speed. But it quickly readjusted and resumed flight. Tetsuya retrieved his laptop, diligently adjusting data based on Pidgey's performance. After an hour, he called for a halt. Noticing that Pidgey had become slightly sluggish, Pidgey descended beside Tetsuya, panting. Tetsuya applied some ointment to Pidgey's minor scrapes. Let us take a break before proceeding to the next training phase. Pidgey cast a weary glance at its trainer. While accustomed to the routine, fatigue was inevitable. Tetsuya, with a smile, produced a yuzu berry for Pidgey. Pidgey's eyes brightened, and it eagerly consumed the treat. The yuzu berry, a variant of the orange berry, provided similar flavors but was more effective in restoring energy, albeit at a higher price. Given his substantial earnings from the previous day, Tetsuya felt justified in offering Pidgey the yuzu berry. Typically, they relied on orange berries for recovery. Once Pidgey had finished the yuzu berry, it was nearly time to resume training. They continued until noon, when the sun hung high in the sky, its glaring rays making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Tetsuya finally allowed Pidgey to rest completely. Returning home, he disregarded his own hunger and, based on the morning's training, prepared a targeted lunch for Pidgey according to Zero's plan. This was what truly made training meaningful. Otherwise, it would merely be a matter of exertion. Once Pidgey began to eat, Tetsuya entered the kitchen, retrieving a steak from the refrigerator to grill. Before long, Tetsuya emerged with a plate of steak in one hand and a glass of milk in the other, joining the table to enjoy his own lunch. Throughout the morning, Tetsuya had spent over 10,000 league coins, which included the cost of that glass of milk, priced at 500 coins. Jie remained focused on enhancing the nutritional intake of his Pidgey. In the afternoon, they engaged in battle training, continuously challenging trainers and their Pokémon in the arena of the Pokémon Center, occasionally stopping by Nurse Joy for recuperation. As evening approached, they ventured to the mall to procure various supplies, and after enjoying dinner, the day's training came to a close. Thus, 2 weeks passed in a tranquil manner, during which Pidgey successfully reached level 36. However, as Jie observed the rapid depletion of his wallet post-training, a bittersweet smile crept across his face. Chapter 8. The cleanup mission and unforeseen variables. In this brief span of less than half a month, Jie had managed to expend an astonishing 500,000 league coins. Having exhausted his previous surplus, it was indeed the first time he had spent such a considerable sum all at once. The results, however, were gratifying. The rate at which Pidgey ascended to level 36 was more than double that of conventional training, without the expenditure of these 500,000 league coins. Jie sensed that Pidgey was but a step away from evolution. Yet, gazing at the data on his computer, both his own analyses and those provided by Zero, he noted that Pidgey's progress had seemingly plateaued. Jie pondered that perhaps something was still amiss. After all, the process of Pokémon evolution is a mysterious phenomenon, fraught with uncertainty regarding what truly facilitates success. It could be a lack of energy, a deficit of combat stimulation, or even the subjective will of the Pokémon itself. With this in mind, Jie resolved to undertake some missions to earn additional funds while patiently awaiting the opportune moment. He understood that evolving into a Pidgeot was not a trivial endeavor, even though Pidgey's aptitude among its peers was exceptional. Furthermore, numerous Pidgeys around the world had yet to achieve evolution. There was no use in haste. The experiences shared by many seasoned trainers on forums, as well as solutions in literature, emphasized the importance of letting nature take its course. Some Pokémon evolved while eating, others during training, and some after arduous battles. These precedents were plentiful. Regardless, Jie held steadfast confidence in both himself and Pidgey, assured that they would not face the prolonged stagnation that some Pokémon endured for months, or even years, before reaching their final forms. Their potential and investment were undeniably evident. Jie first took Pidgey to the Pokémon Center for healing and shared a modest lunch before storing Pidgey in its Pokeball. He then made his way to the Bounty Hunter Center, intent on discovering available missions to alleviate his financial strain. Upon entering the mission hall, Jie adeptly inserted his identity card into the machine and began perusing the tasks. Task ID 1978-917-0519. Task level B. Requirements: a recently shed skin of an Arbok within 1 week. Reward: 25 400,000 league coins. Quality assessed by a specialist. Long-term acquisition. Task ID 2879-857-9871. Task level B. Requirements. Over 50 B-drill stingers. Reward 2. 100 league coins each. Long-term acquisition. Minimal inquiries. Task ID 6784-616-9849. Task level C. Requirements. 300 milliliters of oddish nectar. Reward 350,000 league coins. Long-term acquisition. Minimal inquiries. Task ID 6965-746-2445. Task level C. Requirements. Protect a suburban farm from Pokémon disturbances for at least 3 days. Reward 10,000 league coins per day. Long-term availability. Task ID 7646-640-0178. Task level C. Requirements. 100 G of red heart grass. Reward 40,000 league coins. Countdown 1 day. Task ID 7807-486-1986. Task level C. Requirements. Clear a colony of caterpie near the main road of the Viridian forest, maximum strength equivalent to an ordinary peak butterfree. Totaling 4. Reward 70,000 league coins. Countdown 11 hours. Most long-term tasks were exceedingly time-consuming, rendering them less efficient in terms of profit for Jie compared to temporary tasks. Although the Arbok skin task was appealing, Jie was ill-equipped to confront such a fierce predator. Thus, he shifted his focus to 2 temporary tasks that piqued his interest. After contemplation, Jie decided to undertake the second cleanup task, as the specific colony was ideally suited for Pidgey to tackle, while the first task was simpler. It promised less reward and demanded more time. Jie was eager to evaluate Pidgey's progress over the past few days, although data and battles against trainers provided some insights. Nothing could compare to the visceral experience of combat in the wild. Regrettably, tasks of the same level as the hunter could only be accepted one at a time, while lower-level tasks allowed for up to 3 concurrent engagements, which would have been advantageous. Jie had grown accustomed to this regulation, primarily designed to prevent individuals from monopolizing tasks, leaving others without opportunities. One might wonder why he didn't collect materials while clearing, then return to submit the cleanup task before accepting a collection task to turn in directly. However, other hunters were not naive. Many were eager to accept collection tasks, and it seemed that the notice had only recently been posted, hence the lack of takers. By the time Jie completed his tasks, the opportunity would likely have vanished. After successfully completing the task and recording the information, Jie withdrew his identity card and exited, having carried various healing items and tools from his morning training. No additional preparation was necessary. He activated his Pokémon wristwatch, which promptly displayed the location of his task on his personal map. Following the main road, he soon arrived at the vicinity of the caterpie colony. Concealing himself behind a tree, Jie surveyed the position and number of the Pokémon. Noting that the Butterfree were collecting nectar, they had likely just migrated to this area, which was dangerously close to the road and could pose a threat to passers-by. Jie considered, it would be a misconception to assume that Butterfree were gentle. Their wings were coated in toxic powder capable of repelling water droplets. When they vigorously flapped their wings, this powder would disperse into the air, causing discomfort upon inhalation. Occasionally, other powders might mix in, potentially inducing drowsiness or paralysis. Such occurrences were far from trivial. For humans, the threat posed by Pokémon could be significant, with carelessness resulting in dire consequences. Jie released Pidgey, signaling with a gesture. Pidgey understood and soared gracefully into the sky, circling above. Utilizing Zero, Jie observed the information regarding the entire colony, which aligned closely with the task details. Only 3 Butterfree had reached the ordinary peak of strength. However, Jie frowned upon discovering the unexpected presence of an elite Butterfree, which Zero identified as having recently achieved this status. Given that its potential was singularly elite, this was not entirely surprising, yet it posed a complication for Jie. Had there only been 4 ordinary peak Butterfree, Pidgey would have been more than capable of handling the situation. Even with the addition of 20 or so inconsequential caterpie and metapod, Jie contemplated abandoning the task. At worst, he would be unable to accept another for 3 days. After all, facing an elite Butterfree alongside 3 ordinary peak counterparts would not be an easy feat for Pidgey. Furrowing his brow, Jie realized that had it not been for Pidgey's significant progress, he would have never dared to accept such a task before the elite status was attained. The stakes were too high. This mission had fortuitously aligned with the presence of a wild elite Butterfree. It was worth noting that this was Jia's first encounter with such a formidable wild Pokémon, especially so close to the outskirts of Viridian City. After pondering for a moment, Jia calculated that an elite-level Butterfree could fetch a staggering price of 1 million in the black market. If this Butterfree possessed psychic abilities, the sum would soar to 2 million. Gritting his teeth, Jia resolved to proceed. Despite the inherent dangers, the enemy was in the open while he remained concealed. Seizing the opportunity to eliminate 2 Butterfree would significantly increase his chances of success. Jia first retreated a short distance, summoning his Pidgey back to his side. The duo cautiously maneuvered around the Butterfree swarm, constantly searching for the right moment to strike. The 4 Butterfree, blissfully unaware of their lurking predator, continued to gather nectar with carefree abandon. As they drifted further apart, Jia and Pidgey stealthily followed 2 Butterfree, each possessing only ordinary peak strength. Once Jia noticed that the other 2 Butterfree had vanished from sight, he decisively commanded Pidgey to advance. In a flash of electricity, they closed the distance, executing a swift wing attack for a quick resolution. Indeed, after undergoing training, Pidgey had successfully mastered the wing attack, showcasing remarkable power. With blinding speed, Pidgey collided with the 2 Butterfree, sending them crashing to the ground. Following that, Pidgey performed a graceful aerial maneuver, flapping its wings vigorously as it gathered white energy, launching another assault on the Butterfree. At that moment, the Butterfree were just recovering from the initial attack, struggling to flap their wings. Pidgey unfurled its expansive wings, channeling tremendous kinetic energy along with the power of flight, weaving through the 2 Butterfree. With a resounding thud, the 2 Butterfree were sent spiraling away. Jia showed no mercy, moving swiftly to ensure their defeat. Pidgey activated its skill, its entire body becoming weightless, and quickly collided with the incapacitated Butterfree. Thud, thud. 2 dull sounds echoed as the Butterfree, unable to even attempt to resist with their skills, succumbed to unconsciousness. Jia watched in satisfaction as Pidgey executed a flurry of impressive moves, nodding approvingly. The wing attack had effectively compensated for Pidgey's previous shortcomings, while its speed was commendable. Its offensive techniques had been limited. The lengthy preparation time for Hurricane and relatively low damage output had made swift victories difficult. In the past, Jia had to engage in a battle of attrition against Beedrill, but now, with the wing attack, he could effortlessly dispatch 56 Beedrill of around level 20. Jia tossed the Pokeballs, capturing both Butterfree as proof of his mission. After stowing the shrunken Pokeballs in his backpack, he fed Pidgey an orange berry to restore some of its lost stamina before stealthily returning to the Butterfree colony's nesting site. Now, only 1 elite Butterfree and an ordinary peak Butterfree remained. Jia patiently awaited their return, preparing to strike at the opportune moment. Chapter 9. Evolve Pidgeot. Soon enough, the other 2 Butterfree returned. From a distance, Jia spotted them approaching the nest and whispered instructions to Pidgey before cautiously retreating. Pidgey began to flap its wings in the air, generating an increasingly powerful wind. Initially, the gusts were merely 2 faint whirlwinds, but as Pidgey gathered strength, the whirlwinds expanded into fierce vortices. That was not the end. As Pidgey brought its wings together with force, the 2 whirlwinds began to intertwine. With a flourish of its wings, Pidgey launched the combined vortexes towards the Butterfree, merging them mid-flight into a violent tornado. Although this scene may seem described slowly in words, the entire process unfolded in just over 3 seconds. The 2 Butterfree barely had time to react before the tornado's force rendered them immobile, pulling them inexorably into its grasp. The howling winds kicked up a storm of dust and debris. After a moment, as the dust settled, Jia focused intently and saw that the ordinary Butterfree lay unconscious on the ground, while the elite Butterfree gasped for breath, still radiating a faint purple glow. Jia's eyes gleamed. He sensed the energy fluctuations of psychic power. This Butterfree indeed possessed psychic abilities. Without time to revel in his excitement, Jia quickly commanded Pidgey, use quick attack and be mindful of the powder. Pidgey, shimmering with a faint glow, charged at the Butterfree, which was not about to surrender easily. Confused by the sudden assault from a human and his Pidgey, the Butterfree, now gravely wounded, instinctively released a cloud of purple powder toward Pidgey while awkwardly retreating. Pidgey executed a graceful arc in the air, using the wind to disperse the toxic powder and collided directly with the Butterfree. The Butterfree emitted a pained cry but refused to give up the fight. Its antennae glowed with a bright purple light, casting a psychic influence over Pidgey. Pidgey felt a sudden constriction, immobilizing its movements. Straining against the psychic grip, it spun to break free and unleashed a wing attack. Jia remained calm, directing Pidgey to proceed with the next assault. The Butterfree's control was merely a desperate struggle, and the grip could only hold Pidgey for a fleeting moment. As Pidgey exerted itself to rotate, the Butterfree's hold faltered. Once freed from the psychic grasp, Pidgey, its wings aglow with white light, delivered a decisive strike against the Butterfree. With a thud, the Butterfree was sent crashing to the ground, utterly defeated. Gia rushed over and swiftly tossed a Pokeball at the Butterfree, which offered no resistance and was captured. Gia finally exhaled in relief. This was a whopping 2 million. He casually captured the other Butterfree in a Pokeball, concluding the mission with a sense of accomplishment, knowing he could later substitute a common Butterfree for the one with psychic abilities. You can handle the extra meal, right? Gia smiled at Pidgey, which appeared only slightly fatigued after the battle. Although Gia had anticipated Pidgey's progress, its performance still pleasantly surprised him. Mastering the wing attack had rendered Pidgey's combat style substantially more efficient, alleviating concerns about lacking close-range offensive capabilities. Without the wing attack, even if Gia had chosen a similar battle strategy, the absence of a decisive attack would have resulted in a slow grind, leading to greater risk of injury for Pidgey. Unlike the ease with which they had just fought, Gia observed Pidgey heading toward the Caterpie swarm to enjoy its reward, a fatherly smile gracing his lips. Before long, Pidgey had finished its meal, though most of the Caterpie had fled, and Gia paid them no mind. With 4 Butterfree captured, the remaining Caterpie were mere novices. Ordinary, or even juvenile in strength and potential, unlikely to survive in this area. They would either be eliminated by other Pokémon or seek out new colonies. The mission simply required clearing this area, a task Gia was well familiar with. He and Pidgey easily found a solitary ordinary Butterfree in the Ilex forest, quickly resolving it and capturing it in a Pokeball, preparing to return to complete the mission. Just as Gia was about to recall Pidgey and head back, a radiant white light suddenly erupted from Pidgey, enveloping its entire body. Tetsuya's eyes widened in astonishment. The Pidgey was on the verge of evolution. Although he had contemplated various scenarios regarding this transformation, he never anticipated it would occur so abruptly, just as he was about to embark on his journey home. Fate bestowed upon him an unexpected delight. Tetsuya watched intently as a dazzling orb of white light enveloped the creature. Soon, the brilliance dissipated, revealing a striking Pidgeot before his very eyes. The Pidgeot bore a striking resemblance to its predecessor, the Pidgey, yet its form was considerably more imposing. With broader wings and shorter talons, reminiscent of an eagle, its brown plumage, complemented by a creamy-hued body, was adorned with feathers on its head that were red on the sides and yellow in the center, creating an elegant display that fluttered majestically in the air. Its magnificent wings not only served to intimidate, but also stirred up formidable gales, while its gaze exuded an air of regality. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tetsuya embraced the Pidgeot, exclaiming in joy, "Well done, Pidgeot." The Pidgeot responded with a jubilant cry, echoing its trainer's elation. Tetsuya instructed the Pidgeot to remain by his side as he summoned the Zero panel. Pidgeot. Classification, Bird Pokémon. Type, Normal flying. Height, 1. 85 meters, average is 1. 5 m. Weight, 45 kilograms, average is 39.5 kilograms. Ability, Keen Eye. Thanks to this ability, its accuracy cannot be reduced. Hidden ability, Big Pecs. Immune to the effects of defense-lowering moves, and Pokémon with this ability are stronger than their counterparts. Moves, Tackle, Growl, Peck, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Feathered Dance, Agility, Hurricane, Inherited, Wing Attack, Roost, Air Slash, Double Team, Quick Attack. Level, 38, Elite. Potential, Champion. Breeding recommendations. Targeted enhancement training for this Pokémon's wings is advised, followed by massage relaxation techniques, as outlined below. Enhance reaction speed, supplemented with a neural stimulant. Recipe, 30g bluegrass. Strengthen bone density, supplemented with a bone fortifying diet. Recipe, 20g crunchy bones, 50g full cream milk. Tetsuya marveled at the panel, speechless with excitement. The Pidgeot had undergone a monumental transformation, both in size and capability, evolving from a Pidgey. The most immediate change was its level, which had risen 2 ranks, likely absorbing residual energy from its previous training. Moreover, the transformation had resulted in a significant change in its physique. The exceptional nurturing and outstanding potential had elevated the Pidgeot above the average standard of its kin, its robust chest giving it an impressive stature, far exceeding the norm. Now, standing on solid ground, the Pidgeot towered over Tetsuya, and when it spread its wings, it could easily envelop him within its expansive wingspan, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. Furthermore, the Pidgeot had mastered 4 new moves: Roost, Air Slash, Double Team, and Quick Attack. Each of these abilities was crucial for enhancing its prowess. Roost could restore health while negating its flying type, invaluable for mitigating electric-type damage when necessary. Air Slash unleashed blades of air from its wings, serving as a formidable medium to long-range attack, compensating for the Pidgeot's previous limitations in both power and distance. Double Team excelled at confounding opponents, while Quick Attack, when combined with various skills and training, allowed the Pidgeot's imposing frame to engage in combat with astonishing agility and dexterity, leaving adversaries bewildered. Tetsuya estimated that, despite the Pidgeot's only 2-level increase, it could easily take on 4 or 5 pre-evolved Pidgeys without difficulty. Striving to temper his excitement, he reminded himself that the Pidgeot had just evolved and required a thorough examination at the Pokémon Center. Though he possessed the zero data, it was prudent to ensure everything was in order. In a flurry, Tetsuya recalled the Pidgeot into its Pokeball and dashed towards the Pokémon Center. Greetings, Trainer Tetsuya. Your Pokémon has completed its examination, and all is normal. Its development is exceptionally promising. Congratulations on evolving into a Pidgeot. Joy greeted him with a warm smile, confirming his identity before handing him the Pokeball containing the Pidgeot. Tetsuya returned her smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Nurse Joy, for your hard work. Joy nodded with a smile, indicating no need for formality, and Tetsuya turned to leave. As Joy watched Tetsuya depart, she glanced at his profile information and made a simple notation. In the records of the Joy family, it was noted that once a Pidgey evolved into its final form, Pidgeot, it exhibited the potential to ascend to the ranks of a near champion. This signified that, even without innate talent, Tetsuya could at least become a seasoned elite trainer, relying solely on his Pidgeot. Should fortune favor him further, the Pidgeot might possess even greater potential, promising a future of formidable strength. Moreover, Tetsuya was quite young and an orphan. Having nurtured a Pidgey to evolve into a Pidgeot in just over a year indicated not only luck, but also a rare aptitude for training. Nurse Joy noted that the Pidgeot had been exceptionally well cared for, evidencing Tetsuya's talent as a breeder. She admired his approach to handling Pokémon, recognizing that even as a humble orphan, he had considerable prospects of becoming a near champion or even a full-fledged champion. Those with champion potential naturally warranted meticulous documentation for future investment, even if the odds were slim. Joy simply fulfilled her family's duties with this notation before turning back to her work. Unbeknownst to Tetsuya, he had been marked as a potential training talent, while he remained preoccupied with his recent accomplishments. My luck has been splendid lately. This task has yielded a significant profit, he mused. After submitting his task, he awaited the rewards, which would take approximately 2 hours to process. For such cleanup missions, the Hunter Center not only retrieved designated leader Pokémon, but also dispatched personnel for verification, which required time. Initially, there had been instances of exploitation, where individuals captured a few requested Pokémon and falsely submitted them as leader Pokémon, but this practice had been corrected to necessitate specialized confirmation. However, Tetsuya was unperturbed, having completed the task and patiently awaited the transfer notification. First, he needed to visit the black market to sell the newly captured Abra, which represented his most substantial profit from this endeavor. Cloaked in a similar black robe, Tetsuya rented a temporary stall at the black market for 1 hour, costing 1,000 Alliance coins. Though not impoverished, he winced at the expense, finding it quite steep. One might wonder why a black market would have a management office. After all, such clandestine transactions necessitate order, especially considering the lucrative nature of the trade, which many families lack the resources to establish. Hastening to his stall, Tetsuya placed the Pokeball containing the Abra on the table, inscribing Abra, elite level, capable of telekinesis, auction for 1 hour, highest bidder wins, starting price 1.2 million. Concise and to the point. Although Tetsuya had never sold a Pokemon before, he had frequented the black market over the years and was familiar with the basic dynamics. A Pokemon like this Abra, possessing telekinesis, was a rare find at the black market, and an auction was the most advantageous method for maximizing profit. Tetsuya sat confidently behind the stall, awaiting the arrival of affluent buyers. Before long, his stall drew the attention of several passers-by, with cloaked figures expertly placing bids. 1. 22 million 1. 25 million 1. 30 million 1. 32 million. Within just half an hour, the bids soared to 1.6 million. Half an hour later, Jia emerged from the black market management office, his face alight with joy, and returned home. Oh yeah, upon arriving, he could no longer contain his excitement and began to cheer. The final price was 2 million. Initially, Jia had anticipated selling for around 2 million, perhaps even as low as 1.9 million, but he was pleasantly surprised to have achieved such a high price. Sitting on the sofa, He chuckled as he gazed at his balance. At that moment, the 70,000 Alliance coins from his cleanup task had also been credited to his account, eliciting no emotional response from him, just pocket change. Jie began to feel a sense of inflated pride. This glaring figure was far more tangible than the firestones. However, he quickly composed himself, for this sum, combined with his previous savings, amounted to just over 4 million, barely enough to purchase 1/5 of a small Charizard egg. Restraining himself, Jie began to contemplate his next steps. Although he hadn't initially planned to nurture a second Pokémon, the unexpected windfall and the evolution of his Pidgeot allowed him to expedite his plans. This way, even if he used the proceeds from the Firestones to acquire a Pokémon egg, he would have sufficient savings and strength to train his next Pokémon, thus establishing a virtuous cycle. The pressing question now was which Pokémon to select as his second companion. After preparing dinner for himself and Pidgeot, Jie slowly ascended the stairs. Deep in thought. Chapter 11. Planning and Selling Firestones. Jie pondered for a moment before opening his computer to begin strategizing. This world was a tangible one, where a singular attribute team would have certain advantages in the early stages of training and battling, as the cultivation methods and resources were relatively uniform, and the combat strategies were simpler. Consequently, many average elite trainers opted to raise Pokémon of a single type to bolster their strengths, as the training methods, while varying, were largely similar, allowing for a quicker formation of battle prowess. However, the more formidable trainers seldom confined themselves to nurturing only one type of Pokémon. Even those specializing in dragon types would incorporate various secondary attributes into their teams. The reasons for this are manifold. First and foremost is the issue of resources. It is challenging to ensure that one can provide enough training resources for at least 6 primary Pokémon of the same type. After all, the materials acquired during adventures are diverse, making it difficult to guarantee they meet the needs of the chosen attribute. Even through exchanges, assembling the right combination is arduous. This is especially true for powerful Pokémon, whose training materials are not easily obtained, regardless of wealth. Secondly, there are tactical considerations. A trainer specializing in a single attribute has a more straightforward strategy, and attribute advantages cannot be overlooked in battles where strengths are closely matched. Attributes are often the decisive factor. A certain flying-type champion exemplified this quite well. Additionally, single-type Pokémon often lack versatility, which poses a significant risk for trainers who reside in the wild. Lack of versatility equates to insecurity and, ultimately, potential demise. Jie contemplated his choices by drawing parallels with the team configurations he had employed in his previous gaming life. To simplify, he envisioned roles akin to tanks, damage dealers, and healers, albeit without such clear delineation. For instance, as a healer, Jie yearned to nurture a Happiny to serve as the team's medic. But under the control of the Joy family, this could hardly be termed a dream. It was more akin to a delusion. Thus, Jie resolved to further educate himself on related knowledge, settling for a humanoid nurse instead. As for Pokémon capable of healing, they were not entirely absent. For example, Shiny Gardevoir ranked at the top of Jie's list of desired Pokémon. However, the difficulty level was significant. While certainly simpler than obtaining a Happiny, it was still far from easy. Thus, the healer role was virtually non-existent for the time being, unless Jie experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck, in which case he would have to wait a considerable duration. Jie initially assessed Pidgeot's positioning within his team, concluding that Pidgeot might currently serve as an underwhelming assassin. Pidgeot could utilize quick attack in conjunction with various skills to strike swiftly and then retreat. Moreover, Pidgeot's mid to long range attacks were not weak, allowing for effective harassment while maintaining distance. In the wild, Pidgeot could also function as an excellent means of transport and reconnaissance. However, its damage output remained relatively low. It would only achieve a one-hit knockout once it learned skills like Tailwind and Brave Bird, which was not the case at present. Thus, Jie believed that his second Pokémon needed to embody a warrior-like role, capable of facing enemies head-on, possessing exceptional melee capabilities and solid resistance, thereby allowing for swift enemy resolution. This consideration narrowed his options significantly, prompting Jie to frown while making adjustments on his computer. For melee prowess, it would be best to have fighting-type attributes. Failing that, at least fighting-type moves would suffice. In this regard, the evolution of Lucario to Rolu appeared most fitting, though the difficulty level was considerable and would have to be revisited later. Nidoking was also a viable option, but requiring a Moonstone for evolution made it even pricier than the Firestones. Pass. Scyther was too fragile. Pass. And the same reasoning applied to Mismagius. The same went for Froakie. Pass. For reasons akin to those concerning Nidoking. Onix was a solid choice, Yet while Jie was aware it evolved from onyx stone, he lacked specific knowledge on how to proceed, as this information was not publicly available. Thus, pass, and the same applied to Makok. Snorlax? Forget it. He simply could not afford it, truly unaffordable. Continuously eliminating choices, Jie ultimately discovered that only 2 Pokémon remained, Electabuzz and Torchic. It was not that these were the only suitable options. Rather, Jie had selectively excluded others, such as Hitmonchan, simply because he found them unappealing, not handsome enough. With no further justification. As for Electabuzz, it was one of the few Pokémon whose evolution method he knew from his previous life. Jie deemed it sufficiently stylish, prompting him to research that it evolved from Electrike when equipped with an Electorizer. While the market price of the Electorizer was not exorbitant, it was not cheap either. Jie speculated that most trainers were unaware that the Electorizer could facilitate Electabuzz's evolution into Electivire. Conversely, those in the know were reluctant to purchase the Electorizer at a high price, as it would raise suspicions. Thus, its price remained in a stable, mediocre range. This was good news for Jie. In summary, whether nurturing Electabuzz or Torchic, the investment required was roughly equivalent. Electabuzz's egg was somewhat cheaper, but necessitated an Electorizer, while Torchic's egg was pricier yet required no additional materials for evolution. Normal training would suffice. Jie stretched, glancing at the time. The simple selection process had consumed an hour, and it was now past 9 o'clock, given the sheer number of Pokémon species available. Closing his computer, Jie took a shower and climbed into bed, contemplating the busy day ahead. An early morning workout followed by the sale of the Firestones and a visit to the black market. It was indeed a hectic schedule. Drowsily, Jie's mind wandered into a chaotic haze, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. Jie emerged from the bathroom, having just completed his morning workout. After putting away Pidgeot, who had enjoyed a hearty breakfast, he strolled towards the trading center in the city center. The trading center, alongside the Bounty Hunter Center, flanked the Pokémon Center on either side. Unlike the Hunter's mission targets, which involved merchants seeking various raw materials for item crafting, the trading center primarily catered to trainers' needs for cultivation materials. Upon entering the hall, a massive screen greeted him, filled with dense listings of various trainers' exchange and purchase information. Below lies a series of computers, where aspiring trainers can engage in real-time keyword searches for trading and exchange. The Pokémon Forum serves merely as a platform for information exchange and the establishment of preliminary trading intentions. Private transactions are certainly permissible, yet the inherent risks must be borne by oneself. Most trainers prefer to complete their trades at the trading center, even if it necessitates a deposit fee, for this is far preferable to falling victim to deceit. Jie first visited the appraisal station to assess the concentration of his Firestone, subsequently uploading the certification to the trading center's backend to announce Firestone of quality 89 for sale. Payment can be made in cash or cash materials, electric or fire. He then proceeded to the waiting area, perusing the forum while awaiting offers. Chapter 12. High prices and the journey to the black market store. High-quality Firestones are undoubtedly among the most sought-after commodities. Just a minute into his browsing on the Pokémon Forum, Jie's wristwatch began to chime incessantly, signaling incoming offers from the backend. Although he had anticipated this, he was nonetheless taken aback, staring at the flood of notifications in his trading backend, which indicated a staggering 99 messages. He felt a sense of bewilderment. Furrowing his brow, Jie sensed something amiss. After all, while high-quality Firestones may be rare, it seemed improbable that so many individuals would vie for their acquisition, or that there would be such a multitude of affluent buyers. Upon examining the backend, his expression darkened. It was indeed the case. 10 million plus 10 effect charcoal is a no-go, with an attached offer. 20 million is the maximum I can offer, my friend, with an attached offer. Taking a deep breath, Jie decisively appended the phrase clown crawl to his sale title and set a minimum price of 28 million, having learned the hard way from his inexperience. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, he approached the trading computer to peruse information. The alliance system had automatically filtered his newly established minimum price, and upon refreshing the backend, he found 12 messages. This was a more reasonable number of offers. Among the offers, he dismissed the lower bids, retaining only the 3 highest: 45 million in cash, 42 million in cash, and 30 million worth of cocoa berries, followed by 43 million for 200 worth of candlewood berries. Cocoa berries are used for nurturing fire-type Pokémon, enhancing the intensity of their internal fire energy, while candlewood berries serve the same purpose for electric-type Pokémon. Similar fruits include water-type Thousand Fragrance berries and grass-type Loisy berries. Commonly exchanged resources among elite trainers, collectively termed energy fruits. Though their yield is substantial, it pales in comparison to the demand. Higher-tier fruits, such as sandscale berries or dragonfire berries, which can augment Pokemon abilities, are exceedingly rare and typically found only in the wild. Jia had never heard of anyone successfully cultivating these rare fruits artificially. Now, with the three offers valued equally at 45 million, the decision lay in selecting one. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he ultimately opted for the 45 million cash offer. After all, he was still uncertain about which second Pokemon he would acquire and needed to explore the black market for exceptional individuals. If he exchanged for nurturing materials now and later found them unsuitable, he would need to trade again. It was wiser to choose alliance currency, as he could purchase more later. Additionally, the initial nurturing phase does not require an excessive amount of energy fruits, and managing their preservation could be cumbersome. He could simply buy a small quantity from the Alliance Mall later, even if at a higher unit price. For larger quantities, he would procure them from the trading center. Upon confirming the transaction, Jia handed the Firestone to the Alliance staff. After a series of operations, 55 million, minus the deposit fee, swiftly entered his account 3 hours later. Originally, this process would take longer, as the buyer's confirmation of receipt was necessary. However, fortune smiled upon him. For the buyer resided in the neighboring Huahuan city and had willingly paid an additional 10,000 Alliance coins for expedited service. Consequently, the buyer confirmed receipt of the Firestone 2 hours later, and naturally, the funds were transferred to Jia. Exiting the trading center, Jia glanced at the balance notification on his wristwatch, unable to suppress a smile. His elation bubbled over. This was far more exhilarating than the mere 2 million he had experienced the previous day. This marked the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he possessed over 8 digits in savings. And not starting with a 1. Alas, he would soon spend a significant portion of it. Jia gradually made his way toward the black market. Finding a secluded spot to don a standard black cloak, he began his search for his target. The black market is primarily divided into 2 areas, the stall zone and the black market store, a distinction that is readily comprehensible. The former is where casual trainers sell their wares, much like Jia did with his Butterfree, simply paying a stall fee to set up shop. The latter, however, comprises organized groups delegating the black market to conduct bulk sales, effectively transforming it into a vast marketplace for Pokemon eggs, albeit organized by attributes and sales personnel. The suppliers in the latter category are either large families or poaching teams, or organizations akin to Team Rocket, selling their spoils in large quantities for money or resources. When questioned about why the Alliance does not intervene, Jia has often speculated that the power brokers behind the black market may actually be the local elites, making it impossible for the Alliance to cleanly eradicate it. Thus, rather than attempting a futile cleanup that leads to chaos, it is deemed more prudent to allow the black market to develop with a semblance of order, providing the lower-class populace with an illusory chance at prosperity. Jia first meandered through the stall zone, where only 4 or 5 stalls offered Fire Chick or Electric Shock Pokemon, along with their respective eggs. The combined number of these 2 Pokemon did not exceed 10, and their potential was not particularly high. While it was difficult to find, Jia had no intention of using Pokemon with potential below the champion tier as his main team members. As a transmigrator endowed with a unique advantage, Jia's aspirations extended far beyond merely becoming an elite trainer. His goal was to secure an Electric Shock Pokemon with King tier potential and a Fire Chick ideally at the quasi-champion level. After all, as one of the starter Pokemon, Fire Chick is highly coveted. One should not underestimate the significance of the starter trio. They have been determined through years of analysis by the Alliance as the most suitable Pokemon for novice trainers, a fact evidenced by many trainers' experiences. Where there is demand, there will be supply. Moreover, the Electric Shock Pokemon, which ostensibly has only one evolutionary form, is not particularly popular. Consequently, the number of Fire Chick eggs in the black market far surpasses that of Electric Shock eggs. A greater quantity implies a higher probability of stumbling upon a gem, and naturally, Jia's standards would be elevated. In the stall zone, Fire Chick accounted for 6 of the 8 available Pokemon, leaving only 2 Electric Shock Pokemon, each with ordinary and elite potential, respectively. Jia felt no disappointment. After all, high-quality Pokemon in the stall zone are exceedingly rare. The stall owners are typically adventurers who have stumbled upon Pokemon or eggs during their journeys, offering no guarantees regarding potential. However, the black market store presents a different scenario. Jia proceeded toward the right side of the stall zone, where a large door stood, staffed by personnel validating the assets of those wishing to enter the black market store. The basic requirement is to present a savings card with a balance exceeding 5 million Alliance coins. Otherwise, entry is prohibited, while screening personnel to prevent an influx of individuals. Some have inadvertently caused damage to the Pokémon eggs without the means to compensate, although the black market would eventually educate him on the concept of reasonable reimbursement. It would undoubtedly complicate matters. Thus, it was prudent to conduct a preliminary verification of funds. This marked Tetsuya's inaugural visit to a black market store, and he was uncertain of what awaited him inside. Approaching the entrance, Tetsuya produced a prepared anonymous savings card and handed it to the black market staff, which contained a sum ample enough for the verification process. Chapter 13. Takeoff. The black market staff inserted the savings card into a verification device, and after confirming its validity, returned the card to Tetsuya. He received it with a casual motion and stepped through the grand entrance of the black market store. Before him lay a spacious hall adorned with white brick flooring, lined with numerous doors, each marked with distinct elemental symbols. As Tetsuya entered, a woman stationed nearby approached him with an inquiry. "Good day, how may I assist you?" Tetsuya took a moment to glance at the alluring server, her attire revealing much of her figure, causing his heart, a 30-something virgin, to flutter momentarily, though he quickly suppressed the sensation. After all, distractions could only impede his ability to throw pokeballs efficiently. His voice emerged from beneath his dark cloak. "Where might I find the eggs of Electabuzz or Torchic? Please lead the way." The server inclined slightly, revealing her upper curves as she gestured for him to follow. "Currently, the Torchic eggs are being selected by another customer. I suggest you first explore the storage room for Electabuzz eggs." Tetsuya nodded subtly, signaling her to proceed. The server guided him through a doorway emblazoned with a lightning bolt, leading him into a series of small chambers. Each room bore labels indicating the various types of Pokémon eggs available. Soon, they arrived at the room housing Electabuzz eggs. The server used her work card to unlock the door, revealing 3 shelves brimming with Electabuzz eggs. Although the further back one ventured, the sparser the eggs became. The shelves corresponded to 3 different price tiers, which the server adeptly explained. Regarding Electabuzz, the prices are set at 12 million, 15 million, and 18 million respectively. These valuations are determined by our black market's credentialed assessors, who evaluate the potential qualities of the Pokémon that may hatch from the eggs. The higher the potential, the steeper the price. The assessment criteria primarily involve the prowess of the parents and the overall condition of the egg. Naturally, inaccuracies can occur. We can only guarantee that each egg possesses at least elite potential. Instances have arisen where a customer purchased the highest-priced egg only to find it hatched into an elite Pokémon, while conversely, others have acquired the lowest-graded eggs and ended up with a champion. I hope you find an egg that resonates with you, but please ensure you do not damage any of them. With that, the server stepped aside, allowing Tetsuya to commence his examination. Trainers often exhibit peculiar behaviors when selecting Pokémon eggs. Some are drawn to specific patterns, while others feel a mystical connection to a particular egg after perusing them all. The server, having undergone training, stood by silently, observing unless Tetsuya exhibited any destructive tendencies or requested further explanations. Complaints could lead to financial penalties, which were best avoided. Tetsuya, disregarding the server's presence, summoned Zero and began his inspection, declaring, "Elite, elite, elite," as he scanned the first shelf. The adage "you get what you pay for" held true. The stall's uniform pricing listed Electabuzz eggs at 10 million and Torchic eggs at 20 million, significantly lower. However, the stall's offerings were limited in quantity and potential, with most eggs lacking in quality. Having quickly surveyed the first shelf, he noted a few outliers, 2 or 3 near champions, amidst the otherwise disappointing selections. Moving to the second shelf, he observed a notable improvement in quality. The proportion of eggs with near champion potential rose from 20 to 50, albeit still with only a handful of eggs available. Regrettably, none possessed the champion-level potential he sought. Upon reaching the third shelf, he found a mere 5 eggs on display. A flicker of excitement coursed through him. Luck appeared to be on his side. Among the 5, 1 was elite, 3 were near champions, and 1 held the coveted champion potential. He couldn't help but relish the misfortune of trainers who might spend exorbitantly only to secure an elite Pokémon. He signaled to the server, pointing at the champion potential egg. "Record this one, and now take me to the Torchic eggs." The server retrieved her device, made a note, and after confirming the absence of customers in the Torchic egg room via her walkie-talkie, she led Tetsuya out. The prices for Torchic eggs were set at 22 million, 25 million, and 30 million. They soon arrived at the door leading to the Torchic egg chamber, where the server provided a brief overview before discreetly stepping aside. The price disparities for Torchic eggs were even more pronounced, as higher quality Torchics held greater allure for most trainers, reflecting market demand. Tetsuya, following the previous pattern, swiftly scanned the first and second shelves, yielding no surprises. Although the quality assessors in this world did not possess Zero's precision, they still provided a reasonable estimate based on various factors. Upon reaching the third shelf, he discovered 12 Torchic eggs, more than double the number of Electabuzz eggs. He silently prayed for the favor of Lady Luck, or perhaps the blessings of Giratina, though he had successfully completed the task of acquiring a champion-level Electabuzz. The prospect of an even superior Torchic would be nothing short of fortuitous. As he meticulously examined the eggs, he noted near champions, near champions, near champions, a champion, near champions, and near champions once more. By the 10th egg, he found no surprises. Only 2 champions, mirroring the probability from the Electabuzz shelf, and still no elite potential. Tetsuya remained relaxed. The odds were simply too slim. Any egg that might possess the potential for a near champion or champion would surely not be up for sale. Trainers would gamble on them instead. After all, even a loss would yield a champion, making it a worthwhile risk. Just as he pondered this, his gaze fell upon the 11th egg. Tetsuya's eyes widened beneath his cloak, and his fist clenched instinctively. Glancing at the final egg, he dismissed it as a near champion, mediocre. He pointed to the 11th egg and instructed the server, "This one. Let us settle the payment." The server sensed a shift in Tetsuya's tone, but could not discern its cause. Complying with his request, she activated her walkie-talkie. Shortly thereafter, another male server arrived, equipped with the necessary apparatus for transporting the Pokémon egg. Tetsuya watched as the male server carefully placed the egg into the device, then promptly handed over 2 anonymous savings cards, one containing 10 million and the other 20 million. After a brief verification, the server's smile transformed into one of genuine warmth. She enlisted the male server's assistance to safely stow the Pokémon egg into Tetsuya's spatial backpack. The transaction concluded seamlessly. The female server escorted Tetsuya to the store's exit, joyfully returning to her cohort, having earned a commission of 50,000 Alliance coins. Our protagonist, Jia, stepped out of the black market with a pace that seemed slow yet was quite brisk, seeking a secluded spot to shed his dark robe and stow it away in his backpack. After ensuring he was not being followed, he broke into a light jog back home. Upon entering and securely closing the door behind him, Jia promptly delivered a sharp slap to his own face. Ouch! He winced. Cradling his cheek, the pain was all too real. With utmost care, he retrieved the freshly acquired egg of the fiery chick and opened the Zero device to verify once more. Indeed, this fiery chick's egg possessed champion-level potential. Skipping right past the status of a mere prospective champion to ascend directly to the caliber of a champion. In sheer jubilation, Jia executed a spontaneous 360-degree spin, reminiscent of an Armstrong rocket launch. He exuberantly celebrated in the living room for half an hour like a husky, until he finally managed to calm his racing heart, forever murmuring words of gratitude for the mysterious appraiser, whom he deemed a truly benevolent soul. He wished for their long life, hoping they would thrive for many years to come. To put it in perspective, the chance of Jia encountering such a fortuitous event was akin to a lawyer suddenly appearing at one's doorstep to announce an inheritance of 1 billion, all in cash after taxes. The shock was comparable to a truck delivering this windfall right to one's feet. Jia's hands trembled at the thought. What? Was it even possible for Zero to make a mistake? He would crawl as far as necessary. Anyone daring to utter such a thing to him would surely receive a furious retort. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, attempting to soothe his tumultuous emotions. As he released his mighty bird, he began to gently massage its feathers. The bird, initially thinking it was mealtime, soon found itself being lovingly embraced by its trainer, who began to groom its plumage. The bird felt a wave of despair. Had its trainer gone mad? After nearly 2 years, it had never suspected such a thing. Half an hour later, Jia was meticulously combing through the bird's feathers with a specialized brush, chuckling to himself. The bird lay contentedly on the floor, relishing the attention, though the occasional laughter from its trainer sent chills down its spine. After finishing the grooming, Jia prepared a sumptuous lunch for the bird, allowing it some leisure time to play. By this point, Jia had regained a semblance of composure. After all, the revelation had been overwhelmingly delightful. Champion potential signified that, given the right resources, Jia could nurture a champion-level fiery chick. This prospect could make him a king among trainers and even allow him to vie for the championship title. Although the resources required would amount to a minimum of 10 digits, the mere existence of hope was exhilarating. Jia felt as though he were the chosen one. First encountering a legendary potential Bobo egg, and now a champion potential fiery chick egg. He swore that he would treat any future meeting with a Jirachi to an abundance of delectable treats. He pulled out his computer, neglecting his own hunger. For the Fiery Chick's champion, potential necessitated a revision of his earlier nurturing plan. Jia feverishly began to modify the young Chick's developmental strategy based on his knowledge and the insights from Zero. 2 hours later, at 2 in the afternoon, his growling stomach finally prompted him to set aside the computer, having completed his revisions. He transferred the updated plan to his smartwatch and entered the kitchen, preparing his lunch and afternoon tea while simultaneously checking for any oversights. Chapter 14. Spending like water and contemplating the future. Jia continued to scroll through his plans, confirming their accuracy before beginning his meal. Deciding to head out for shopping later that afternoon, he swiftly finished his lunch, carefully placing the fiery chick egg into his backpack. After coaxing his bird, which had been basking in the sun in the backyard, back inside, he set off towards the Alliance Mall. As dusk approached, the city of Jobin and the Jobin Forest were bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. After an entire afternoon of fervent shopping at the Alliance Mall and Trading Center, Jia returned home, laden with treasures yet wearied, not to mention significantly lighter in the wallet. Despite having mentally prepared for the expenditure, the reality of swiping his card for such a large haul was still quite painful. He collapsed onto his sofa, feeling more fatigued than he had during any adventure. After a struggle to prepare dinner for both himself and his bird, Jia began to take stock of his purchases. First, he had acquired 6 luxurious balls produced by the Shirafu Company, providing his bird and fiery chick with an optimal environment, as well as preparing for future endeavors. Beyond their protective features against fire, impact, water, and electricity, these luxury balls offered a level of interior space that was akin to a mansion compared to a cottage, complete with automated simulations designed for the comfort of Pokémon. Additionally, these luxury balls could be linked to the trainer's smartwatch, allowing real-time monitoring of the Pokémon's health. As for concerns regarding data leakage, Jia reasoned that it was an inevitability, and given the basic nature of such monitoring, fluctuations were commonplace, so he dismissed any worries. Furthermore, Shirafu Company had never concealed this fact, and trainers were well aware. However, the quality of their products was unparalleled, making them irresistible. The potential for data leakage seemed trivial when compared to the quality, and the company had established a reputation for reliability, which people generally trusted. Jia also purchased various other items from Shirafu Company, upgrading his gear in the process. This included a new smartwatch, a spacious backpack, and a tent, each boasting significantly improved functionality. For instance, his backpack's capacity had expanded from 10 cubic units to 50. The equipment now featured basic interactive functions, such as the ability of the smartwatch to control the tent settings. In total, his expenditure with Shirafu Company amounted to a staggering 1.5 million Alliance currency, a sum made somewhat more palatable by the trade-in of his previous gear, which was also from Shirafu. Next, Jia visited the Devon Manufacturing Company's store, spending 500,000 on the latest navigation device and drone, and another 1,000,000 on 2 fully equipped outdoor exploration suits, complete with temperature regulation, environmental monitoring, positioning, and transformation capabilities, an array of cutting-edge technologies. He also purchased a complete set of training equipment for the fiery chick, costing an additional 1.5 million, and replaced his bird's old-weight training apparatus for 300,000. All of this together had already amounted to 4.8 million Alliance currency, and this was just a fraction of his total expenditures. The next items were the real heavyweights. Jia first procured the nutritional supplements necessary for the fiery chick, sourced from the Golden City. These supplements had the limited capacity to enhance the physical attributes of young Pokémon. Essentially, if one continuously fed the nutritional supplements until the Pokémon matured beyond its juvenile stage, that Pokémon would be marginally superior in every aspect compared to those that did not receive the supplements. A complete set of nutritional supplements included 7 types: health, energy, special attack, special defense, physical attack, physical defense, and speed, each bottle containing 10 milliliters, to be administered 3 times a day. Given that the juvenile stage of Pokémon typically lasts around 20 days, Jia would require 60 sets. The price? Well, Jia could only sigh at the exorbitance. Each set of nutritional supplements cost 50,000, totaling 3 million for the 60 sets, with no discounts or negotiations. Juvenile Pokémon also needed an array of vitamins, which the store clerk assured were readily available. With scientifically formulated combinations, the complex vitamin tablets, requiring 2 per day for a total of 40 to be consumed until the Pokémon matured, were quite affordable at just 200,000. Jia paid with tears in his eyes. Not only that, but he also had Zero's nurturing plan to consider. The total expenditure on medicinal herbs amounted to 600,000, while various types of tree fruits incurred a cost of 1.5 400,000. The trading center's procurement of sprite materials set him back 1,000,000. Moreover, an additional 6,200,000 was spent on the fire chick. Yet fortunately, these expenses were not solely for its juvenile stage. Jia estimated that an extra 1,800,000 in resources would suffice for the fire chick to swiftly advance to the elite level. Otherwise, the financial burden of just the juvenile stage would have been utterly overwhelming for him. As for the sustenance of the two sprites, it was somewhat manageable, costing only 600,000. Given that he was now relatively affluent, Jia wished for both the Pidgeot and the fire chick to have a decent diet. Thus, he exchanged the original solid granular sprite food for energy blocks, purchasing a month's supply. Although expensive, these offered superior nutrition. Were it not for his lack of ability to create energy blocks, synthesizing them from tree fruits would have sufficed. Next came the nurturing of the Pidgeot. Jia anticipated that he would refrain from taking on any further tasks until the fire chick reached the elite rank. The focus would remain on training the Pidgeot, leading him to allocate another 1,700,000 for its nurturing materials. After tallying all expenses, Jia realized that this shopping spree had cost him a staggering 13,000,000. He gazed at the balance on his card with a bitter smile. This morning, he had nearly 49,000,000, but merely 12 hours later, it had plummeted to a mere 6,000,000. His assets had diminished by a staggering 90%. Yet, this was an essential investment. While it was not to say that without these expenditures the fire chick could not grow stronger, the pace of progress would undoubtedly slow considerably. With Pidgeot serving as a prime example, had Jia been able to provide such nurturing to his Pidgeot when it was still a Pidgey, it likely would have reached its current strength in no more than 6 months. Nevertheless, Jia was acutely aware that his current rate of advancement was remarkably dreamlike, especially when compared to other ordinary trainers. After all, he was a time traveler blessed with a golden finger, fortunate enough to encounter 2 high-potential sprite eggs and a high-quality fire stone, in addition to possessing an extraordinary memory and swift learning abilities. If this were not deemed exceptional, one would have to seek out the true prodigies of this world. Jia had initially intended to become a champion by the age of 30, gradually growing stronger with the help of his accumulated experience and zero, eventually achieving the status of a league high-ranking official by his 40s, which he considered a success. The rigid class stratification of this world made it exceedingly difficult for him to ascend to high positions, even with his perceived protagonist status, as he was ultimately just an orphan without the backing of any family faction. However, given the current circumstances, Jia felt that his aspirations might be realized several years ahead of schedule. There were both advantages and disadvantages to this. According to Jia's original estimates, though his rate of progress was commendable, it could hardly be classified as prodigious. After all, this world was replete with geniuses, such as Professor Oak, Dragon Tamer Dewey, Sinnoh Champion Cynthia, and the current league president, Mr. Damalanki. Even Shiba had achieved quasi-champion status before the age of 30. Jia's performance would merely attract attention. As long as he could find a powerful ally, ascending the ranks within the league system would still be feasible. However, should he exhibit talent deemed excessively prodigious, even with a modicum of luck perceived by others, it would become challenging for him to freely seek an ally, necessitating careful selection. Most families would prefer to recruit such exceptional talents into their ranks. If that were unachievable, they would resort to stifling potential in the cradle. This compelled Jia to seek a sufficiently powerful ally who could also provide protection, ensuring a degree of safety. This was a recurring source of anxiety for him, which is why he refrained from extensively utilizing Zero's potential detection capabilities for profit. Jia could easily find high-potential sprite eggs, and assessing the talents of the sprouted juvenile sprites was significantly simpler than that of the eggs. Moreover, the price differential between the two was at least doubled. For instance, a sprite egg with potential that could only be determined to be between elite and quasi-champion might sell for 12,000,000. Once hatched and assessed as elite quality, its value might drop to 10,000,000, while if it were determined to be quasi-champion, the price would immediately soar to 20,000,000. This was precisely why Jia opted to purchase sprite eggs. Aside from the issue of intimacy, cost was also a factor. Thanks to Zero, he had no need to expend substantial sums on juvenile sprites of high quality. Additionally, it was improbable that he would stumble upon a significant find like a champion potential fire chick. Had he engaged in such buy and sell practices, Jia could have quickly accumulated initial capital. He estimated that had he pursued this strategy, he would now possess 6 primary sprites, all at least of elite caliber. However, Jie had not employed this method even once in 16 years. It was not out of fear of detection by the League. After all, a few instances would not raise alarm. Yet, Jie had grown up in the city of Shijian, which posed a considerable threat. While he might not have known much about his past life, he was aware that the leader of the Shijian Gym, the Earthmaster Sakaki, was the head of the largest organization in Kanto, Team Rocket. Furthermore, there was only one black market per region, and Kanto's black market was conveniently located near Shijian City. If one were to claim that there was no foul play involved, Jie would find such a notion utterly implausible, willing to stake his life on it. If Team Rocket deemed Jie suspicious, they could easily abduct him for dissection and experimentation, a fate far worse than death. Jie was unwilling to wager his life, thus maintaining a steady control over his advancement throughout these years. However, with a champion potential fire chick at his disposal, not taking the risk would render him even more stagnant than a mere fish. As long as he did not overtly reveal the fire chick's rapid progress, others would not discern the issue of its potential. At the very least, Jie was publicly recognized as a genius. Nurturing an exceptional fire chick to progress at an accelerated pace was still relatively feasible, coupled with the possibility of encountering various fortuitous events during his adventures. This was not unreasonable. Once Jie had secretly developed sufficient strength for self-preservation, he could boldly elevate his capabilities. Until then, he believed it prudent to adopt a more cautious approach. Those reckless protagonists would soon find themselves in dire straits. Chapter 15. The Birth of the Fire Chick and the Attributes of High-Potential Sprites. Jie ascended the stairs with the incubator and the fire chick egg, stepping into his room. He carefully secured it on the table, then lay back on the bed and activated the projection mode on his newly purchased wristwatch, beginning to pay for and view the papers published by League researchers. As night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings, and Jie gradually succumbed to slumber, leaving only the incubator on the table, intermittently flickering with a faint red glow from within. 2 days later, at noon, under the brilliant sunshine, Jie had just concluded his morning training session with Pidgeot and returned home to prepare lunch. Suddenly, the egg in the incubator began to emit a radiant white light. Jie was elated. This signaled imminent hatching, reminiscent of Pidgey's hatching years ago. Calculating the time, the fire chick's egg had been in the incubator for over 50 hours, aligning perfectly with the expected hatching duration, showing no signs of premature birth. As Jie's thoughts wandered, the white light gradually faded. Chamo, a tender voice emerged, revealing a sprite predominantly orange in color, adorned with 2 diminutive wings, materializing before Jie. The fire chick widened its eyes, gazing at the impressive figure before it. Most juvenile Pokémon instinctively regard the first creature they encounter upon birth as their kin, and the fire chick was no exception. "Hello, little one." Jie responded with a smile to the fire chick's greeting. "Ciao." The fiery chick's eyes narrowed into a mere slit, joyfully chirping. Tetsuya gently extended his hands, cradling the freshly hatched fiery chick, delicately grooming its slightly disheveled feathers that had emerged from the shell. The chick lazily reclined, its body enveloped in fluffy down, radiating warmth as it nestled in the palms of his hands. The newly born sprite's body remained somewhat fragile, and soon, under Tetsuya's attentive care, the fiery chick gradually succumbed to slumber. Tetsuya carefully placed the sleeping chick into a specially prepared bed designed for young sprites. In his mind, he silently invoked 0, and after analysis, he opened the fiery chick's panel. In no time, a blue panel, visible only to Tetsuya, materialized in his field of vision. Fiery chick. Classification: Chick Pokémon. Type: Fire. Height: 0, 18 meters, average 0, for meters. Weight: 1 kilogram, average 2, 5 kilograms. Ability: Blaze. When HP is below 1-3, the power of fire type moves increases by 150. Hidden ability: Speed Boost. A Pokémon with this ability increases its speed over time in battle until it reaches its maximum. Moves: Scratch, Peck, Growl, Revenge, Inherited, Burnout, Inherited. Agility, Inherited. Level: 1, Juvenile Stage, unable to battle. Potential: Champion. Breeding method: the juvenile stage primarily focuses on development, with the following materials: nutritional potions, Mareep milk, vitamin tablets. After the juvenile stage, it is recommended to prioritize training the Pokémon's leg muscles. The development rate after birth is 144 times that of the same species. With the possibility of further growth through training, the post-weight training diet is as follows: egg from Chansey. Furthermore, it is advisable to mix spicy cherry berries and cocoa berries to enhance the intensity of the fire-type energy within the Pokémon, gradually increasing the proportion of cocoa berries thereafter. Note: It has been detected that the intensity of fire-type energy in this Pokémon is 0.5 times higher than that of its peers, indicating an exceptionally high fire-type aptitude. The mixing ratio of spicy cherry berries and cocoa berries has been adjusted from 5:1 to 3:1. Additionally, based on the performance of this Pokémon, without specific data, its reactions are at least double that of the same species, showcasing a remarkable aptitude for combat. A further plan requires a detailed report. Furthermore, the development of the speed boost ability needs to be further explored, as detailed in Dr. Tokiwa's thesis research on the hidden ability speed boost of Fiery Chick. Tetsuya gasped in astonishment at the analysis provided by Zero. Setting aside the subsequent talents, what on earth were these 3 inherited moves? Revenge, Burnout, Agility. These were either extremely powerful moves or possessed high tactical value. Moreover, they encompassed fighting, fire, and psychic types respectively. What kind of lineage did this chick possess to manifest such a chaotic array of inherited moves? It is well known that a typical Blaziken would not inherit moves like Revenge or Agility. This was indeed a paradigm shift in Tetsuya's understanding, shaped over years of study in this world. The 3 inherited moves clearly elucidated why this fiery chick exhibited exceptional aptitude in both combat and fire abilities. The inheritance of a fire-type signature move fundamentally determined the high energy and quality of fire-type energy within this Pokémon. It's improbable for one with slightly inferior aptitude to inherit a move like Burnout. Furthermore, both Revenge and Agility would further enhance its physical attributes and reflexive talents. It could be said that inherited moves and aptitude complemented each other. Those with poor aptitude would not inherit advantageous moves, while superior inherited moves would invariably elevate the Pokémon's potential. Upon seeing this panel, Tetsuya felt a sense of assurance wash over him. He would not believe anyone who claimed this Pokémon lacked champion-level potential. Even a Pidgeot of champion caliber had merely inherited a move like Hurricane, which hardly qualified as a powerful signature move. Yet, when he considered the Fiery Chick's inherited moves, it was as though the entire panel boldly proclaimed, "I am a strong second generation." Not to mention, the data provided by Zero clearly indicated that the Fiery Chick possessed extraordinary talents that surpassed the norm. It is noteworthy that this fraction, when converted to a percentage, ranged from 30 to 90, which was utterly outrageous. In high-level battles, possessing merely a 10% advantage over an opponent could grant one the upper hand, let alone the overwhelming talent of the Fiery Chick. To put it succinctly, Tetsuya estimated that under equal conditions, prior to reaching champion status, as long as the opposing Pokémon wasn't an extraordinary legendary with unparalleled aptitude, the Fiery Chick could easily take on 3 at once. With type advantages considered, perhaps just 2, let's be modest. Tetsuya firmly believed that there were not many Pokémon in this world that simultaneously held champion-level potential while inheriting such powerful moves. Even if there were, the worst-case scenario would be a 50-50 chance, wouldn't it? Moreover, Tetsuya had ample confidence that his commanding skills were among the finest of his peers, ensuring that he would not hinder the Fiery Chick's progress. After all, he too possessed talent. Tetsuya began to envision the future. Once it evolved into Blaziken, the battles would be a matter of life and death. However, he soon regained his composure, for he suddenly realized a troubling issue. The mixing ratio of spicy cherry berries and cocoa berries had been adjusted from 5:1 to 3:1. This seemingly simple statement from Zero concealed a rather disheartening implication. Tetsuya's mind raced as he calculated that the proportion of cocoa berries had increased from 16% to 25%, translating to a 60% rise in breeding costs. After deducting the cost of spicy cherry berries, the overall expenditure had escalated by approximately 50%. If the costs for combat training and other areas were similarly elevated, the initial budget of 8 million to raise it to elite status would require an additional 4 million. Tetsuya quickly calculated he had around 5.8 million remaining, along with another 1.8 million yet to be spent. Chapter 16, Bankruptcy? 20 days later, Tetsuya stared blankly ahead, unable to believe the results of his calculations. Refusing to accept defeat, he rechecked using a calculator, for even brilliant minds could err. Yet, the numbers on the screen confirmed Tetsuya's calculations were indeed correct. If he did not undertake any tasks, he might face bankruptcy after training the Fiery Chick to elite status. Uncertain of how much resources were required to nurture a Pokémon with champion-level potential, Tetsuya had based his revised plans on estimations derived from himself and Zero. Calculating a timeline of 7 to 8 months to reach elite status, Tetsuya first compiled a simple data table based on the resources required for an elite fire-type Pokémon, detailing necessary breeding materials and their costs. He also gathered data on Pokémon with quasi-champion and champion-level potential, listing them in the same manner. After estimating a rough range, Tetsuya believed he had generously factored in a twofold coefficient. It was worth noting that even to this day, Pidgeot had only cost around 2.3 million. Although Tetsuya understood that if he had invested heavily from the beginning, he could have accelerated the speed of reaching the same level of power significantly. However, even accounting for an additional 100,000 to 200,000 in expenses, he thought that doubling the breeding cost for the fiery chick would suffice, estimating around 8 million as reasonable. Who could have anticipated that after the fiery chick's birth, he had grossly underestimated the costs associated with its potential? Typically, the mixing ratio for juvenile fire-type Pokémon should be 10:1 for spicy cherry berries to cocoa berries. Considering the fiery chick's extraordinary aptitude, Tetsuya had resolutely decided to double the cocoa berry content, which was the standard for elite-level Pokémon during training. The freshly hatched Torchic, designated as 0, was found to require a ratio of 3:1, rather than the previously acceptable 5:1. Should this trend continue, it may necessitate a 1:1 ratio of the special cocoa fruit to enhance the quality and quantity of energy within its body even before reaching the elite stage. Not to mention, several other high-grade materials would need to be increased as well. Jia winced at the thought. He had initially hoped to retain a little over 3 million in savings for emergencies, but it seemed that would not be feasible. As for undertaking missions before Torchic reached the elite stage, Jia believed it prudent to play it safe. After all, a mishap could leave him with no recourse for lamentation. He gazed at the peacefully slumbering Torchic and smiled wryly. His Pokémon, even if it cried out, must be nurtured with care. Moreover, he believed that investment would yield returns. Just then, after a brief slumber, Torchic awoke, wobbling toward its trainer. The little creature incessantly called out, "Chamo, Chamo." Ah, indeed. The people of this world possessed a peculiar ability to roughly understand what Pokémon were saying. Although Jia was a transmigrator, he too shared this gift. Lifting Torchic gently, he said, "You're hungry, aren't you? I've prepared something for you." Jia led Torchic to the dining table, retrieving a specially prepared bowl adorned with a large emblem of a fire chicken. He poured in 200 milliliters of Mareep milk, followed by a dose of nutritional potion, accompanied by a multivitamin tablet and a few spicy energy cubes. This constituted Torchic's lunch menu for its juvenile phase. Dinner would mirror it, while breakfast would omit the multivitamin and energy cubes. Torchic sniffed and sampled the various offerings, and after discerning the flavors, it began to eat joyfully. Jia watched as the little one devoured its meal with remarkable rapidity. This was all money, little one. In under 10 minutes, Torchic had finished its feast. Jia observed the unchanged little creature with suspicion, pondering where all that food had gone. After all, Torchic was still quite small, and the amount it consumed nearly matched its entire body size. Chamo, Chamo. Satiated, Torchic hopped down from the table, wobbling skillfully towards its bed, ready to rest. Wait, wait. Jia called out, stopping the little one. Such an adorable creature. He chuckled helplessly as he approached with an empty luxury ball. Crouching down, Jia looked at Torchic earnestly and said, "Little one, do you wish to be my Pokémon? If so, just press the button in the center." He presented the luxury ball before Torchic. The little creature tilted its head and, without hesitation, pressed the button. In a flash of red light, Torchic was drawn into the luxury ball without a hint of struggle. Within half a minute, another red light flickered. "Chamo, Chamo." Torchic excitedly bounded out, exclaiming, "Oh, I see. You're quite pleased with the surroundings inside." Jia inquired with a smile. "Chamo." Torchic joyfully nodded, then scurried back towards its bed. "All right, I'll store you away." Jia understood Torchic's intent and began to operate his wristwatch. Soon, Torchic's bed was swiftly retracted. This was the marvel of technology from the Shurruff group. Jia was unaware of the underlying principles. Normally, such items could not be housed within a Pokeball, yet the series of products from Shurruff Company permitted it. This could be deemed a clever means for capitalists to profit. Upon witnessing Jia retract the bed, Torchic excitedly rushed back to his side. With a beaming smile, Jia placed Torchic back into the Pokeball. Young Pokémon spend most of their time sleeping and digesting energy, with daily exercise occupying only a small portion of their time. Typically, just a brief activity before and after meals suffices. After securing Torchic's Pokeball, Jia called to his Pidgeot in the backyard. Although Torchic did not yet require training, Pidgeot's regimen must not be neglected. Jia and Pidgeot resumed their monotonous training routine. 20 days later, on a misty morning, Jia stood in the meticulously arranged backyard with Torchic. The garden had transformed significantly, several fruit trees had been relocated to the perimeter, while peculiar devices resembling tennis ball launchers dotted the center, accompanied by small wooden stumps slightly taller than Torchic. Various props were scattered throughout. After 20 days of intensive investment, Torchic had successfully transitioned past its juvenile phase and was ready for training. At this juncture, Torchic stood at a height of 0.6 meters and weighed 4.5 kilograms, surpassing the average height and weight of its peers, which measured 0.4 meters and 2.5 kilograms respectively. Jia's Torchic could even be described as a robust specimen. Simultaneously, it had learned the moves Ember and Quick Attack during its natural growth. The lively Torchic had frequently relied on these skills, exhibiting a playful yet destructive spirit akin to that of a mischievous husky. Yet, this did not imply that Torchic's battle prowess was up to par. One glance at its pudgy physique and naive expression revealed that any seasoned Pokémon could easily handle it. Well then, Torchic, we shall officially commence your training now, Jia declared, invigorated and serious. Chamo. Torchic responded energetically, eager to stretch its limbs. Throughout these 20 days, Torchic had grown impatient to become stronger, a sentiment shared by every Pokémon. The night prior, Jia had briefed Torchic on the upcoming training, and the little creature had eagerly flapped its wings, signaling its readiness. Jia merely chuckled at Torchic's buoyant spirit. In his estimation, the initial 20 days of its life could very well have been the easiest it would ever experience. After all, its daily routine consisted merely of eating, drinking, frolicking, and napping. All Jia needed to do was ensure it received adequate nutrition. However, starting today, this little one would be required to engage in rigorous training. Much like its predecessor, Pidgeot, adhering to a strict schedule. In this world, everyone cared for their Pokémon, but that did not imply they would shy away from hardship. Only through relentless training could a Pokémon grow stronger. This was the essence of being a Pokémon trainer. Jia found it curious. Based on the portrayal in the animated series of his previous life, how did Ash's Pokémon grow stronger without training? This was entirely inconsistent with objective laws and facts. Strength is accumulated gradually. Even with monetary investment, prolonged training is essential to convert the energy derived from resources into tangible power. Otherwise, one would merely appear formidable while being fundamentally weak. One could only conclude that animation is but animation, not reflective of the realities of life. Jia hoped this little one would endure the challenges ahead. After all, he had experienced similar sentiments when nurturing Pidgey. Despite the desire to grow stronger, a child would inevitably feel the urge to retreat. Pidgey had often struggled to persevere during training. It was not until training became habitual that Pidgey ceased to complain. This also correlated with the Pokémon's temperament. Jia could only hope Torchic would not squander its champion potential, at least not become one of those rare individuals disinterested in growth. Otherwise, Jia would be left to lament his misfortune. However, after spending so many days together, Jia remained confident in Torchic's capabilities. Thus, the first training exercise of the day would be running. Jia gestured toward the distance. The round-trip distance is approximately 10 kilometers, and I will be running alongside you. Training together with Pokémon can significantly enhance the bond and intimacy between the two, not to mention that Jia himself also requires physical exercise. Upon hearing his trainer's words, the Torchic flapped its wings in excitement and readily agreed. For Torchic, running is an innate talent. It scurries about the house daily, and the prospect of running alongside its trainer makes the activity even more delightful. Furthermore, 10 kilometers is merely a trifling matter for Torchic, which is brimming with confidence, although it is entirely oblivious to the concept of counting. Eagerly, Torchic signaled its trainer to commence. Jia retrieved a dark object from his side, a part of the training gear he had purchased from the Devon Corporation specifically for Torchic, weighted clothing. You must wear this while running. Torchic cocked its head, observing its trainer as he adorned it with the peculiar outfit, its bright emblem gleaming in the light. Jia proceeded to adjust the weight settings of the attire, fine-tuning various positions based on Zero's data. Although the weighted clothing came with a set of built-in data from Devon Corporation, Jia knew that with Zero's insights and Torchic's exceptional growth, the factory settings would not suffice, necessitating his own adjustments. Once Jia completed the settings and confirmed the values, he signaled Torchic to begin. Torchic stretched its limbs, feeling no immediate discomfort, just a slight heaviness, before dashing off exuberantly. Jia instructed the nearby Pidgeot to follow and keep an eye on Torchic, while he himself ambled leisurely behind. Torchic's impressive speed was merely a reflection of its excellent development and stamina, but soon it would face the true challenge ahead. Jia maintained his own pace, and it wasn't long before he spotted Torchic's figure. At this point, Torchic began to sense something amiss. It started panting heavily. the weight of the clothing seemingly increasing with every stride. The realization struck that running could be such an arduous endeavor, and its legs felt somewhat numb. Jia couldn't help but chuckle at Torchik's deceleration. I warned you, little one, not to underestimate the weight. The Devon-weighted clothing is no mere trifle. Though it appeared indistinguishable from ordinary attire, it functioned as a portable weight chamber, akin to a gravitational field, capable of providing comprehensive training, including internal muscle engagement, with adjustable intensity for various areas. It was essential to recognize that the weight data provided by Zero was meticulously calculated, tailored to Torchik's physical condition and limits, ensuring maximum training efficacy without risking injury. Jia glanced at the data. They had covered over 3 kilometers, and he estimated that with Torchik's stamina, it could just manage to meet the target. He trotted alongside, encouraging, keep it up, Torchik. Remember to synchronize your breathing with your steps. Listening to her trainer's voice, Torchik gritted its teeth and nodded. It slowed its breathing, adjusting its rhythm, and began to run in tandem with Jia. Upon returning to the backyard, Jia paused to take a deep breath. For him, it was merely a routine warm-up, and Torchik's speed was still manageable. However, for Torchik, the situation was drastically different. As soon as Jia stopped, Torchik collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, its feathers disheveled from sweat. The inherent drying ability of the fire-type Pokémon was rendered ineffective, a testament to its exhaustion. Jia assisted Torchik in removing the weighted clothing and allowed it to rest for a moment. After all, the physiological differences between Pokémon and humans meant that Pokémon did not require the same cool-down period post-exercise. After providing some freshly squeezed orange juice, Torchik regained a portion of its stamina within half a minute. Jia fetched a chair, placing Torchik on his lap, and commenced a simple post-exercise massage using the techniques recommended by Zero. These methods were designed to facilitate recovery and stimulate Pokémon growth, with specific massage techniques corresponding to each training phase. Although Torchik was still weary, the massage from its trainer soon relaxed its entire body, alleviating the soreness in its legs. With Jia's attentive technique and appropriate pressure, Torchik felt utterly at ease. Chuck! The little creature emitted a blissful cry, signaling its trainer that he was doing well. Chapter 18. Torchik, is this hell? Jia chuckled lightly, patting the little one on the head, yet the massage continued. After approximately 20 minutes, Jia finally ceased. All right, little one. You have sufficiently recovered. It is time to commence the next training session. Reluctantly, Torchik hopped down. After 20 days of companionship, it understood precisely when its trainer was jesting and when his commands were imperative. Moreover, Torchik was eager to train and grow stronger, despite the hardships. There were also pleasurable massages and delectable food to look forward to. Your next training session will take place over there. Jia gestured to the somewhat peculiar layout of the backyard. The entire area now resembled the Wooden Man Alley of the legendary Shaolin Temple from Jia's previous life, albeit with some differences. Most of the area was enveloped in white netting, with numerous wooden stakes arranged haphazardly in several rows, creating a labyrinthine path, while sporadically positioned stakes would suddenly appear in the middle of the route. This obstacle course was designed by Jia in conjunction with Zero's plans, with the spacing between each stake meticulously measured. The course from start to finish would progressively challenge Torchik's limits. 3 fixed routes had been established, each increasing in difficulty. Furthermore, Jia could instruct Torchik to navigate through various paths, continually altering the difficulty and compelling Torchik's reflexes to develop further. On either side of the stake array, more than 10 small devices resembling tennis ball launchers were set up, capable of firing elastic balls from their outlets. The firing speed, hardness of the balls, and their velocity upon launch were all adjustable. Their primary function was to interfere with Torchik's speed while traversing the stake array. The positioning had been precisely calculated by Zero, arranged on different routes to provide Torchik with optimal training. From a bird's-eye view, the overall configuration resembled a chaotic yet aesthetically pleasing pattern akin to the Bagua diagram. Jia smiled as he observed Torchik, knowing that he had invested a staggering $1.5 million into this equipment. Even the staff at Devon Corporation were astounded by his purchase of such a multitude of launchers. While most trainers would consider acquiring just 1 to be extravagant, and 2 or 3 to be impressive, Jia had procured a full 12, complemented by the weighted clothing. After all, a typical trainer would lack Zero's capabilities, making 12 launchers excessive, yet Jia was different. He could maximize the utility of these training devices through Zero. Torchik gazed at the unusual training ground, unsure of how to proceed. Jia led Torchik to the entrance of the stake array, pointing out the markers. Each stake bore a different colored sequence marker. Jia explained, today, Your task is to advance along the path formed by the stakes marked in green. Do you see them? Torchic nodded in understanding. You must maintain a full sprint. And be attentive to my commands. I will instruct you to utilize high-speed movements and quick bursts. Tetsuya bore a mysterious smile at the corners of his lips. The curious Torchic poked its little head in and out at the entrance, having heard Tetsuya's words but not fully grasping their significance. Let us attempt this once, through experience. You shall understand, he remarked, observing the naive Torchic as if shadows of demons loomed behind him. Oblivious to the impending misfortune, Torchic was eager to embark on the challenge. Tetsuya had already calibrated the data on the launcher, selecting the 0 unit as a timer while simultaneously gathering information, and issued the command to Torchic. Run. Like a sharpened sword, Torchic dashed forth, deftly evading 2 wooden stakes obstructing its path. Just as it was about to revel in its success, it faced its first sharp turn. As it skillfully maneuvered its high-speed form, Torchic suddenly noticed a wooden stake rapidly enlarging before its eyes. Bang! The young creature was sent sprawling to the ground by the force of impact. Get up and continue sprinting, Tetsuya's indifferent voice echoed. Without hesitation, Torchic shook its dizzy little head and rose to dash forward once more. Next came an awkwardly angled stake, which Torchic managed to avoid with relative ease. Just as it was about to change direction to dodge the obstacle, Tetsuya's voice rang out again. Use quick attack. Torchic's instincts urged it to execute the move, despite the foreknowledge that it would likely crash into the stake. However, the ingrained trust and obedience towards its trainer, coupled with Tetsuya's guidance over the past 20 days, compelled Torchic to instinctively employ quick attack. Tetsuya witnessed a glimmer of light envelop Torchic, its speed suddenly surging, and without hesitation, it collided with the stake. Bang! This time, Torchic's body was flung to the ground, rolling twice. Before Tetsuya could utter a word, Torchic sprang back up. Although it appeared impressive, the actual harm to Torchic was minimal. As Pokémon are far from ordinary creatures, what Torchic felt was a tinge of embarrassment, having hoped for a commendable performance in its first training session, only to stumble repeatedly against the wooden obstacle. As the training ground echoed with the sounds of Torchic colliding with stakes, it finally completed its first arduous session, dragging its dusty body across the finish line after 8 minutes had elapsed. Crestfallen, Torchic approached its trainer, fearing a stern reprimand for its poor performance. Well done, Tetsuya said, wiping Torchic with a towel. Huh. Torchic was taken aback, instinctively complying with Tetsuya's ministrations. You've done remarkably well. This is merely your first training session, Tetsuya smiled. His words sincere. According to the data from the 0 unit, Torchic's completion time should have been 9 minutes. However, as it progressed, Torchic's reactions had quickened, ultimately reducing the time by a full minute. Tetsuya was genuinely astonished, and thus praised Torchic with sincerity, sensing that its trainer was not deceiving it. Torchic's dismay transformed into joy, flapping its tiny wings in delight. Huh. Tetsuya observed the playful creature before him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. All right, let us continue training. We have a long way to go. Torchic responded with a cry, unaware that this was merely the beginning, and resumed its training. Initially, with the simplest route paired with Tetsuya's commands, Torchic, though somewhat clumsy, managed to navigate with relative ease. As it became increasingly adept, speed heightened. And with Tetsuya activating the second difficulty level of the course and the launcher, Torchic's nightmare commenced. Not to mention, each time it completed a round, another would immediately begin. Torchic could not help but wonder, where am I? Is this hell? Chapter 19, Training and Gains. Yet, this was but a fraction of the training regimen. The little Torchic had yet to fathom that the true hell lay ahead. Following this were weighted leg kicks, weighted squats, and a series of fire-type energy accumulation exercises awaiting Torchic. Upon concluding the reaction training, Torchic believed it had earned a reprieve, only to be met with its trainer's daunting schedule, leaving it on the verge of tears. Indeed, this was hell. Its trainer was a formidable overlord. As the sun set, after a grueling day of training, Torchic and Pidgeot sat at the table, savoring the hard-earned feast. Torchic voraciously consumed the food, as if attempting to mask the bitterness of training with deliciousness. Tetsuya sat nearby, elegantly enjoying his own culinary creations. After calculating the consumption of both Pokémon throughout the day, Tetsuya realized that the provisions he had pre-ordered would last for over 2 months of training. However, considering Torchic's anticipated increase in appetite and its impending evolution, he estimated that in about 7 weeks he would need to restock supplies. Reflecting on this, Tetsuya marveled at Torchic's exceptional potential and rapid advancement, far surpassing his data analysis. It was no surprise, after all, as he lacked specific data from Pokémon with champion potential, relying instead on projections based on lower-tier potentials, which naturally led to discrepancies. For instance, based on his calculations with the Zero unit, Torchique's goal for the day should have been to complete the medium difficulty course of wooden stakes within 12 minutes alongside the interference of 2 launchers. Initially, Torchique struggled, but as training progressed, its reactions quickened. Not only did it navigate swiftly through the medium difficulty stakes, but it also managed to complete a round in just 10 minutes despite the obstruction from 3 launchers. Other tasks saw a 10 to 20% improvement in progress, leaving Tetsuya in awe of Torchique's capabilities. Most astonishingly, this little creature never uttered a complaint, extinguishing Tetsuya's inclination to reprimand his Pokémon. Yet, Tetsuya felt an immense happiness. Torchique's willingness to endure such rigorous training signified a profound desire for growth. There was nothing negative about that. After tidying up the chaotic dining table, Tetsuya ascended the stairs to begin his nightly studies. Torchique, along with Pidgeot, obediently returned to its Pokeball to rest, preparing for the arduous training that awaited them the following day. 2 months later, in the rear garden of a villa in the outskirts of Tokiwa City, at the near finish of a wooden stake course, Power Chicken twisted its left foot, immediately tilting its body to evade 3 bouncing balls shot in its direction. Without pausing to catch its breath, it swiftly bent its upper body to dodge 2 more balls approaching from the front and back. Seizing the moment, it extended its arms forward and forcefully slapped the ground, executing a tilted forward roll to avoid the wooden stake ahead. But that was not the end. Just as it regained its footing and accelerated, Tetsuya's voice rang out. At 10 o'clock, fire a flame, then follow up with aerial ace to cleave the rock ahead. Power Chicken promptly unleashed a pillar of fire in the direction indicated. The specialized stone Tetsuya had tossed into the air was engulfed in flames exceeding 1,800 degrees Celsius, turning to ash. At the moment of expelling the flames, Power Chicken cut off the energy output and transitioned into aerial ace, with its body closely hugging the ground. It approached the rock, its right hand radiating a dazzling white light as it delivered a slicing blow, executing the move cut. Crack! With a crisp sound, the rock was cleaved in 2. Just then, 5 bouncing balls hurtled toward Power Chicken from various angles, targeting its limbs and torso. The robust chicken reacted with extraordinary swiftness, leaping into the air with agility. With one claw, it deftly swatted aside the 2 incoming elastic balls while simultaneously striking them with a fiery punch, sending them flying. In a seamless maneuver, it executed an aerial spin to evade an elastic ball that was originally aimed at its torso. At this moment, the 2 elastic balls at the bottom were perilously close. The robust chicken straightened its body and delivered a double kick, propelling both balls away. In a flash, Jie's voice resonated, never failing to arrive on time. As soon as the robust chicken landed, it bent its knees and unleashed a burst of energy, immediately employing a quick dash toward a nearby wooden post. Unfazed, the robust chicken skillfully maneuvered past the post at high speed. Okay, training complete, Jie announced, stopping the timer. The robust chicken took a moment to steady its breath before approaching Jie's side. Very well done. Now, despite the high difficulty interference from 10 launchers, you managed to complete the task in 3 minutes. This phase of training has come to an end. The robust chicken nodded steadily, indicating its readiness to commence the next training session. Jie equipped the robust chicken with a weighted vest and set the parameters, allowing the creature to step aside and begin its kicking drills. With its core engaged, the robust chicken propelled its entire body, alternating its legs in a rapid succession, maintaining a rigorous pace of 6 kicks per second. Observing the diligent training of the robust chicken, Jie couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The training over the past 2 months had successfully transformed the fiery chick into a robust chicken, enhancing not only its abilities but also instilling a greater sense of composure in its character. With this thought, Jie silently invoked the analysis feature of Zero and opened the robust chicken's panel. Soon, a blue interface, visible only to Jie, materialized before him. Robust chicken, classification, young chick Pokémon type, fire fighting height, 1, 3 meters, average 0, 9 meters, weight, 26 kilograms, average 19, 5 kilograms, ability, blaze, when health is below 1-3. The power of fire type moves increases by 1.5 times. Hidden ability, speed boost. Pokémon with this ability increases its speed as battle progresses, up to a maximum limit. Skills, scratch, peck, growl, double hit, inherited, burn out, inherited, quick attack, inherited, spark, quick dash, double kick, flamethrower, charge flame, detect, fire punch, brick break, low kick, fire spin, heat wave, feather dance, wing attack. Level 26, Normal, Potential, Champion Breeding Method. It is recommended to train this Pokémon's leg muscles. Its development rate is 156 times that of its species, exhibiting immense explosive power and damage potential. Training plan and diet as follows. It is advised to feed a mix of spicy berry and cocoa fruit to enhance the fire energy intensity within this Pokémon. The current ratio is 1:1. This Pokémon's reaction speed is 212 times that of its species, suggesting targeted training is necessary. Training plan and diet as follows. Gia gazed at the panel, his lips curling into an involuntary smile at the sheer potency displayed, despite having monitored the progress daily. The robust chicken, now at level 26, showcased skills that rivaled, if not surpassed, those of a level 38 evolved Pidgeot. Apart from the 3 inherited skills, it possessed an extensive repertoire of both fire and fighting-type moves. Moreover, during this period of training, the fiery chick's innate talent had been further cultivated. Chapter 20. Modifications to the plan and preparations for departure. The leg muscles of the robust chicken had developed from 144 times to 156 times that of its counterparts. Its reaction speed had been accurately measured at 212 times that of its species, with the intensity of its fire energy comparable to some elite-level Pokémon. Albeit slightly lacking in quantity, Gia could confidently assert that even though his robust chicken was only at level 26, it could easily overpower many average elite-level Pokémon just above level 30. After all, typical elite Pokémon do not possess such a breadth of skills, and in terms of versatility, the robust chicken excelled. Gia understood that the level provided by Zero was merely a reference. In actual combat, one must consider not only physical attributes and the quality and quantity of energy, but also the mastery and application of skills, along with the trainer's strategic command. Otherwise, Pokémon battles would not be as captivating, and trainers would not dominate this world. The level indicated on Zero's panel simply offered a quantifiable metric. Gia believed that a Pidgeot of such strength would likely already be at level 30. Through his analysis, Gia began to grasp the rationale behind Zero's classification of levels. In the Pokémon world, the strength of a Pokémon is determined primarily by the amount of energy it contains. Zero's quantification was based on this principle. A Pokémon's level and classification are directly tied to its energy capacity, independent of physical attributes or energy quality. Potential determines the upper limits of a Pokémon's energy while ensuring that high-qualification Pokémon are stronger than those of lower qualifications, not only in terms of energy and physical strength, but also in skill mastery. However, Zero's capabilities were sufficient, as the level display enabled Gia to effectively monitor his Pokémon's progress and condition. Other trainers must clearly understand the roles and effects of breeding, which are far from straightforward. Not to mention, the ability to discern the potential of Pokémon and their eggs is crucial. Yet, these concerns were not Gia's primary focus at the moment. He found himself in a somewhat helpless yet joyful predicament, primarily due to the rapid progress of the robust chicken. In just 2 months, it had risen from level 6 to level 26, nearing the elite threshold, and its strength had already become formidable. Simultaneously, his Pidgeot had ascended to level 43 and learned several new skills. The cost of this advancement, however, had drained Gia's finances, leaving him with only 200,000 Alliance coins, a sum that had been preserved thanks to Pidgeot's slower rate of progress. This situation left Gia feeling overwhelmed and incredulous. Initially, Gia had anticipated that the robust chicken would require at least 5 months to achieve its current strength, but its exceptional potential, combined with its tireless efforts and Gia's unwavering investment, had halved that time. Thus, Gia found it necessary to revise his plans once more. It can be said that while one can plan, fate often intervenes, and fortunately, the reason for this change was a positive one. Undoubtedly, many trainers would envy the opportunity to invest so heavily in strengthening their Pokémon, yet few possess Pokémon of such high potential. This might be what one could call a delightful dilemma. As Gia made adjustments on his computer, he mused on these thoughts. Had other trainers known of Gia's mindset, they likely would have wished to smite him for his perceived fortune. Evening arrived at the Pokémon Center's dining hall, where Gia dined alongside the robust chicken and Pidgeot. Surrounding them were fellow trainers and their Pokémon, all of standard size. Formidable creatures like Onyx were notably absent, for Nurse Joy would certainly admonish any such presence. Gia had come here to prepare for his imminent journey, ready to embark on a true adventure. Due to the rapid advancement of the robust chicken's capabilities and the swift depletion of his savings, Gia decided to depart from Pewter City earlier than planned. Despite its proximity to the Pewter Forest, Pewter City remained relatively remote compared to Goldenrod City and Celadon City, where high-level, high-reward missions were more common. Most long-term residents of Pewter City were there for leisurely pursuits, resulting in a scarcity of lucrative tasks. Apart from that, the area is bustling with bounty hunters and trainers engaged in various tasks and adventures. Most high-level bounty missions are typically posted in the bounty hunter centers located in major metropolitan areas such as Golden City and Rainbow City, making them quickly snatched up. Consequently, high-level tasks rarely make their way to Constant City due to the lack of interest from local hunters. Tetsuya is confident that he is now capable of handling most B-level missions, and thus, he believes it is time to move on. Moreover, he can cautiously employ Zero's abilities during his travels to earn some money. A well-laid plan. First, Tetsuya tidied up his villa and proceeded to the shop and trading center to offload his surplus items and materials. Some of these were spoils from his occasional adventures in the constant forest over the past 2 months, while others were low-level materials left and used due to the rapid progress of his powerful chick. In total, he managed to recover 150,000 Alliance coins. Utilizing the services of the Pokémon Center, Tetsuya sold his villa on the outskirts for 900,000, with the handover process scheduled for the next day. From an investment perspective, Tetsuya has made a considerable profit. His spatial backpack was left in the designated room at the Pokémon Center, nearly half filled with training equipment. Fortunately, Tetsuya estimated that once his powerful chick evolved into a Blaziken, he could temporarily set aside this equipment, as it would not be needed for the time being. Additionally, he had various outdoor survival gear, clothing, and provisions for his Pokémon among other miscellaneous items. This included a transportation tool he purchased for 500,000, a basic model of a solar-powered electric vehicle produced by Devon Corporation, equipped with cutting-edge technology capable of handling most outdoor situations. It could be said that the 50 cubic meters of space were filled to the brim. After finishing dinner, Tetsuya recalled his 2 Pokémon into their Pokeballs and made his way to the service desk of the Pokémon Center. Each city in this world operates relatively independently, and an individual's residency is generally tied to the Pokémon Center in the city of their birth or residence. Each city is managed and protected through discussions between the gym leader and mayor elected by the citizens, with the Alliance providing oversight and recommendations, but lacking the authority to compel any city to take specific actions. Of course, in the event of a significant threat, the Alliance would intervene urgently through various means. If you are a trainer wishing to travel, you must apply for registration at the Pokémon Center corresponding to your registered city, entering the information into the Alliance's system. This regulation applies solely to non-elite trainers, those without a Pokédex. Elite trainers are exempt from re-registration. Upon reaching the service desk, Tetsuya greeted Nurse Joy with a nod. "Hello, Nurse Joy. I would like to apply for a travel permit. Thank you." Nurse Joy took the identification card Tetsuya handed her and scanned it on her computer. "All right, Tetsuya Yumeki. Please fill out this form accurately." After a flurry of typing, she printed out a sheet of paper and handed it to Tetsuya. He picked up a pen and began to fill in his basic information. Name, Tetsuya Yumeki. Gender, male. Born in Constant City Orphanage. Age, 16 years and 8 months. Current Pokémon and capture time, Pidgeot, 1 year and 6 months. Powerful chick, 3 months. Travel range, Kanto, Chengdu, and Orange Archipelago areas. Requested travel duration, 3 years. Participation in the conference, yes. Bounty hunter level, if none, leave blank C level. Trainer level, if untested, leave blank ordinary. Tetsuya had no intention of concealing the capture time of his Pokémon, as it was impossible to hide. The luxurious Pokeball from Sylph Company had a record of it. And even during his visits to the Pokémon Center for healing, Nurse Joy likely had a record of the time. After briefly reviewing the completed form, Nurse Joy placed it into the file. This step was largely formal, meant for categorizing documents, as the information was already in the database. You have applied for a 3-year travel permit for the Kanto region, and your identity has been verified. As for your benefits, Nurse Joy glanced at the marking beside Tetsuya's identity information on her computer. You are eligible to apply for a higher benefit level, with a total fee of 350,000. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tetsuya's eyes, yet he did not express any doubt regarding his benefit level. Complying obediently, he retrieved the money and paid for the travel permit before thanking Nurse Joy and leaving the service desk. Back in his room, Tetsuya furrowed his brow in contemplation. The application for the permit primarily hinges on the travel range, duration, and benefit level. The first 2 are proposed by the applicant. Typically, one does not apply for an extensive 10-year global tour all at once, but rather in 2 or 3 batches. If the identity is verified, approval is generally granted. The fees are also calculated based on these 2 factors. The longer the duration and the more extensive the travel area, the higher the cost, though it typically does not exceed 100,000. The benefit level, however, is entirely determined by Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center, classified into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and top, priced at 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, and 500,000 respectively, each offering different benefits. Taking the high level he just passed as an example, the most useful and immediate advantage is not only the priority access to free accommodations and single rooms at all Pokémon centers within his requested travel area, but also expedited healing services. Moreover, there are a host of other benefits, such as various fees at the Pokémon Center being reduced to just 30 of the original price. This is substantially better than the benefits afforded to regular resident trainers in their own cities. It is worth noting that the low and medium levels offer accommodations in 8-person and 4-person rooms, respectively, which could lead to long waits or even denial of entry during busy times. Other fees are merely discounted by 10 and 20, without the benefit of expedited service. In essence, the first 2 levels are worlds apart. Generally speaking, the high and top tier benefits are typically reserved for those who possess a Pokédex. Although these benefits may not be of great use to them, they are universally applicable and linked to the Pokédex. Certainly, such privileges are not accessible to common trainers like Tetsuya, who originally believed that attaining a medium-level benefit would be commendable. Upon reaching other cities, he would have to seek out inns for privacy and training, and treatment costs would inevitably rise, as he would not be in his city of birth. This represents a significant expense, which he has now managed to avoid. Tetsuya understood that this was an investment from the Joy family. It was stark and real, explicitly conveying that they were fully aware of his capabilities and progress and were intent on investing in him. However, Tetsuya felt no sense of wrongdoing about this. If there were a group possessing the most comprehensive first-hand information about trainers and their Pokémon, it would undoubtedly be the Joy family. No other individual or organization could match the breadth and depth of their information. Even the Alliance relies on the Joy family for insights. Were it not for the absolute neutrality of Joy and Junsha, the Alliance would not overlook such matters. After all, every trainer's Pokémon requires treatment at the Pokémon Center, whether for injuries sustained during adventures or fatigue after training, making the Joy family indispensable. In this context, the Joy family keeps a watchful eye on and invests in every talented trainer. The affluent Joy family naturally favors a broad investment strategy. For them, such investments are not particularly burdensome, but for a talented trainer from humble beginnings, it represents a substantial savings. In this context, the Joy family maintains amicable relations with the majority of esteemed trainers without imposing any obligations for affiliation. It can be described as a mutually beneficial arrangement, which Chia had somewhat anticipated and planned for. His initial objective was to secure the Joy family's investment in him. However, he did not foresee the swift attention that would come his way. Indeed, the Joy family's response was remarkably prompt. Chia had presumed that it would only be after he acquired 4 badges that the Joy family would enhance his benefits. This turned out to be an unexpected delight. As he pondered this, Chia stepped into the bathroom for a quick shower before retiring for the night, knowing he needed to set off for Nibi City the following day. The next morning, after completing his morning routine, Chia prepared for his journey to Nibi City. The vehicle produced by the Devon Corporation, though labeled an electric car, bore a closer resemblance to a simple motorcycle. It wasn't that Chia lacked the desire for a more stylish and superior mode of transportation. Rather, he simply lacked the financial means. It is significant to note that the technology within these vehicles, designed for ease of movement in the wilderness, is a product of Devon Corporation's innovations, making it far more than just a mere vehicle. If it weren't for Chia's slight fear of heights and the fact that Pidgeot wasn't exactly the most stable mode of aerial transport, he would have opted for Pidgeot to carry him through the skies long ago. Chia felt that he would eventually need to acquire a suitable means of transportation, perhaps a Salamence or a Dragonite, both of which would be swift and stable in flight. Nevertheless, for now, this arrangement was quite satisfactory, as embarking on a journey from one city to another on a bike and relishing the scenic views is precisely what a trainer ought to do. He released Pidgeot to soar above him while his Talonflame perched on the back seat, donning a helmet. With a twist of his right hand, the electric vehicle surged forward silently and swiftly. Speeding along the official roads within the evergreen forest, the landscape remained desolate. Chia reveled in the refreshing air that greeted him from the forest, savoring the taste of freedom. However, after a prolonged ride, the monotony of the scenery began to bore him, prompting him to switch the vehicle to autopilot mode. He activated the screen on the windscreen to indulge in a film from this world. Talonflame, seated behind him, eagerly stretched its little head to join its trainer in watching the movie. Chapter 22. Arrival in Nibi City and Preparation for the Gym Battle. Chia exhaled deeply, having just finished a heartwarming film that had left him feeling somewhat discontent. Talonflame lost interest midway through and retreated into its Pokeball for a well-deserved rest. Glancing at the navigation, he noted that he had less than 20 minutes remaining. Chia disabled the autopilot, accelerating his pace. Pidgeot, lazily flapping its wings, kept pace with him. For it, the speed was hardly different from a leisurely stroll. At full speed, it could fly from Evergreen City to Nibi City in just over 3 minutes. It found it tedious that its trainer chose to spend over 3 hours on the road. Unbeknownst to Chia, Pidgeot was silently criticizing him while he continued to enjoy the exhilaration of high-speed travel. Thankfully, the road was devoid of other vehicles. Otherwise, Chia's recklessness could have led to trouble. Abruptly, he brought the electric vehicle to a halt, disembarking and stowing it away in his spatial backpack. He called Pidgeot down and returned it to its Pokeball to prevent the city guardians from mistaking it for a wild Pokémon, which could lead to its removal. Chia strolled towards the entrance of Nibi City. Nibi City, also known as the City of Deep Gray, the City of Rocks, and the City of Aerospace, is situated at the junction of the Evergreen Forest and the Moonview Mountain. The terrain resembles a basin, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, with one side facing the forest. Thanks to its unique location, Nibi City boasts a rich geological environment, abundant in various types of rocks, making it the largest rock-producing area in the Kanto region. Furthermore, the Moonview Mountain Range is home to an array of ancient Pokémon fossils, drawing considerable interest from both collectors and Pokémon researchers. Complete Pokémon fossils are treasures for collectors, fetching prices beyond imagination. Researchers are equally enthusiastic, as they can conduct extensive studies using gene extraction technology, regardless of the fossil's completeness. To date, no one has managed to develop fossil revival technology, and Chia mused that he might consider collecting some fossils for future profit. Once such technology becomes available, the prices of fossils are bound to skyrocket. Additionally, it appears that the so-called Big Fool has yet to be discovered and developed, leading Chia to believe he could find an opportune moment to profit significantly. For trainers, the most alluring aspect of Nibi City remains the Moonview Mountain, not solely due to the Pokémon inhabiting it, but also for the exceedingly rare evolution stone known as the Moonstone. The mountain is teeming with Clefairy, which are said to be creatures from the moon, while the Moonstone itself is likely derived from meteoric materials that facilitate their evolution. Every trainer who ventures here is, to a large extent, driven by the desire to acquire a Moonstone and strike it rich. Chia, however, was aware of a Clefairy colony within Moonview Mountain that possesses a colossal Moonstone capable of triggering Clefairy's evolution. Yet, the thought of venturing into such a place was daunting. Not only did he question the strength of the colony's inhabitants, but he also suspected that the Pokémon League had long since sealed off access. Moreover, Nibi City is renowned for its aerospace technology, with the sole museum in the Kanto region, the Nibi City Science Museum, chronicling the city's past achievements in aerospace. However, as economic focus shifted and the Hoenn region's Littleroot town began to develop similar advancements, Nibi City gradually abandoned research in aerospace technology. Today, only the museum remains as a testament to Nibi City's former aerospace glory. After finishing his lunch, Chia walked along the streets of Nibi City, observing the predominantly deep gray architecture. Compared to Evergreen City, the populace here appeared younger and more vibrant. Chia's journey held numerous objectives, with the foremost being the desire to earn money. Additionally, he aimed to prepare for the upcoming gym challenge, capture and refine his core team of Pokémon, and participate in the regional conference. His motives were twofold, the first being the enhancement of his trainer rank. Certification for the ordinary level is relatively straightforward. Possessing either an elite-level Pokémon or 2 ordinary-level Pokémon suffices for completion. Chia himself achieved this certification after his Pidgeotto ascended to elite status. However, certification for the elite level requires trainers to possess at least 3 Pokémon of the same level and have participated in the regional conference, reaching the main event. The quasi-champion level not only necessitates Pokémon of a certain level, but also demands that the trainer has secured a top 4 finish in the regional conference. As for the champion level, a trainer must possess at least 6 champion-level Pokémon to pass certification, although there are no requirements regarding conference performance. Chia was uncertain about the higher levels, though he presumed they might be somewhat simpler. Higher-ranked trainers enjoy various benefits, which facilitate their acquisition of positions within the league. Thus, participating in gym battles and regional conferences is indispensable. The second motive is to secure investments. The regional conference serves as a platform for trainers who are not from affluent families to showcase their talents. Each year, Trainers leverage their performances on this stage to attract investments, smoothing their journey in the world of training. For Chia, this was certainly true. However, according to his plan, he primarily focused on the Chengdu League Conference 2 years hence. As for the Quartz Conference, he was more ambivalent, as collecting and nurturing Pokémon would require time, and he anticipated that he might not have 6 core Pokémon ready by then. Or rather, due to inadequate training, there arises a necessity to temporarily capture some wild Pokémon to fill the ranks. Tetsuya arrived at the service hall of the Pokémon Center, preparing to schedule a gym battle. It is essential to understand that gym battles in this world are far from a trivial affair. They are not akin to the simplistic portrayals in the animations of his past life, where one merely walks in and encounters the gym leader, solely responsible for the battle. The gym leaders are tasked not only with safeguarding the surrounding security of the city, but also with overseeing various commercial activities and the city's development, rendering them exceedingly busy. While gym battles are indeed part of their responsibilities, it is not permissible for just anyone to walk in at any time. Firstly, one must register and make an appointment. This process is primarily to enable the gym to assess the strength of one's Pokémon, ensuring that battles are conducted with Pokémon of roughly equivalent power. After all, each official gym leader is expected to possess a team of 6 primary Pokémon that are at least at the Elite Four level. It would be inconceivable for a mere novice trainer, just embarking on their journey, to face a gym leader with their top-tier Pokémon. Generally, battles are arranged based on the trainer's Pokémon strength and age, with corresponding apprentices assigned to battle. Having secured the appointment, Tetsuya utilized his premium privileges to book a single room, placing his backpack inside. He intended to explore Nibi City and relish the distinctly different ambience from that of his hometown, Tokiwa City, before the appointment information arrived. After organizing his belongings, Tetsuya stepped outside. Chapter 23. The Gyms and Elite Four of the Kanto region. As Tetsuya strolled along the streets, he marveled at how Nibi City indeed boasted a greater vibrancy than Tokiwa City. The latter, populated predominantly by the elderly, exudes a leisurely atmosphere, whereas Nibi City is bustling with youthful energy. According to statistical data from the League, Nibi City ranks 6th among all cities in the Kanto region in terms of strength. Considering various factors, this is quite an impressive figure. Tokiwa City, by contrast, ranks 8th, primarily due to the formidable strength of its gym leader, Daichi, who elevated its standing. Economically, Tokiwa City is relegated to the 11th position. It is noteworthy that this is not a mere game. The Kanto region comprises only 8 cities and gyms. According to Tetsuya's research, the 8 gyms featured in the games of his past life are, in this world, the oldest gyms in the Kanto region. Tetsuya has learned that, to date, the Kanto region encompasses 76 cities, with 32 official gyms, 20 unofficial gyms, and the remainder consisting of single gyms or those without any gym status. It is worth mentioning that the Kanto region has the highest number of official gyms among all regions, as other regions have a maximum of only 20, with some having as few as 10. It is also the only region where the number of official gyms surpasses that of unofficial ones. Official gyms are those recognized by the League, where the badges issued can be used to participate in local tournaments. To become a gym leader, one must be of genuine Elite Four caliber. Every decade, the League reassesses whether these gyms can continue operating officially. Some of the stronger official gyms have gym leaders who possess 1 or 2 near champion or even champion-level Pokémon, as these gyms are often family legacies, with ancestral Pokémon passed down to their descendants. Through the passage of time, these Pokémon grow stronger, representing the gym's heritage, with the most renowned being the 8 official gyms of Kanto. In contrast, unofficial gyms and single gyms refer to those established in cities but whose strengths do not meet the required standards or fail to develop adequately. Generally, the leaders of such gyms possess at least near Elite Four strength. The badges from these gyms can certify a trainer's elite status, though they cannot be used in tournaments. The badges from single gyms serve merely as a personal accolade, with little other formal use. Nibi City's 6th place ranking in the Kanto region is indicative of its considerable strength. Furthermore, Kanto is universally acknowledged as the premier region, boasting significant prestige. This acclaim stems not only from Kanto being the birthplace of the League, but also from the exceptional prowess of its trainers. When it comes to economic and technological capabilities, the regions are relatively comparable, each possessing its own advantages. The crux lies in the unparalleled strength of Kanto trainers, which is deemed the best in the world, far surpassing that of other regions. In terms of the number of official gyms, Kanto can easily match 1.5 to even 3 times that of other regions. Moreover, the average strength of the gym leaders in Kanto significantly exceeds that of their counterparts in other regions. Regarding the elite battlegrounds, the Elite Four and the champion of the region are composed of individuals selected through countless arduous battles. Every 5 years, each region hosts a challenge for the Elite Four, allowing trainers who have reached Elite Four status to participate. Naturally, most will opt to compete in the challenge of their home region rather than venture elsewhere. Many trainers, embarking on solitary journeys to enhance their Elite Four skills, actively engage in these challenges, with only the 4 strongest emerging victorious to claim the title of Elite Four. The most recent Elite Four challenges have undeniably garnered attention for the Kanto region. This is not without reason, as Kanto is home to the formidable Elite Four, the prodigious Dragon Master, Dato, the Ice-type expert, Kana, the record-holding Elder Ghost-type specialist, Yuki, and the versatile fighting maestro, Shiba. These 4 individuals have become the nightmares of all participants in the Kanto region's Elite Four challenges over the past 2 decades. To put it plainly, they are universally recognized as trainers capable of contending for the title of champion. The last 4 Elite Four slots in the Kanto region have remained steadfastly occupied by these 4, who face others with a level of dominance that could only be described as a swift and effortless victory. It is often suggested that it would be more appropriate to refer to them as the 4 champions of Kanto rather than merely the Elite Four. While the Elite Four in other regions are also formidable, they are significantly outmatched by these 4, who represent the pinnacle of strength. Even if the title of Elite Four is more of an honorary distinction rather than a reflection of raw power, other regions' Elite Four members typically possess 3 or 4 near-champion Pokémon alongside 1 or 2 champions, establishing them as upper-tier competitors. On average, they would need to have 2 or 3 peak Elite Four Pokémon in their roster, while each of the 4 from Kanto typically has a full team of champions. In a humorous note, it is said that the 8 official gyms of Kanto could easily muster 2 teams of Elite Four level Pokémon, which is quite absurd. Furthermore, it has been reported that Dato, the Dragon Master, is poised to take on the role of champion in the Chengdu region soon. This news is nothing short of disheartening. Thus, while Kanto may not have a designated champion like other regions, no one perceives it as weak. Rather, it is often regarded as extraordinarily strong. After all, the process for becoming a region champion involves challenging the current Elite Four, with the opportunity to become champion upon defeating 3 or 4 of them consecutively. No one believes anyone could consistently triumph over these 4 individuals who are essentially champions in their own right, nor could they best the other 3. When the sole reason for Kanto's lack of a champion is this, it is clear that no one is foolish enough to think that the absence of a champion diminishes Kanto's strength. Moreover, beyond the current Elite Four and champion, Kanto is home to many other formidable trainers and distinguished Pokémon researchers, such as Professor Oak, who is both a champion trainer and a leading Pokémon scientist in the world, and Chairman Damaranchi, who is also a champion trainer hailing from Kanto. Among the 12 members of the highest council formed by the regional alliances, 5 hail from Kanto, with only 1 from each of the other regions. As Tetsuya strolled about, 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. Ding dong. The elven watch chimed with a reply regarding the gym reservation. Trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, please arrive at the Nibi Gym's Arena 1 at 4:30 p.m. this afternoon for your gym battle. Further rules will follow. Tetsuya scrolled down the information, discovering that the Nibi Gym battle was a 2v2 contest in a rocky arena, where the gym trainer would send out their Pokémon first. The challenger would have the privilege of striking first, and during the battle, the challenger was permitted to switch their Pokémon, while the gym trainer was not. A defeat would be declared if all Pokémon on either side were rendered unable to battle. During the fight, neither side's Pokémon could utilize high-tech equipment. Failure to comply would result in disqualification. Additionally, neither side's Pokémon could leave the arena for any reason, or it would be deemed a loss. Should the challenger cause any damage to the gym environment or equipment due to leaving the arena, they would be liable for compensation. Chapter 24, The Gym Battle. A duel with Brock. During the battle, neither side's Pokémon could leave the arena for any reason, or it would be declared a loss. Should the challenger cause any damage to the gym environment or equipment due to leaving the arena, they would be liable for compensation. Tetsuya meticulously reviewed the battle rules of the Nibi Gym, noting that they were essentially the same as standard battle regulations, save for the initial 3 sentences which were distinctly different. Checking the time, he realized he had about an hour and a half to spare, so he remained unhurried. After wandering the streets for another half hour, he returned to the Pokémon Center to collect the 2 Pokémon he had entrusted to Nurse Joy for recovery after booking his room. Only then did Tetsuya leisurely make his way towards the distant Nibi Gym. As he approached, he gazed at the grandiose Nibi Gym, marveling at its status as one of the oldest of the 8 major gyms in Kanto. The exterior was composed of enormous rocks, resembling a colossal onyx coiled in repose. The surrounding buildings, already sturdy and tall, appeared diminutive in comparison. The Nibi gym exuded an aura of being a massive gray rock beast, truly befitting of Nibi City's reputation. This understanding was further enhanced by the historical context that the previous gym leader had once held the esteemed position of one of the Elite Four during the time when Kanto and Chengdu were unified, demonstrating formidable prowess. He had reformed and reconstructed the Nibi gym into its current form. However, since he had stepped back from the limelight 30 years ago, passing the mantle to his son, Wuning, the elder had rarely made an appearance. Nevertheless, the Nibi gym remained formidable, with Wuning proving to be a powerful leader in his own right, avoiding any of the issues depicted in the previous animated series. Tetsuya diverted his gaze, presenting his identification card and reservation information to the staff at the entrance, who then escorted him to the waiting room of Arena 1. There are 32 minutes remaining until your scheduled gym battle. The previous trainer is currently engaged in combat. Please take a moment to rest in the waiting room, and staff will notify you when it is time to proceed to the battle arena. Beverages in the waiting room are available for your enjoyment. Wishing you the best of luck. The staff member explained the situation before departing. Tetsuya surveyed the lavishly decorated waiting room, marveling at the gym's wealth. Approaching the beverage machine, he poured himself a cup of juice and settled onto the sofa to sip contentedly. Before long, half an hour had passed, and a staff member re-entered to guide Tetsuya to the battle arena. They traversed a shadowy corridor, where a beam of light broke through from ahead. Squinting, he stepped into the brightness, revealing a vast rocky battlefield. "Are you the challenger, Trainer Tetsuya Tamaki?" came the voice of a man in a green vest with tan skin. His eyes narrowing, Tetsuya was taken aback momentarily, but restrained himself in light of the impending gym battle, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, I am Tetsuya Tamaki from Shirojima City, formally challenging you to a battle for the Nibi badge." As he reached the opposing trainer's platform, he met the man's gaze across the arena. "Very well, Trainer Tetsuya. Although you have already received the challenge rules, I must briefly reiterate them." The man signaled for the referee to enter. The rules for the Nibi gym battle were reiterated: a 2v2 contest in a rocky arena, with the gym trainer sending out their Pokémon first. The challenger would have the advantage of attacking first, and during the battle, the challenger could switch their Pokémon while the gym trainer could not. A defeat would be declared if all Pokémon on either side were rendered unable to battle. With a flourish of the referee's flag, now, the match between Brock of Nibi Gym and Tetsuya Tamaki from Shirojima City begins. Brock released his Pokeball, announcing, "I shall first summon Geodude." Tetsuya, undeterred, swiftly retrieved a luxury ball from his waist the moment Geodude appeared. "Then go forth, Torchic." Yes, Tetsuya had chosen Torchic over Pidgeotto. After all, Torchic at this stage required more training than Pidgeotto. Moreover, gym battles should focus on honing skills with Pokémon of equivalent strength, rather than merely seeking badges. Brock regarded Tetsuya's Torchic with a flicker of astonishment and admiration. As a prospective gym heir and a trainer with aspirations of becoming an exceptional breeder, Brock could certainly discern that Tetsuya's Torchic was not only of superior potential, but also had been nurtured with extraordinary care. As for type advantages, Brock was no fool. While some novice trainers might overlook such details, Tetsuya, having raised such an exceptional Torchic, hardly fit the mold of the naive. "Confident, are we?" "Intriguing," Brock mused inwardly. "Swiftly approach and unleash Ember." Tetsuya commanded Torchic, initiating a probing attack against Geodude. "Roll out and use Rock Polish to evade," Brock skillfully directed. As most trainers would typically employ speed to test Geodude's capabilities, Brock had developed a strategy for dealing with Geodude. While it was inherently slow, its agility was not to be underestimated, and the speed boost from rollout would suffice to evade the majority of probing strikes. However, recognizing the formidable potential of Tetsuya's Torchic, Brock prudently opted to employ Rock Polish to further enhance Geodude's speed. Geodude curled up and initiated rollout, becoming momentarily radiant as it swiftly maneuvered to the side. The flames emitted by Torchic grazed Geodude, leaving charred marks upon its rocky exterior and the ground below. Brock's eyes narrowed further. Not only was Torchic's speed remarkable, but its flames also exhibited formidable power, far exceeding that of its peers. Tetsuya, equally astonished, noted Geodude's agility. Its speed following rollout and Rock Polish was astonishing. Yet, he reasoned, aside from that, Geodude's offensive capabilities were not particularly strong. Analyzing the damage inflicted upon Geodude, Tetsuya strategized, use Quick Attack to close the distance, and follow up with a low kick. "Endure." Brock instinctively shouted at Geodude, a reflex honed by his training. Torchic, propelled by its rapid approach, flashed with brilliance as it sped behind Geodude, poised to strike with a kick. Just as Geodude was beginning to react and prepare to endure the blow, Torchic delivered a swift kick, sending Geodude airborne. "Finish it with a double kick," Tetsuya commanded, his voice resolute. Before Brock and Geodude could react, Torchic leaped into action, executing a rapid double kick. First, the sturdy Machoke kicked the off-balanced Geodude even higher, then executed a swift turn to deliver a downward strike. In midair, Machoke expertly controlled its body, positioning itself above Geodude, and summoned a brilliant white light in its right hand. Channeling its strength, it unleashed a gravity-infused knife-hand strike upon Geodude. Boom! Geodude plummeted swiftly to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 25. Triumph over Brock. Harnessing the reaction from its strike on Geodude, Machoke performed a somersault, landing outside the cloud of smoke while maintaining a vigilant watch. Soon, the haze dissipated, revealing Geodude's eyes swirling into a vortex. Geodude was rendered incapable of battle, declaring the challenger, Tetsuya Tamaki, the victor. The referee promptly raised the flag to announce the result. Brock retrieved Geodude into its Pokeball, a rueful smile gracing his lips. Truly impressive, Machoke exhibited remarkable speed and immense power, its fiery attacks potent and its fighting techniques seamlessly executed, proving exceedingly effective against Geodude. Brock mused, initially regarding Tetsuya's commands to Machoke as mere jest. After all, once Geodude gained momentum, most Pokémon could hardly keep pace, especially with the added defense from Rock Polish. However, his upbringing had instilled in him the importance of not underestimating the commands from opposing trainers. They were not fools engaging in futile efforts. If Machoke could catch up, Geodude would surely be unable to evade, and it would be wiser to endure and retaliate rather than attempt to dodge. Alas, Mashoki's speed was utterly astonishing, leaving Geodude no time to execute its moves before being sent flying with a swift kick. As Brock contemplated, he wasted no time and swiftly brought forth his second Pokeball. "Does the challenger require a Pokemon swap?" the referee inquired of Tetsuya. Tetsuya shook his head, indicating no need, prompting the referee to signal Brock to release his second Pokemon. Brock tossed the Pokeball, declaring, "My second Pokemon is none other than Dugtrio. Use Sand Attack to greet the opponent." Seizing the moment, Tetsuya commanded Machoke to wear down the opponent. As Dugtrio emerged and prepared for battle, it was met with an onslaught of wind, letting out a distressed cry. Tetsuya observed the opposing Pokemon's condition and assessed its strength. Stronger than Geodude, yet limited in power. It seemed unnecessary to resort to Pidgeotto. Tetsuya was not surprised, as gym battles often featured Pokemon of comparable strength. The previously defeated Geodude was approximately level 29, while Dugtrio appeared to be around level 35, rendering the overall strength of both Tetsuya's Pokemon fairly balanced. However, both of Brock's Pokemon were merely of elite potential, falling short in comparison to Mashoki's prowess. This disparity explained the current predicament, for under normal circumstances, a trainer would not find a gym battle so effortless. Moreover, Machoke was only growing stronger, a smile creeping onto Tetsuya's lips. Brock, oblivious to Tetsuya's musings, marveled at Mashoki's excellence. Dig approached the opponent from underground. He commanded Dugtrio. The Pokemon sank into the earth, disappearing from sight. Maintain high-speed movement. Stay alert underfoot, Tetsuya directed, aware that without Earthquake, Machoke had no means to counter the digging Dugtrio. However, prolonging the battle could ultimately work to his advantage. Brock furrowed his brow as he watched Machoke move with rapidity. What was the purpose of such seemingly futile efforts? It was clear that Dugtrio was biding its time while harboring intentions to attack. Mashoki's simplistic evasion not only drained its stamina, but could also lead to a judgment of lost battle spirit if the delay persisted. Observing closely, Brock suddenly realized something was amiss. Why was Machoke accelerating and exerting itself even more? No, the shift in stamina could not be so drastic. Was it a hidden ability? Speed boost? Brock immediately recognized the implication. While prolonged evasion could be deemed a loss of battle spirit, Mashoki's utilization of speed boost would not be categorized as mere avoidance. Unless it reached a limit where acceleration was impossible, the referee would not intervene. However, that moment would take far too long, and in the interim, Dugtrio might be deemed incapable of engaging due to its failure to attack. Sand Tomb. Brock quickly commanded Dugtrio to strike from underground, attempting to hinder Mashoki's velocity. Yet alas, Brock's command came too late. Mashoki's speed, bolstered by both speed boost and its high-speed movement, far surpassed Dugtrio's reaction time. In an instant, Machoke was liberated from the swirling sands and sprinted to a distance, sustaining merely a minor injury. Dugtrio could not hope to restrain the now accelerated Machoke. TSK, Brock thought. Feeling disheartened as his chances of victory dwindled significantly. He had fallen prey to the lack of information, yet recognizing an opponent's abilities was fundamentally a trainer's duty. He could only lament his insufficient preparedness. Moreover, the criteria for awarding badges in gym battles hinged on the strength and synergy between trainers and their Pokémon, not merely the outcome of victory. Tetsuya had already met the conditions for earning the Nibi badge. Yet, Brock was unwilling to concede so easily. Dig, then unleash triple attack. Brock commanded in a desperate bid. Counter with revenge, and follow up with a flurry of fire punches to thwart him. Tetsuya, seizing the advantage, prepared for a swift conclusion. Dugtrio transformed into a blurred shadow, closing in on Machoke with astonishing speed, executing a dig attack that collided with Machoke. Machoke, enduring the impact, retaliated with revenge, striking fiercely at Dugtrio. Just as Dugtrio was about to unleash its triple attack, Machoke's revenge interrupted it. Enduring the searing pain, Dugtrio pressed on with its triple attack, seeking to confine Machoke. With a deft sidestep, Machoke evaded Dugtrio's assault at a speed unseen by Dugtrio's eyes. Flames coalesced upon Machoke's claws, delivering powerful strikes upon Dugtrio's exposed body. Dugtrio emitted a pained cry. "Don't give up, Dugtrio. Use your last-ditch effort." "Reversal," Brock shouted. Dugtrio summoned its dwindling strength, launching itself at Machoke with reversal. At this point, Machoke had calmly retreated to a safe distance, evading Dugtrio's attacks. Dugtrio struggled to land a blow on Machoke, but its efforts proved futile. Soon, it exhausted its energy, its eyes swirling into a vortex as it collapsed onto the battlefield. Dugtrio was rendered incapable of battle, declaring the challenger, Tetsuya Tamaki, victorious. The referee promptly raised the flag to announce the result. Brock, resigned, recalled Dugtrio. Although he had sensed the implications of Machoke's speed boost the moment it became apparent, he had hoped for a longer engagement. The abrupt conclusion left him somewhat dissatisfied. Tetsuya likewise recalled Machoke, and the two approached the edge of the battlefield to shake hands. "Congratulations, you have emerged victorious. The Nibi badge will be presented to you at the front desk of the gym. Once the information is processed, you may collect it with your identity card." Brock smiled warmly at Tetsuya. Despite his disappointment in losing, Brock had long accepted the reality of victories and defeats against challengers, recognizing the strength of his opponent. With thoughts of potential camaraderie, Brock reflected on the encounter. Chapter 26, The Nibi Badge. I have obtained it following his exchange with Brock. Tetsuya expressed a simple thank you before departing. Brock made no attempt to stop him, narrowing his eyes as he watched Tetsuya leave. Regardless, he undoubtedly requires rest. As long as he remains in Nibi City, Brock assures himself he will know his whereabouts. However, the pressing matter is not this. Brock glanced at the time and realized, regrettably, that dinner time was approaching, and he had yet to prepare a meal for his younger siblings. In a flurry, Brock dashed away, overtaking Jie from behind. Jie heard the sound of Brock's frantic footsteps, and then witnessed Brock's silhouette whiz past him. Stunned, he gazed at Brock's retreating figure, wondering if there was some urgent matter at hand. However, he thought little of it. After all, others' affairs were not his concern, and Jie proceeded directly to the front desk. Upon arriving, he handed his identification to the staff. The front desk confirmed his credentials and returned the Nibi badge along with his identification. "Congratulations, Trainer Jie Tamaki. This is your badge of victory." Jie looked at the diamond-shaped Nibi badge, crafted from rock, and felt a surge of excitement. Although he had long anticipated this moment, receiving a badge for the first time filled him with exhilaration. He flicked the badge into the air like a coin, caught it deftly in his hand, and, after thanking the front desk attendant, turned away with a flourish. The female staff member at the front desk, captivated by Jie's charming demeanor and actions, found herself momentarily entranced. Once outside the Nibi gym, Jie carefully placed the Nibi badge into the badge box he had prepared beforehand. While the computer would still retain a record if it were lost, no respectable trainer would ever misplace their badge, as it symbolizes the fruits of their labor alongside their Pokémon. The Nibi badge. I have obtained it. Jie walked along the streets of Nibi City, his heart bursting with joy. Had he not felt a tinge of embarrassment, considering he was already 40 years old across 2 lifetimes, he might have shouted in delight. Suppressing his excitement at having received a badge for the first time, he quickened his pace toward the Pokémon Center. Though his Machoke had sustained little damage during battle, its stamina had significantly depleted due to its ability, necessitating a recovery from Nurse Joy. Additionally, after a day of vigorous activity and the mental exertion from battle, Jie felt a pang of hunger and was eager to return home for dinner. Using his premium privileges, Jie entrusted his Machoke to nurse Joy for a swift recovery, then headed to the dining area with his 2 Pokémon to begin his meal. While he was eating, a sudden black hand patted him on the shoulder from behind. He turned, puzzled, as he didn't know anyone in Nibi City who might greet him. "Hello, Trainer Jie," with squinting eyes and a tray in hand. It was none other than Brock. "Oh, it's Trainer Brock." "Hello." Jie managed to greet back, albeit awkwardly, as navigating social interactions was a novel experience for him. "Haha, do you mind if I join you?" Brock asked with a smile. "Of course not. Please, have a seat," Jie gestured invitingly. Brock placed his tray down and sat across from Jie. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Brock, son of the Nibi gym leader, and I'm 16, just like you. You can simply call me Brock. Is it alright if I call you Jie?" Brock continued, seamlessly taking the conversational lead. "Of course, I don't mind." Jie replied stiffly while eating. "Aren't you curious? I'm the gym leader's son," Brock inquired, a hint of incredulity in his voice. "Not really," Jie replied, pulling out a gym brochure and flipping to the middle section, where Brock's photo and name were featured, along with a brief introduction. "Oh, haha, is that so?" Brock chuckled awkwardly at the sight of himself in the brochure. "So, Brock, is there something you wanted to discuss with me?" Jie felt a straightforward approach would be best. The conversation was becoming uncomfortable. Haha. "Actually, it's nothing major," Brock said, surprised by Jie's directness, but then continued naturally. "I mainly wanted to connect and exchange insights on Pokémon breeding. After all, it's rare to meet a trainer as skilled as you. Your Machoke is exceptionally well-bred." Brock paused to take a bite of his meal. "I've observed that your Machoke has a robust and glossy coat, indicating that you take great care of it. Moreover, from our battle, I've calculated that your Mashoki's speed, muscle development, and fire-type energy are significantly superior to others of its kind. The most apparent indicator is the development of your Mashoki's calf muscles. Though it lacks precise measurements, it's evident that it's at least 14 times stronger than its peers. Furthermore, all its skill proficiencies are remarkably high, with each skill transitioning flawlessly." Brock's enthusiasm for Jie's breeding methods was palpable. "Your Machoke appears to be only 3 to 4 months old, yet it has already evolved to its second stage." Jie found himself momentarily dazed as he listened to Brock's enthusiastic discourse. Realizing he might have overstepped, Brock quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. My ambition is to become an exceptional breeder, so I tend to get carried away." Jie waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right, Brock. Your breeding skills are genuinely impressive. You can discern so much just with the naked eye. It's nothing extraordinary. It mainly comes down to being attentive," Brock said, scratching the back of his head, feeling a bit bashful. "No, truly, it's quite remarkable. Most people can't glean data with mere observation. You're far too modest," Jie praised fervently. No, really. "It's quite ordinary," Brock insisted, waving his hands in humility. After several exchanges of flattery, both young men found themselves laughing at the absurdity of it all. "Haha. Are we being a bit overzealous?" Brock chuckled in Jie's direction. "Indeed, perhaps a tad exaggerated." "Haha," Jie agreed, equally amused. "If you don't mind, we could share our insights on Pokémon breeding," Jie suggested. "Currently, my breeding focus for Machoke is primarily on the fighting type, with fire type as a secondary consideration. I may contemplate developing both types together later on." Before Brock could respond, Jie began to share his breeding experiences. "Initially, my primary goal is to enhance Mashoki's speed. As you may have noticed, it possesses the hidden ability Speed Boost. In the early stages, when paired with fighting-type moves, the opponent has little recourse." He continued, "Thus, I prioritize strengthening its capabilities to cover its relatively weak mid to long-range moves. I mainly use Shimmer Grass, combined with Odd Powder, alongside other materials to enhance Mashoki's speed. The principle lies in the use of Shimmer Grass." Brock, meanwhile, took out his notebook to jot down notes, occasionally interjecting with his thoughts. Chapter 27. A dialogue between Brock and Jie. Would it be more effective to replace Odd Powder with Gentle Wind Grass, using Odd Powder as a supplementary material? Gentle Wind Grass could. No, while Gentle Wind Grass might effectively amplify the effects of Shimmer Grass, it may not be suitable for Machoke. Have you considered Starshine Grass? Although it is significantly pricier, it is a variant of Shimmer Grass, with nearly identical effects. As they delved into an animated discussion, it became apparent that Jie dominated most of the conversation, with Brock listening intently. After all, Jie was not only a prodigy but also possessed a unique background, making his prowess unsurprising. Nevertheless, the insights Brock offered inspired Jie greatly, as his strategies were rooted in a profound understanding of materials. However, the characteristics of materials on the surface are not exhaustive. A portion of particularly unique materials and their properties remain undisclosed. Over the years, Tetsuya has only managed to grasp a fraction of this knowledge through diligent study and research. In contrast, Xiaojing, as the descendant of the dojo master and the future heir of the dojo, possesses a significantly more advanced understanding in this domain. He introduced numerous materials and properties unknown to Tetsuya, which could substantially enhance Tetsuya's efficiency in resource utilization. The two engaged in an animated discussion for 3 hours, only realizing the passage of time when the restaurant began to empty. Haha, you truly are remarkable, Tetsuya. Your understanding of the interactions between various materials is astonishing. Moreover, your formula for the reaction agent is simply flawless, albeit only applicable to your Pokémon, which limits its versatility, Xiaojing complimented. Actually, there's still much I don't know, Tetsuya replied, shaking his head. It's getting late. I should head back. Let's add each other as friends. I'll be free tomorrow, and we can continue our discussion. Xiaojing pulled up the interface on his Pokémon watch. Sounds good, Tetsuya agreed with enthusiasm. After exchanging friend requests through the Pokémon Watch's social feature, they bid each other farewell. Upon returning home, Wuning was seated on the sofa, reviewing reports from his subordinates. Has Kentaro experienced any diarrhea? Did you change his diaper? Is Wendai feeling any better? Has he taken his medicine? Did Yuji complete her homework today? Have you checked it? Observing his father's diligent work, Xiaojing couldn't help but chide him. Wuning immediately felt overwhelmed and set the reports aside. Everything's taken care of. Kentaro was well behaved today, no issues. Wendai has been taking his medicine on time. And Yuji is still working on her homework. You can check it later. Oh, by the way, what did you do tonight? Wuning skillfully diverted the conversation. Today at the dojo battle, I encountered an intriguing trainer, an orphan, about my age. According to the data, he possesses a Pidgeot, which the Joy family estimates has the potential of a champion, currently at a mid-elite energy level. His newly caught Combuskin has uncertain potential but possesses the speed boost ability, which, according to family records, suggests at least champion-level potential, possibly even nearing the title of master. His strength is quite impressive. He managed to defeat 2 of my Pokémon in the 3rd breeding room, using a Golem and a Dugtrio. The funding source is the Firestone and Bounty missions. So overall, there are no major issues. I simply went to introduce myself. He sounds like a fortunate individual. Wuning resumed reading the report. It is not uncommon for trainers from humble backgrounds to stumble upon a high-potential Pokémon. However, few succeed in their development. The reason lies in the fact that a relatively powerful Pokémon does not guarantee decisive advantages in battles. And common trainers lack the resources and avenues to nurture and acquire additional high-quality Pokémon. Even someone like Tetsuya, who has had the fortune of acquiring 2 champion-level Pokémon, is not without precedent. Chairman Damaranch also forged a bond with a legendary Pokémon, coming from humble beginnings. One could say that Tetsuya simply possesses worthy potential for investment. Xiaojing was not surprised by Wuning's reaction. After all, for the upper echelons of their league, encountering 1 or 2 individuals like Tetsuya annually is hardly extraordinary. Unless a multitude appears, which is unrealistic, given the scarcity of high-quality Pokémon among commoners. Initially, I intended to merely converse and establish rapport. But later I realized this individual might genuinely be a prodigy. Oh, Wuning feigned indifference. There are no issues with his training. It follows standard methodologies, albeit with greater effectiveness than the average common trainer. At least for now, it appears so. He still has a way to go to meet our established training standards, Xiaojing stated with a detached demeanor. However, his breeding skills are exceptionally strong, remarkably so. Aside from limitations in information, I believe he could directly attain the title of breeding master. At this point, Xiaojing's emotions began to surface. Wuning raised an eyebrow, lifting his gaze. He was well acquainted with his eldest son, who rarely boasted. Xiaojing had a natural interest and talent for breeding. He had recently passed the level 5 breeder examination, qualifying him as a mid-level breeder. However, suggesting that Tetsuya could be a breeding master seemed excessive, considering the most outstanding breeder in recent years was Xiaoxua, who, despite coming from humble origins, only passed the level 9 exam at the age of 21. The breeder examinations consist of 10 levels, with level 9 being exceptionally high. Even such a genius would likely not break into the 10th level and achieve the title of breeding master until the age of 30, making Xiaoxua the 3rd youngest in the league's history to accomplish this feat. If I'm not mistaken, Tetsuya is still under 17 years old. Is it even possible for him to become a breeding master? Xiaojing noted his father's inquisitive expression. It's not that he can become a breeding master right now. He still requires approximately 5 years to compensate for his knowledge deficiencies. However, in terms of energy reactions between various materials, potion formulations, and tailored plans for specific Pokémon, I personally believe he has already reached a masterful level. Xiaojing was unaware that Tetsuya's aptitude for learning was even more formidable than he imagined. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to pique Wu Ning's interest and attention. After all, while many aspire to be breeders, few achieve the title of breeding master. A breeding master is expected to provide targeted breeding plans for any Pokémon, with comprehensive strategies aligned with each Pokémon's developmental stages, capable of enhancing their strength at the quickest pace. Currently, there are only about 15 individuals alive who hold the title of breeding master within the league. Engaging these experts to customize plans is a significant undertaking. Even affluent individuals like Wu Ning, a dojo master, find it burdensome. The key is that these masters demand more than mere monetary compensation. They seek rare, high-quality breeding materials, which are already scarce for those who seek their services. Chapter 28. Wu Ning's Interest and Tournament Regulations. If what Xiaojing mentioned about this common trainer, Tetsuya Yumeki, holds true, possessing such talent makes him a worthy investment. After all, cultivating a relationship with a future breeding master would greatly benefit his family's progeny. What do you plan to do? Wu Ning did not insist that Xiaojing follow his methods. Understanding that he would eventually pass the mantle to him, he still needed to hone his skills. I conversed with him extensively today and could tell he was concealing quite a bit, but that is of little consequence. His background undoubtedly fuels his thirst for knowledge. I intend to speak with him directly again tomorrow. Xiaojing donned an apron, preparing to commence household chores. He continued to speak, demonstrating his intelligence. Although he appeared somewhat inept in social situations, his underlying meaning was always clear. His reactions were entirely normal when I disclosed information. He showed no signs of resistance. His investment potential is substantial. I've already discussed a preliminary assessment with the dojo, and they will investigate and provide a report. Very well. You'll be responsible for this. After all, he is your first investment, Wu Ning remarked, glancing at the report, allowing Xiaojing to make his own decisions. As for the information he had shared, it was hardly a significant matter. Understood. Xiaojing paused momentarily in his sweeping, but quickly resumed. Dad, lift your feet, stop lounging around. You're holding the report upside down. Enough of this. Go upstairs and check on your siblings. You can't neglect them day in and day out. Listening to his son's incessant chatter, Wu Ning promptly ascended the stairs with the report in hand. His son was admirable in many aspects. Yet this particular trait of incessant prattle was quite irksome. As Wu Ning navigated the staircase, his eyes narrowed much like those of Xiaojing. Yumeki Tetsuya, was it? That name certainly piqued his interest. It held promise. Meanwhile, Tetsuya, who had returned to the Pokémon Center to rest, remained blissfully unaware of the conversation transpiring between father and son. After a refreshing shower, he sank into the sofa, lost in contemplation about his earlier exchange with Xiaojing. From his subtle inquiries, it appeared that Xiaojing was unfamiliar with someone named Ash, at least for the time being. Tetsuya felt no disappointment. His primary aim was merely to ascertain this fact, as it was a reminiscence from his childhood in his past life. In this tangible reality, Tetsuya found it unsurprising that Ash did not exist, for, based on his understanding, the world diverged significantly from the portrayal in the anime. This disparity was evident in numerous aspects, particularly in the context of tournament competitions. It was ludicrous that even a novice like Ash could secure a spot in the top 8. Yet, it did not seem entirely implausible, Tetsuya mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Although he had yet to consider participating in the tournament, lacking both the capability and being preoccupied with earning a living and studying, he was nonetheless aware of the general situation. The World S League tournaments were categorized into a 2-year system and an unrestricted system. The latter, commonly referred to as the League Tournament, was the one Tetsuya had seen in videos. No wonder, he thought, the competitors in these tournaments seemed excessively formidable, entirely unlike what he had witnessed in his previous life. The so-called 2-year system was designed for novice trainers who had only recently embarked on their journeys. The certification requirements for trainers' rankings and the top 4 in tournaments pertain to the unrestricted events, rather than the 2-year system. The specific restrictions dictated that trainers aged 16 and above, but not yet 18, could register to compete with Pokémon they had captured and trained for no longer than 2 years, with the entry requirement being the collection of 8 badges. Consequently, the typical Pokémon of participants were generally of average strength, with a few being elite, and many were at the novice level. The unrestricted system, however, was an entirely different matter, devoid of any time constraints. Competitors in the main events were predominantly elite trainers and near-champion level trainers. Only upon reaching the champion status would they transition to the champion challenge. Ordinary trainers would scarcely make it past the preliminary rounds. Nevertheless, participation in the 2-year system was rare, with only about 2, 300 trainers entering each year, primarily common trainers pursuing their dreams. After all, for them, being an ordinary trainer was already their zenith. Entering the unrestricted system usually resulted in an early exit from the preliminary rounds, rendering it devoid of any significance. A commendable ranking in the 2-year system could at least provide some bragging rights to future generations. A minuscule fraction of 2nd or 3rd generation trainers might dabble in it, with the top 8 generally being dominated by these individuals. In private parlance, the 2-year system was often derisively referred to as the baby competition, a moniker that underscored trainers' disdain for it. It was rumored that the league was in the process of addressing this issue, striving to amend the tournament format, as the current 2-year system seemed rather pointless. However, outright cancellation was not feasible, as it would deprive novice trainers of any initial experience. Tetsuya was uncertain about the specifics of potential changes. Perhaps it would resemble the format from his previous Life's animated series, though he suspected it would not concern him directly. After all, Tetsuya needed to establish a foundation and secure resources, which necessitated demonstrating his prowess in unrestricted events. The 2-year system held no practical value or relevance. In previous years, there had even been instances of individuals entering the 2-year system with champion-level Pokémon, shamelessly claiming they had cultivated them over 2 years. Ironically, the recorded capture time was indeed less than 2 years, allowing them to compete. But defeating such trainers felt akin to battling infants. Eventually, the league discovered that this individual was a 2nd-generation trainer, while the champion-level Pokémon was indeed theirs. The time frame exceeded 2 years. This Pokémon was a descendant of their father's near-champion Pokémon, having been raised alongside them for 16 years before being placed into a Pokeball. By the time of the competition, the capture time was just over a year, aligning with the standards. It was not that no one had considered such a strategy. The crux lay in the fact that possessing such Pokémon was one thing. But if one failed to capture it, being defeated and having it captured by another would leave one with no recourse. After all, whether wild or captured, anyone could seize a Pokémon if it remained outside a Pokeball. Yet, this individual had remained sheltered for the first 16 years of their life, diligently nurturing their sole Pokémon at home. It was only upon turning 16 and officially embarking on their journey that they captured the Pokémon. This could be seen as exploiting a loophole. Rumors suggested that the outcome for this individual was rather grim, though with a powerful father to support them. It probably wasn't excessively dire. Regarding the participation of trainers using their parents' Pokémon or capturing powerful Pokémon for competitions, the former was fraught with the risk of paternal wrath upon proposal, while common trainers lacked the resources for such endeavors. As for the latter, if one could capture a formidable Pokémon, it indicated their own strength, rendering participation in the 2-year system unnecessary. They should instead showcase their abilities in the unrestricted system. Relying on another's Pokémon to defeat and then capture it would likely result in the Pokémon disregarding the trainer's commands. In gaming terms, their affinity would be below 10. It would be evident that such a scenario would lead to disqualification from the competition. If there truly were a protagonist, Tetsuya contemplated, Ash would either have initially participated in the 2-year system before transitioning to the unrestricted system, or the league would have modified the tournament format in the future, deviating from its current configuration. Tetsuya pondered this, estimating that Ash was still quite young, for at that time, Professor Oak frequently appeared on television giving lectures. Appearing far from elderly, Xiaojing's remarks suggested that today was also his first experience battling at a gym, indicating he had yet to reach maturity. Tetsuya shook his head, realizing he was overthinking. His objective was clear, to strive for an outstanding performance in the unrestricted system at the Chengdu tournament 2 years hence. For now, however, he needed to consider the attitude of the Nibi gym. His presentation today should have raised no issues. He had likely projected the demeanor of an ordinary trainer, albeit with exceptional talent in nurturing Pokémon and a stroke of good fortune. With his eyes closed, Tetsuya reflected on the conversation from that evening. As long as he did not expose the capabilities of the Zero model, which could detect potential, his prowess in nurturing would merely be attributed to innate talent, posing minimal danger while offering substantial rewards. The most significant revelation from today was the understanding that one's potential could indeed be altered postnatally. Tetsuya mused, recalling how Xiaojing, whether intentionally or otherwise, had inadvertently confirmed this point during their discussion. Although Tetsuya had contemplated this notion previously, it had never been substantiated by anyone, leaving him in a state of speculation. After all, if the legend of Ho-Oh could transform 3 EV evolutions into 3 legendary beasts, it was not unimaginable that some exceedingly rare materials or methods could enhance one's potential. However, Xiaojing had only assisted Tetsuya in confirming this hypothesis. Without disclosing any specific methods, Tetsuya could easily envision the complexity of such methods. If they were straightforward, these families would not be lamenting their inability to cultivate Pokémon with high potential. Nevertheless, the mere existence of such methods was sufficient. The Zero model could analyze these techniques and materials, substituting them with alternatives that, while not as effective as the original, would nonetheless yield significantly better results. Tetsuya contemplated the notion that it was implausible for every Pokémon he encountered to possess extraordinary potential right from the moment of hatching. He realized the necessity of capturing some ordinary Pokémon to serve as a facade. Initially, he worried that they might hinder his progress and lead to a waste of resources, as they could not be further nurtured. However, it now seemed prudent to select a moderately qualified yet useful Pokémon, with the intention of gradually enhancing its abilities over time. Although the costs would be significantly higher than before, such expenditures were unavoidable in the early stages. He had considered the possibility of capturing a Pokémon merely as a transitional measure, only to abandon it without nurturing or releasing it back into the wild. However, he ultimately found it difficult to reconcile this approach with his conscience. Indeed, many individuals in this world opted for such a route, as low-quality Pokémon could never keep pace with their trainers. These trainers would either consign them to the care of breeding facilities, paying fees while neglecting further involvement, or simply release them back into nature to pursue higher-quality Pokémon. Yet, through his experiences nurturing and bonding with various Pokémon, Tetsuya gradually relinquished this idea. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had personally hatched them from eggs and shared a sense of kinship as an orphan himself, leading him to regard his Pokémon as family and companions. The thought of releasing or neglecting a Pokémon he had nurtured for 2 or 3 years, or even longer, was unfathomable to him. Thus, he approached the selection of Pokémon with utmost caution. With today's confirmation from Xiaojang regarding this matter, he found solace. It meant that he no longer had to fret over these concerns. As long as he had a method, Tetsuya was confident that he could optimize Zero. What truly frightened him was the absence of a method. Without it, Zero could not conjure potential from thin air. After all, enhancing one's potential was, at its core, a form of evolution, and Zero's abilities had yet to reach such heights. Does this mean I can now begin preparations for my third Pokémon? Tetsuya mused, scrolling through the forum with a hint of boredom. Currently, he was short on funds, so he realized he needed to expedite his efforts in undertaking some bounty tasks. Reflecting on the balance in his bank account, he felt a twinge of sorrow. Suddenly, the prospect of acquiring a third Pokémon seemed a distant dream. In this day and age, earning a bit of money is truly no easy feat, he lamented. After completing his plans for the day, he collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. The day's exertions had been considerable, and during his evening conversation with Xiaojang, he had been striving to showcase a portion of his abilities while feigning ignorance about other capabilities that could be discerned. He could not reveal his talent for identifying the potential of Pokémon eggs, nor could he easily extract information from Xiaojang. It was an arduous task, akin to navigating through hell. A good young man, forced by life into becoming the very person he despised in his youth, Tetsuya sighed. The night passed without incident. In the morning, after completing his early workout, Tetsuya emerged from the evergreen forest with his 2 Pokémon. As he walked, he playfully juggled a Pokeball in his hand. Fortune smiled upon him, for he encountered a particularly intriguing Piku that had yet to evolve. Tetsuya felt a surge of happiness, sensing that his luck had significantly improved during this journey. Let there be no misunderstanding. Tetsuya did not aspire to raise a Piku akin to the illustrious Pikachu, as that was simply unrealistic. Moreover, even a Raichu was not an exceptionally powerful Pokémon, requiring a Thunderstone for evolution, which hardly justified the effort. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Piku was an exceptionally adorable creature, adored by the affluent. The one he had just captured possessed a unique black tuft of fur on its chest, unlike the typical serrated pattern seen on most Piku. Instead, this particular tuft resembled an inverted heart. It was noteworthy that Piku typically appeared in groups within the evergreen forest, usually as part of a larger family. Evolution for Piku merely required a certain level of affection, coupled with a slight increase in level. Nothing could foster affection quicker than familial bonds, and young Pokémon found it relatively easy to level up. This resulted in Piku swiftly evolving into Pikachu under the care of its parents and extended relatives. It was rare to see Piku among a gathering of Pikachu, as the individual differences were exceedingly uncommon. Once evolved, they generally bore identical appearances. Even the eggs hatching did not guarantee that the Piku would possess any distinctive fur traits, as even if trimmed, it would revert to its original form shortly thereafter. Wealthy ladies cherished such unique Pokémon as pets, taking them to social gatherings, where they not only exuded cuteness, but also elevated their status. Thus, While ordinary Piku might fetch a slightly higher price in the black market, this exceptionally unique Piku could command a significantly greater sum. Goodness! Just as I find myself short on funds, an opportunity presents itself. Am I not the protagonist of this tale? Tetsuya thought giddily as he walked along. Chapter 30. The Black Market Acquisition Point and a Reunion with Xiaojing. Anyone who stumbled upon such a fortunate occurrence during their morning training would surely share Tetsuya's elation. It felt akin to discovering money on the street. As for what would happen if the newly captured Piku evolved, there existed an item known as the Everstone, a rather lackluster tool that prevented Pokémon from evolving to the next stage. Typically, such pet-like Pokémon were equipped with an Everstone, ensuring they remained unevolved. While the Everstone may be deemed trivial, it was still relatively rare and costly. Moreover, Piku, when overly excited, could unleash electric shocks, necessitating specialized training from breeders. Otherwise, shocking oneself could lead to embarrassing situations, albeit without significant pain. This would entail considerable expenses. One could only conclude that the whims of wealthy ladies were indeed quite costly. Yet, what concern was this for Tetsuya? He merely needed to recognize that this newly captured Piku could potentially yield an income of around 5 million. Oh, what a wonderful day for the common folk, Tetsuya hummed cheerfully as he walked. Arriving at a small cabin on the outskirts of Nibi City, he donned a mask to conceal his features. Following the established signal, he rhythmically tapped his foot on the ground. Before long, a hidden compartment opened, and Tetsuya stepped inside. Below lay a narrow passage, illuminated only by a faint light above, guiding his way. After traversing for some time, he reached a clearing that opened up before him. Before him was an underground hall, dotted with approximately a dozen enclosed small rooms, surrounded by dark passages reminiscent of the one he had just exited. A masked figure in black approached, directing Tetsuya toward one of the small rooms. Upon entering, he was greeted by another masked person seated at a table. Tetsuya felt exasperated. Was this a nesting doll scenario? Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of icy composure and placed the Pokeball containing Piku on the table. The figure in black remained silent. Releasing Piku for a brief inspection, Piku appeared bewildered, not yet comprehending the situation, before the figure swiftly recaptured it. 480,000, the masked figure's voice echoed, oddly reminiscent of an electric buzz. Tetsuya, unfazed, nodded in agreement, although it fell slightly short of his psychological benchmark of 500,000. Selling directly here would undoubtedly yield a lower price. Seeing Tetsuya's acceptance, the figure retrieved an anonymous card, performed a few actions, and handed it to him. After confirming the transfer of 480,000 through his wristwatch, Tetsuya turned and left. Exiting the room, an unknown figure in black approached, signaling for him to follow. Tetsuya trailed behind, exiting through another pitch-black passageway. The return journey mirrored the previous one, leading him back to yet another wooden cabin that bore a striking resemblance to the last. As he removed his mask and stepped outside the cabin, he realized that he had ventured far from his original position. Goodness, everyone clad in black. This black market acquisition point truly exemplifies a rather ingenious system of semi-randomized entrances and exits. Indeed, the place he had just visited was a black market acquisition point. While each region boasted only one black market, these acquisition points proliferated throughout every city, with many existing within a single urban area. In simpler terms, individuals could sell their finds to the black market collection points. Although the prices would invariably be lower than those they would receive by selling directly at the main black market in Konan City, the convenience factor was paramount, as both traveling and setting up a stall consumed valuable time. However, if one sought to purchase a Pokémon or an egg, they would need to venture directly to the black market, as these acquisition points only accepted sales, not purchases. Concerns about encountering others were largely unfounded, as there were always overseers monitoring the various passages within the black market. Although Tetsuya was uncertain about the specifics of how to avoid such encounters, it was clear that the black market operated under its own set of rules, which had allowed it to endure for so long. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Tetsuya handed over the Pokeballs of his Machoke and Pidgeot to Nurse Joy for restoration. He then made his way to the Pokemon restaurant, eager to indulge in breakfast. His stomach had been growling ever since his morning workout. Hardly had he settled down at a table when he had barely taken a few bites, when, much like the previous night, a black-clad hand rested upon his shoulder. Tetsuya paused momentarily, turned his head, and indeed, it was Brock, clutching a sandwich and a carton of milk. "Good morning, Tetsuya." Brock greeted him cheerfully as he took a seat across from him. Tetsuya regarded Brock with a bemused expression, thinking to himself how odd it was for a gym heir to frequent the Pokemon Center for breakfast as though he resided there. "Brock," seemingly oblivious to Tetsuya's gaze, naturally began to munch on his sandwich. A silence enveloped the table as neither party knew how to break the ice. "I came to find you today for a serious matter," Brock eventually declared, shattering the awkwardness. Tetsuya gestured for him to continue. "As I mentioned yesterday, I am the future heir of the Nibi Gym, and yesterday marked my first experience with the gym battle evaluation process." Brock paused, looking intently at Tetsuya. "After our conversation last night, I found you quite impressive. I discussed our dialogue with my father and provided him with an assessment and report." Tetsuya chuckled softly. "Oh, what did the report say about me?" Brock, relieved to see that Tetsuya was not upset, relaxed slightly. While it was common in this world for families to invest in talented civilian trainers, many civilian trainers were more than willing to accept such support. After all, without funding, it was challenging to become a strong trainer, regardless of one's innate talent. The expectation was that, once one achieved strength, such arrangements were merely a normal exchange of benefits, avoiding any disparity between support and contribution. Nonetheless, many remained wary of incurring debts or losing their freedom by accepting investments. Despite Brock feeling confident that Tetsuya did not belong to such a category, given Tetsuya's clear understanding of his own abilities and future, it still left him somewhat apprehensive. The report clearly stated that Tetsuya had accepted the preliminary investment from the Joy family, yet there remained the possibility that Tetsuya might decline the investment from the Nibi Gym. Thus, Brock felt a mix of hope and uncertainty, as the idea of investing in Tetsuya had originated from him, and it was the first investment his father had instructed him to make. Tetsuya's current reaction offered him a sigh of relief. At least Tetsuya did not reject the notion of discussing this matter with him as a representative of the Nibi Gym. Brock gathered his thoughts, considering the reports and evaluations provided by the gym staff, and continued speaking. "So, that's about the gist of it. If you find no objections, we can proceed." After elaborating, Brock found himself parched and took a swig from his milk carton. "Tetsuya, this isn't just your first gym battle. It's also your first negotiation regarding an investment like this, isn't it?" Tetsuya smiled, not responding directly to Brock's statement, but instead shifting the conversation to another topic. "Ah, indeed." Brock chuckled, scratching his head. "Is it that obvious? How should I put it?" Tetsuya set down his utensils. "To be honest, this is also my first time negotiating such matters. While I felt that Nurse Joy and the others extended a similar investment, it was rather straightforward, just an upgrade in treatment, without such discussions involved. But I can't shake the feeling that your directness might be somewhat off. Normally, shouldn't I be the one to propose conditions, while you consider, reject, and negotiate before reaching a consensus? That is not out of the question," Brock replied. "If you prefer, I could retract what I just said. And you can start over?" "No need. I find it quite reasonable and well articulated." "I have no objections." Tetsuya quickly waved his hands. The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere lightening. Brock added, "What we discussed is formal. A verbal agreement suffices. I'll have someone send the specific details to your wristwatch later for your review." "And what of personal matters?" Tetsuya inquired, gazing at Brock. "Regarding personal matters, I'd like to ask for your assistance in drafting a training plan for my Geodude." "Of course. I will cover the costs." Brock squinted, making it difficult to decipher his thoughts. "Certainly, but it will take a few days," Tetsuya readily agreed. "There's no rush. You can take your time. Just come by the Nibi Gym's front desk and ask for me in 5 days." "Okay, understood." Tetsuya glanced at his wristwatch. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." "All right, goodbye. Farewell." Brock remained with his eyes narrowed as he watched Tetsuya walk away. Slowly rising from his seat, he reflected on his conversation with his father earlier that morning. "So, you've decided to entrust your Geodude's training to him?" His father, Wuning, displayed no discernible emotion. "Yes. Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Wuning fell silent for a moment. "Then proceed. You are still young." Brock, squinting, acknowledged his youth. He could afford to take a gamble. An instinct told him that Tetsuya's demeanor was not entirely revealing. If successful, much like his father in the past, Brock would swiftly ascend to become a formidable trainer. As for failure, it would merely involve a Pokémon and a span of time, an acceptable loss. "I hope you don't disappoint me," Brock mused as he departed the Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, Tetsuya, having retrieved his Pokémon from Joy, made his way to the Bounty Hunter Center. His mind still swirling with thoughts. Why did Brock suddenly request a training plan for his Geodude? Was it a test? No, if it were a test, he could have easily chosen any gym Pokémon to assess my capabilities. If it wasn't a test, then was this condition too generous? Tetsuya found himself puzzled. The notion that he couldn't find someone to devise a plan seemed implausible. A gym leader's son, the future heir, and a naturally gifted breeder. How could he not find someone to train his Pokémon? Even if he couldn't secure a breeding master, there were plenty of others he could enlist. Not to mention, Brock could handle the initial training plan for his Geodude himself. Perplexed, he remained unable to fathom the implications of Brock's actions. Even as he stepped into the Hunter Center and began preparing for his tasks, lost in contemplation, he decided to relinquish his thoughts. As an ordinary civilian, he possessed nothing of value that might attract the scheming of others. He lacked the prowess of a muscular fighter or the qualifications of a top-tier contender. It was nothing of great consequence. It appeared to be merely a notion of Xiaojing. Perhaps it was best to accept the task and earn some money. GS scrolled through the screen, swiftly perusing several tasks before casually selecting a C-level mission, preparing to depart. The remaining number of C-level tasks available, too. Wasn't he a C-level bounty hunter? How could he take on 3 tasks of the same rank? Glancing at the background information, he noted a few words inscribed next to his personal details. C-level, permission elevated by 1 tier. Was this yet another privilege of elevated status? Quite splendid indeed. GM marveled at how the Qiao family truly encompassed every facet of life, and this enhancement in treatment was remarkably generous. He then reselected the 2 discarded C-level tasks and set off towards Moonlight Mountain. Moonlight Mountain, the site of falling meteors, was rumored to be the habitat of the elusive Pippi. The internal structure, a result of years of mining and the various burrowing skills of numerous sprites, presented an exceedingly intricate network of pathways, often leading trainers astray. Nonetheless, driven by the allure of moonstones, fossils, and a plethora of diverse Pokémon such as Pippi, Nidoking, and Nidoqueen, throngs of trainers ventured forth into its depths. Jia illuminated the damp darkness of the cavern with his flashlight. This marked the 3rd hour of his exploration within Moonlight Mountain, having long diverged from the official pathways provided by the Alliance. His muscular fighter had just dispatched another hapless Geodude that he inadvertently stepped upon. This rock-like Pokémon bore no valuable materials, yet it seemed to favor lying in caves, often mistaken for ordinary stones in the shadows. He mused that he had probably trampled 7 or 8 of them along the way. However, he surmised that there should be none left ahead and activated the environmental monitoring feature of his exploration suit, noting that the humidity had exceeded the comfort zone of Geodude. Yet, he was likely nearing his objective. Taking out a drone from his backpack, he cautiously maneuvered it deeper into the cavern. The night vision camera scanned the corners, with him and his Pokémon trailing far behind. Soon, as he ventured deeper, the drone located the target, commanding the drone to attach itself to the rocky ceiling above. Jia instructed his muscular fighter to approach cautiously. He directed it to unleash its weakest ember attack towards the 2 Paras, careful not to incinerate them entirely. The muscular fighter nodded and, with utmost care, released a small burst of fire towards the cavern's corner. The flame illuminated the dim, damp cave, revealing the exposed roots of a large tree. Surrounding it were 2 Paras and a Parasect, feeding on the roots, precisely the targets of his current mission. The 2 Paras succumbed to the flames and lost their ability to battle. Remarkably, he had encountered both mission targets on his first attempt. Initially fearing he would struggle to find the Parasect, Jia felt a surge of good fortune and activated the gas mask of his exploration suit. Do not approach that Parasect, he commanded. First, use a screech to provoke it, prompting it to release spores. The muscular fighter nodded, unleashing a loud cry that startled the Parasect, causing it to recoil momentarily. Subsequently, the Parasect, seemingly enraged, released a flurry of spores from the mushroom on its back. Watching the swirling spores, Jia felt a momentary sense of dread. Chapter 32, An Unexpected Encounter with a Tyranitar. So engrossed was he in collecting mission materials that he momentarily forgot that his muscular fighter had no means to resolve the situation without damaging the spores. The area was rather confined. It would be impossible for his Charizard to spread its wings, let alone create a gust of wind. Calling back his muscular fighter to prevent it from inhaling any toxins, Jia quickly devised a plan. He instructed his muscular fighter to fire the weakest spark towards the rear of the Parasect, ensuring no harm was done while compelling it to remain stationary. He guided the drone down and dismantled its fan system. Connecting it to his exploration suit, the small fan, initially intended to assist with mobility, was now operating at a significantly higher capacity. Directing the fan towards the slowly drifting spores, their descent was hindered, causing them to float downwards gradually. The Parasect, witnessing this occurrence, seemed perplexed, its fungal head unable to comprehend the situation. Unable to move due to the pressure from the muscular fighter, it resorted to frantically dispersing spores in place. Jia continuously fanned the spores, noting that they were not infinite. After all, he was dealing with a mechanical device. Indeed, after a brief period, the Parasect ceased its spore dissemination, appearing as if it had lost its vitality, collapsing to the ground. He unleashed a final ember to conclude its plight. Observing its state, the muscular fighter complied with its trainer's command and delivered a swift end. Jie gingerly retrieved a container, diligently gathering the parasect's toxic spores. These, when brewed, could serve as excellent medicinal materials. As for their specific effects, well, the task issuer was apparently a middle-aged man in his 40s. After half an hour, he had finally collected the scattered spores throughout the cavern. During this time, the muscular fighter kept a watchful eye on the 3 Pokémon. Whenever they stirred, it swiftly subdued them once more. Jie approached, patting his muscular fighter's head. Well done. The muscular fighter proudly flapped its wings, or arms. Donning a pair of gloves, he began to harvest the 2 small mushrooms from the back of the paras. The 4 small mushrooms were neatly arranged in a bowl. Jie removed his gloves and instructed his muscular fighter to incinerate them to prevent contamination of the environment. The spores from the parasect proved sufficient, exceeding 100 grams, yet the small mushrooms from the paras were still lacking. More searching was required. Placing the collected items at the bottom of his backpack, he and his Pokémon ventured deeper into the cave. They traversed countless forks in the path, with Jie using his navigation device to record his route to avoid becoming lost. Though, in the worst-case scenario, he could simply find an open area with a view of the sky and summon his Pidgeot to fly him out. He preferred to reserve that option for dire circumstances. After all, Moonlight Mountain was quite elevated. Even in the nearby town of Shinshin, it was visible. To err on the side of caution, high-altitude flying was not advisable. Engrossed in such musings, the muscular fighter dispatched another Geodude that had unwittingly crossed its path. Great, we've veered off course again, Jie remarked, observing the diminishing humidity with a sense of exasperation. Within the cavern's darkness, he had no notion of his direction. Paras thrived in shadowy, damp environments, where roots provided sustenance for their survival. Glancing at his location on the map, he found himself on the western outskirts of Moonlight Mountain, near a subterranean river. Identifying a reference point, Jie made his way toward the river. Typically, wild Pokémon frequented such locales, as water was one of the essentials for life. As he drew nearer to the river, the air gradually became more refreshing. Stalactites above often gathered moisture, forming tiny droplets that dripped down. The muscular fighter shook its head irritably as another drop of water landed on it. Although the high temperature of its body quickly dried its fur, the sensation of moisture remained uncomfortable. Upon hearing the sound of flowing water, Jie decided to deploy the drone to assess the situation. The dark cavern echoed with the murmur of the river, surrounded by an eerie silence. It seemed no Pokémon were present to drink at this moment. Cautiously stepping out of his current cave and hugging the stone wall, Jie turned and entered another cave detected by the drone. As he walked along the path for a while, he soon stumbled upon a clue. He crouched down, observing the traces left on the ground. It appeared to be a group of approximately 5 larger paras, as indicated by the depth of the tracks, which suggested they were not parasect. However, this was of little concern, for both paras and parasect were severely disadvantaged against fire-type Pokémon. The dual bug and grass-type attributes rendered them susceptible to quadruple fire damage. And if their ability was dry skin, that multiplier would increase even further. Accompanied by his vigorous Fletchinder, he followed the trail left by the paras, quickly locating the adorable little creatures. Indeed, there were no parasect present. Without needing any commands from Jie, Fletchinder instinctively unleashed 5 fiery blasts. These novice or merely ordinary level paras were no match for Fletchinder's onslaught, even with Fletchinder holding back its power considerably. The vast disparity in innate talent and the elemental disadvantage resulted in the 5 paras collapsing unconscious. With an expression of indifference, Jie picked mushrooms, and once finished, he departed without a shred of mercy, leaving behind the 5 fainted paras, reminiscent of a man who concluded his business and walked away. With 14 specimens gathered, he needed only 3 more paras, but there was no rush. Jie contemplated a more efficient method. It would be prudent to search for the Diglett, as fortune might favor him with a dropped claw, thereby eliminating the need for battle. The 2 small mushrooms atop the paras were excellent sources of nutrients prior to their evolution, while the claw of a Diglett served as a valuable ingredient for potions. After being harvested, both the mushrooms and claws would regenerate swiftly. Consequently, some trainers who possessed paras, parasect, and Diglett profited from this endeavor. Nevertheless, the market consistently faced a shortage, leaving many individuals posting requests for purchases. For Jie, nurturing these Pokémon was not a feasible path. Thus, the most pragmatic approach was to harvest from these creatures in the wild. In contrast to the Paras family, which thrived in dark, damp locales, Diglett preferred arid environments. With its devolved form, Dugtrio, exhibiting a strong aversion to water, typically keeping its distance. He veered away from the river, selecting a cave entrance at random. 5 minutes later, Jia and Fletchinder emerged from the cave in a state of disarray. What on earth is a Tyranitar doing in this forsaken place? How absurd is it that such a high-level Pokémon resides in such an outer region? Jia lamented, his steps quickening as Fletchinder followed closely behind. Using its strength to block the cave entrance with rubble, they hastily made their escape, the distant echoes of massive commotion resounding behind them. Chapter 33. Misfortunes Never Come Alone. Jia now found himself in the outer region of Moonview Mountain, where the resident Pokémon were primarily novice and ordinary levels, with only a rare elite among them. The further one delved inward, the stronger the wild Pokémon became. A Pokémon like Tyranitar, even among elite ranks, was exceptionally formidable. Typically, a Rhydon would only evolve into a Tyranitar at levels surpassing 40, with variations depending on individual differences. It appeared that this particular Tyranitar was not newly evolved, implying it was at least level 45. Not only would it be impossible to release a Pidgeot in such confined quarters, but even if it were released, under the conditions of type disadvantage, even a Pidgeot with superior qualifications would find no advantage against Tyranitar. Fletchinder's fighting skills might provide some leverage. However, in close combat, it would merely become a punching bag. The stark disparity in size and weight, compounded by the level suppression, rendered any inherent advantages moot. After meandering for nearly 20 minutes, ensuring that the sounds of the Tyranitar had faded, Jia allowed himself to relax somewhat, lamenting his misfortune. How unfortunate to encounter such a powerful Tyranitar in such a peripheral area. Thankfully, he had instinctively deployed a drone for reconnaissance. Otherwise, he might have met a dire fate. The recollection of his drone being shattered by a massive rock hurled by the Tyranitar filled him with anguish. Though not particularly expensive, every loss counted. While he could replace it through the remnants, the thought of retrieving those remains was daunting. He resigned himself to purchasing a new one instead. This drone was essential for exploration. Had he ventured in person, he might have been reduced to mere pulp by now. After reassessing his position post-escape, he was relieved to note that he had not strayed too deep into Moonview Mountain during his flight. He had merely moved slightly outward. Jia chose a side path and resumed his quest. At the entrance of a cave on Moonview Mountain, a slightly tattered young man emerged, panting heavily and covered in dust. Following closely was a somewhat fatigued and injured Fletchinder. He paid no heed to his disheveled appearance, tossing out a luxury ball. "Pidgeot, take me away." A flash of red light materialized Pidgeot onto the ground, allowing the young man to secure himself before recalling Fletchinder. Pidgeot then soared swiftly toward Nibby City, leaving behind several Pokémon that had just exited the cave, gazing after him. "Not so high. Lower a bit, just a tad lower," Jia murmured, feeling a pang of anxiety. Indeed, the disheveled young man was our protagonist. After a harrowing journey back to the entrance of Nibby City, far removed from his previous location, Jia finally instructed Pidgeot to set him down. Upon landing, his legs felt somewhat weak. The experience of high-altitude travel was rather daunting. Had it not been for the need to evade those Pokémon, he would not have resorted to such a method of escape. After detaching the exploration gear from Pidgeot, Jia recalled the Pokémon into its Pokeball. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he hurried toward the Pokémon Center. He first entrusted Fletchinder to nurse Joy for recovery, then retreated to his room for a refreshing shower. The dapper young man reappeared in the mirror, exhaling a sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. Reflecting on his recent escapades in Moonview Mountain, he couldn't help but muse on the nature of his misfortune. "I should have been lucky to have caught that Pidgeot. How did my luck turn so sour this afternoon?" Pondering these thoughts, Jia reclined on his bed, yearning for a well-deserved rest. For he had just spent over an hour fleeing for his life, nearly exhausting himself. Returning to the timeline after evading the Tyranitar, the following hour unfolded smoothly as Jia and his Pokémon encountered 3 Paras and a small group led by a Diglett. Fletchinder effortlessly dispatched them, thus completing the 3 tasks. However, glancing at the time, he realized it was still early, just past noon. Jia decided to continue his exploration a while longer, hoping for further fortunate discoveries. After all, having evaded a Tyranitar, he figured he could navigate the outskirts without too much worry. Yet, as fate would have it, this exploration led to unforeseen complications. The expanse of Moonview Mountain was vast, with an abundance of Pokémon species. Attracted by the allure of the Moonstone, not only rare Pokémon like Clefairy thrived here, but others were drawn as well. Among them were Nidoqueen and Nidoking, Pokémon that required the Moonstone for their final evolution. Generally, this posed no significant issue, as Nidoqueen and Nidoking typically inhabited deeper regions. Although Nidoran and Nidorino evolved shortly after surpassing novice levels, The evolution into Nidoqueen and Nidoking necessitated the Moonstone, which only appeared deep within the mountain range. In places like the outskirts, the Moonstone is unlikely to make an appearance. It is said that the location where meteorites fall lies deep within the Moonview mountain range, and the Moonstone derives its power from these meteorites, which is why it is absent from the periphery. Nidoqueen and Nidoking typically appear in pairs, rendering them seldom seen in the outskirts. Yet, by a stroke of fate, Tetsuya encountered them. Upon entering the cave, he was met with the intimate sight of Nidoking and Nidoqueen, which led to his utter dismay. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled with his trusty Machoke in tow. Once they realized what had transpired, Nidoking and Nidoqueen were filled with fury and began to chase him relentlessly. The idea of having Machoke confront them was enticing, but it would be a foolhardy endeavor, as they would not engage in a fair fight. Initially, Tetsuya failed to grasp the situation, but upon discerning that the two Pokémon were merely around level 30, he considered that Machoke might stand a chance against them. However, the reality was that they had reinforcements. Nidoking and Nidoqueen, even at level 30, had a swarm of minions at their disposal in the outskirts. Although these minions were not elite, sheer numbers could easily overwhelm. One could envision a horde comprising Zubats, Geodudes, Magnemites, and Sandshrews closing in on him. In such a scenario, turning back to retaliate would only invite disaster. Tetsuya and Machoke swiftly commenced their escape. Fortunately, the complex terrain of Moonview Mountain, coupled with the generally sluggish speed of these Pokémon, allowed them to gain some distance. Every now and then, Machoke engaged in minor skirmishes to further delay their pursuers. Otherwise, Tetsuya feared he might end up running for over an hour, completely exhausted. After distancing themselves, they found a cave that offered an escape, leading to the subsequent events. It was uncertain whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. After all, while the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was noteworthy, Nidoking and Nidoqueen, even at elite quality, held significant value in the black market. Pondering this, Tetsuya marked the location on his navigator. Revenge is a dish best served cold, he mused, remembering the pursuit he had endured. Once Machoke evolved, he would capture them to exchange for riches. Chapter 34. The Pursuit of Wealth and Return to the Nibi Gym after a brief respite. Feeling sufficiently recuperated, Tetsuya retrieved Machoke and set off to complete 3 tasks along the way. He had to train his Pokémon in the afternoon, leaving no room for complacency. Upon task completion, he received a total reward of 220,000. Not a bad haul, especially when combined with the 4.8 million contributed by the Pidgeot, bringing his total earnings for the day to a staggering 5 million. It seemed that strength played a pivotal role in this success. Tetsuya pondered as he journeyed towards the evergreen forest for training, setting aside the unexpected windfall from Pidgeot, based on today's efficiency and rewards. With proper planning, he could easily earn nearly 700,000 in a day merely by completing tasks, rivaling his total income from the past month. Thus, in the afternoon, while the Pidgeot and Machoke diligently worked towards their training objectives in Evergreen Forest, Tetsuya meticulously organized his schedule for the next 4 to 5 days. He planned for a 4-hour specialized training session in the morning from 6 to 10, followed by a return to the Pokemon Center for a meal and rest, before setting off to complete tasks around 11. He anticipated returning from Moonview Mountain or Evergreen Forest around 2 in the afternoon for a brief recuperation. Before embarking on another round of tasks, he expected to return for a second time around 5 o'clock, have dinner, and commence regular training at the Pokemon Center's training grounds. By 10 that evening, he would review the materials provided by the Nibi Gym before retiring for the night. After some time spent refining his schedule, he realized he had reached the limits of his planning. However, if he opted to use Pidgeot for swift travel, he could potentially save around half an hour on each round trip. Rubbing his chin, he felt a surge of excitement. That extra half hour could help prevent any disruption to his meticulously crafted schedule, allowing for additional training or rest. It seemed a prudent choice to manage his fears for the sake of such a precious time saving. After all, he would inevitably need to fly back and forth. Experiencing it now was far better than later. Thus, starting the following day, Tetsuya employed Pidgeot as his primary mode of transportation, embarking on a routine of earning through the Evergreen Forest, Moonview Mountain, Pokemon Center, and Bounty Hunter Center. Oh, and let us not forget the black market acquisition point. After all, even elite-level Pokemon, despite lacking distinctive traits, could still fetch a decent price. Although wild Pokemon reaching elite status were rare, he encountered several over the course of 5 days, all of which he sold at the acquisition point. 5 days later, having arranged to meet Brock in the afternoon, Tetsuya granted himself and his Pokemon a rare day of rest. Reclining on the sofa in his room, he calculated his recent earnings. Excluding the first day, he had completed 12 sea-level tasks over the following 4 days, earning 780,000, alongside 4 B-level tasks that garnered 1 million. Additionally, he captured and sold 4 elite-level Pokémon, netting an impressive 4.2 million. In total, he had amassed 11 million over 5 days. Even accounting for his expenditures of nearly 1 million during this time, he still boasted a net profit of 10 million. Tetsuya was momentarily stunned. Had he truly earned an amount nearly equivalent to a quarter of a Firestone? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. This income was influenced by numerous factors, unattainable for the average trainer. Firstly, the premium treatment at the Pokemon Center saved Tetsuya considerable time in queues, waiting for treatments and medical costs. Without such privileges, his efficiency would have significantly declined, leading to increased expenditures. Simultaneously, his status as a bounty hunter had elevated his task permissions, allowing him to accept more tasks than usual. Otherwise, he would have been limited in his choices. Secondly, while his earnings appeared substantial, nearly half stemmed from Piku's fortune, which should not be viewed as a consistent occurrence. Most importantly, Tetsuya possessed Zero, which enabled him to assess the levels of wild Pokemon accurately. This capability was crucial, as ordinary trainers lacked the means to make such determinations in the wild. Consequently, they would avoid direct encounters unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the risk of defeat or injury posed a significant threat to their safety and survival. Tetsuya, however, had no such concerns, allowing him to maximize his gains while ensuring both parties' combat capabilities were balanced. The 4 Pokemon he captured, barely entering elite status, served as a testament to this strategy. Otherwise, he would have spent days searching for task targets, fortunate if he encountered even one in 10 days. After all, should the target's group be too large or powerful, he would be unable to complete the task and would have to abandon it to seek another. Ultimately, Tetsuya's own strength had also increased. With Machoke and Pidgeot at his side, he could handle most elite-level Pokemon, at least within Evergreen Forest. Due to the mountainous terrain, Pidgeot faced certain limitations. Considering all these factors, Tetsuya managed to achieve such remarkable earnings. Otherwise, even trainers of equal strength would likely earn only around 100,000 over 5 days. Assuming they maintained the same training intensity and expenditure, that would already be considered a stroke of luck for any trainer. However, such success was not common. Tetsuya began to reflect on his own situation. After all, training rigorously combined with battles left little time for rest, raising concerns about whether his body could withstand the strain. While it was evident that both of his Pokemon were visibly fatigued, their performance noticeably declining. Most of the time, a balanced approach between work and leisure proves to be more beneficial. Training one day and undertaking tasks the next is a more rational strategy, with minimal impact on income. Following this plan, I intend to linger in each city for approximately a month, dedicating 8 months to the 8 gyms, and reserving the remaining month for training, perfectly aligning with the commencement of this year's Quartz Conference. The establishment of my main team will also accelerate significantly. Primarily, Tetsuya has underestimated the progress of his Pokemon. Setting aside the Spearow for the moment, the difficulty of leveling up increases considerably at higher levels, and there has been virtually no change over these 4 days. However, my Tackle Chicken has improved by a level through continuous battles and training, now reaching level 27. At this rate, by the time I depart from Nibby City, Tackle Chicken is likely to surpass the elite threshold. Just then, the sound of the Pokemon wristwatch interrupted Tetsuya's thoughts. Upon checking, he found a message from Brock inquiring whether he had set off. Noticing the time, he realized there was only half an hour left, prompting him to hurriedly leave. As being late is never ideal. He replied to Brock with a message indicating he was already on his way and jogged to the entrance of the Nibby gym, where Brock was already waiting. Sorry, I'm late. Tetsuya apologized, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No worries, there is still some time left. I was just a bit anxious. Brock replied with a squint and a smile. Since you're here, let us head inside together. First, we'll check on my Geodude, and then we can discuss the items I have for you. Tetsuya nodded and followed Brock into the gym. Chapter 35, The Nurturing Plan for Geodude. As Brock walked through the gym, the staff and apprentices greeted him warmly. You seem quite popular, Tetsuya teased. Of course. I'm very approachable, Brock replied, tilting his head toward Tetsuya. As they ventured deeper, the number of people gradually diminished, replaced by various rooms and training areas. Over here are 6 nurturing rooms, each corresponding to different levels of Pokemon, managed by dedicated breeders responsible for the care of the Pokemon inside. If you have any Pokemon that require boarding, you can place them here free of charge. Some apprentices' Pokemon are also housed here, requiring only a nominal fee for us to oversee their nurturing. And this is the training area, divided into 7 sections for different types of training. If you wish to train on your own, feel free to come here. It's hard to explain without demonstrating, Brock continued, pointing out the various rooms. This area is for activities. Pokémon usually relax and play here. Next to it is the healing room, where the Joy family collaborates with us to provide certain services, which are free for you as well. Over there is the hatching room, where Pokémon eggs are incubated and stored. We'll visit it shortly. At the very back, there are independent nurturing rooms for myself, my father, and my grandfather, primarily for our own Pokémon. As Tetsuya listened to Brock's explanations, he realized that under such a systematic nurturing framework, the prowess of gym and family members is unsurprisingly superior to that of ordinary trainers. The investment in creating such facilities and environments must have taken generations of effort, not to mention the value of the people and Pokémon involved. However, there was something peculiar. Wasn't this training area excessively large? Tetsuya inquired, pointing at the expansive training ground. Actually, it's quite reasonable. Aside from our own training, it is also open to a select group of outstanding gym apprentices and guardians. It's a semi-open area, and with many individuals training simultaneously, ample space is essential. After all, every trainer is quite secretive about their training methods and needs their own space. Furthermore, the actual area is at least 10 times larger than what you see. Our Nibi gym is nestled against the mountains and forests, and the back section is also our dedicated training ground, where some older Pokémon reside, no longer participating in battles. Brock elaborated, addressing Tetsuya's curiosity, leaving him astonished at the scale of the gyms and families in this world, far exceeding his expectations. The entire area behind was owned by Nibi Gym. It was quite a show of privilege. Having never encountered such matters before, he was naturally unaware of these details. Upon reaching the end of the gym, Brock produced a key to unlock the door. Here we are. This is my nurturing room. Please, come in. Tetsuya followed him inside, finding a rather unadorned rocky area. Aside from its impressive size, it lacks distinctive features, he mused. Brock approached a large rock and crouched down. Geodude, wake up. With a cheerful sound, a gray, round rock with a human-like face floated into view. It was indeed Geodude. But that wasn't all. Brock grabbed a nearby shovel and struck the ground. Onyx, come out. With a thunderous rumble, a massive serpent-like creature made of large gray boulders emerged from the ground. Roar. Onyx greeted Brock upon surfacing. Tetsuya looked at Brock. Is this the Geodude? Yes, this is my second Pokémon, having just completed its juvenile phase. I've provided you with the data, which has been tested through our equipment, so I entrust you with developing a specific nurturing plan. As for Onyx, I just wanted you to meet my starter Pokémon, which is already at the elite level, Brock said with a smile. Tetsuya nodded and approached Geodude, who curiously gazed at him, aware that its trainer had mentioned someone would come to oversee its nurturing. Eager to grow stronger and escape the taunts of the larger Onyx, Geodude was impatient to begin its training. After observing Geodude for a moment, Tetsuya stood up. Just to be safe, could you please conduct another test with Geodude, Brock? I'll watch. Of course, follow me. Brock anticipated this request. He allowed Onyx to rest and led Tetsuya and Geodude toward the door on the right side of the training area. Turn on the lights. This is the testing room, equipped with instruments that cover all essential aspects of Pokémon testing with high precision. As he spoke, Brock guided Geodude through a comprehensive testing process. Watching Brock's diligent efforts, Tetsuya absorbed knowledge, knowing that such testing rooms are rarely found outside. If one wanted to assess their Pokémon's specific status, aside from during certification levels, they would typically need to pay someone for a report. He was only slightly acquainted with the function of various instruments from his studies at the Alliance School. This should be the energy display instrument. This one measures the density of rock-type Pokémon, and this machine tests attack power. That one must be for impact resistance testing, Tetsuya noted, estimating the combined cost of all the equipment in the room to be several million. After completing the testing process, over an hour had passed. Not only was Geodude exhausted, but both individuals were also feeling fatigued. Upon receiving the report, Tetsuya addressed Brock. All right, let us take a brief rest. I'll take a look. Sure. Brock nodded and returned Geodude to its Pokeball. He placed it on the nearby transfer device, sending Geodude to the healing room for recovery. The two settled onto a nearby sofa, and Brock poured 2 cups of water. Thank you, Tetsuya said, accepting the water and meticulously examining the report. Of course, this was all a facade. At that moment, Tetsuya had already consolidated all the information, including the nurturing plan design, through the Zero panel. However, no breeder could propose a plan so swiftly, not even a nurturing master. Thus, he had to feign deep contemplation. Taking out his laptop, Jie began to jot down his thoughts and plans. Xiaojiang, observing the scene, remained unperturbed, leisurely brewing tea and occasionally manipulating his wristwatch. The 2 hours passed in tranquil silence. And as dinner time approached, Xiaojiang finally spoke up to remind Jie. "Oh, my apologies, I lost track of time," Jie said, appearing somewhat embarrassed. No, you are merely assisting me. There is no need for apologies." Xiaojiang waved his hand, indicating that Jie need not feel that way. However, it was indeed time for dinner. "Why not take care of it at our dojo? You could finalize the breeding plan and send it to me later. After our meal, we can arrange for your treatment." "Then I shall not be polite," Jie agreed without hesitation. The two exchanged jovial banter as they made their way to the dining hall. Chapter 36. The investment in Nibi Dojo. You can choose either a Pokémon egg or exchange it for 30 million in breeding funds. The choice is yours. After the meal, Xiaojiang led Jie to the hatching room to select a Pokémon egg. Generally, exceptional civilian trainers, aside from receiving support from the Joy family, would only establish investment agreements with 2 or 3 additional factions at most. This is due to the alliances and conflicts of interest that exist between various factions. If a trainer accepts investments from too many factions, conflicts could arise, resulting in a scenario where no one is willing to assist or where trainers end up battling each other. Naturally, this is not a situation these factions wish to see. They cannot simply allow resources to be taken without reciprocity. Thus, a tacit understanding has formed around this convention. Jie's willingness to accept Nibi Dojo's investment was a decision made after careful analysis. As one of the oldest and most powerful gyms in the Kanto region, Nibi Dojo is an excellent choice. After all, Shirjima Gym is under the leadership of Sakaki, while the Hualan Gym is on the decline and thus more cautious with investments. The Kurayami Gym has a poor reputation and is relatively weak. The Rainbow Gym specializes in supporting female trainers, while the Aohong Gym requires proficiency in ninjutsu, and the Huangjin Gym demands psychic-type Pokémon or trainers. The leader of the Honglian Gym, Xiaobo, is known for his eccentric temperament. In summary, among these 8 gyms, Nibi Dojo is the most stable option. Furthermore, Jie possesses a unique advantage. With the support from the Joy family and Nibi Dojo, he is sufficiently equipped to navigate the early stages of his journey. This is precisely why he chose to come to Nibi City first. Otherwise, heading directly to Hualan City or Kurayami City would have also been a viable option. Besides, Nibi Dojo not only provides various forms of assistance, but also promises to offer Jie a high-quality Pokémon egg or 30 million in funds, along with materials and qualifications to participate in breeding examinations. The restrictions are minimal. Jie is only required to assist Nibi Dojo in breeding matters in the future and complete certain tasks annually to receive his remuneration. Jie examined the various Pokémon eggs in the hatching room and found it somewhat peculiar. All the eggs exhibited uniform potential, classified as elite level. Yet they were all common ground and rock-type Pokémon, such as Geodude, Diglett, Sandshrew, and Cubone. He did not encounter any rarer species, which seemed disproportionate to the promised 30 million in breeding funds. The Pokémon eggs here are all detected to possess elite-level potential. You may select any that catch your fancy. However, our offerings are not limited to just these, Xiaojiang explained, noticing Jie's puzzled expression. He then swiped his identity card to unlock a small door in the corner, gesturing for Jie to enter. What you just saw were the more basic Pokémon eggs, intended for general trainers. However, your circumstances are different. You may select from a more refined collection here, Xiaojiang elaborated. Jie observed the Pokémon eggs in this room, and indeed, their quality far surpassed those outside. He spotted species such as Snorunt, Beldum, Rockruff, Rhyhorn, Scyther, and Dugtrio. Though each species had only 1 or 2 eggs, the variety was impressive, featuring elite, near king, and king-level potential. Is this the final room, or are there more? Jie inquired, pointing at another door that resembled the previous one. Yes, but that area isn't available for your selection at the moment. However, once you finish here, I can take you in to have a look. If you become a breeding master or a member of the Elite Four in the future, I might be able to arrange for you to choose an egg from there. Xiaojiang replied succinctly. Haha, that day will surely come, Jie confidently declared as he selected an egg. This little fellow shows great potential for development, likely possessing king-level qualities. Had its mother not been merely a near-king-level Pokémon, its potential might have been even higher. Xiaojiang noted Jie's choice and instructed him to place the egg in the hatching device for later retrieval. Come with me inside. You might just find your future Pokémon. Xiaojiang jested, opening the third door. As they entered, 5 Pokémon eggs were meticulously housed within, each carefully protected and monitored by various instruments. These eggs are of absolutely superior quality. Even I cannot select them for breeding at this moment. This one is a descendant of Jira, my father Espangila, and is estimated to possess champion-level potential. This one here is a Dwebble, and over there is a descendant of my grandfather's champion Swampert, along with a Heartscale Pokemon. While they may not all boast champion potential, they are likely near champions, with a slim chance of being king level. Xiaojing introduced these eggs with a hint of pride. Jie felt a pang of envy. The 5 Pokemon in their final forms, Bangila, Desert Dragonfly, Boscodora, Swampert, and Zygarde, were indeed the epitome of wealth in the Pokemon world. Moreover, upon checking with Zero, Jie confirmed that Jira possessed champion potential, while the other 4 were near champions. Together with the multitude of elite, near king, and king-level Pokemon outside, the value of this single breeding room approached an astonishing 4 billion. It was simply overwhelming. From what I see, it seems there are quite a few Pokemon with king-level potential, Jie remarked as he and Xiaojing walked back outside, voicing his curiosity. Xiaojing narrowed his eyes. It may seem that way, but it's merely an illusion. As a resident of Shirjima City, you must have visited the black market, right? Without waiting for Jie's response, Xiaojing continued, taking the Shirjima black market as an example. It essentially gathers the output of all wild Pokemon eggs in the Kanto region, including some bred by our families and dojos. Under such a vast number, the elite-level Pokemon eggs produced each year rarely exceed 50 per species, with some as few as 12 or even in single digits. Near king-level eggs are exceedingly rare, while those with king-level potential are even less likely to appear. The Pokemon egg reserves you just witnessed at Nibi Dojo are considerable, but they have accumulated over decades. Most are elite-level, and the second room contains fewer than 20 near king and king-level eggs, with only about a dozen potentially reaching king level. Furthermore, merely possessing king-level potential does not guarantee that a Pokemon will attain king-level status. It merely suggests that the Pokemon may progress smoothly until it reaches near-king status. The higher the potential, the faster the Pokemon will transition through its weaker stages. However, the leap from near-king to king and beyond has its own thresholds. King-level potential simply indicates that a Pokemon has the possibility of breaking through, unlike near-king potential, which limits future growth. If a trainer fails to train adequately, it is not uncommon for a Pokemon with king-level potential to remain stuck at near-king status, unable to ascend to king level. Many Pokemon's potential is squandered in this manner. This is also why Wu Neng initially did not regard Jie's possession of 2 high-potential Pokemon with much importance. Chapter 37. The Fundamental for Survival and the Encounter with the Boy in Shorts. The development of power is fundamentally reliant on higher levels of combat prowess, such as that possessed by champions. Moreover, it is of utmost importance to cultivate certain uniquely qualified Pokemon through specialized methodologies that have been passed down through generations, privileges that common trainers cannot attain. Even if by sheer happenstance one manages to train a few near-elite Pokemon, the barrier to reaching the elite level will remain insurmountable. Such is the reality. Encountering a Pokemon of high potential can indeed enhance one's strength to a degree, yet it does not significantly alter one's fate. It is only through a stroke of extraordinary luck, where both oneself and one's descendants repeatedly encounter high-caliber Pokemon over several generations, that a transformation may be conceivable. Jie displayed little reaction to Xiaojing's words, merely nodding before taking his leave for the Pokemon Center. Xiaojing observed Jie's retreating figure beneath the street lamp, staring for a moment before turning away. There is indeed a threshold. No wonder I felt something amiss after purchasing a Pokemon egg from the black market. Although the number of champion-level eggs is limited compared to trainers, it should not result in the league adding only a handful of champion trainers each year. If potential merely serves as a stepping stone, then the subsequent nurturing is crucial in determining a Pokemon's strength. Thanks to Zero, I was able to fully unleash the potential of the robust chicken's champion quality. Conversely, an ordinary trainer might only reach the elite level through sheer potential, thereafter finding it exceedingly difficult to progress further. Yet, why did Xiaojing share this information with me, especially since it was not included in the materials provided? Was he urging me to pursue the path of a nurturing master? That seems implausible. Why then offer me an egg of a Pokemon with champion potential? Jie pondered this on his way back, unable to grasp the reasoning. The privileges bestowed by the Nibi Gym had already astonished him, and Xiaojing's attitude today only added to his confusion. However, everyone has their own motives, which is perfectly normal. After all, did he not only reveal to the Nibi Gym what he wished to disclose? Even if the Gym suspects there are aspects he has concealed, they do not encompass his entirety. Who could have anticipated that he possessed Zero? Unless he disclosed it himself, they could only attribute his success to luck and talent. Ultimately, The Nibi Gym's intentions were inconsequential. His survival depended on Zero. As long as he could elevate his strength with Zero, these questions would become moot. Upon returning to his room, Jie finalized the nurturing plan for his Geodude and sent it to Xiaojie. He then began reviewing the knowledge required for the Nurturer examination. After all, according to Xiaojie, the Alliance Nurturer Center near Shallow Red City would conduct this year's assessment in 4 months. The Nibi Gym had secured a spot for him in the advanced assessment for level 6 nurturers, which he must pass. Jie certainly could not refuse, as this opportunity would be beneficial for him, and such a privilege was unattainable through ordinary means. Otherwise, he would have to progress through the ranks painstakingly, which would take several years. For him, the difficulty of this examination was merely a trifling matter. After studying for 2 hours, he finally succumbed to sleep as midnight approached. The following morning, Jie awoke to find that Xiaojie had already deposited the remuneration for the customized plan into his account, 5 million. He could only remark, "Wealthy individuals are indeed generous. May they multiply in number." After freshening up, he proceeded to exercise in the evergreen forest with his robust chicken as usual. "I want to challenge your robust chicken." A voice called from behind Jie, startling both him and the robust chicken, internally berating himself for lowering his guard. He turned to see who would dare approach another trainer so recklessly in the wild. Dressed in a white t-shirt and yellow shorts, complete with a limited edition cap, the boy resembled a character straight out of a game. Jie's expression was peculiar as he pointed to himself. "You wish to challenge my robust chicken?" "Of course. Is there anyone else here but you?" The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Leisurely sitting down, Jie inquired, "Battles between trainers do carry stakes, young one. What do you offer?" Fortunately, he was an oblivious little fellow. Jie was unaware that he was nearly of the same age. Had this occurred in the forests around Changpan City before, such an absurdly bold approach would have already been dealt with. After all, while adventuring in the wild, one must be wary not only of wild Pokémon but of humans, who are often the most dangerous creatures. This boy in shorts seemed to be on the cusp of becoming a trainer. Perhaps a little trial would serve to temper his exuberance. Jie paid little heed to his counterpart. For a typical resident does not earn the right to obtain their first Pokémon until the age of 16. Only exceptional talents like him graduate early. His prowess had long surpassed that of his peers. Upon hearing Jie's words, the boy hesitated momentarily, then stammered, unable to articulate a response. "If you have nothing to say, then be off. Do not wander aimlessly in the wild." Jie gestured dismissively, indicating he wished to be left undisturbed. "Who says I have nothing?" the boy exclaimed. His face flushed as he produced a fragment of a fossil from his pocket. Jie glanced at it, and, just as he was about to decline, recalled his fossil collection plan and hesitated. "Let the robust chicken play with you. If I lose, I will provide you with 3 days' worth of energy cubes." The former statement was directed at the robust chicken, while the latter was a response to the boy in shorts. "Deal." The robust chicken nodded and positioned itself before Jie. With enthusiasm, the boy released his Geodude from its pokeball. "Go, Geodude." "Humph. Your robust chicken may be of a higher level, but fire-type moves have minimal effect on Geodude, and the robust chicken likely knows few fighting-type moves at this stage." The boy was brimming with confidence. "Geodude, use sand attack on the opponent." "Free battle," Jie lazily issued the command. Such a trivial challenge resembled the Geodude he had previously encountered in the Moonview Mountain. There was no need for intricate instructions. Moreover, the robust chicken was presumed to understand his intent. With its inherent speed, the robust chicken deftly evaded the sandstorm kicked up by Geodude. It then swiftly closed the distance, refraining from using any skills, and unleashed a barrage of strikes on Geodude purely through physical prowess. "Hang in there, Geodude. Use rollout to evade," the boy shouted from the sidelines. However, the robust chicken gave Geodude no opportunity for resistance or retreat. Even without the energy-infused damage, Geodude quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. "Geodude," the boy was incredulous. "Leave the fossil behind. You may return to the Pokémon Center, where battles are more suited to your level." Jie remained indifferent to the boy's plight, believing this lesson to be beneficial for him, a common practice among seasoned trainers. Chapter 38, A New Pokémon. "I am truly a remarkable individual," Jie mused to himself. The boy in shorts, enveloped in a cloud of dejection, recalled Geodude into its pokeball and approached Jie, placing the broken fossil down without uttering a word before hastily departing. "Do not venture into the forest recklessly. It is not a game." Jie offered this friendly warning, uncertain if it had registered. Every year, many newcomers enter Evergreen Forest and lose their lives. After all, every trainer initially believes their Pokémon to be the best, underestimating their opponent's strength and recklessly charging forth, just as the boy had moments ago. "All right, Let's continue with the training, mighty chick. Jie remained unfazed, perceiving the incident as merely a minor interlude in their training. This place was already quite remote, making it a challenge for anyone to arrive. He advised Beedrill to stay vigilant while training in the air, but did not impose any additional arrangements. Such occurrences were exceptions. Generally, he would maintain his own vigilance. Mighty Chick and Beedrill were engaged in their arduous training, while Jie himself was not idle. After preparing potions to replenish the two Pokémon's nutrients, he commenced his own studies, reviewing various subjects. In this world, nothing comes without effort. Jie's current abilities and strength were not solely reliant on Zero's capabilities. Had he not devoted himself to relentless learning over the years, Zero would not have been able to provide such an abundance of information. Upon the conclusion of training, instead of resting as usual, Jie set off toward the Nibi Gym. He intended to procure materials for nurturing his third Pokémon partner. The reason for choosing the Nibi Gym was simple. He could purchase materials at a 50% discount, which would save him several million, a prospect too lucrative to ignore. After preparing everything, he returned to his room. Checking the time, he noted that it had been 14 hours since the official incubation began. The little one should emerge normally within 15 hours. Jie fixed the incubator to his desk and resumed his studies. Before long, the egg inside the incubator began to emit a soft white glow. Jie calmly set aside his computer. After all, he was an experienced breeder, and this scene was all too familiar to him. He swiftly organized everything, ensuring he had all the necessary supplies for the newly hatched Pokémon. He crouched before the incubator, waiting patiently for the arrival of a new member. Dengoro. A crisp yet muffled sound echoed, and a smile gradually crept across Jie's face. Hello there, Shawamaru. Dengoro. The horn atop Shawamaru's head swayed as it emitted another sound from its body. This Pokémon was unlike any other. It possessed a stone-like, deep blue body, with its feet formed from two polyhedral stones. Its head featured a conical brown stone, which, according to research, served as its horn. At the center of its body was a pale yellow hexagonal cavity, which actually functioned as its ear rather than a mouth or eye. The central core of this cavity was black, representing the energy core within Shawamaru's body. It absorbed energy from its surroundings through this core. Jie placed the specially prepared nutritional materials before its core. Noticing the commotion, Shawamaru cautiously shifted its body, beginning to absorb the energy it required. This was another unique aspect of Shawamaru. It relied entirely on its sense of hearing to navigate, moving toward the source of sound during its juvenile phase, but becoming disoriented and falling if the sound ceased. One must also avoid placing their hands near its core, lest it become enraged. After Shawamaru finished consuming all the materials, Jie produced a luxury ball. Come on, Shawamaru, it's time for you to rest inside the Pokeball. Dengoro. Shawamaru quickly acquiesced to its amiable owner's request to be captured. With a flash of red light, Shawamaru entered the luxury ball to begin its rest. Thus, Jie had chosen his third Pokémon in the nurturing chamber of the Nibi Gym. Initially, Shawamaru had not been within his considerations, as it was merely an unevolved Mantike. However, after acquiring knowledge regarding Pokémon evolution methods from the Nibi Gym, he discovered that Mantike could evolve into Mamoswine using a newly introduced communication evolution method. This method involved placing Mantike within a Pokeball and utilizing a specialized Pokémon transmission device. Through an unknown force, Mantike would undergo evolution into Mamoswine during this process. Many Pokémon could evolve in similar manners, some requiring specific items for their evolution. As Jie delved into information about Mamoswine, he ultimately selected Shawamaru as his third Pokémon. The evolved Mamoswine exhibited combat and defense capabilities that rivaled his initial choice for a tank, Bashikadora. While Bashikadora prioritized defense, Mamoswine's offensive and defensive abilities were remarkably balanced, excelling in both areas. The two Pokémon had comparable speed, with Mamoswine demonstrating superior agility in confined spaces while Bashikadora excelled in sprinting. The only drawback was Mamoswine's inability to Mega Evolve. However, since Mega Evolution was exclusively reserved for Blaziken, this limitation was rendered insignificant. Moreover, Shawamaru's acute sensitivity to sound made it an excellent alert system in the wild. Coupled with its exceptional potential and value for training, Jie found it an optimal choice. Initially, Jie had contemplated nurturing a Steelix by evolving a Onix with a metal coat, but with Shawamaru as an option, it became the clear preference. Preparing a metal coat would have been an additional expense, considering its rarity and exorbitant cost. Although nurturing Shawamaru was not devoid of its own expenses, the materials were not exceedingly rare. Fortunately, the Nibi Gym boasted an extensive variety of rock-type Pokémon, with eggs readily available for hatching. except for ancient fossil Pokémon and a few corresponding semi-divine beings, like Gyarados. With this, GF felt he had sufficiently completed his team's foundational configuration. He mused that by the time Shawamaru evolved into Mantike, Mighty Chick would likely be on the verge of evolving into Blaziken, and combined with Beedrill. This lineup would exhibit remarkable capabilities in various situations in the wild, adequately prepared for most challenges. All that was needed now was more time for development. He calculated that he could comfortably remain in Nibby City for another month, fully utilizing the training facilities of the Nibby Gym and engaging in tasks to procure materials, aiming to set off only after achieving his goals. As for the limited time remaining, he could afford to spend less time in Rainbow City and Red Lotus Town, merely obtaining badges before departing. Regrettably, Jie sighed, having initially hoped to explore the shopping malls and enjoy hot springs during that period for some leisure. It appeared that such plans were now dashed. Who knew that plans would change so swiftly? Jie never anticipated that this sentiment would manifest so quickly. Chapter 39, Brock's Request. As Shawamaru transitioned through its juvenile phase and Jie prepared to commence training, his plans were abruptly interrupted. What? You want me to take your place on the SS? And this year? Jie stared at Brock, bewildered. Brock offered an awkward smile. It's just that I've been a bit busy lately. The SS. And traditionally invited representatives from the gyms every year for an excursion, serving as a networking opportunity. I was supposed to go, but I truly have no time. You know my family situation. I'm begging you to help me out. Brock clasped his hands in a plea to Jie. Over the course of nearly a month spent together, the two had grown more familiar with one another. Setting aside their identities, their ages and interests aligned closely, allowing them to interact without the previous awkwardness. Just because you're busy doesn't mean I am free. I still have to nurture Shawamaru, Jie retorted, somewhat disgruntled. And besides, what do I get out of this? I'm not keen on mingling with the offspring of the league's upper echelons, just yet. It's far too premature for me. Not willing. What if I offer you $2 million for the errand? Deal. As the saying goes. It's not that one is unavailable or unwilling, but rather that the price must be right. Tetsuya readily acquiesced to Xiaozhang's request for labor dispatch. After all, it was a paid opportunity, and the time commitment was merely a week's voyage aboard the SS St. Anu. If one were to consider it, he would even be profiting from this arrangement. The vessel was substantial in size, allowing for training on board, all while enjoying luxurious accommodations. I knew you would only discuss money. How disheartening for our friendship, Xiaozhang retorted with annoyance. Over the past month, Xiaozhang had come to a complete understanding of Tetsuya's character, which seemed entirely shaped by financial considerations. This is merely fair compensation for labor, and discussing feelings is detrimental to finances. Do you have any idea how challenging it is to earn a living these days? I am not a wealthy individual like you. Tetsuya dismissed this notion with a wave of his hand, scoffing at the idea of being shaped by money. He believed in promptly converting opportunities into cash. By the way, there will be a competition on the ship. The champion's prize appears to be a choice of an evolutionary stone of any attribute, along with a charcoal with a quality rating of 10. I hear the sponsors are the three brothers from Showdown Town. How infuriating. They are utterly affluent. Xiaozhang remarked casually, throwing in a jab before bolting away. In a swift motion, Tetsuya closed the distance and tackled Xiaozhang to the ground. What is this? Are you suggesting I compete on your behalf? He exclaimed, indignantly. With that slight frame of yours, you think you can escape? Even if I grant you one hand, you wouldn't be able to flee. Do you believe that? Ouch. If you truly win the championship, all the rewards will be yours. And I'll add a runner's fee of 500 million. Xiaozhang pleaded for mercy, simultaneously unleashing his ultimate tactic of showering Tetsuya with money. No problem. You can get up. Just be careful. I truly apologize. Tetsuya immediately switched to a more amiable demeanor, offering a flurry of apologies. Xiaozhang dusted off his clothes, huffing, well, at least you adapted quickly. Casually, he produced a ticket from his pants pocket, saying, here, this is your ticket for the SS St. Anu. Don't lose it. There's only this one. Rest assured, Tetsuya replied, acutely aware of the ticket's value, regardless of whether he secured the championship or received Xiaozhang's so-called runner's fee. This single ticket was already being traded for an exorbitant price of 500 million alliance coins in the market. Moreover, Xiaozhang was certainly not providing a standard room ticket. A VIP ticket would fetch at least 12 million or more. It was no wonder the SS St. Anu, the most luxurious ship in the world, docked at Koreha port only twice a year, departing and returning with a week's interval. Everyone yearns for the chance to experience it. And there are no shortages of affluent individuals in Kanto, many of whom are eager to spend lavishly for a taste of luxury. What if I sold this ticket? Tetsuya pondered whimsically. If you dare to sell it, I'll beat you senseless. Xiaojing shot back, his expression darkening. Tetsuya promptly raised his hands in surrender, assuring him he would never engage in such folly. Xiaojing shook his head in resignation, acknowledging this was simply Tetsuya's nature. While he was remarkably composed in battles and training, he occasionally exhibited moments of foolishness. You better secure a good ranking in the competition. Let us bring some honor to the Nibi gym. Noticing Tetsuya's puzzled expression, Xiaojing offered a brief explanation. This is akin to an annual exchange event, typically attended by future heirs designated by the gyms or representatives like you who have received investment. It's a chance for Pokémon battles, showcasing any exceptional offspring, and provides a social opportunity for the older generation to mingle. Participants are generally of the same age group, with individuals under 16 and over 20 barred from competing, which makes your strength quite impressive. Tetsuya nodded in comprehension, then suddenly questioned, what is the competition format? It's 2v2, with the semifinals and finals being 3v3, Xiaojing replied with an awkward smile. Tetsuya cast a disbelieving glance at Xiaojing. How am I supposed to bring 3 Pokémon to the semifinals and finals? Isn't your Rockruff one of them? Besides, your Talonflame and Fiero are exceptionally strong. Who could possibly defeat them? You can also let Rockruff gain some experience. Xiaojing hastily defended himself. Tetsuya regarded Xiaojing with skepticism, then suddenly realized. But you only have 2 Pokémon yourself. No wonder you're reluctant to participate. You're afraid of being humiliated. Don't be ridiculous. It's perfectly normal for a 16-year-old to struggle against them. Besides, what dignity is there to lose in defeat due to youth? My Rockruff has already reached the ordinary level, and the recently evolved Onix has just broken through to elite. Xiaojing's face reddened as he fervently defended himself. Tetsuya chose to ignore him, scrutinizing the date on the ticket. Confirming the timeline, he noted that there were still over 10 days remaining. After some contemplation, he concluded that with 10 days of training at the Nibi gym and following his developmental plan, Rockruff would likely reach the ordinary level just in time. After all, leveling up from level 10 was relatively straightforward, and Rockruff primarily needed to absorb energy in preparation for evolution. It should suffice for the competition, after all. With Talonflame and Fiero supporting him, winning the championship was secondary. The emphasis was on camaraderie. Furthermore, many competitors would likely be less skilled than him. By the way, what is for lunch today? Tetsuya's sudden inquiry caught Xiaojing off guard, and he instinctively replied, potato stew with braised beef, accompanied by stir-fried green vegetables and steamed egg custard. All right then, I'll head off for training. Good luck. Sure. Xiaojing nodded and turned to prepare lunch. They had agreed to alternate cooking for lunch and dinner, and today it was his turn. However, sensing something was amiss, Xiaojing abruptly turned back, only to find Tetsuya had already vanished, likely already engaged in training. Reluctantly, Xiaojing abandoned his thoughts, reasoning he would address it during their meal later. Chapter 40, Learning and Training, Part 1. After parting ways with Xiaojing, Tetsuya arrived at the training room, urging his Pokémon to diligently train while he himself absorbed new knowledge to enhance his skills and those of Zero. The concept of Pokémon abilities is quite extraordinary. It was first introduced by Dr. Namakoshi, who specialized in Pokémon differentiation in the Orange Archipelago. Subsequently, researchers from various regions collaborated to delve deeper into this topic. Ultimately, led by Professor Oak, they defined abilities as unique powers inherent to each Pokémon. In essence, the nature of an ability is determined by the individual characteristics of the Pokémon, as exemplified by the chlorophyll ability prevalent among many grass types. This phenomenon arises due to the unique physiological traits of certain grass-type Pokémon, which resemble a fusion of plant and animal characteristics. Thus, they become more active in sunlight, allowing those with chlorophyll to increase their speed during sunny weather. Taking the example of a Pokémon like Cubone, renowned for its strong head defense, its exceptional head protection grants it the ability known as Thick Skull, which mitigates recoil damage from its own moves. Through their research, the scholars discovered that different Pokémon species possess varying numbers of abilities. Some may have as few as one ability, while others might possess up to 3 distinct abilities. Further comparative analysis revealed that among species with 2 or 3 abilities, particularly outstanding individuals often exhibit 2 different abilities, starkly contrasting the typical single ability of ordinary individuals. After compiling their findings, the researchers provided a more detailed explanation and classification of abilities, namely primary abilities, secondary abilities, and hidden abilities. Pokémon with a single ability require no further elaboration, as these individuals possess no hidden abilities, all sharing the same characteristic. Additionally, if a Pokémon species possesses only primary and secondary abilities without any hidden ones, then the common individuals within that species will typically only have one of those abilities as their special power. Currently, no Pokémon possessing both the first and second abilities has been discovered. However, if a Pokémon species has either the first or second ability and additionally possesses a hidden ability, it is noteworthy that the conjunction is or not and. This implies that even if a Pokémon has only one of the first or second abilities, the presence of a hidden ability within the species still satisfies the aforementioned condition. Likewise, a Pokémon species that simultaneously possesses the first ability, second ability, and a hidden ability naturally meets the criteria. Among these exceptional individuals, in addition to possessing one of the first two abilities, an additional hidden ability serves as their unique power. Taking Onyx as an example, the first ability of its species is Rock Head, the second is Sturdy, and the hidden ability is Sheer Force. Typical individuals will have either Rock Head or Sturdy, while exceptionally outstanding individuals will possess the hidden ability, Sheer Force, in addition to one of the former abilities. Notably, exceptionally outstanding individuals refers to Pokémon of champion rank or above. According to sample data, when the species has a hidden ability, the probability of a champion-ranked individual possessing a hidden ability is approximately 50%. Due to a smaller sample size, the probability for sub-champion-ranked individuals is estimated to range between 60 and 70%. Conversely, all individuals of champion rank possess hidden abilities without exception, whereas those below champion rank are devoid of hidden abilities, without exception as well. Furthermore, researchers have discovered that a Pokémon's abilities may change upon evolution. Yet this change follows a pattern known as continuity of abilities. This continuity refers to the principle that if an individual possesses the first ability and experiences a change upon evolution, the corresponding new ability will be the first ability of the next form, rather than the second. The same logic applies to individuals with the second ability. For instance, Geodude has Sturdy as its first ability and Sheer Force as its second ability, while the abilities of Graveler remain unchanged. Therefore, a Geodude with Sturdy will retain that ability upon evolution, and a Geodude with Sheer Force will likewise maintain Sheer Force. However, for Golem, which has Sturdy as its first ability and Sand Force as its second, a Geodude or Graveler with the first ability, Sturdy, will retain that ability upon evolution. In contrast, a Geodude or Graveler with the second ability, Sheer Force, will take on Golem's second ability, Sand Force, upon evolution. If the hidden abilities before and after evolution differ, this property equally applies to hidden abilities. Researchers speculate that hidden abilities may possess other characteristics. However, due to the limited proportion of samples with hidden abilities, no conclusions can yet be drawn. Setting aside the data, Tetsuya mused, so, the acceleration ability of Machoke is a result of its exceptionally developed leg muscles, a power befitting a champion-ranked Pokémon. As for Pidgeot and Geodude, I can only say luck favored me, as I fell within that approximate 50% probability. Or in other words, Pidgeot and Geodude are both remarkably exceptional even among champion-ranked Pokémon. Otherwise, it would be improbable for them to both possess hidden abilities. Indeed, Geodude also boasts a hidden ability. On the panel for Pokémon Zero, Geodude's post-larval stage statistics are as follows. Geodude. Classification, Mantle Pokémon. Type, Rock. Height, 0. 5m, average is 0, for m. Weight, 22 kilograms, average is 18 kilograms. Ability, Sheer Force. If damaged by physical moves, defense decreases, but speed increases significantly. Hidden ability, Sand Force. In sandstorm weather, the power of rock, ground, and steel-type moves is enhanced. Skills, Tackle, Sand Attack, Harden, Stealth Rock, Gravity, Inherited, Wide Guard Inherited. Level, 6, Beginner. Potential, Champion. Breeding method. Due to the Pokémon's unique characteristics, it is nourished with high-energy crystals until evolution. Synthesis method as follows. Given its high aptitude for rock type, coupled with various special rocks, it can exhibit different effects and resistances on its surface rocks. Specific details as follows. Moreover, Geodude's Sheer Force ability will transform into the corresponding second ability, Sand Force, upon evolving into Golem, synergizing perfectly with Sand Force. This further confirms that this Geodude possesses a remarkable aptitude for rock types, aligning with the assessments of Pokémon Zero. Tetsuya nodded slightly, acknowledging the valuable insights gained. After all, such knowledge is not publicly accessible, and he previously wondered why hidden abilities existed. It now appears that they are merely manifestations of exceptionally gifted individuals, exhibiting enhanced capabilities in certain aspects. Machoke, when exerting force with your right calf, pay attention not to relax too much. While contemplating, Tetsuya noticed Machoke was somewhat distracted and offered a reminder. This is a hallmark of an excellent trainer, as Pokémon are living beings, susceptible to fatigue and emotions, and may lose focus during training. It is during such moments that the trainer must provide encouragement. Chapter 41, Learning and Training, Part 2. Machoke is currently training its core strength in the gravity chamber of the Nibi Gym. Raise your stance a bit more, and hold the final position for 2 seconds before lowering it. Machoke laboriously emitted a sound as it adjusted its movement. Complete 5. Take a break. And then, 3 more rounds. Tetsuya, meanwhile, was also exercising in the slightly weighted environment, closely monitoring Machoke's progress. His upper body was already soaked with sweat. Once Geodude evolves, he can focus on training its mastery of gravity skills, allowing for training anywhere and anytime. The weighted clothing has its limits. As Tetsuya's body continued to move, his mind remained engaged. Observing Geodude, who was replenishing its nutrients and training its skills, he called out, "Geodude, you can conclude your skill training after 15 minutes. Do not overexert your stored energy." "Dengoro," Geodude affirmed with understanding, perhaps due to its inherent attributes. Geodude's temperament is exceedingly calm, entirely unlike a Pokémon that has just emerged from its larval stage. After completing the final round of training, Tetsuya stood up, and at that moment, Machoke was resting nearby. Upon seeing his trainer finish his workout, Machoke retrieved a towel from the side and offered it to him. Thank you, Machoke." Tetsuya accepted the towel, wiping the sweat from his upper body. "What is there to be proud of? I'm slower than you. It seems you haven't trained enough if you still have energy for such thoughts," he said with a hint of annoyance. Recalling how Machoke had jested about his slower pace during today's workout, shaking his head, he noted that Machoke's usual demeanor is quite peculiar, completely unlike typical fire-type Pokémon known for their volatility. If one were to describe it, perhaps mischievous fits, but thankfully, it is very serious about battles and training. Not overly playful. Rest well, and take the number 3 nutrient potion. After that, add a set of core strength training, followed by the usual weight and gravity multipliers, completing 5 sets of leg muscle training. Tetsuya instructed Machoke. "I'll check on Pidgeot in the wind chamber. Keep an eye on Geodude, and let it absorb 500 G of number 3 rock after finishing its skill training." Machoke nodded. Yes, after completion. Just let it control its internal energy flow by itself, as before. It's far more manageable than you." Alright, you're right. It's about time to finish resting, quickly drink the potion and train, then go to the energy chamber to practice energy control. Tetsuya took a sip of water, rose to his feet, and disregarded the indignant clucking of his muscular chicken behind him, as he made his way towards the wind pressure chamber to observe the progress of his Pidgeot. After finishing the potion, the muscular chicken lamented that aside from being somewhat handsome, possessing culinary skills, and having decent training abilities, its trainer had no other commendable qualities. This fellow was undoubtedly single and possessed a woeful lack of conversational skills. Rising with a silent sigh, it realized it had to train on its own these days. Managing Pokémon was exceedingly challenging. Achoo! Tetsuya sneezed while walking, perhaps having caught a chill after training. Indeed, a jacket was in order. Upon entering the wind pressure chamber, he found Pidgeot diligently exercising. He greeted the trainers who were resting nearby before stepping into the corresponding observation room. The wind pressure chamber essentially simulated the conditions of a natural storm, allowing flying-type Pokémon to enhance their physical prowess and attune to energy. As Brock had mentioned, due to the rock-type nature of the pewter gym, this wind pressure chamber was relatively modest in scale. In specialized flying-type gyms, such chambers were often the centerpiece of the facility, grand and extravagant. Inside the wind pressure chamber, there were several smaller rooms. A significant portion served as training grounds, while the remainder was partitioned off for trainers to observe. A reinforced transparent glass panel separated the 2 areas, allowing trainers to watch and direct their Pokémon's training process via intercom. Observing Pidgeot soaring gracefully against the wind, Tetsuya nodded, pleased to see that Pidgeot was not slacking off. He pulled up the data panel for Pidgeot and frowned. As levels increased, energy gains diminished, resulting in slower progression. It had been nearly a month since Pidgeot reached level 43, yet it remained stagnant at level 44. At this rate, Pidgeot would likely reach only around level 50 by the time of the Quartz Conference. However, despite the lack of level advancement, Pidgeot had made considerable strides in training over this period. Its physical condition had improved significantly, and its skill proficiency had also increased. Nonetheless, it appeared that mastering skills of differing attributes was indeed more challenging for Pidgeot. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes, contemplating the display of Pidgeot's mastery of the Heat Wave skill. After the muscular chicken had learned Heat Wave, he had instructed it to teach Pidgeot the move. However, the progress of the two Pokémon with this skill had been markedly different. Initially, both could only produce a mere hot wind, which was primarily uncomfortable and drained stamina without much utility. As the muscular chicken honed its mastery, it could now inflict a burn effect on some Pokémon when using Heat Wave. In contrast, Pidgeot's Heat Wave had only seen a slight increase in power. Heat Wave was indeed a formidable fire-type move, yet all skills required diligent training. Otherwise, the damage inflicted when initially learned, aside from a few status effects, would not meet expectations. Fortunately, Tetsuya did not anticipate Pidgeot to deal massive damage with Heat Wave. The goal was primarily to broaden the skill's impact, a modest enhancement at best. Pidgeot's most notable improvement lay in its mastery of flight and understanding of wind, though it had yet to grasp the formidable moves Brave Bird or Sky Attack. Its proficiency with the Hurricane skill was a delightful surprise. Currently, Pidgeot had preliminarily met Tetsuya's expectations, maintaining high-speed movement and agility while executing swift strikes. Long ago, Tetsuya had urged Pidgeot to leverage its speed to excel, yet sustaining such velocity and executing swift strikes demanded immense stamina and skill mastery. Previously, Pidgeot struggled to meet this objective. However, through recent training in the wind pressure chamber, Pidgeot had gradually discovered a state of sustained high-speed movement, further deepening its understanding of this skill. Coupled with the integration of swift strikes, Pidgeot had achieved remarkable speed. At least, it could now escape alongside Tetsuya without issue, provided he took the necessary precautions to avoid the discomfort of intense pressure from high-speed movements. After watching for some time, Tetsuya approached the microphone and announced through the intercom, "Today's training is concluded. Pidgeot, you may rest now. I will be shutting off the wind pressure device, so please take care." Chapter 42, The Inquisitive One. Bree. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Pidgeot turned and spotted its trainer standing in the observation room. It responded with a call and, with an astonishing agility for its size, flew to the corner of the room. Tetsuya, observing Pidgeot's movements, promptly shut off the equipment. It was essential to communicate with Pokémon before concluding training, otherwise, unexpectedly shutting down the device during intense training could cause Pokémon to lose their balance and sustain unnecessary injuries. This was a crucial point he had been informed of during his first visit. Pushing open a small door, he stepped into the serene training area. "You've worked hard, Pidgeot." He began to smooth out Pidgeot's ruffled feathers. Pidgeot affectionately rubbed its head against Tetsuya's body, expressing its fondness. There. You can return to your Pokeball for a bit of rest. After the muscular chicken finishes its training, I'll take you both out for a meal." Pidgeot nodded, and Tetsuya smoothly retrieved a luxury ball to recall it. He then proceeded to the energy room and materials room to collect the muscular chicken and Geodude, returning them to their respective luxury balls before heading to the small dining area. Upon arriving at Brock's personal kitchen, he found that Brock had already prepared the meal and was waiting. Releasing his 3 Pokémon, Tetsuya filled each of their bowls with the prescribed diet, also preparing a portion for Brock's Geodude. As for Onix, it was too large to fit inside, so Brock had already placed it in its designated area. Indeed, when Brock did not recall Onix to its Pokeball, it was primarily due to its considerable length of over 9 meters. Even the luxury ball's spacious interior could not compare to the comfort of the outside world. Tetsuya could only marvel at the ample space behind the gym. Such extravagance was truly remarkable. As they began their dinner, Brock recalled a question he had meant to ask earlier. "When do you plan to depart?" "I'm leaving in 10 days, Tetsuya replied, his words muffled by the synthetic beef he was chewing. He took a sip of the beverage beside him. "By then, Geodude should be nearing a standard level. According to your assessment, it should be ready to train." Brock nodded in agreement. "That sounds about right. Most trainers from the Kanto region competing in the gym challenge this year are just turning 16, typically with 2 Pokémon each. The previous years saw their older siblings participating, but now they've all aged out. There are very few like me who have a starter Pokémon that has broken into the elite tier. Most have either 2 standard-level Pokémon or 1 standard starter alongside a novice-level Pokémon. What is the point of having a 3v3 in the semifinals and finals?" Tetsuya quickly grasped the implications. "Doesn't that mean the participants can be more seasoned trainers?" he queried, his curiosity piqued. Brock responded, somewhat exasperated, "Of course. That's a sort of unspoken rule. Generally, only the 8 gyms of Kanto can send trainers like you to compete. Typically, those stepping in as substitutes are around 17 or 18 years old, never quite reaching the age of 20. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. However, they usually have 3 Pokémon. Has there ever been a situation where the final showdown featured only 2 Pokémon or 1 on either side?" Tetsuya persisted, continuing to engage in their friendly banter over dinner. There has been. They simply modified the rules to make it 2v2, Brock said casually. Huh. What does it matter? It is not a particularly formal competition. Xiaojing cast a sidelong glance at Jia. Then you cannot say, I only have 2 Pokémon. Jia quickly seized another opportunity. What exactly is going on in that head of yours? Xiaojing sighed in exasperation. Jia was relentless in his pursuit of victory. Despite the informality, the number and levels of your Pokémon must be submitted before the competition. If discrepancies are discovered, it would tarnish the reputation of the Nibi Gym. Jia pouted. All right then. If that's how you see it, what can I do? Rubbing his throbbing head, Xiaojing felt somewhat overwhelmed by Jia's antics. Your opponents. The other 31 gyms participating in the competition will have their information sent to you. You ought to review it over the next few days. 31. Are they all official gyms? Jia wiped his mouth, having finished his meal, and curiously pressed Xiaojing. Yes, the other gyms do not qualify. Xiaojing replied nonchalantly. Jia had no further retort. After all, the Nibi Gym possessed the strength and credibility to make such claims. It was evident that only the 8 gyms of Kanto could freely send trainers to substitute for their heirs, while other official gyms could only do so in the direst of circumstances. The heirs of the other official gyms, all aged 16, were required to participate in this competition, while Xiaojing, at 16, was exempt, allowing Jia to take his place. As for whether there were enough heirs for the gyms, it was worth noting that the people in this world generally had robust constitutions, and there was no enforced monogamous system, although most still adhered to it. Additionally, even the sons and daughters of gym leaders, whether brothers or sisters, could inherit the gym, resulting in numerous so-called heirs for each gym. The Nibi Gym was one of the rare exceptions, with Xiaojing being the only one 10 years older than his younger siblings, making him essentially the future heir of the Nibi Gym. Your Pidgeot's energy level is likely significantly higher than that of your peers, granting you substantial advantages. As for your Blastoise, it holds its own in levels and possesses relatively superior qualifications, making it formidable in battle alongside the other starters. Moreover, unless we reach elite or quasi-champion levels, our elders will not invest in high-level breeding for our Pokémon. We must cultivate them ourselves, which fosters a deeper bond of communication with them. Thus, your breeding also places you at an advantage. Xiaojing deftly organized the dining table while continuing his analysis. Jia, sipping his drink, candidly remarked, there's no need for such extensive analysis. Just say you're strong in there, but you still can't defeat me, so neither can they. Right? That is sufficient. Xiaojing's expression darkened. Indeed, in the past month, they had sparred several times, and Xiaojing had never emerged victorious. Setting aside the newly bred Geodude, it was understandable that his Onix could not best Jia's Pidgeot, which was adept at evasion, and even his Blastoise could barely triumph over Onix. Xiaojing suspected that Jia's Blastoise possessed quasi-champion potential, especially since his own Onix was a Pokémon of champion caliber, yet they were evenly matched. Although Jia's Blastoise's fighting type advantage against Onix played a role, it would not suffice without sufficient qualifications. It was precisely because Jia's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin that he felt relieved allowing Jia to compete in his stead after reviewing the profiles of other competitors. Otherwise, his grandfather would not easily let him off the hook for bringing shame upon their family. Chapter 43, The Saint Anu. All right, I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow. Jia tossed a parting remark before dashing off. Xiaojing, accustomed to such farewells, continued with his own tasks. As Jia walked home, he contemplated the tasks Xiaojing had asked him to assist with. It was understandable, after all. Xiaojing needed to care for his younger siblings and was reportedly reluctant to entrust them to outsiders, while the gym leader was preoccupied and could not spare the time. Furthermore, at just shy of 17 and stronger than Xiaojing, it was reasonable for him to step in. After battling so many times, Xiaojing should have recognized that Jia's Blastoise was not of champion caliber, but that was of little concern. Jia was not afraid of the overt powers within the league, as rules must be adhered to, just as he had pondered before, as long as he did not expose Zero. Even if his Blastoise's potential as a champion might be revealed, it would not pose too great a danger. After all, he had already been recognized and invested in by the Nibi Gym due to his talent, and they were unlikely to resort to stealing Pokémon. Other factions would not dare risk offending the Nibi Gym over a Pokémon whose champion potential was uncertain, even if they secretly acquired it. They would eventually have to apologize and return it should they be discovered, resulting in more losses than gains. What he feared most were those poaching teams that might target him, potentially costing him his life. In competitions like these, internal personnel were of little concern. However, in others, caution was paramount. Glancing at the introductions of participants from other gyms that Xiaojing had sent him, Jia skimmed through them. Essentially, This was a competition primarily among children, then. He flipped through the profiles and noted that out of the 32 participants, 17 had recently turned 16, with their starting Pokémon still at ordinary levels, let alone a second Pokémon. 8 were slightly older, each with 2 ordinary-level Pokémon, while 3 had starting Pokémon that had surpassed the elite level. The remaining 3 were also invested trainers like him, all just over 17. So my opponents are those last 3. Observing the familiar faces in the photographs, GF fell into deep thought. Oh well, I'll see then. Even if I don't win the championship, there's still a reward of 200,000. He shook his head, suppressing his wandering thoughts. After all, it was merely a favor for a friend. 10 days later, at 4 in the afternoon. Kuraishi City is a city in the Kanto region, located at the southern entrance to the sea, an international port city frequented by luxurious cruise ships. It is primarily divided into 2 areas, the Central Urban District and the Harbor District. The Harbor District sees numerous cargo and cruise ships coming and going daily, driving the continuous economic development of the region. The waterflow ship travels back and forth between the shallow green city of Kuraishi and Kuraishi Harbor. 10 fiery flame horse ferries depart from Kuraishi Harbor to the 7 islands. However, the most renowned is undoubtedly the Saint Anu, which cruises around the world and returns to Kuraishi Harbor only once a year. Jia hurriedly arrived at Kuraishi City's port and immediately spotted the luxurious cruise ship docked in the distance. Among a fleet of ordinary cruise ships, the Saint Anu stood out, both immense and splendid. Its white exterior adorned with golden embellishments and multiple stacked decks made it hard to look away. As he approached, the Saint Anu appeared even larger. Jia presented his ticket for inspection by the guards. The guard scanned the ticket with a machine and respectfully gestured for Jia to enter. Onlookers gazed at Jia with envious eyes. They could not board the Saint Anu. Jia strolled up the gangway, and as he entered the ship's cabin, a steward approached him. Mr. Tamaki Jia, greetings. You hold a VIP room ticket for the Saint Anu, located on the 4th deck at the best viewing position. May I offer you a brief introduction to all the facilities aboard the Saint Anu? Just a simple overview will suffice, Jia replied with a slight smile to the steward. Certainly, it would be my honor. Please, follow me. The steward bowed slightly in respect and gestured for Jia to proceed. The entire deck of the Saint Anu consists of 6 levels, with the 2nd level housing standard rooms and the 4th level designated for VIP accommodations. The 1st level is our current location, primarily featuring various entertainment facilities. From left to right, there are the arcade, theater, bar, library, gym, hot spring bath, chess room, and a 24-hour buffet restaurant. On the outer deck, one can find an open swimming pool and a water park. The 3rd and 5th levels are designated as battle arenas and training grounds for trainers, but they are only open from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. during the remaining hours. The facilities are closed for the guests' rest and maintenance, and we ask for your understanding in this matter. The 6th level boasts a semi-open dining venue, accessible only to VIP guests such as yourself and a select few from the standard rooms. This venue will be open on the evenings of the 2nd and 3rd days following the departure of the Saint Anu, at which time you will be notified by our staff. Additionally, each level is equipped with essential amenities, and should you have any needs or inquiries, feel free to approach any of our attendants for assistance. As Tetsuya escorted his companion to their room, the attendant provided a brief introduction to the structure of the Saint Anu. As per Tetsuya's request, it is evident that this is indeed a luxury cruise ship, with facilities that are exceptionally well appointed. Upon reaching the door of their room, the attendant bowed slightly and remarked, "This is your room. Simply swipe your identity card to gain entry. It is linked to your account. If you have no further requests, I shall take my leave. Thank you very much." "I have no other matters to attend to," Tetsuya replied, retrieving his identity card from his backpack to swipe at the door, which then opened, allowing him to step inside. "Wishing you a pleasant journey aboard the Saint Anu." The attendant bid farewell and continued with his duties. As Tetsuya entered the room, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Before him stood a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, revealing an expansive view of the sea and the breathtaking hues of the setting sun. "Ah, how delightful," he exclaimed, tossing his backpack onto the bed and sinking into the plush sofa. Opening the nearby refrigerator, he extracted a can of beverage, relishing the fact that it was included in his ticket fare, thus incurring no additional expense. It was adorned with commemorative packaging, a testament to the extravagance of the affluent. Upon inspection, he noted that it was 3 times the cost of a standard beverage, prompting him to reflect on the unimagined joys of the wealthy. As for indulging in more expensive wine, Tetsuya considered himself rather ordinary. Consuming pricey drinks was already a stretch for him, and fine wine was simply beyond his palate. In this world, Fruits cultivated for human consumption are notoriously difficult to grow, making a bottle of wine an expense that is unattainable for the average person. No, I must not succumb to despondency, he chastised himself, mustering the strength to rise after lounging for nearly 10 minutes. A shower would do me well. The electric vehicle ride has left me sore. Perhaps I should sell it and purchase a more comfortable model. Stretching his aching body, Tetsuya made his way toward the bathroom. Upon pushing open the door, he gasped, "Wow, do the wealthy truly indulge in such extravagance in the bathroom?" At the far end of the bathroom, there was a single-person hot spring tub, accompanied by a shower stall, and beyond that, a double bathtub. While such amenities may not be extraordinary for a high-end resort, the striking golden hue of the entire bathroom was indeed noteworthy, golden as in gilded. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that everything was coated in gold. Though gold is not particularly valuable in this world, and is seldom used as a medium of exchange, outfitting every room in this manner would undoubtedly incur significant costs. The ostentatious decor was blindingly bright, almost overwhelming. Looking around, he noticed that the toiletries were from the finest brand in the Pokémon realm, fitting seamlessly with the opulence of the surroundings. Disrobing, he stepped into the hot spring tub and sank into the warm water, uttering a single word, bliss. The perfectly tempered water washed away his fatigue, allowing Tetsuya to fully relax. He turned on the television before him and began to watch a program. The show was hosted by Professor Oak, discussing the mechanics of releasing a Pokémon's skills, emphasizing that the power of a skill is not solely determined by the energy it can contain, but also by the Pokémon's inherent energy and mastery of the skill. If only my 3 Pokémon were of water-loving types, they could relax here too, Tetsuya mused. While Pidgeot might enjoy it, its size would make it cumbersome to manage. As for Machoke and Geodude, they would likely only be able to enjoy a sand bath. Machoke would be fine, but for Geodude, the hot spring would be detrimental. Stretching lazily and sighing, he reveled in what he considered an ideal lifestyle. Unfortunately, his finances fell far short of sustaining such dreams. During this period, including the 2 million Alliance coins given to him by Brock, he had earned approximately 18 million Alliance coins. However, a significant portion had already been spent on Pokémon care. Machoke had advanced to the elite level within a month, resulting in considerable training expenses, approximately 3 million coins. It could be said that he had managed to elevate it to elite status in just 4 months. A feat made possible not only by its exceptional talent, but also by the substantial financial investment. Tetsuya calculated that continuing on this path, if he wished to reach level 40, he would need to invest at least another 10 million coins. This did not account for future advancements. As for Pidgeot, it had only consumed 1.5 million coins over the past month, which was within the planned budget, considering it had not progressed as rapidly as Machoke. The bulk of this month's expenses had been attributed to Geodude, which had similarly cost around 3.5 million coins during its juvenile phase. But it was the subsequent 10 days of expenses that truly caught Tetsuya off guard, due to Geodude's unique characteristics. The training program provided by Zero recommended a frenzied accumulation of energy prior to its evolution, alongside the consumption of special stones to alter its physical attributes. Through prolonged absorption of these special stones, Geodude's resistance to various attributes and its physical toughness could be further enhanced. The costs for these 2 aspects were not trivial. Tetsuya had spent about 2 million coins over those 10 days, thanks to the supply channel and half-price discount from the Nibi Gym. Otherwise, some of the rare stones would not only be hard to procure, but even if available, would not be offered at such reasonable prices. Furthermore, as Geodude matured, the costs for these special stones would only escalate. Roughly estimating, the expenses just to achieve evolution would amount to around 15 million coins, not to mention the subsequent need for further enhancement. Essentially, the costs for Geodude and Machoke were comparable, given that their post-evolution sizes would differ significantly. It is indeed true that raising Pokémon in this era is an endeavor that demands substantial financial resources, Tetsuya thought with a wry smile, feeling as though he was experiencing the rhythm of giving birth to a Pokémon with each expenditure. Fortunately, as his own strength continued to grow, earning money had become relatively easier. However, the average person would not find such financial outlays sufficient to rapidly enhance their Pokémon's capabilities. It is precisely because Tetsuya possessed a comprehensive training program that he could afford to do so. Otherwise, investing 10 million coins could easily yield no returns. Thus, for aspiring trainers of modest means, numerous factors hinder their ascent and transformation, including financial constraints, Pokémon aptitude, methods of advancement, and even training techniques. With 8 million coins remaining, Tetsuya felt he could sustain himself for a while longer. If he were to secure a championship in the upcoming competition, An overnight fortune would not be a mere dream. After all, the 10-effect charcoal was relatively manageable, costing around 10 million coins. The true challenge lay in the randomly selected attribute evolution stones, as certain special attribute stones were quite rare and exorbitantly priced. Only the evolution trio from Showdown Town could casually offer them as rewards, given their wealth from excavating evolution stones. Exhaling softly, Tetsuya rose to his feet. It seems it's high time for a haircut or perhaps a change of hairstyle. How about a wolf tail? As GS stood before the mirror, admiring his physique after a refreshing shower, this thought flitted through his mind. After all, for nearly half a year, he had been preoccupied with completing missions and training Pokémon, leaving little time for leisure, let alone a visit to the barber. Consequently, his hair appeared somewhat disheveled. Fortunately, he made a point of showering daily, else observers might mistake him for a Pokémon, with a Fiero nesting atop his head. Exiting the bathroom, Gia picked up the phone to call for service. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Came a bright female voice from the other end. "Please arrange for a massage and cleaning for my 3 Pokémon, Fiero, Blaziken, and Onyx." "Certainly, sir. A specialist will be sent to your room shortly to attend to them. The entire process will take approximately 3 hours. As it is dinner time, you may dine first. We will notify you via your wristwatch when the service is complete. At that time, you may choose when to have your Pokémon returned." "Thank you. You're welcome. Have a pleasant journey." Gia promptly hung up the phone. This service fell under the VIP room privileges mentioned by the attendant earlier. Upon checking, he noted that it involved hiring several high-ranking breeders at a considerable expense. Though Gia himself often performed such tasks, he was here to indulge, and occasionally delegating the work to others was a welcome reprieve, especially since room service was complimentary. Toot, toot. With the sound of the ship's horn, the SS St. Anu began to set sail. After stretching, he felt he had officially entered a semi-vacation state. The rigors of training and earning money could be momentarily set aside. Knock, knock. A male voice called from the other side of the door. "Hello, sir. I have come with your room service." Quickly donning his clothes, Gia opened the door, handing the 3 miniaturized luxury Pokeballs to the attendant. He inquired whether the buffet on the first floor was open for dining, receiving an affirmative response in return. Gia made his way downstairs, eager to relish his first dinner on board. Chapter 45, The Arrival of a Rival. "Quite lavish spending, I see," Gia mused as he continued to fill his plate with beef and several lobsters. Indeed, while the Pokémon world sustains a limited number of ordinary animals, they are regrettably rare. Typically, people consume synthetic ingredients created through advanced technology, which taste nearly indistinguishable from their natural counterparts. However, the restaurant boldly advertised its use of naturally sourced ingredients rather than synthetic ones. Gia believed that the SS St. Anu would not joke about such matters. True gourmets could discern the difference. It was well known that natural ingredients were not only scarce, but also expensive, and large-scale farming appeared to be against the world's regulations. The cost of a single day's worth of ingredients could easily reach several tens of millions, particularly as the SS St. Anu sailed year-round on a global voyage. The expenditures were staggering. After savoring a bite, he confirmed that while the taste and texture were indeed comparable, there was an invigorating sense of freedom associated with the natural flavors, perhaps a hint of the scent of wealth. As he slowly relished the taste of nature, a shadow fell over his dining space. "Greetings, Gia, trainer from the Nibby Gym." Looking up, he saw a boy of similar age, sporting long purple hair and clad in a reddish-brown outfit, approaching him with a tray. Why is it that every time I encounter a character from the previous life's anime, it unfolds in this manner? Zhang Wei's destiny was the restroom. Is mine the restaurant? Gia silently lamented, forcing a smile onto his face. "Hello, lazy, trainer from the Hualan Gym. Haha, I thought you might not recognize me. Do you mind if I join you?" "Not at all. Please, have a seat," Gia internally screamed. How can they all be so identical? He feigned enthusiasm, maintaining a cheerful facade. Lazy settled in naturally and introduced himself. "I am Lazy from the Sinnoh region, city of Veilstone. Currently, I am traveling in the Kanto region for my first year, representing the Hualan Gym in this competition. Jia, from the Kanto region, city of Tokiwa. It is also my first year traveling, and I, too, am here representing the Nibby Gym." Jia casually replied while munching on lobster. Lazy, unfazed by the conversation's awkwardness, continued. "It seems we share a remarkable fate. There are only 4 non-heirs participating, and we happen to meet." "Indeed, quite a coincidence," Jia nodded, unsure of Lazy's intentions. "I presume you've reviewed the information? Among the 32 participants, I recognize only you and 2 others as worthy opponents. The rest are mere fodder," Lazy stated flatly, leaving Jia perplexed. Why did Lazy seem reminiscent of his brother, exuding a similar air of arrogance? He recalled that Lazy was usually amiable. Had he misremembered? Unbeknownst to him, prior to being educated by the God generation, Lazy's demeanor closely mirrored that of his brother, Shinji, with the exception of occasionally displaying more respect. Lazy continued, oblivious to Jia's thoughts. However, I believe the information has considerable ambiguity, so I hope you can engage in a brief match with me before the competition. A 2v2. You need not use Fiero, and I shall refrain from using Staraptor. Apologies, but I am unavailable, Jia coldly interrupted. What was this person thinking? Expecting his opponent to reveal their strength voluntarily? Did he look that foolish? Why not? Lazy inquired, surprised. Ah, I see. How about a wager of 500,000? Although it isn't much, it would serve as my challenge fee. Lazy exuded confidence, having perused Jia's profile, aware of his apparent obsession with wealth. Though Lazy also valued money, it was nowhere near as exaggerated as Jia's. Jia found himself speechless, pondering how his reputation for being money-driven had spread. Surely it wasn't he through Brock? He would need to enhance Brock's battle experience upon his return. Far away in Nibby City, Brock was feeding his younger siblings when he sneezed. Wondering who was disparaging him, his first instinct was to blame Jia, uncertain whether he had included the notion of Jia's greed in his reports to other gyms. With a sigh of exasperation, Jia replied, Firstly, I genuinely have no time. My Pokémon are currently receiving therapy. Secondly, I have no interest in 500,000. There is no need for me to fight you. Thirdly, we have a 50% chance of facing each other in the semifinals or finals. Why fight now? It was truly baffling. Were today's youth so obstinate? As trainers, we must constantly challenge ourselves. The strong prevail, while the weak deserve no sympathy, Lazy proclaimed with fervor. Rubbing his forehead, Jia reconsidered his earlier assessment of Lazy as akin to his brother. While the initial Shinji was not particularly likable, he did not possess such a juvenile mindset. Should he record this exchange, or perhaps film a video? If this fellow were to normalize in the future, would this count as black history? Alas, I had thought you were a lover of battle as well as wealth. It is disappointing to learn you refuse my challenge. Lazy expressed, feigning disappointment. This individual was indeed insufferable. Employing such tactics was a new level of peculiarity, leaving Jia feeling quite overwhelmed. He indeed did not wish to engage in a confrontation with Risey, yet observing his current demeanor ignited within him a fervent desire to unleash his frustrations upon him. As trainers, we ought to persistently challenge the formidable. Those feeble trainers and their diminutive Pokémon hardly merit cultivation, in my opinion. Watching Risey vociferously espouse his thoughts, Tetsuya gradually discerned the subtle shift in the gazes of those surrounding them. Upon closer inspection, he deemed it prudent to discreetly extricate himself from the situation. Sensing that trouble was soon to befall Risey, he had no desire to be mistaken for an acquaintance of Risey, thereby inviting unnecessary complications, so he hastily made his exit. As for administering a lesson to Risey, he decided against it, for he lacked the leisure to do so. Seizing the moment while Risey was engrossed in speech, Tetsuya swiftly finished his dinner and made a beeline for the door. Just as he was about to leave the dining hall, he faintly detected the sounds of an argument emanating from his former seat. Strolling along the first deck, Tetsuya remained utterly indifferent to the unfolding events in the dining hall. Not only was he not well acquainted with Risey, but he also found himself quite displeased with him. Thus, he had no inclination to witness the spectacle. He was here to indulge in a vacation, not to engage in trivial disputes with such a fool. It was far more beneficial to utilize this time for some invigorating activity. As for the temporary rules for additional updates during this period, they are as follows. 1. A donation of 10,000 starting coins will yield 1 additional update. 2. For every 100 non-system generated monthly votes accumulated, an additional update will be granted. On weekdays, there will normally be 2 updates, while on weekends, 3 updates will be provided. Furthermore, reaching certain milestones may also result in sporadic additional updates. Additionally, I kindly request that esteemed readers refrain from critiquing the earlier inconsistencies until after they have finished reading, as I shall do my utmost to amend them. This is my first attempt at writing, so please be gentle in your feedback. I will strive to persuade you. I am merely writing for enjoyment. And many aspects were hastily conceived, as it has been quite some time since I last watched the anime. Regarding the monetary values, should you find them unsatisfactory, you may equate 10 million alliance coins to approximately 1 million yuan. However, it is important to note that the average income in that world is not high, and the value of essential goods for humans is relatively low, making survival feasible. This has resulted in a somewhat distorted system, largely due to the influence of Pokémon. Chapter 46. Deep-sea fishing reclining on a deck chair. Tetsuya felt the refreshing sea breeze as the dark night sky was occasionally graced by the sight of long-winged gulls and large-billed terns soaring overhead. These were the Pokémon of the sailors stationed on the deck, tasked with distant vigilance. Surrounding the vessel, numerous aquatic Pokémon, such as venomous jellyfish and giant flying fish, were present in the waters. After all, the passengers on board were either affluent or influential. Should any misfortune occur, the reputation of the Saint Anu would be irrevocably tarnished. It is said that the ship's owner expends considerable resources each year to employ a master of water-type Pokémon and several semi-masters to safeguard the vessel. Whether this is true remains uncertain, as no one has ever witnessed a master in action, though several have seen semi-masters. Stifling a yawn, Tetsuya felt somewhat fatigued. Glancing at the time, he realized that not much had passed, and he requested a fishing rod from a nearby waiter. He made his way to the designated area and commenced deep-sea fishing. Regarding the absence of Pokémon by his side, Tetsuya noted that should he catch a Pokémon, he could either opt to capture it himself or request the nearby trainers to return it to the sea. Each fishing area was overseen by an elite trainer and 2 capable ordinary trainers, ensuring minimal issues. After all, it is not particularly realistic for one individual to haul up a powerful Pokémon. Most catches consist of Magikarp, Kingler, and Goldeen. If someone were truly able to reel in a Gyarados weighing 235 kilograms and measuring 6.5 meters, Tetsuya could only express admiration. He believed that even reeling in a Magikarp would be an unrealistic endeavor, considering its average weight of nearly 40 kilograms combined with the Pokémon's inherent strength. He could not engage in physical combat with fighting-type Pokémon, so the chances of success were slim. This very reason contributes to the ocean remaining an enigma to humanity. The depths of the sea conceal countless Pokémon yet to be discovered. Without further ado, Tetsuya cast his rod into the sea. The bobber dancing upon the waves as he yawned and idly awaited a bite. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes passed, and still, the fishing rod remained motionless. An elderly gentleman nearby, also fishing, noticed Tetsuya's lack of success but maintained his patience and struck up a conversation. "Young man, aren't you anxious about not catching a Pokémon?" "Not really. I'm not here to capture Pokémon. I'm here to savor the joy of fishing," Tetsuya replied, one hand grasping the rod while the other held a drink. "Haha, it's rare to see a young person with such patience," the old man chuckled heartily, popping a candy into his mouth. "Are you on vacation, old man?" Tetsuya inquired, finding the conversation enjoyable. "Indeed, my children gifted me this ticket, urging me to travel and unwind. They're all so busy, they don't want to bother with me," the old man. "Fortunately, my granddaughter joined me on this trip, otherwise it would have been rather dull," the elderly gentleman replied, his stern exterior belied by the childlike joy and kindness in his words. "You seem to be quite enjoying yourself." "Old chap," Tetsuya teased, observing the old man donning a flamboyant beach outfit. "Haha, this old man keeps fit and enjoys fishing. It's quite healthy," another gentleman chimed in, having overheard their conversation. "I saw him chatting with an elderly lady yesterday." The surrounding fishermen erupted into laughter at the old man's expense. "He's afraid his wife might find out and scold him," another man remarked, seemingly aware of the old man's situation. "Go on, you old rascal, stop being so silly." The elder waved dismissively. Typically, fishing enthusiasts are older men, as younger individuals and women often find such activities rather tedious. Consequently, the exchanges among the participants were generally restrained and composed, given their unfamiliarity with one another. Maintaining one's image was essential. However, Tetsuya's light-hearted banter broke the ice, leading to a more relaxed atmosphere. Especially upon learning that Tetsuya had yet to reach the age of 17, they became even more at ease. Joking about his age as he was similar in age to their children, or perhaps even younger, Tetsuya feigned exasperation, as the gossiping skills of middle-aged men often surpassed those of women. Throughout the following 2 hours, he did manage to reel in 2 novice Magikarp, which he casually tossed back into the sea. After all, Magikarp is often dubbed the weakest and most pitiable Pokémon in existence, lacking in both strength and speed. With the exception of its remarkable resilience, it is rare to find a Magikarp capable of evolving into a Gyarados in an entire river. He was met with a fair share of good-natured ribbing, but he paid it little mind. Which fisherman hasn't he been wished a day full of Magikarp luck? Ding dong. His wristwatch chimed, indicating the completion of care for his 3 little companions. Tetsuya bid farewell to the surrounding gentlemen, assuring them that he would return frequently throughout the week. Before standing up to leave, once he departed, the others continued their jovial chatter, and suddenly someone inquired. That young man just now seemed quite amiable. "Does anyone know where he hails from?" It appears that this gathering at the Kanto gym is represented by someone from the Nibi gym. Old Fu. Why not inquire about Wu Nong? The man referred to as Old Fu casually responded. I believe he is a trainer invested in by Wu Nang's eldest son. He mentioned to me previously that he is nurturing quite a remarkable talent. The individual who had posed the question was teased by those nearby. What? Are you interested in finding a son-in-law? Oh, come off it. Whoever dares to marry my daughter must first defeat me, he jokingly retorted, eliciting a hearty laughter from the group. Subsequently, they adeptly shifted the topic of conversation. The elder who had initially asked the question shook his head and rose. Gentlemen, I must take my leave. My granddaughter has come to fetch me. Very well, do take your rest, old chap. It's not wise to be out on the deck at this hour. The others bid him farewell. All right, I shall return tomorrow. None of you are to flee. We shall see who possesses better skills. The old man strolled slowly towards the cabin, hands clasped behind his back. A young woman with long golden hair cascading down to her waist hurried over to assist him. Grandpa, you seem to be in good spirits today. Did you meet a fine young man? If only you could stay on the ship a bit longer to play with me. I would be even happier. The girl pouted playfully. But Grandpa, didn't you say Professor Okido needed to speak with me? I'll come find you once I'm done. With a mischievous smile. She added, besides, you're quite content alone on the ship without Grandma around, aren't you? Chapter 47. Free Activities. The elder sighed. You really ought to learn better. All you do is jest with your grandfather. The two continued their light-hearted banter as they ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Ji was blissfully unaware of the events that transpired after his departure. After retrieving the 3 luxurious Pokeballs containing his Pokémon, he returned to his room. Glancing at the schedule that Xiaojing had sent him, he noted that tonight marked the beginning of a 6-day, 7-night journey. The competitions were scheduled for the 4th and 5th days of the voyage, just before their return. The knockout format meant that opponents would be determined by lottery, battling in pairs. The top 8 would be decided on the 4th day, meaning one would only need to fight twice to conclude their participation, while the champion would be crowned on the 5th day. In simpler terms, securing 5 consecutive victories would earn one the title of champion. Additionally, there would be a small banquet on the 6th deck that evening, exclusive to the competitors. Hence, Ji realized he could indulge in leisure for the first 3 days. The thought of this relaxation was irresistible to him. For over a decade, Ji had endured considerable hardship, and even recently, he had barely allowed himself to unwind. Now that he finally had a chance to rest, he certainly wouldn't squander it. Moreover, training and learning required a balance of effort and relaxation. Otherwise, one would achieve little despite great toil. Lazily reclining on the bed, he released his 3 Pokémon from their balls, as the spacious room afforded them ample opportunity to relax, rendering it unnecessary to keep them confined. Beep beep. Dengoro. The 3 Pokémon joyfully exclaimed upon their release. Zhuyi chuckled at their exuberance. For the next 3 days, you can all enjoy yourselves. Just maintain your training regimen. An hour each day should suffice. This was simply delightful. While they had grown accustomed to rigorous training, it did not mean they did not yearn for some leisure. Hearing their trainer's words, the 3 Pokémon beamed with happiness. Zhuyi stood up and retrieved 3 name tags, which he had earlier requested from a server. These tags could be attached to his Pokémon, allowing them to roam freely, particularly for BB Bird. Otherwise, should BB Bird take to the skies, it might be perceived as an aggressor by surrounding Pokémon, but with the name tag, such misunderstandings would be avoided. Ji affixed the tags to each Pokémon, offering fatherly advice. BB Bird, there's a climbing frame on the balcony where you can rest. Or you may stay in the room. Just don't fly too far when you're out, and remember to return for meals on time. Righteous Chicken and Sure. You can rest in the small room prepared for Pokémon, but don't forget to wear your name tags when you venture out. Especially you, Sure, don't wander off. Be cautious not to fall into the water. The 3 Pokémon nodded vigorously in understanding and then dispersed. BB Bird flew straight to the climbing frame on the balcony to rest, finding it more comfortable. Righteous Chicken led Sure into the small room, where various Pokémon toys awaited them for play. Ji reclined back and drifted off to sleep. The ship's horn sounded gently, rousing Ji and his Pokémon from their slumber. Ji furrowed his brow and squinted his eyes, raking a hand through his tousled hair. As he drew back the curtains, a breathtaking seascape unfolded before him. The shimmering azure waves stretched infinitely, uplifting the spirit, while flocks of various bird Pokémon soared through the sky. In the distance, the silhouette of a lighthouse was faintly discernible. The morning sunlight bathed everything in a soft, warm glow, prompting a sigh of appreciation for its beauty. A leisurely day commenced as Ji yawned and made his way to the bathroom for his morning routine. After a bit of grooming, he transformed back into the refreshing, handsome young man he was. After feeding his 3 Pokémon breakfast, he allowed them to roam freely. BB Bird expressed a desire to fly outside, while Shirshir opted to remain in the room to rest. Righteous Chicken hesitated for a moment before stating that it wished to join Zhiyi for some outdoor activities, reminding BB Bird to return by noon. Zhiyi donned his clothes, put on a pair of sunglasses, and descended to the first deck with Righteous Chicken. Many others were also out with their Pokémon, though most were of the pet variety. For instance, there were Pikus, Eevees, and Meowths, which lacked significant combat abilities. However, there were also a fair number of trainers like him with their battle-ready Pokémon, though they tended to be on the smaller side. Only a handful brought along massive Pokémon like Snorlax. Fortunately, their numbers were limited, and the deck of the Saint Anu had been reinforced, ensuring it remained undamaged. Zhiyi casually picked up a breakfast item, opting not to dine in the restaurant, but instead taking Righteous Chicken out onto the open deck. Leaning against the railing, he placed his cup in a secure spot, relishing the sea breeze and the stunning view before him as he began to eat his sandwich, occasionally sipping on creamy milk. He embraced this slow-paced lifestyle, which rendered him exceedingly languid. Observing his trainer in this relaxed state, Righteous Chicken mimicked his behavior. Unfortunately, despite having grown a bit, Righteous Chicken still stood at only 1.35 meters, barely able to see over the railing, with only its 3 feathers peeking over the top. After struggling for a while, it conceded defeat, tugging at Zhiyi's clothing and pointing into the distance, exclaiming, "Cha?" Zhiyi turned to see what it was indicating. It was a replica beach constructed for Pokémon that could not swim, bustling with various Pokémon in activity. "Go ahead, but remember to find me by noon." He waved his hand, signaling Righteous Chicken to manage its own time. "Cha!" Righteous Chicken affirmed and dashed off eagerly. Zhiyi shook his head, finishing his breakfast and disposing of the trash before heading up to the 3rd floor. His plan for the morning was to observe the battle arena to identify noteworthy opponents. Rattata, use your signature move, Bite. Butterfree, evade upwards and suppress it with confusion. Scyther, deliver the final blow. Ambipom, employ Iron Tail. Upon entering the battle arena, the sounds that had been well contained by soundproof materials suddenly flooded his ears. Various battle commands echoed through the air, accompanied by the cheers and encouragement of the onlookers. Much like Zhiyi, which inevitably created a somewhat disconcerting atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, several Pokémon exhibited considerable strength. The most prominent among them was a Scyther. Its verdant form complemented by its razor-sharp arms, showcasing formidable attacking prowess as it triumphed over 3 or 4 opponents in succession. Zhiyi averted his gaze. The trainer of this Scyther was likely one of the few elite-level gym heirs participating in the competition. Indeed, their skill was commendable. Zhiyi began to seek his next target. Chapter 48, Observing the Opponents. He swiftly scanned the faces of several competent trainers, yet regrettably, none of the names on his list were present. Checking the time. It was 8:30 in the morning, a period when most trainers would opt to hone their skills in the training grounds. Zhiyi found a spot to sit and activated the interface on his wristwatch to watch videos. He had decided to spend the mornings of the next 3 days here. Watching battle footage proved to be quite engaging. Additionally, he could keep an eye out for potential future adversaries. He certainly would not, like lazy, approach unfamiliar challengers to demand battles that would reveal their strengths. Reflecting on this, Zhiyi felt compelled to scoff. Any rational person would refrain from such behavior. In the afternoon, he contemplated whether his Pidgeot would be willing to accompany him in fishing for sea Pokémon, letting it soar nearby. Given the exuberant nature of his Blaziken, it was likely to insist on continuing to play in the afternoon after a lively morning. Zhiyi was well aware of this. Occasionally, he thought, it would be nice to indulge in other activities, such as swimming, to unwind. It was truly the perfect plan. Zhiyi remained blissfully unaware that his behavioral patterns were gradually aligning with those of a middle-aged individual. After spending an entire morning with no noteworthy encounters, he closed the video playback, feeling no disappointment. After all, most individuals aboard the Anu were likely there to relish their experience. Training in such an environment was inherently private, a closed affair, and he could not intrude upon others' privacy. In this world, probing into another's training regimen or cultivation methods without invitation could breed animosity, akin to attempting to pilfer traditional techniques in ancient times. Had he not recognized it was Brock, along with his forthright intentions, coupled with Zhiyi's own relevant plans, he might have taken drastic measures against a stranger asking him about Pokémon cultivation. It was tantamount to courting disaster. Stretching and rising to his feet, Zhiyi moved to shake off the stiffness that had settled in his legs after 3 hours of sitting. He called for Blaziken to return, and together they made their way back to their room, where Pidgeot was already perched on the balcony. "Hey, you're back. Did you have fun flying?" "Pidgeot, Jia chuckled. It seemed his Pokémon had thoroughly enjoyed its time aloft, for raptors indeed thrived in the freedom of the skies. Dengoro, Shimon. His shuckle darted out from a small room to greet him, sharing a quiet exchange with Blaziken. Jia paid them little mind as he prepared lunch for his trio, ordering room service to bring up some bread, beef, lettuce, tomatoes, and potatoes. He intended to create a hamburger meal in the kitchen of his room. Speaking of which, it seemed this world did not possess hamburgers as a culinary option. Perhaps just the Kanto region lacked them. Jia was uncertain, as most regions in this world were quite distanced from one another, with customs and culinary practices varying widely, and he had yet to explore them. However, it stood to reason that if sandwiches existed, hamburgers might as well. Naturally, many Chinese dishes were likely absent, as the culinary landscape here leaned predominantly towards Japanese and Western styles. With this thought, Jia mused that perhaps one day he could become a culinary mogul in the Pokémon world, perhaps naming his venture gourmet Pokémon delicacies. As he crafted his hamburgers, he allowed his mind to wander. He prepared 2 beef hamburgers, accompanied by a side of crispy fries, pairing them with an assortment of drinks that had been replenished in the refrigerator earlier that morning. Settling into a chair on the balcony, he basked in the sunlight, savoring his hamburger, occasionally sipping on a chilled drink and nibbling on fries. This was the epitome of a blissful, indulgent lifestyle. Adjusting his sunglasses, Jia noticed someone from the adjacent room emerging, a figure that seemed vaguely familiar. "Oh, Uncle Chica, you're staying next door? Good afternoon." He turned and greeted with vibrant energy. "Isn't that Jia?" "Quite the surprise," responded the middle-aged man named Chikawa, stretching his limbs and turning to see the young lad from the previous night. The man, Chikawa, was the very individual who had inquired about Jia's lineage the night before. "Are you going out to fish for Pokémon this afternoon?" Jia asked, taking a refreshing sip of his drink, only to discover it was empty. He gestured for Blaziken to fetch him another bottle, and inquired if Chikawa would join him. "Yes, I will be going shortly. Why are you coming along?" Chikawa observed Blaziken, who was pacing back and forth, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. As a seasoned trainer, he recognized the exceptional breeding and strength of Jia's Blaziken, an instinctual response of a trainer. "Of course, yesterday was not my best performance. This afternoon, allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a master of Pokémon fishing." Jia quickly finished his meal, clapping his hands to signal to Uncle Chikawa that he was ready. Chikawa also ceased his midday exercise. The two left the balcony, conversing cheerfully as they headed toward the fishing area. Behind them, Blaziken and Shimon stealthily followed, making their way toward the amusement park. Jia casually reminded them to return for dinner, and the 2 Pokémon, slightly stiff from their antics, only resumed their pace after hearing no further instructions. "Haha, it seems you share a great bond with your Pokémon," Chikawa remarked, finding the scene rather amusing. "Indeed, they are like family to me," Jia replied without hesitation. Chikawa offered a nod of approval. It was true, Pokémon were indeed the family of trainers, the most trustworthy companions. As they conversed, the two arrived at the area they had visited the previous evening, now bustling with numerous individuals. "Ah, the old man is still here. Hello, old Fu," Jia greeted. "You old codger, don't let the sun roast you too much," Chikawa added, his greeting style decidedly more boisterous. As expected, Chikawa was met with a round of playful rebukes. "You rascal, Chikawa, show some respect to your elders. Look at how polite she is. Old lizard. Who are you calling a vampire?" Chikawa's strongest Pokémon was a Kingler, which earned him the moniker Old Lizard, while the individual referred to as vampire was Dias, or Old Fu, whose strongest Pokémon was a Jengar, known for its tactics that could stealthily sap the energy of rival Pokémon. Their camaraderie was clearly one of long-standing rivalry and friendship. Jia chose to ignore the childish banter between the adults, focusing instead on his fishing rod as he began to cast for Pokémon. Whistling, Pidgeot swooped down to land beside him. The vigilant trainers nearby glanced at the insignia on Pidgeot's collar without concern. Such interactions were indeed permissible. Gently stroking Pidgeot's feathers, Jia nonchalantly held his fishing rod, embodying an air of effortless cool that drew admiration from the nearby adults. "Ah, those were the days when I was young." Chapter 49, Profound Gains. Those days. You, a balding middle-aged man, what wisdom do you possess to share? Moreover, we are not strangers. We are well acquainted with your past. Akikawa Chinatsu mocked sarcastically from her seat beside him. "Indeed, look at you, a crooked fruit reminiscing about the past." A man further away joined in the mockery with unabashed laughter. The uncle, whose words had been interrupted and ridiculed, merely chuckled disdainfully, a bunch of defeated subordinates, barking like loser hounds. Tetsuya found their banter quite amusing. In the distance, vibrant young girls frolicked in the swimming pool and water park, occasionally casting glances toward the fishing area, giggling and playfully jostling one another around the strikingly handsome young man. With a swift motion, Tetsuya reeled in his fishing rod, revealing a decent needlefish, certainly better than a common carp. He gestured to his trusty Pidgeot, which promptly flapped its wings, sending the inflated needlefish soaring back into the sea. Raising an eyebrow at the elderly gentleman beside him, he remarked, "I've already caught one since I arrived, and you have yet to catch anything." "Humph. I had already caught plenty before you showed up, you little brat," the elderly man retorted, maintaining a youthful demeanor. Tetsuya chuckled. "By the way, what is your name?" "I forgot to ask yesterday." "Yamanashi," the old man replied casually. "Oh, no, it's Dr. Yamanashi," he corrected himself. The two then fell into a comfortable silence. Dr. Yamanashi was focused on fishing, not wishing to be outdone by a child. Upon hearing the name, Tetsuya scrutinized Dr. Yamanashi's features and fell into contemplation. The name and appearance reminded him of a certain Pokémon researcher from the Sinnoh region, albeit in a slightly younger guise. He chuckled softly. What difference did it make? They had conversed amiably before he was aware of this connection. Casting his line once more, he inquired, "Dr. Yamanashi, are you the authority on evolutionary studies?" While Tetsuya remained indifferent, he recognized that having an esteemed scholar in his presence was an opportunity to glean knowledge. "Yes," Dr. Yamanashi replied, casting a curious glance at Tetsuya. "You know of me?" It was surprising for Dr. Yamanashi, whose renown had not yet burgeoned to its later heights. Although he had published numerous articles on Pokémon evolution and was acknowledged as an authority in the field, his name was primarily recognized among fellow researchers. Most trainers outside of academic circles were merely aware of new findings, lacking familiarity with the authors behind them. Furthermore, at that time Dr. Yamanashi was still affiliated with Professor Oak's laboratory, with his papers credited to it, making it even less likely for casual trainers to remember the names of the contributors. Young individuals like Tetsuya, who focused more on Pokémon training than scholarly pursuits, were particularly rare. Indeed, I have read your works, such as on the possibilities of Eevee's evolution based on genetic instability, the correlation of Pokémon evolution forms, and hypothesis on the complete state of Pokémon evolution. Tetsuya recited several of Dr. Yamanashi's papers with remarkable fluency. Dr. Yamanashi nodded in approval. He had initially thought Tetsuya merely recognized his name, but it turned out he had substantial knowledge. It is worth noting that aside from the first article, which garnered wide attention, the latter two were significant academically, yet offered no tangible benefits for enhancing Pokémon strength. Consequently, most who knew of him were only familiar with the first paper, while the latter two received little attention. This indicated Tetsuya's genuine dedication to learning. "Oh, what thoughts do you have after reading them?" Dr. Yamanashi was keen to engage Tetsuya further. Although he believed Tetsuya was not merely pretentious, he felt it prudent to test the young man's understanding. "I have a few questions, actually, regarding the hypothesis on the complete state, which states that Pokémon will ultimately evolve into legendary beings like Ho-Oh or Lugia, achieving a conceptually perfect state. I find it perplexing. If..." Tetsuya paused, momentarily setting aside the fishing, seizing the rare opportunity to extract knowledge from the esteemed scholar. This was pertinent to his understanding of Zero's theories. Dr. Yamanashi listened intently to Tetsuya's inquiries, nodding in satisfaction. The questions posed were clearly derived from thoughtful consideration of his work and demonstrated a personal touch, revealing that Tetsuya had indeed put in considerable effort to learn. What a rare delight it was to encounter a young person who was not only interested but also serious about their studies. Dr. Yamanashi willingly shared his insights, elaborating on the complexities of Pokémon evolution. In the world of Pokémon, professors were genuine scholars, recognized by the League not only for their notable research achievements, but also for their moral integrity. It was no wonder that they were entrusted with the task of distributing starter Pokémon. Naturally, they often relished the opportunity to impart knowledge to the younger generation. Thus, the two began a profound discussion on various research topics, while the older fishermen nearby engaged in their own conversations, casting benevolent glances at Tetsuya. For it was hard to harbor ill will toward a charming young lad with an evident passion for learning. Hours slipped by, and their fishing rods remained unresponsive, lost in the depths of their discourse. After addressing a portion of his queries, Tetsuya decided to pause, recognizing that he had gleaned a wealth of information. They had not merely discussed evolutionary topics. Dr. Yamanashi's extensive experience at Professor Oak's lab had equipped him with knowledge on a myriad of subjects. "Are you finished with your questions?" Dr. Yamanashi regarded him kindly, increasingly fond of the young man throughout their dialogue. "For now, yes. I need to digest all this information." "It's quite a lot," Tetsuya replied candidly. Dr. Yamanashi nodded approvingly. Although he would have welcomed further inquiries, he appreciated Tetsuya's awareness of his own limits. Striking a balance is not something everyone can master. Greed is often the norm. Then I shall take my leave for today. Apologies, gentlemen, and Dr. Yamanashi. I shall return tomorrow. Tetsuya rose, eager to return and consolidate the valuable insights he had gained. As he departed, he made sure to add everyone as friends on his smartwatch, and each of them cheerfully accepted. Observing his retreating figure, someone remarked, "Such young individuals are rare these days." It seems another prodigy is emerging from Kanto. Though no one openly voiced their agreement, there was a general consensus among them. Chapter 50. The competition begins. After all, those present were either affluent or distinguished trainers, each standing out among their peers. Though none were of the elite champion caliber, their life experiences had endowed them with a deeper understanding of character. At such a young age, to possess such a wealth of knowledge and to exhibit exemplary conduct in Pokémon training was indeed commendable. Thus, Tetsuya's humble background became an asset in this context. In a rush, Tetsuya advised the spirited Blaziken and Shikijika to return to their room shortly and instructed Pidgeot to manage its own affairs, before returning to his room to organize his notes. In this manner, for the next 2 days, Tetsuya spent his mornings observing the battle arena and analyzing opponents' videos, while his afternoons were dedicated to fishing and nurturing his patience, all the while engaging with Dr. Yamanashi. After 2 fruitful days, he found himself enjoying the camaraderie of his fishing companions more and more. On the 4th day of the voyage aboard the SS, Tetsuya awoke in the morning, donned a black sleeveless top and athletic shorts, and proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face. After providing a simple meal for the 3 sprites and confirming everything was in order, they set off towards the 3rd deck. Today's competition would take place at one of the venues there. Upon reaching the competition area, a portion of the audience had already gathered, and upon seeing Jie arrive, they greeted him with friendly smiles. Jie reciprocated their greetings with a smile of his own. Over the past couple of days, he had become somewhat acquainted with several individuals, blending in comfortably. Most of them were quite amicable. From their discussions, Jie learned that Latesy had apparently received a stern reprimand from a few elite trainers that very night, all due to his views on treating sprites as mere tools. This was hardly surprising. Most trainers regarded sprites as partners, and Latesy's perspective, while he might ponder it privately, was bound to earn him a scolding if voiced aloud. Jie presumed that he would soon be subjected to further admonishment by others. As the competitors arrived and spectators gradually filled the venue, the atmosphere began to heat up. The people in this world exhibited an almost fervent passion for sprite battling competitions. A host, donned in formal attire, stepped into the center of the arena, clutching a microphone. "Now, we welcome you to the annual St. Anu Exchange competition of the Kanto region's official gyms. As in previous years, over the next 2 days, we will witness battles between the young heirs from various gyms and their remarkable performances. The rules are the most basic combat regulations, following a knockout format, with the allowance to swap 1 sprite. Without further ado, let us welcome our competitors to commence the battles." The first contestants to take the stage were Haishin Chung from the Highland Gym and Jin Sei from the Panjin Gym. Let us welcome them. The specific draw had already taken place the previous night, with matchups numbered 132, 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, and so forth, divided into 16 groups. Each of these groups was numbered, with the winners of Group 1 facing the winners of Group 2 to determine today's top 8. The draw for tomorrow would be held tonight. Calculating the matches, there would be 24 contests today, with only 1 venue available. Fortunately, since these were 2v2 battles, each match would conclude in roughly 10 minutes. Including the breaks, it was likely that everything would wrap up before dinner. Jie watched the ongoing matches, his mind wandering. He was scheduled to compete in match 21, placing him towards the latter end of the lineup, meaning he would have to wait a while. It would likely be around noon when he finished, just in time for a meal. During his contemplation, the first group had already determined a victor, and Jie mechanically raised his arm in applause. It wasn't that he lacked focus. Rather, with 2 elite-level sprites at his disposal, there was little need for intricate tactical planning. He could simply rely on raw strength, for otherwise, the considerable sum he had spent would be in vain. Although others had also invested heavily, their efficiency could not compare to his. He possessed a 0-level sprite, allowing every penny to yield 2 or even 3 times its value, while others struggled to harness the inherent worth of their own nurtured sprites. Nonetheless, Jie understood that this advantage was temporary, allowing him to outmatch the younger trainers for now. In the distant future, when others' investments and efficiencies caught up, it would then depend on the trainer's skill and command. He was diligently working towards that goal. After 2 monotonous hours of observing battles akin to a learning experience, Jie finally received his turn. Next up were Jie from the Nibi Gym and Timin from the Wuwei Gym. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Jie's mind quickly flashed through his opponent's profile. Calmly, he ascended to the trainer's platform beside the battlefield, his opponent standing confidently across from him. It was evident that as soon as Jie took the stage, the noise from both spectator sides began to swell. He could faintly hear remarks such as, "What a handsome guy. So cool. Look at those muscles." Indeed, while few in this world could be labeled as unattractive, Jie's striking appearance was a rarity, making him comparable to the esteemed readers themselves. Once he took to the stage, Jie tuned out the surrounding clamor. As the referee signaled the start, he and his opponent Timin simultaneously released their sprites. Go Shawanzai. Go Doi. The Wuwei Gym primarily specialized in normal-type and fighting-type sprites. Timin's sprites included the normal-type Dai and the nearly elite-level Abelang, Quoquanlang. Timin was well aware of Jie's capabilities and basic information, knowing him to be one of the 4 strongest competitors in this tournament, and indeed the most formidable among them. Yet, surrender was not an option. Both competitors issued commands in unison. Stealth Rock, throw mud to diminish its visibility. Curl up and roll, be cautious of the eyes. The 2 sprites sprang into action. Shawanzai called out, and a cluster of invisible rocks floated around the battlefield, their positions known only to him. Any misstep by an advancing or substituted sprite could result in injury from these rocks. Subsequently, he scooped up dirt from the ground and infused it with energy, hurling the muddy concoction at Dai. In response, Dai curled up instantly, employing both the roll and curl techniques to shield its eyes from the incoming mud while simultaneously enhancing its attack, defense, and focus. Jie calmly directed his strategy. At this level, Dai had no means for ranged attacks. The roll and curl techniques would prove ineffective. Shawanzai merely needed to exploit distance to wear down the opponent. Timin calculated the distance, realizing that a swift approach would be impossible within the confines of the battlefield. He opted for a high-speed maneuver, circling closer while evading the rocks that would fall from above. Centered around Shawanzai, the ground appeared to yield slightly under pressure, and it continuously gathered rocks to hurl at Dai. The latter, light on its feet, adeptly dodged the projectiles while inching closer. Suddenly, it seemed to have been struck by an unseen force, pausing momentarily before being bombarded by successive falling rocks. Chapter 51, Close Combat. Timin easily deduced that this phenomenon was due to the stealth rock. However, he had anticipated such an outcome when ordering Dai to close in. Though he attempted to evade while circling, remaining distant would only lead to inaction. He braced for impact and continued to advance. Timin now hoped that the defensive benefits from the roll and curl would enable Dai to endure until it could strike with a quick attack. Fortunately, Dai was naturally gifted in speed, and after withstanding 2 instances of stealth rock and several rock strikes, it finally entered its offensive range. Now, Timin shouted, "Quick attack." As long as Dai could reach the opponent and deliver a fighting-type move, Shawanzai would immediately lose its fighting capability upon being struck. Dai, in perfect synchrony with its trainer, surged forward enveloped in a radiant white light towards Shawanzai. Jie observed Dai, battered and breathless, as it steadily approached Shawanzai, his expression unwavering. Down. Just as Dai stepped into the influence of Shawanzai's gravity skill, causing its balance to falter slightly, Jie issued a command without hesitation. Dai shrieked as if struck and promptly succumbed, losing its fighting ability. It was indeed the stealth rock. Shawanzai had strategically placed some of the invisible rocks within the gravitational field, ensuring that when the opponent entered this range, the rocks would attack immediately. Coupled with the gravitational enhancement, the damage was even greater. Dai, inherently not a sprite renowned for its defense or stamina, could not withstand the onslaught after having been worn down so significantly. Iron Man gritted his teeth, fully aware of the vast disparity in strength. Yet he found it utterly unreasonable that he couldn't even close the distance to Shitamaru. Withdrawing his Dawei, he produced another Pokeball and declared, "This one is for you, Iberon." A fighter clad in armor reminiscent of a flowing skirt materialized onto the battlefield. Regrettably, the limited number of stealth rocks did not extend significantly to the opponent's side, and upon Iberon's emergence, it suffered no damage from the vicinity. Use Rapid Stars. Iron Man commanded. Iberon was his starter Pokémon, nearing elite status, and its skill set far surpassed that of Dawei. Thus, it was implausible for Jie to defeat Iberon in the same manner. Block with rocks. Jie instructed Shitamaru to manipulate the rocks before it, attempting to shield against some of the rapid stars. However, Iberon's casting speed and the velocity of its attack were astonishingly fast, and a considerable amount of damage still struck Shitamaru. The subsequent rapid stars collided with the rocks, stirring up a cloud of dust. Come back, Shitomaru. Go, Lijuanji. Jie decisively switched out his Pokémon. Recognizing that while training Shitomaru was essential, it was prudent to bring forth another contender against an overwhelming opponent. The reason for not deploying a more advantageous Pidgeot was simply that it was unnecessary. Upon Lijuanji's entry, it emitted a cry. Its remarkable growth elicited gasps from the onlookers. Typically, a Lijuanji stands at 0.9 meters and weighs 20 kilograms, making it appear diminutive next to Iberon, who stands at an impressive 1.5 meters and weighs 50 kilograms. Moreover, Iron Man's Iberon had developed beyond the average standard, towering at 1.5 meters. Nevertheless, Jie's Lijuanji, even in the arena, seemed to match Iberon in stature. The spectators exchanged glances, acknowledging that data did not always convey the immediate visual impact. Even those well aware of Lijuanji's exceptional training were taken aback by its imposing presence. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Jie commanded, "Flame burst." Lijuanji unleashed a long column of fire toward Iberon. Utilizing Flame Burst as an opening move had become an unwritten rule among Fire-type trainers. Its minimal energy consumption, substantial power, swift execution, and long range made it an exceptional starter attack. In the meantime, Iberon had taken advantage of Jie's switch to use focus energy, enhancing its concentration and destructive capability. Vacuum Wave, scatter it. Iberon swung its fist, sending forth 2 transparent waves to intercept Lijuanji's Flame Burst. Upon contact, the flames dissipated significantly, yet a fair amount still managed to strike Iberon. Iron Man furrowed his brows, realizing this was not how he had envisioned the encounter. Fortunately, the damage was not severe. High-speed movement and engage in close combat, Sonic Punch. Iron Man dismissed his concerns, directing Iberon to close in on Lijuanji for melee. Although the reports indicated that Jie's Lijuanji excelled in combat, Iron Man believed it could not possibly contend with Iberon, a master of close-quarter fights. His greatest fear was that the opponent would avoid close combat, allowing Lijuanji to strike from mid-range. Charge Flame Attack. We will counter with Thunder Punch. Jie showed no hesitation, ordering Lijuanji to charge. Iron Man felt a surge of joy at his opponent's command, contemplating that a mere civilian could not possibly strategize effectively without systematic training. Onlookers also shook their heads, deeming the choice suboptimal. The 2 Pokémon approached each other, one light on its feet, fists aglow with white light, the other engulfed in flames, its claws crackling with electricity. The clash was immediate. Lijuanji collided with Iberon, causing it to lose balance, and with electrified claws, it swiped at its opponent. Yet Iberon, a fighting-type Pokémon, would not be so easily thwarted. Capitalizing on its own momentum from Lijuanji's strike, Iberon executed a swift uppercut, landing a blow squarely on Lijuanji's chin. Both Pokémon found themselves locked in a fierce exchange, trading blows with unwavering resolve. The spectators erupted in cheers, their adrenaline surging from the visceral impact of the combat. A testament to the allure of fighting-type Pokémon. Just moments ago, they had doubted Jie's decision. Now, the thrilling duel captivated their attention. Meanwhile, Jie observed the battle with an unperturbed demeanor, his gaze sharp. Iron Man, however, began to grow anxious, realizing that Lijuanji was not at a disadvantage in this close-quarters skirmish. It can't be this absurd, Iron Man murmured to himself. While there was an expected gap between ordinary and elite Pokémon, the difference between a Pokémon on the verge of evolution and one that had just evolved was not as pronounced. Moreover, Iberon, a fighting type, should not struggle against a fire type's electric moves in close combat. This was indeed perplexing. Just as Iron Man pondered this, misfortune struck him unexpectedly. Chapter 52, The Conclusion of Battle. Jie descended from the platform, his expression calm. In contrast, Iron Man was visibly distressed. If only the paralysis effect had been his sole concern, he could have accepted it. However, the burn status was an additional blow. Had his luck truly sunk to such depths? During the exchange of Thunder Punch and Sonic Punch, Iberon had inadvertently succumbed to paralysis, severely restricting its movements. Jie, seizing the opportunity, commanded Lijuanji to unleash a Fire Punch to amplify the damage. Alas, Iberon's misfortunes compounded. After several strikes, it fell victim to a burn status as well. This rendered it utterly incapable of engaging in close combat. Periodically, electric arcs danced across Iberon's body, rendering its movements rigid, just as it thought it had endured. The burn flared anew, inflicting further agony and slowing its reactions. What followed was a relentless barrage of blows from Lijuanji. With a final uppercut followed by a series of kicks, Iberon collapsed, rendered incapable of battle. Throughout the encounter, Lijuanji had only sustained minor injuries initially, and subsequently merely expended stamina. Afterward, Jie entrusted both combatants to Nurse Joy, dispatched specifically for healing, and they were soon restored to full health. At that moment, the host announced a temporary halt to the morning's competition, stating that the remaining 12 matches would continue at 12:30 in the afternoon. Jie instinctively calculated, realizing that the match durations were concluding even faster than he had anticipated. Returning to his room, he prepared lunch for himself and his Pokémon. Taking a moment to reflect on the morning's battles, he was pleasantly surprised by Shitomaru's performance, finding its mastery of stealth rocks to be more proficient than he had expected. Its timing during combat had also been notably commendable. As for Lijuanji, the intensity of its flames seemed to have reached an acceptable standard. Initially, Jie had deployed Thunder Punch with the hope of inducing paralysis and honing Lijuanji's close combat skills. After all, if it proved ineffective, Lijuanji could swiftly create distance with its speed boost ability and high-speed movement. However, Lijuanji had performed admirably, managing to engage in close combat with a fighting-type Pokémon, and fortuitously triggering the paralysis status. Thus, Jie ultimately resorted to utilizing the Flame Fist for having triggered the paralysis status. The likelihood of his sturdy chicken emerging victorious in this battle had become exceedingly stable, given the disparity in strength. He sought to ascertain the current probability of his sturdy chicken inducing a burn effect. It was evident that, at this juncture, the temperature and energy intensity of his sturdy chicken were sufficiently potent to swiftly incinerate certain Pokémon. As for the opinions of others regarding his seemingly erratic commands, Jie remained indifferent, focusing solely on the attainment of his objectives. Before long, the hour of respite had elapsed, and they returned to the arena, where the first match of the afternoon had commenced. This time, Jie did not allow his attention to wane. Rather, he observed intently, as one of his potential adversaries, Lacey, was currently battling on stage. Regarding the information provided by Xiaojiang, Jie believed it necessary to integrate his observations from the live event to draw conclusions. The battle featuring Lacey concluded swiftly. It must be said that although Lacey made a rather unimpressive first impression, his prowess in combat and training was undeniably commendable. The synergy between his Pokémon and himself was remarkably high, and his commands, though fervent and impassioned, adeptly exploited any slight advantage to expand his lead. Essentially, he was relentless in his pursuit of victory once he gained the upper hand. The subsequent matches lacked any remarkable elements, and soon the quarterfinals commenced. Fortuitously, Jie faced an opponent with 2 ordinary-level Pokémon, thus leading to an uncomplicated elimination. The remaining formidable competitors had largely avoided him in the brackets, except for the rather unfortunate Lacey, who encountered one of the 3 gym heirs possessing an initial Pokémon that had reached the elite level. Ultimately, Lacey managed to secure a victory, albeit revealing certain vulnerabilities. The Scyther with the sniper ability proved slightly stronger than the data indicated. Yet it was far from a match for his sturdy chicken, which could easily wear it down with rock-type moves. However, defeating the opposing Mukahawk would be a challenge, necessitating careful preparation. Jie decided to leave that task to his Pidgeot, deeming it manageable. He contemplated the greatest obstacle to his victory being Lacey, while the 2 auxiliary competitors, though strong, were limited in their capabilities. Their 2 elite-level Pokémon had merely just entered that realm and still fell short compared to Lacey's prowess. Stretching leisurely, despite these thoughts, Jie remained resolute in watching the numerous matches of the afternoon. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary leads to countless victories, and Jie approached his tactical decisions with utmost caution. Having sat for an extended period, he felt the fatigue creeping into his body. Tamaki Jie, the opponent I respect. I hope we can engage in a climactic battle tomorrow. A somewhat familiar voice, tinged with a hint of youthful exuberance, interrupted his thoughts. Turning stiffly, Jie caught a glimpse of the speaker out of the corner of his eye and chose not to respond, walking briskly away from the arena. My rival, why do you ignore me? Are you afraid of my strength? No, I simply find your desperate attempts at socializing to be excessively shameful, Jie mused internally, quickening his pace to distance himself from Lacey. Lacey, observing Jie's hasty retreat, fell into contemplation. Is he attempting to feign fear in hopes of lowering my guard? A true trainer never underestimates any opponent. But as expected of a worthy adversary, has he already begun plotting? Nodding slightly, Lacey acknowledged the insight gained. Meanwhile, Jie returned to his room, exhaling a sigh of relief. He perceived that Lacey adhered to the belief that as long as he remained unembarrassed, it was others who would feel the shame. To some extent, such inner strength was commendable, yet Jie felt incapable of such actions. The mere thought of vocalizing such words publicly made him shudder. Seems you have quite the rapport with that Lacey, young man, came the mocking voice of Asakawa Chinatsu from the balcony. Jie rolled his eyes, retorting, "No, I do not know him at all, barely acquainted. By the way, is Uncle Chinatsu present at the event?" he inquired, puzzled. "Not just me, many others are here too. This competition has become a regular source of entertainment." Asakawa Chinatsu paused. "Watching the youth sweat it out on the field is quite amusing." Chapter 53, A Fleeting Shadow. Jie fell silent. Did this not imply that Lacey's loud call had been witnessed by numerous acquaintances? Curse it. The false scene of social embarrassment, with someone from Sinnoh shouting in Kanto. The true spectacle of social disgrace, with a local being shouted at in front of familiar faces. He resolved that if he encountered Lacey again, he would ensure he was incapacitated. Asakawa Chinatsu chuckled at Jie's changing expressions, finding amusement in the situation, aware that Jie was likely contemplating how to deal with Lacey. Youth is a wonderful thing. Sipping his red wine and enjoying the sea breeze, he felt entirely at ease. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Asakawa Chinatsu, Jie retreated to his room, intent on devising a flawless plan to teach Lacey the meaning of care. Upon returning to his room, he seized a pen and fervently began scribbling in his notebook, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Glancing at his wristwatch, he recalled having asked another staff member from the Nibi gym to draw lots for him. The results were now available. In the semifinals, he would face the trainer of the previously encountered Scyther. The semifinals and finals would be determined randomly via computer on-site, with the Pokémon deciding the matchups. Owatake Tofu, heir to the Shizuku City Gym, wielded a standard-level Beedrill and an elite-level Scyther. Jie quickly retrieved the name and information of his opponent from memory, pondering the matchup with a peculiar expression. Why was he feeling this way? The attributes of Beedrill and Scyther could be considered completely countered by his 3 Pokémon. While attributes do not dictate everything, the matchups certainly matter. Even if the Shizuku Gym is renowned for training Beedrill, the Beedrill they produce possess unique capabilities, some with exceptionally hard stingers, others with toxicity far exceeding their counterparts, or some simply boasting superior speed or strength. As the heir, Owatake Tofu's Beedrill was said to possess both speed and toxicity that surpassed its peers. However, under the weight of his strength, it was difficult to fathom how an ordinary-level Beedrill could stand a chance against his sturdy chicken, not to mention against Pidgeot, who would likely leave Beedrill in the dust. As for Scyther, the outcome would be similarly lopsided. Even Zimmeru could potentially cause some trouble for these 2 Pokémon with its rock-type moves. Yet, to be on the safe side, Jie would still opt to send out his sturdy chicken and Pidgeot. After all, Zimmeru was still just a child. It could be said that encountering Owatake Tofu was the best outcome Jie could have hoped for in the draw, an exceptionally easy opponent. Nevertheless, despite this favorable circumstance, Jie remained judicious, preparing a few strategies. Compared to the extensive plan he devised for Lacey, he felt that 3 lines of notes for Owatake Tofu were quite respectful. And so, a night passed without incident. Tetsuya approached the railing of the 3rd deck, extending his arms to embrace the sun's warm rays and the briny sea breeze gently caressing his skin. With over half an hour remaining until his semifinal match, he felt prepared and decided to take a moment to unwind. As for the semifinal against Daichu Tofu, the experience had been exceedingly dull. In simple terms, the robust fire chicken had effortlessly pierced through 2 opponents with its fiery prowess, leaving Pidgeot with no opportunity to take the stage. What a pity. By the end of the day, there were only 7 matches in total, even factoring in the 15-minute breaks between each round. The overall time was far more generous than the previous day. He finally comprehended what Xiaojing referred to as the camaraderie among juniors. Realizing that in the presence of those esteemed figures, their primary concern was the outcome of the matches, an opportunity to boast during their idle moments. After all, yesterday's competition had indeed been rather lackluster. Today, however, seemed to bear a more appropriate semblance. Tetsuya mused to himself. Were it not for the knowledge that this tournament comprised an exchange among 32 official gyms, he might have thought it was hosted by some obscure small enterprise. With only 1 venue for the matches and a hasty qualification for the top 8, there was little prestige to be found. Fortunately, the organizers had demonstrated a commendable level of grandeur today by reserving the entire 3rd-floor battleground. The venue would remain closed to the public until the conclusion of the matches. Otherwise, aside from the competitors, everyone else would merely be spectators. As for any objections from other trainers, they could simply choose not to watch, shrugging. Such was their resoluteness. After all, those with grievances were but a handful. The attendees aboard the SS Saint Anu were either affluent or reasonably skilled trainers. Most were well aware of the annual exchange hosted by the Kanto Gym and were eager to witness the battles of the top 8. After all, missing a day of competition was inconsequential. They had come for a holiday, and observing the matches of the next generation of gym leaders was a splendid opportunity to learn. The reason official gyms attain their status is not solely based on strength, but also due to certain unique attributes. Just then, a fleeting figure on the lower deck caught Tetsuya's attention. Was that Cynthia? He couldn't be certain, though in his previous life, he had been an ardent admirer of her, an unwavering fan of her beauty, prowess, and everything in between. However, the distance was too great, and the figure vanished around a corner in an instant, leaving him unable to discern clearly. He only caught a glimpse of her distinctive silhouette and her long, iconic golden locks. Nonetheless, there were many individuals in this world with golden hair, and it was likely that Cynthia was diligently honing her skills at this time. Given that she had ascended to the Sinnoh champion's throne in her 20s, Tetsuya chuckled and shook his head, surmising that he had mistaken her. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly time for him to enter the arena, and he made his way inside. The two competitors in the final semifinal match were still engaged in battle, though according to the display on the big screen, they were already on their second Pokémon. Observing the exhausted state of their Pokémon, it seemed that a victor would soon be determined. Charizard, unleash your final flamethrower. Machoke dodge, Tetsuya thought. Just as the final commands echoed, the Machoke on the weaker side promptly succumbed, unable to continue fighting. Regarding the command for Machoke to evade, Tetsuya could only think. You're not Ash. Do you really believe that Rejuvenation Roar applies to everyone? If it were him, he would have opted for a calculated risk with a move like Detect. If successful, it would buy him more time. And whether or not he could predict the opponent's next move was merely a standard occurrence. At least it was more pragmatic than the unrealistic notion of evading. Of course, it was also possible that Machoke had yet to master Detect, considering it was a relatively challenging skill to learn, typically acquired while evolving into a Hariyama or Machamp. As the break concluded, the announcer's voice rang out. Next, we invite our 4 competitors to the stage to draw their semi-final opponents. Tetsuya slowly ascended the stage, accompanied by 3 other figures. Chapter 54, The 3v3 Battle. The 3 figures included Reiji representing the Hualan Gym, Hayabusa representing the Kinairo Gym, and Kageyama representing the Honglian Gym. They were indeed the 4 strongest competitors representing their gyms rather than mere successors. It was hard not to suspect that the earlier draw had been tampered with. The other 3 seemed to share this sentiment, their expressions a touch peculiar. The 4 of them had perfectly avoided one another in the semifinals, with Tetsuya facing off against the remaining 2 gym heirs, both possessing an elite-level Pokémon, while Reiji and Kageyama were fortunate enough to face opponents with only standard-level Pokémon. However, this was not an unacceptable situation. After all, for them, avoiding an early encounter with formidable opponents before the semifinals was advantageous. At least they didn't have to worry about early elimination. Otherwise, their respective gyms would certainly reassess their standings. Observing the audience around him, Tetsuya felt that this exchange was, in a sense, a platform for the Kanto Gym to showcase its reserves. If the top 4's strengths were found lacking, it would reflect poorly on them. And even one underwhelming performance would be detrimental. As the 4 ascended the stage, the audience's cheers grew louder. Having witnessed the semifinals, they were well aware that these 4 were among the elite of their peers and were filled with anticipation for the matches ahead. Most of the cheers, faintly discernible, came from numerous girls, exclaiming how handsome the boy in the black sleeveless top was. Indeed, the other 3 seemed merely average in comparison. There were even boisterous male voices calling out, "Hey, black sleeveless boy, want to train together?" Reiji, Hayabusa, and Kageyama were all perceptive enough to hear the audience's calls. Upon hearing the girls' voices, their eyes turned towards Tetsuya, clad in his black sleeveless shirt, filled with envy and jealousy. Upon hearing the men's voices, their expressions shifted to one of resigned acceptance. Tetsuya chose to turn a blind eye and plug his ears. His sole wish at that moment was for Reiji not to drag him into social embarrassment. He could already see Uncle Chika and his companions watching him. Fortunately, it seemed Reiji understood the situation, refraining from any outrageous behavior. After they had drawn their lots, Tetsuya finally exhaled in relief. Now, please welcome our competitor from the Nibi Gym, Tetsuya, and from the Honglian Gym, Kageyama. Indeed, Tetsuya had drawn Kageyama as his first opponent, while Reiji would face Hayabusa. Ascending to the command platform, as the referee signaled, the 2 simultaneously tossed out their Pokeballs. Go Machoke! Go Froakie! In unison. Both sides opted not to release their weaker Pokemon for the first match, instead choosing their stronger ones. Flamethrower. Water Gun. The commands were executed in perfect synchrony and with a sense of calm. Although it was termed Water Gun, the elite-level Froakie's attack, judging by its diameter, was no less formidable than a standard Hydro Pump. The 2 Pokemon, one fire and one water, unleashed their flames and water jets, colliding in the center of the arena. Steam quickly enveloped the battlefield. "Dodge," Kageyama commanded, his expression growing more serious. He had not anticipated that, despite their similar levels and type advantages. Froka's water gun could not withstand Mushoki's flamethrower. In the center of the arena, a faint red pillar of flame began to press towards Froki. Hearing his trainer's command, Froki ceased its continuous output of water gun and swiftly retreated from its position. In the very next moment, the powerful Blaziken's jet of flames struck the position it had just occupied. A bit troublesome, Kageyama realized that the strength of the opposing Blaziken exceeded his expectations. The data in previous battles did not reveal that this Blaziken was remarkably potent not only in fighting-type moves, but also in fire-type attacks. Its skill proficiency and energy quality were astonishingly superior to his own Frogadier. With rapid movement and fiery jets, the opponent was contemplating. But Tetsuya would not grant him much time. Upon seeing Frogadier evade, he immediately issued the next command. Blaziken utilized its swift agility to dart around the battlefield, intermittently unleashing fire pillars toward Frogadier. In the absence of commands from its trainer, Frogadier could only engage in a tactical retreat while dodging frantically, occasionally using water gun to dissipate some of the flames and mitigate damage. Despite this, Frogadier was hit several times. Although fire-type damage was not significantly severe for it, it was still uncomfortable. As Blaziken approached Frogadier, Tetsuya commanded again, "Endure it, and use Rain Dance." Kageyama's expression darkened, realizing his mistake in allowing Blaziken to close in so closely. At this distance, Frogadier could not evade the impending fire spin, and employing Water Pulse might be too late. Thus, he clenched his teeth and resolved to let Frogadier endure the fire spin while using Rain Dance. After all, as a water type, Frogadier would not suffer too gravely from the fire-type attack. Moreover, once Rain Dance was executed, the opponent's 3 Pokémon would be constrained for a period. In a flash of lightning, Blaziken unleashed Thunder Punch. Tetsuya was somewhat surprised by this move, as from his perspective, the best strategy would have been to have Frogadier retreat while charging Water Pulse, which could have potentially countered the fire spin. However, Kageyama's approach was not without merit. In fact, it was well within Tetsuya's predictions. He had his own countermeasures ready. Blaziken shimmered with a white light. Its speed, already enhanced by its speed boost ability, reached new heights. In an instant, it closed the distance between itself and Frogadier right behind the fire spin. With arcs of electricity dancing upon its claws, it lunged at Frogadier, which was bracing itself to endure the fire spin and execute Rain Dance. Panic surged through Kageyama. He understood Tetsuya would seize this opportunity to command Blaziken closer to Frogadier, as in close combat, Blaziken with Thunder Punch had a clear advantage over Frogadier, which possessed only Ice Punch. Yet, he never anticipated Blaziken's speed would be so astonishingly swift, surpassing his imagination. Curse it, a talent beyond the elite level, coupled with its speed boost ability. Kageyama's mind quickly pieced this together. This detail had not been included in the foundational data, nor was it evident from previous battles. After all, he was an accomplished trainer. If he could not discern such an obvious detail, all his efforts in training would have been in vain. However, it was now too late. Just as Frogadier endured the fire spin and initiated Rain Dance, Blaziken had already reached its side. With the brief moment of vulnerability following the execution of Rain Dance, even though Kageyama shouted out a command to evade, Blaziken, infused with electricity, unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Frogadier's body. Frogadier emitted several pained cries. Chapter 55, Sustained Combat. Under the onslaught of Thunder Punch, a move that had the type advantage, combined with Blaziken's exceptional power, Frogadier was forced to retreat in the rain. "Hold on, Frogadier. Use Meteor Mash to counterattack," Kageyama shouted urgently. "Low kick, break its balance," Tetsuya commanded. From the moment Kageyama's oversight allowed Blaziken to close in on Frogadier, he knew he had secured victory in this first match. He had long anticipated Kageyama's commands. Both Pokémon responded differently to their trainer's orders. After being struck by Blaziken's Thunder Punch, Frogadier's body leaned back slightly from the force of the blow, its fists glowing white, preparing to unleash Meteor Mash. Meanwhile, Blaziken, having struck, crouched low and swiftly executed low kick against Frogadier. Normally, a low kick would not be sufficient to topple Frogadier. It would require a specialized move for that. Although Blaziken possessed considerable strength, Frogadier was also known for its power, and the most it could do was slightly disrupt Frogadier's balance. However, at that moment, Frogadier had just endured a Thunder Punch and was attempting to lean back slightly to evade further damage while charging Meteor Mash. Its balance was already unstable, and with Blaziken targeting its legs with a precise low kick, it completely lost its footing and fell backward onto the ground. Thud! The white light accumulating in Frogadier's hands dissipated, interrupting its meteor mash. The final Thunder Punch. Naturally, Tetsuya opted to capitalize on the vulnerable Frogadier. Before Kageyama could react, Blaziken's Thunder Punch struck Frogadier, whose eyes instantly transformed to match the patterns on its belly, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Return, Frogadier. Kageyama shook his head, aware that this defeat stemmed solely from his oversight. Otherwise, while the outcome may not have changed, Blaziken would not have achieved such an effortless victory. Post-match analysis would come later. For now, he needed to focus on his current opponent. Kageyama concentrated and sent forth his next Pokémon. Go, Pelipper. Tetsuya regarded Kageyama's second Pokémon with a curious expression. Although he had been aware, it was still quite peculiar. Why would someone who primarily utilizes water types have caught the attention of Shaber? Ultimately, he could not suppress his curiosity and called out to Kageyama from across the battlefield. Kageyama shrugged and raised his hands, indicating uncertainty. I'm just as puzzled. Shaber hasn't he disclosed anything to me. By the way, does Shaber really enjoy riddles that much? Indeed, he does. They engaged in banter across the battlefield. Competitors, may the battle begin. The referee interjected, noticing their idle chatter and urging them to commence. Although verbal distractions are not prohibited in official tournaments, this casual conversation during a minor match was best left aside to save time. Tetsuya furrowed his brow, observing the relentless rain falling across the arena, showing no signs of abating. Rain dish, not keen eye, what a waste of time. Pokémon abilities were not listed in the data, and since Kageyama had not previously deployed Pelipper, having only used a standard Pokémon in Frogadier to resolve the last match. Tetsuya's initial conversation with Kageyama served both to satisfy his curiosity about Shaber and to delay until Frogadier's rain dance duration ended, while also aiming to confirm Pelipper's ability. Upon confirmation, it seemed Blaziken would be in a precarious position. Water Pulse. Kageyama smirked, fully aware that Tetsuya was attempting to buy time. However, for someone who understood Pelipper's ability, the longer the rain persisted, the more unfavorable it became for the fire-type Blaziken. In the rain, Blaziken's spirit was not as high, and Kageyama could already see signs of fatigue in it. Pelipper conjured a massive wave of water, surging toward Blaziken. Tetsuya maintained his composure. Return, Blaziken. Go, Pidgeot. Just seconds before Water Pulse could strike Blaziken, Tetsuya successfully recalled it and sent out Pidgeot. In a 3v3 match, each participant had one opportunity to switch Pokémon. TCH. Kageyama scoffed in annoyance. It was evident that the opponent would not easily allow him to claim victory, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. After all, it was his own blunder in the first match that had led to his defeat, and there was no possibility of substituting in a Pokémon of ordinary caliber. With a resounding cry, Pidgeot made its grand entrance, showcasing its might, though its feathers were soon drenched by the relentless rain. The seagull, taken aback by the sheer size of Pidgeot, almost twice its own, found itself momentarily stunned. Indeed, it had encountered Pidgeots before, but this particular one seemed excessively large. Rapid Water Gun. The seagull's trainer, however, was quite clear-headed. Kageyama was accustomed to seeing such a well-developed Pidgeot. He realized that the opponent likely possessed remarkable talent in Pokémon breeding, resulting in each creature being cultivated to perfection at this stage. Unlike their own, which had some shortcomings, the disparity would not be as pronounced in the future. After all, once they reached the elite level, the training of Pokémon would converge, and it would ultimately boil down to the prowess of the trainers. Even a champion's aptitude at this stage could only confer a slight advantage. He thought to himself that, given his own considerable talent, else Shaber would not have deemed him worthy. He might have been overthinking the situation. As for why he didn't continue using Water Pulse, it was evident that even a standard Pidgeot could evade such an attack in the air, let alone this evidently swift specimen. Kageyama was not naive enough to believe that sheer size would equate to reduced speed. Even the robust Chikorita could likely evade in such adverse weather conditions. It was merely that the opponent deemed it unnecessary to withdraw. Back in the arena, the seagull, upon receiving commands, instinctively unleashed several powerful jets of water toward Pidgeot. With a flash of electricity, Pidgeot deftly dodged, employing a shadow clone to execute a wing attack. Xenia nonchalantly commanded, for Pidgeot's strength was unparalleled in this match, leaving him with little concern. Indeed, despite the rapidity of the water guns, Pidgeot was swifter still. A flash of white light enveloped its body as it gracefully evaded the approaching streams. As Pidgeot approached the seagull at high speed, it conjured multiple shadow clones. creating the illusion of a blur. In the air, a dozen Pidgeots glimmered with an aura of gathered energy, launching themselves toward the seagull in a relentless assault. Protect! Kageyama gritted his teeth, realizing he had no time to employ alternative skills for defense. He could only command and pray that the seagull could swiftly execute the protect move after using water gun. This protect had to succeed, otherwise a barrage of blinding strikes from Pidgeot would surely follow. Chapter 56, The Battle of the Semifinals. Fortunately, although the continuous use of the protect skill had a low success rate, the probability of its first successful application during a battle remained high. Just as Pidgeot was about to strike the seagull, a green shield enveloped the latter, successfully activating the protect skill. The shadow clones of Pidgeot passed through one after another. Yet, this was not the end. Brave Bird. Xenia's relentless onslaught clearly caught Kageyama off guard. He struggled to pinpoint Pidgeot's current location, let alone determine the direction in which the seagull should defend. As for the rain obscuring his view of the shadow clones, Kageyama admitted that the downpour made it difficult to see clearly. He resolved to take a gamble. Use Whirlpool. Envelop yourself. If he could not ascertain the opponent's position, he would strike indiscriminately. After all, the seagull was a water-type Pokémon, and thus would sustain far less damage than Pidgeot. On the battlefield, the seagull found itself encircled by Pidgeot and its clones. Pidgeot, maintaining its composure, first approached from below, striking the seagull's protect with its wings, causing the shield to dissipate. As Xenia commanded Brave Bird, a spectacular scene unfolded. All of Pidgeot's silhouettes surrounding the seagull were illuminated by the white light of the move. Centered around the seagull, dozens of imposing Pidgeots scattered at high speed, attacking from various angles. Some Pidgeots flew back a distance before executing a sweeping turn back toward the seagull, while others soared high before diving down with ferocity, and some even crossed paths, executing a sideward maneuver to assault the seagull from both flanks. Meanwhile, the seagull seized the fleeting moment while Pidgeot was charging its Brave Bird to gather energy for its whirlpool. Initially, the fountain in its beak produced a modest stream of water, which rapidly expanded in size and began to spin clockwise. Eventually, the column transformed into a whirlpool, swelling to nearly 5 or 6 times the size of the seagull itself before it ceased its charge. At that moment, the first Pidgeot collided with it, imbued with the energy of Brave Bird. Fortunately, it was merely a shadow clone, not the real Pidgeot, so the whirlpool remained unbroken, allowing Kageyama to breathe a sigh of relief. The seagull, enveloped by the whirlpool, inevitably sustained damage from its own skill. After all, a whirlpool is not akin to a tornado. The center continued to spin vigorously, leaving the minuscule safe space insufficient for the seagull to evade. However, the predicament lay in the fact that the encased seagull could no longer discern the opponent's movements, even struggling to comprehend its trainer's commands. Yet, the seagull had no choice but to endure, awaiting the impending attack from Pidgeot. Outside the whirlpool, Kageyama's expression soured as he surveyed the battlefield. The match was not unfolding as he had envisioned. He considered that this method could effectively eliminate Pidgeot's shadow clones, as the actual Pidgeot would need to charge in to strike the seagull. During this interval, even if Pidgeot were to traverse the whirlpool at high speed, it would inevitably sustain considerable damage. Moreover, the force of the whirlpool would disrupt Pidgeot's balance, making it challenging to reach the center and attack the seagull. Alas, while his reasoning was sound, one by one, Pidgeots charged toward the whirlpool, dissipating into nothingness. However, the real Pidgeot did not charge in as he had anticipated. Instead, after utilizing Brave Bird, it swiftly glided past the outer edge of the whirlpool. Pidgeot expended some of the whirlpool's energy while evading its influence, emerging unscathed. It hovered in the distance, gazing intently at the weary seagull ensconced within the whirlpool. Before long, the whirlpool gradually dispersed, faintly revealing the exhausted form of the seagull. Xenia's gaze sharpened as he seized the opportunity to command Pidgeot to attack. Destructive Death Beam. Kageyama, fully aware that the opponent would not squander this moment, issued his command simultaneously. However, the dynamics of the battlefield had decidedly shifted against him. The seagull's stamina had been severely depleted by the whirlpool. In terms of speed, it was no match for Pidgeot, and it could only engage in a long-range war of attrition, which was decidedly unfavorable for him. Thus, he resolved to take a bold gamble, considering the distance between their Pokémon. The charging time for the destructive Death Beam was sufficient to complete before the opponent could launch an attack. Given the speed of the beam, even Pidgeot would be unable to evade it. However, should he fail to incapacitate Pidgeot, the ensuing immobilization time after using the beam would likely afford the opponent ample opportunity to eliminate the seagull several times over. Cursed be the fate that required him to rely on luck to determine the outcome. Kageyama was well aware that such a gamble in a Pokémon battle was tantamount to self-destruction. However, given the current state of the battlefield, he felt he had no choice but to proceed. Fortunately, his adversary had opted for Air Slash, which likely meant that Kageyama's strategy could succeed this time. Tetsuya, hearing Kageyama's command, sensed impending doom. He had never anticipated that a Pokémon of such a low tier as Swanna would disrupt his strategy with Hyper Beam. He had intended to secure victory with Air Slash, but had made a grave miscalculation. Yet, it was too late to reconsider. Adopting a desperate mindset, he ordered, immediately use Substitute. Of course, Pidgeot would also defend itself, but Tetsuya was unwilling to gamble on that probability. Even though using Substitute would consume a significant amount of energy, it was preferable to risking a complete loss of combat capability due to a failed defense. The moment Pidgeot heard the command for Air Slash, its body hung in midair, wings folded, gathering energy before unleashing a flurry of air blades. Meanwhile, Swanna had conjured a conspicuously vibrant yellow energy sphere, charging for an extended period. It was not until nearly 2/3 of the battlefield had been traversed by Air Slash that Swanna finally locked onto Pidgeot and unleashed its attack. Boom! A yellow beam of light pierced through the arena, obliterating Pidgeot's air blades with unwavering force as it surged toward Pidgeot. At that moment, Pidgeot was just regaining its balance after executing Air Slash. In the blink of an eye, Hyper Beam was upon it. Pop! Just as Kageyama was reveling in the anticipation of Hyper Beam striking Pidgeot, the latter suddenly vanished after enduring a momentary impact. Well done, Tetsuya cheered. Kageyama's expression shifted dramatically, for the transition from elation to despair can occur in less than a heartbeat. It is crucial to note that the power of Hyper Beam was not sufficient to annihilate Pidgeot completely, indicating that it had successfully utilized Substitute at the last moment, evading the attack. After all, Substitute possesses a degree of defensive capability, making it entirely reasonable for it to withstand an attack momentarily. As the beam of light gradually dissipated, a panting but unscathed Pidgeot materialized a short distance away. Mirror move. Tetsuya seized the opportunity, commanding Pidgeot to retaliate with Hyper Beam. Swift and decisive, he intended to hand over the next Pokémon to his Machamp. Swanna remained in a state of paralysis, leaving Kageyama helplessly observing as Pidgeot gathered energy, and then unleashed a beam toward the motionless Swanna. Due to earlier stamina depletion, Swanna succumbed to the unrefined Hyper Beam, crashing to the ground and losing its combat capability. Return, Swanna. Go, Ponyta. Use Flamethrower. Kageyama understood that victory had slipped from his grasp, yet he could not allow the battle to conclude in such a humiliating manner. The rain had finally ceased. Seizing the moment, he recalled Swanna and sent forth the ordinary level Ponyta to deliver punishment to Pidgeot. Pidgeot cried out in agony. At that moment, Pidgeot was also immobilized, leaving Tetsuya to endure as Ponyta drained Pidgeot's already limited stamina. Flame charge, Kageyama commanded, unwilling to let Tetsuya's intentions come to fruition. As time waits for no one, Ponyta, enveloped in flames, dashed across the ground. Upon nearing Pidgeot, Ponyta leapt into the air, colliding with Pidgeot's body, ignited by intense heat. Bam! Pidgeot was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground with a pained cry before losing its capacity to battle. Tetsuya withdrew Pidgeot into its Pokeball, acknowledging, well done. That was my oversight. He then tossed out another Pokeball. Now go, Machamp. It's your turn. After a prolonged downpour, a somewhat lethargic Machamp emerged onto the battlefield. Though fortunately, the rain-enhanced weather conditions had dissipated. Otherwise, having two Fire-type Pokemon duel in the rain would have been both embarrassing and uncomfortable. However, the situation remained dire, as Kageyama's Ponyta possessed the Blaze ability, which conferred a significant advantage in this Fire-type skirmish. Machamp's only winning strategy lay in close combat, but fortunately, it held a level and overall advantage. Use Quick Attack, Tetsuya commanded, aware of Ponyta's Blaze ability, intentionally opting not to initiate with Flamethrower. Instead, he activated Quick Attack to re-establish the previously lost speed advantage. Let's counter with Quick Attack and then follow up with a heavy slam. Kageyama was determined not to allow Machamp's speed to be reactivated. Previously unaware of the speed boost ability, he was now cognizant and would not repeat his prior errors. Ponyta, naturally adept at speed and running, charged toward Machamp under Kageyama's command. Chapter 57, Review. Tetsuya, of course, would not choose to engage Ponyta in a head-on confrontation. It was not that he could not win, but rather that it was unnecessary. Ponyta was indeed swift on the ground, but it possessed a limitation: it could not fly. Observing Ponyta draw nearer, Machamp heeded the commands of its trainer. With a slight crouch, it executed a jump into the air. Although it lacked the terrifying leaping ability of its evolved form, Blaziken, Machamp could still achieve a height of several stories. Machamp soared high, briefly gathering energy before utilizing its feathers and body strength to maintain balance, heading toward the moving Ponyta. As a Pokémon that could somewhat hover in the air, Machamp found it reasonable to adjust its trajectory mid-flight. Ponyta, bewildered by the failed heavy slam, remained disoriented. "We'll jump to evade," Kageyama asserted confidently. Ponyta immediately kicked off the ground with all four hooves, leaping into the air. Tetsuya regarded his opponent with a bemused expression. Was Kageyama truly serious? If he had opted for Flamethrower or similar moves, it would have made sense, but what was this jump? Although Ponyta did indeed use the jump ability to ascend into the air, its height, while commendable among its peers, paled in comparison to Machamp's leap. Akin to a world champion competing against a high school student in a high jump contest. Furthermore, Ponyta was unable to control its body mid-air after executing the jump, descending almost straight down. At this moment, Machamp had taken advantage of this opportunity to position itself directly above Ponyta. With a slight shift of its body, Machamp executed a kick, striking Ponyta's abdomen. Ponyta was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Tetsuya's voice rang out. "Chase it down for a double kick. Get up and stomp." Kageyama, naturally, was not one to back down. Bam! Bam! Machamp's powerful legs collided with Ponyta's forelegs, producing a resounding thud. Both Pokémon were forced to retreat. However, Machamp quickly regained its balance, while Ponyta struggled to steady itself. "Rock slide," Tetsuya commanded. "What?" Kageyama exclaimed, astonished. On the battlefield, Machamp, now stabilized, lifted a large boulder and hurled it toward Ponyta. "Dodge it, Ponyta." At this moment, Kageyama felt a twinge of despair. For the little Ponyta, the rock-type move Rock Slide was indisputably devastating. After considerable effort to stabilize itself, Ponyta looked up just in time to see a large boulder hurtling towards it. The voice of its trainer echoed in its ears. "What can I do? I too feel utterly hopeless." A glimmer of resignation appeared in Ponyta's eyes. Yet, it could only submit to the impending impact of the rock. "Hey!" Ponyta let out a piercing scream. It was still just a child. Tetsuya raised an eyebrow, noting, "Oh, this Ponyta has quite a bit of spirit. It hasn't fallen yet." The rock slide continued. "If it remains standing, then I shall ensure it falls. That should be quite simple." Thus, the stout Talonflame lifted another hefty stone and hurled it at the fallen Ponyta. "Hey!" Ponyta neighed defiantly, its head held high, but then, boom! With the sound of the rock striking it, Ponyta promptly succumbed and lost its ability to battle. Ponyta is unable to continue. Talonflame is victorious. All three of Kageyama's Pokémon have been incapacitated, and the victor of this match is Tetsuya from the Nibi Gym. As the referee raised the flag to signal and announce the results, a wave of continuous cheers erupted from the sidelines. This was a tribute to the splendid performances of both trainers. Tetsuya recalled Talonflame and descended from the arena, shaking hands with Kageyama and nodding in a gesture of camaraderie. "Next time, I will win," Kageyama blurted out without thinking. Tetsuya paused momentarily, then chuckled, "It will still be my victory." The two exchanged smiles and walked together towards Nurse Joy. Behind them, the announcer's voice continued. "Please allow the audience a 10-minute intermission for arena repairs. Next, we invite the contestants from the Hualan Gym, Reiji, and from the Kino Gym, Hade, to prepare." Tetsuya entrusted his two Pokémon to Nurse Joy, exchanged a few words with Kageyama, and then returned to the arena. Kageyama understood what he intended to do and did not prolong the conversation, readily concluding the topic. The winner between the two of them would be Tetsuya's opponent in the finals, and he certainly could not afford to miss their battle. Otherwise, if his Pokémon revealed too much, the opponent would gain invaluable insights, while he would remain inadequately informed, leading to significant disadvantages in combat. Just like in his preceding battle with Kageyama, they had not fully revealed their skills and traits, remaining largely unaware of each other's tactics. Consequently, both made various missteps throughout the match. However, due to Tetsuya's superior strength, the impact of his errors was minimized, making it appear that Kageyama was thoroughly dominated. Had their abilities been more evenly matched, Tetsuya's blunders would have been far more consequential. During the intermission, Tetsuya hastily closed his eyes and reflected on the issues that arose during his previous match. Firstly, Talonflame should not have used Heat Wave when it got close to Froakie. It would have been more prudent to employ Flamethrower instead. The charging time for Heat Wave was excessively long, granting the opponent ample opportunity to execute Rain Dance. Otherwise, Talonflame's condition would have been much better. While Flamethrower's power is comparatively weaker, its range permitted two uses, inflicting greater damage and faster execution. If executed correctly, it could have interrupted Rain Dance. Secondly, the force of low sweep was somewhat lacking. Had Froakie not been heavier than anticipated, Talonflame would not have been able to knock it down. It was essential to learn a skill that could guarantee a knockdown. Thirdly, Tetsuya should have directly switched to Pidgeot and Swanna for battle. Wasting time testing the waters only allowed Talonflame's stamina to dwindle in the ring. Otherwise, it could have faced Ponyta with ample energy. Fourthly, Pidgeot could have utilized Air Slash instead of U-turn, as the latter unnecessarily delayed the tempo. Fifthly, even if U-turn was employed, he should not have relied on Air Slash afterward. Rather, he should have capitalized on the opportunity to close in for close combat, while the opponent was ensnared by his Whirlpool. Otherwise, U-turn's purpose was entirely unfulfilled. Using Air Slash inadvertently granted the opponent a chance to unleash Solar Beam. Had Pidgeot not used Substitute at the end, he might have had to rely on a later appearance from his other Pokémon. Tetsuya meticulously reviewed his commands, discovering a plethora of issues. After all, his experience in formal battles was rather limited. Many strategies from outdoor skirmishes were inapplicable in sanctioned competitions. Although he had fought alongside other trainers during practice, it lacked the same intensity, and their strengths were not as comparable as they were now. Sometimes, defeating weaker opponents obscured the flaws in his command, as the capabilities of his Pokémon masked these shortcomings. In a sense, this tournament served as a wake-up call for Tetsuya. His abilities were still insufficient. If he were strong enough, he could have easily triumphed with mere basic attacks. Now, let us welcome Reiji from Hualon Gym and Hei from Kino Gym to the arena. 10 minutes swiftly passed as Tetsuya pondered, and the two contestants were now ready. Go Mook. Go Hypno. In stark contrast to Tetsuya and Kageyama's choices, the two competitors simultaneously opted to start with their weakest Pokémon. Tetsuya couldn't shake the feeling that Reiji appeared slightly more somber. That would be understandable, given that psychic types hold a significant advantage over poison types. Observing the two Pokémon closely, he noted that Mook's emitted toxins and poisonous mist even corroded parts of the rock, making his demeanor turn serious. Such potent toxins were formidable. This was merely Mook, and when it evolved into Swalot, its toxicity would surely escalate. Coupled with the charged moves, the potential strength was nothing to scoff at. Furthermore, that Hypno was no ordinary specimen. Tetsuya watched in awe as Hypno relentlessly tormented Mook with confusion, psychic, and hypnosis. It was remarkable that a psychic Pokémon could wield such skills effectively at this developmental stage, even with a type advantage. One had to commend its impressive growth. Shadow Ball. Reiji narrowed his eyes, seizing an opportunity to command Mook to unleash the only move effective against psychic types. Hei's expression shifted. Few Mook knew Shadow Ball, and the opponent had not used it previously. Although he had considered it, he dismissed the possibility as too slim, and thus did not take it to heart. Teleport. As the Shadow Ball sped toward Hypno, Hei could only issue the command. Hypno's form flickered, but it did not utilize teleport. Reiji's clenched fist relaxed. Indeed, Hypno's psychic energy had been significantly depleted, rendering it incapable of using the move. Tetsuya shook his head. Teleport was not a skill easily mastered by psychic Pokémon. Beyond requiring innate capability, it necessitated rigorous training, given its involvement with spatial transitions. Without diligent practice or sufficient power, failure was highly probable. Transporting another being along with oneself was even more challenging, often leading to life-threatening mishaps. On the field, the Shadow Ball struck Hypno repeatedly, eliciting a series of anguished cries as it succumbed to its poisoning, swiftly losing its ability to battle. However, at this moment, the devouring beast was not faring well either, its body marred by numerous wounds as it gasped for breath. Subsequently, the second Pokémon dispatched by Hayata, the Moonstone, effortlessly defeated the devouring beast, though it unfortunately succumbed to a state of poisoning. Despite the damage being minimal due to type advantages, it remained a considerable nuisance. Reicher sent forth his Scyther, employing a strategy of delay, yet the Moonstone's rock slide took a significant toll on its stamina. Had it not been for the bug type's substantial advantage over the Moonstone, Reicher might have found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, in the end, the Moonstone lost its fighting capability first. With the appearance of Hayata's third Pokémon, the Coconut's Tree, Tetsuya's face twitched. He had long wanted to voice his grievances upon reviewing the data. Wait a moment, you claim this is a civilian trainer funded by the Goldenrod Gym? The Hypno may be passable. I could begrudgingly accept that as luck, but to directly hand over such a rare Pokémon as a Moonstone? His starter was merely an egg, and you simply provided a leaf stone for immediate evolution? Tetsuya felt a pang of envy. While the Rockruff possessed 3 evolutionary stages, and was indeed stronger than the Moonstone. It was still a rare Psychic-type Pokémon, quite uncommon in its own right, and its value was not to be underestimated. Additionally, with the Leaf Stone in play, the quality was undoubtedly high, and the price would reflect that as well. Comparing this to the investments made by the Nibi Gym, which initially appeared quite promising, the disparity became glaringly obvious. Tetsuya silently scoffed. It was no wonder that Goldenrod City, the most prosperous city in Kanto, was so affluent. As he observed the battlefield, with Raichu releasing his final Murkrow against the injured Coconut's tree, he realized that the match was likely to fall into Reishi's hands. There was little that could be done. The advantage that Scyther's Bug-type provided over Hayata's Pokémon was monumental, given the negligible difference in their levels. Scyther had effectively achieved the feat of battling 1.5 opponents. Not to mention, Murkrow's Grass-type advantage posed a significant challenge for the opponent, leaving them with no viable solution. Indeed, with Murkrow's assault, the Coconut's tree swiftly lost its ability to fight. The referee promptly declared Raichu the victor, advancing him to the finals against Tetsuya. Tetsuya stood, hastily making his way to retrieve his Pokémon from Nurse Joy, primarily to avoid a potentially awkward encounter with Raichu. Back in the preparation area, Tetsuya pondered. Based on Reishi's displayed strength, he felt decidedly superior. The plan he had devised the previous night seemed flawless, with no significant unforeseen complications or required modifications. The Devouring Beast and Scyther were inherently at a disadvantage against his Rockruff and Torchic, both in terms of type matchups and overall capabilities. The optimal strategy was to commence with Torchic, as Murkrow would undoubtedly not take the initiative. This way, regardless of whether he faced Scyther or the Devouring Beast, the outcomes would be favorable. If Raichu chose the Devouring Beast first and did not switch Pokémon, Torchic would at least inflict poison on the opponent. Thus, the battle against Scyther needed to be resolved swiftly, as prolonging it could result in a suboptimal exchange of 2 for 2, or even necessitate some stamina depletion for his Pidgeot. If he encountered Scyther, there was little to deliberate. He could quickly eliminate Scyther and subsequently deal with the Devouring Beast, and at worst, send out Rockruff against the latter. In the end, his Pidgeot would undoubtedly hold the upper hand against Murkrow. Moreover, he was merely contemplating the worst-case scenario. Should his predictions regarding Reishi's command prove accurate, the most favorable outcome would be Torchic taking down both, perhaps even exhausting Murkrow in the process. Of course, he could also opt to start with Rockruff, which would necessitate. With his final confirmation, a peculiar smile graced Tetsuya's lips. Chapter 59, The Championship Battle. The respite was fleeting. As the host's voice resonated, Tetsuya and Raichu took their positions on the command platform. The referee raised the flag. What followed was a 3v3 duel between Yumeki Tetsuya and Raichu, allowing for one Pokémon substitution during the match. The first player to have all 3 Pokémon fainted would be deemed the loser. Now, let the battle commence. Go Rockruff. Go Devouring Beast. A stone-like Pokémon and a round, green droplet-shaped creature materialized in the arena. Throw Mud. Acid Bomb. Their voices echoed nearly in unison, as the 2 Pokémon unleashed their respective moves. The green Acid Bomb and the brown Mud Ball converged in midair. Upon contact, a hissing sound erupted as the Acid Bomb completely dissolved the Mud Ball. Not only that, but the Acid Bomb expelled by the Devouring Beast retained enough force to head toward Rockruff. Tetsuya calmly observed this scene. There was no denying that Rockruff's level was inferior to that of its opponent, having only recently hatched. However, due to type advantages, the Acid Bomb would not reach Rockruff after depleting the Mud Ball. As expected, a series of green acid globs wobbled through the air before plummeting to the ground. With a splat, they began to corrode the surface beneath them. Gravity. Stealth Rock. Rockruff swiftly set up the battlefield. There was no choice. This matchup would devolve into a lengthy tug-of-war, as neither Pokémon excelled in close combat. Raichu would need to guard against Rockruff unleashing ground-type attacks at close range, which would yield significant results and be nearly unavoidable. His setup was a precautionary measure. Poison Gas. Raichu remained unfazed. He had no intention of closing in. He directed the Devouring Beast to release Poison Gas, which drifted lazily toward Rockruff. Sand Tomb. Tetsuya was unhurriedly transforming the arena into his domain. After all, the Poison Gas moved at a painfully slow pace. By the time Rockruff executed 2 Sand Tombs, the Poison Gas had just entered the range of the gravity move. At this point, the battlefield appeared unchanged, save for the pervasive Poison Gas. The effects of gravity, Stealth Rock, and Sand Tomb were not visible to the naked eye. Only when the opponent stepped into the attack range would they realize that the area had been ensnared by Tetsuya's tactics. Seeing his opponent preoccupied with setting up while ignoring the Poison Gas, Raichu felt somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, he did not underestimate Tetsuya. Sludge Bomb. After all, once the opponent was poisoned, prolonging the battle would favor him. The devouring beast hurled deep purple sludge, unmistakably laden with potent toxins. Defense curl, then sleep. As Tetsuya observed the poison gas enveloping Rockruff, the toxic sludge barreled toward the Pokémon. After Rockruff completed its third sand tomb, its body, now sluggish from the poison gas, finally received Tetsuya's command. Rockruff briefly glowed, utilizing Defense Curl to bolster its defenses before succumbing to slumber. Reishi's expression darkened as he watched the opponent's actions. The sleep move not only restored a substantial amount of health, but also cured status ailments. Coupled with the defensive boost from Defense Curl, his prior poison gas and sludge bomb had amounted to little more than a futile endeavor, barely sapping a minuscule amount of stamina. He had not anticipated that Rockruff would possess the sleep move. After all, which proper rock-type Pokémon would learn such an ability? However, the sleep move could not be excessively employed, as overuse would lead to a judgment of passive play, resulting in a loss of fighting spirit and potential intervention from the referee. Yawn. Since Rockruff enjoyed sleeping so much, he might as well let it have its fill. Commanding the Devourer to unleash a yawn, it further lulls the rock bulb into a deeper slumber. Approaching is utterly impossible at this moment. Lazy has no clue about the location of the skill set by his opponent, and foolishly charging in would only squander his energy. Once more, a glint flickers in Lazy's eyes as he resolves to continue with his nauseating strategy. Another attempt would compel the opponent to execute their last used move consecutively 3 times, which for the rock bulb translates to an uninterrupted slumber. After a quick calculation, it seems the rock bulb will remain asleep for at least 5 minutes, and the referee will soon declare a loss. Tetsuya silently observes the actions of his adversary. It is only after Lazy has completed his maneuvers that the Devourer lazily spews its venom, and after calculating the time, he leisurely utters 2 words. Snoring. The rock bulb emits a thunderous noise, causing the onlookers to furrow their brows. The nearby referee, seasoned in his experience, promptly retrieves specialized earplugs and dons them. The Devourer in the arena is significantly more injured, its entire being in a daze. Sleeping while snoring. You're a rock bulb, not a Snorlax. What path are you treading? Lazy can't help but scoff internally. He had intended to irritate Tetsuya, but now finds himself the one irked. Now, it is his turn to be troubled. As it appears the rock bulb will not awaken any time soon due to his recent actions. Its stamina will continue to recover, and it will not fall into any abnormal state. The snoring even inflicts damage on the Devourer, thus not being classified as a passive battle. Furthermore, at this rate, the Devourer is bound to lose its fighting capability. He himself feels dizzy after putting on the earplugs, let alone the Devourer. His expression shifts continuously, marked by discomfort. Shadow Ball. Ultimately, he opts not to switch Pokémon, but directs the Devourer to employ the powerful Shadow Ball from a distance, relentlessly attacking the rock bulb. Now, he finds himself praying for the rock bulb to awaken swiftly, for if this continues, the Devourer will be exhausted while the rock bulb recovers and consumes energy. Who wins and who loses is self-evident. 3 minutes later, gazing at the Devourer that has lost its fighting capability, alongside the rock bulb which, although battered, remains spirited, Lazy's face darkens. Had he not been so reckless in extending the rock bulb's slumber, the opponent would not have won so effortlessly. The surrounding audience breathes a sigh of relief. At last, this drawn-out battle has concluded. This contest was indeed rather dull, one snoring away, the other relentlessly attacking with shadow balls, resulting in a visually unengaging spectacle. Not to mention the auditory torture. Lazy recalls the Devourer, cursing under his breath about its inadequate attack power. With a low mutter, he tosses out another Pokeball. Go. Scorpy. As for abandoning the Devourer, that was merely a passing thought. After all, this creature has demonstrated potential akin to a champion, and it would be a waste to discard it. If wild Pokemon were so mediocre, one could easily dispose of them. Scorpy emerges with a loud cry, sensing its trainer's dissatisfaction. Simultaneously, it lets out a cry due to the damage inflicted by the rock bulb's stealth rocks. Poison Jab. Though infuriated, Lazy maintains his composure, assessing the opponent's rock bulb's condition before instructing Scorpy to execute its move. Poison Jab strengthens Scorpy's attack capabilities after inflicting near-fatal damage on the enemy. Block it. Tetsuya commands the rock bulb to hurl rocks to impede the Poison Jab's assault. The thrown boulders collide with the slender needles, presenting a stark contrast in size. Even with the type advantage, the rocks are shattered one after another. The diminishing force of the Poison Jab grazes the rock bulb. Fortunately, its stamina remains relatively intact, and with the iron defense bonus, This strike does not incapacitate it outright. Needle arm. However, Scorpy swiftly launches a barrage of sharp needles toward the rock bulb, which Tetsuya similarly directs the rock bulb to defend against. Yet, the sheer number of needles proves overwhelming, and ultimately, the rock bulb succumbs to numerous strikes, losing its fighting capability. Go Incineroar. Retrieving the rock bulb is unavoidable. It was initially hoped that the rock bulb could deplete some of the opponent's stamina, but the disparity in strength is too great. At least the task was partially accomplished. Flamethrower. Overheat. Heat wave. Tetsuya instructs Incineroar to attack Scorpy relentlessly from a distance. In this situation, mere long-range attrition suffices. From any angle, Scorpy simply cannot match Incineroar in a direct confrontation. Should it venture close, it would have to navigate through an unseen quicksand hell and stealth rocks. Thus, the grounded Scorpy finds itself entirely immobilized. Tetsuya had not anticipated Lazy granting him such leeway, allowing the first match to proceed without interrupting the rock bulb setup. Lazy, scowling, directs Scorpy to engage in a war of attrition against Incineroar. He is well aware that if this continues, he is merely allowing Tetsuya to dictate the pace, with no hope of victory in sight. Gritting his teeth, he commands Scorpy to evade and swiftly rush forward with cross poison. Unfortunately, as Scorpy reaches the center of the arena, its four short legs become ensnared in the quicksand and are rendered immobile. Flamethrower combo. Tetsuya seizes the opportunity, directing Incineroar to strike continuously. In order to prevent Scorpy from breaking free while other skills are charging, he opts for the most expedient flamethrower. After all, the quicksand's duration is nearly over. Scorpy lets out a shrill cry as it is scorched by the flamethrower. How could a mere insect withstand the searing flames? Moreover, during the long-range attrition, Scorpy had been frequently struck, and the type disadvantage rendered its attacks against Incineroar entirely ineffective, leaving its short legs unable to escape the attack radius. Thus, while Lazy still contemplated Scorpy breaking free, successive flamethrowers from Incineroar struck Scorpy, which let out a few cries before falling silent. Tetsuya commands Incineroar to cease, remaining vigilant and prepared to unleash its move. As the flames dissipate, the ground reveals a battered Scorpy, marked by burn and sand scars, having lost its fighting capability. Scorpy is unable to continue. Incineroar wins. The referee immediately raises the flag to declare the result. Lazy clenches his fists, recalling Scorpy. Chapter 60, Champion's Reward. Expelling a deep breath, the feeling of being led by the enemy starkly contrasts with his own style and is immensely displeasing. Truly, this is a formidable rival whom I respect. With a solemn expression, Lazy throws his final pokeball. Go Talonflame. Upon emerging, Talonflame is met with the sting of stealth rocks, albeit minimal. The fervor for battle has doused Lazy as if drenched with cold water. This is absurd. How many traps has that rock bulb set? Tetsuya tilts his head, observing his Incineroar, seemingly unfazed apart from the stamina depletion from the skills. Let it continue then. However, the flying type does pose a challenge against Incineroar. Flamethrower. A customary greeting. Tetsuya finds himself increasingly fond of these moments when skills can be executed without much thought. Brave Bird. Lazy commands Talonflame to charge at Incineroar. There's no choice. Talonflame excels in close quarters, unlike Pidgeot, which possesses a multitude of mid-range and long-range skills. Talonflame, enveloped in white light, performs intricate aerial maneuvers, deftly dodging Incineroar's fiery assaults. As it gradually approaches, it directly obliterates the stealth rocks with the energy unleashed by its movements. The energy light band formed by the Swallow Return not only possesses an extraordinarily potent momentum enhancement, but in a certain sense, it can also serve to shield the sprite from the assaults of feeble skills. Gritting his teeth, Tetsuya's expression turned grave as he unleashed Double Return. Lazy's pupils constricted. The mook eagle collided forcefully with the stout chicken, eliciting a pained cry from the latter. However, the warrior's instincts compelled it to clench its jaw tightly, its body slightly sinking as it rooted its feet against the ground to resist being knocked away. In the next moment, a fist of Double Return struck back fiercely against the mook eagle, which was flying forward at low altitude due to inertia. The mook eagle was slammed to the ground by this sudden, powerful blow, rendered immobile. Charge forth, Thunder Punch. At that moment, Tetsuya was immensely grateful that he had taught the stout chicken Thunder Punch, an invaluable skill against flying and water-type sprites. Close combat. The counterattack from Lazy and the mook eagle was equally ferocious, catching Tetsuya off guard. Instead of opting to take flight to evade the stout chicken's Thunder Punch, they chose to engage in close quarters, relinquishing their defensive capabilities to swiftly close in on the stout chicken. The mook eagle, whose defense had been compromised, was repeatedly struck by the Thunder Punch, crying out in agony. Yet, the stout chicken was not faring much better. The power of close combat far surpassed that of Thunder Punch, and the damage it sustained was no less severe than that of the Mook Eagle, who cried out due to the type disadvantage. The two sprites became entangled in a fierce struggle. The white glow of fighting-type energy and the yellow glow of electric-type energy intertwining with their brown and red fur. With a resounding clash, the Mook Eagle gasped for breath. Its feathers disheveled as it ascended back into the sky. The stout chicken executed several backward flips, creating distance between them, its body also bearing numerous wounds. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes. Heat wave. Shadow clone disperse. Lazy remained composed. The stout chicken summoned its energy, unleashing a heat wave towards the sky, while the Mook Eagle held its breath and split into numerous clones, scattering in all directions. The heat wave pursued relentlessly, dismantling the shadow clones one by one. After a round of exchanges, neither sprite emerged victorious, and the battlefield fell into a stalemate. The Mook Eagle hovered in the air, observing the stationary stout chicken, which remained steadfast, unyielding to the changes around it. Tetsuya broke the silence first. Gather energy. You remain still, and I shall do the same. At worst, we shall buff ourselves. After all, the Mook Eagle lacked any status-altering moves. At most it could use a self-boost, which the stout chicken was also capable of. A flash of electricity, followed by a fierce charge. This was the moment Lazy had been waiting for. Status moves required time and could not be interrupted midway. Evade. Hearing the command, Lazy focused intently on the stout chicken's movements. After all, he was aware of the opponent's hidden ability that granted acceleration, and he was uncertain whether his Mook Eagle could capitalize on this opportunity to strike the stout chicken. The Mook Eagle surged forward with all its strength, crashing into the stout chicken, which remained stationary and focused on gathering energy. The stout chicken completed its skill with poise, then leaped backward into the air. Boom. The sound was not of the stout chicken being struck, but rather the Mook Eagle crashing into the ground, creating a thunderous roar. The rebound. Despite the rising dust, Tetsuya firmly believed the stout chicken could pinpoint the Mook Eagle's location. The stout chicken immediately launched an attack towards the recalled landing spot. Reckless. A glint of ferocity flashed in Lazy's eyes as he commanded. Tetsuya frowned. Was this truly necessary? As the stout chicken successfully struck the Mook Eagle, the latter's stamina dwindled perilously low, barely managing to execute a reckless attack, which also reduced the stout chicken's condition to its nadir. Both sprites lay on the ground, immobilized, their gazes locked on one another. Tetsuya shook his head and recalled the stout chicken. Go, Pidgeot. Pidgeot soared through the air, coldly observing the Mook Eagle sprawled on the ground. A gust of wind. With the trainer's final command resonating, Pidgeot summoned a tempest towards the Mook Eagle. The Mook Eagle could only emit a final cry before succumbing to its loss of combat capability. The referee promptly raised his hand. The Mook Eagle is unable to battle. Pidgeot is victorious. All three of Lazy's sprites have lost their ability to fight, and the victor of this match is Tetsuya from the Nibi Gym. It was indeed a spectacular match, and I hope to face you again in the unrestricted battles at the court's conference. Lazy approached the stage, shaking hands with Tetsuya, forcing a smile as he turned to leave for healing his sprites. Tetsuya watched Lazy depart without uttering a word, merely reflecting that aside from occasional blunders and some similarities to his brother Shinji, he was a commendable rival. He entrusted his sprites to a nearby attendant for treatment and stepped onto the podium as the host called out. Now, it is time for the Champions Award presentation. This competition's reward, generously sponsored by the EV Trio from Showdown Town, is a choice evolution stone of any type and a charcoal with a 10 effect. Accompanied by the host's enthusiastic voice, even though Tetsuya was already aware of the generous rewards, he still felt a surge of excitement. The audience, who had just cheered for Tetsuya's victory, gradually quieted down, but upon hearing the announcement of such a lavish champion's prize, even the wealthy among them couldn't help but grow envious and begin discussing amongst themselves. Those knowledgeable began explaining to others nearby that typical sponsorship rewards were merely a single evolution stone. After all, for the three brothers of Showdown Town, they were already prominent suppliers of evolution stones, so it mattered little to them. The addition of a charcoal with a 10 effect was, as they understood, a fortunate coincidence in timing. Chapter 61, Post-Match Rest. It is worth noting that the competition held on the SS and has been an annual event for all official gyms in Kanto for more than a year or two. However, this year presented a particularly unique circumstance, as it was the first time that all gym heirs found themselves in a transitional age bracket, those older than 20 years and those just reaching 16. considering that such a situation could potentially lead to an unsightly spectacle due to the generally weaker strength of most competitors. They opted to prevent any perception of decline in Kanto's prowess by allowing the EV trio to add a sprite item as a reward. After all, economic strength is also a form of power capable of silencing some critics. While this rationale may seem somewhat tenuous, it bore little relevance to Tetsuya. At the very least, he had profited immensely from securing the champion's reward. He selected a leaf stone that he had long intended to acquire and was informed that he could collect it from the Pokémon Center in the Withered Leaf City after disembarking. Tetsuya clutched the charcoal in his hand, accompanied by a certificate as he descended from the stage. His expression was somewhat peculiarly odd. A mere certificate. Just a piece of paper. There was no trophy, not even a casing to protect it. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Arriving at the treatment area, he retrieved his 3 Pokeballs from the tray handed over by the Chansey. This is my job. How could it be a bother? Nurse Joy smiled before taking Chansey back. For her, being invited to provide logistical support for this competition was, in a sense, a well-deserved break. A coveted opportunity she had managed to secure. Without hesitation, Tetsuya chose the luxury ball of the stout chicken and released it. Handing the charcoal to the stout chicken, he instructed, absorb this. The stout chicken nodded, likely understanding that this item would effectively enhance the power of its fire-type skills. Carefully, it accepted the charcoal from its trainer's hand. Tetsuya observed the movements of the strong chicken, and to be honest, it was his first time witnessing a Pokémon utilizing an item specifically designed for them. He was uncertain how the absorption process actually occurred. The charcoal item lay quietly in the grasp of the strong chicken, and as it tapped into its own energy to make contact with the charcoal, it gradually seeped into its body. Tetsuya wore a perplexed expression, as if questioning why the process was so unceremonious. Wasn't there supposed to be a dazzling flash of light, followed by a surge of energy that stirred up a tempest, reminiscent of divine intervention? He sighed, realizing that perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, it was merely an item, not some grand artifact. Such extravagance was unwarranted. Inquiring about the strong chicken's sensations, it revealed that the tiny object had swiftly integrated into its being, and it felt nothing unusual at that moment. Without hesitation, Tetsuya activated his Zero device to assess the strong chicken's status. He nodded in satisfaction. The Zero device proved to be quite effective. According to the diagnostic report, the energy intensity within the strong chicken had indeed amplified, and the temperature of its flames had correspondingly risen. Moreover, based on the Zero's projections, if the effects of the item were to escalate further, it would likely bestow additional benefits upon the strong chicken. However, due to the limitations of available data, the specifics of these effects remained unclear. Setting aside these thoughts, Tetsuya allowed the strong chicken to acclimate before returning to his room to change attire. This time, Brock had specifically prepared a formal suit for him to wear at the evening banquet. After all, he was representing his gym, and it was imperative to present oneself with a perfect demeanor. Having been single for over a decade in this life, and having never experienced romance in his previous life, Tetsuya found himself lacking in formal attire. Most of his clothing consisted of outdoor exploration gear or athletic wear, leaving him with no suitable options for an evening event. It would be disrespectful to attend a banquet clad in casual attire. After changing, he stored away the 3 Pokémon that had finished their dinner into their Pokeballs, securing them at his waist, and ascended to the banquet hall on the 6th floor. By this time, several competitors were already seated, engaged in conversation. Upon the sound of the doorbell, many naturally turned to gaze at the entrance. There stood a dashing young man, his perfectly tailored royal blue suit accentuating his figure, with the tails of his coat adding an air of elegance. Tetsuya smiled and nodded, greeting each person who looked his way, and they reciprocated the gesture. A handful of female trainers instinctively straightened in their seats, adopting a genteel demeanor as they greeted Tetsuya with a modicum of decorum. Casting a brief glance around the room, his eyes brightened as he strode purposefully in a particular direction. Observing where he was headed, some attendees momentarily set aside their conversations. "Good evening, Kageyama," Tetsuya offered simply. "Good evening. Are you not our champion?" came the somewhat sarcastic response. Chuckling, Tetsuya lifted a nearby drink to his lips and replied, "I didn't see you exhibiting such vigor earlier, Kageyama shot him a knowing glance, but chose not to engage further, redirecting the conversation. "What brings you to seek me out?" Lazily reclining on the sofa, Tetsuya expressed his boredom. "I hardly know many people, and it's only been these past few days on the ship that we've found common ground." Indeed, Tetsuya's regular observations each morning hadn't been in vain. He had made several acquaintances, with Kageyama being one of them, and surprisingly, they had developed a rapport. Otherwise, during their previous battle, they wouldn't have conversed so easily. Had it been Rei's, Tetsuya would have remained utterly silent. Don't you know Rei's? Kageyama teased. He was well aware of Tetsuya's lack of fondness for Rei's, as even he himself found it difficult to warm up to him. Rei's remarks on the night he boarded had garnered considerable disdain from many, and it was said that he had been reprimanded by the Hualan Gym before he ceased his self-destructive antics. Oh, that guy is quite peculiar. Tetsuya replied with a slight shake of his head. It doesn't matter. We are merely rivals, and conversing seems futile. Indeed, Kageyama replied, subtly gesturing for Tetsuya to glance towards a corner. A man clad in a black suit sat isolated, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding revelry, quietly consuming his meal. It was Rei's. Alas, he appears to be an outcast, Tetsuya sighed. Kageyama chuckled. He brought this upon himself. His behavior ultimately alienates him from others, especially in such settings where no one is inclined to engage with him. Rei's finished his meal swiftly and departed, with no one paying heed to his exit. The two soon tacitly shifted topics, delving into matters that concerned all trainers. Chapter 62. Return to Kureha City. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk enveloped the harbor of Kureha City, and the St. Anna ship docked at the pier. Tetsuya disembarked, stretching his limbs, relieved that the journey had concluded. After the day's competition and evening banquet, he had acquainted himself with numerous peers and exchanged contact information. The following days were spent in their company, sharing snacks, engaging in conversation, swimming, and occasionally partaking in friendly 1v1 matches. He even battled using his Rockruff, experiencing both victories and defeats. Understanding that with his Rockruff only at level 18, losing to those nearing elite status was hardly surprising. As for the strong chicken and Pidgeot, he deemed it unnecessary. Every afternoon, he dutifully went fishing for Pokémon, bonding with the older gentlemen and seeking their advice, allowing the days to pass in this manner. To be honest, enjoying such a lifestyle for a day or two was pleasant, but after 5 days aboard the ship, he began to feel restless. Had it been his previous life, he would have likely succumbed to lethargy long ago, but the experiences of this life had invigorated his adventurous spirit, leaving him eager to train and travel. Rest? What was that? Thus, when the St. Anu finally docked, he greeted acquaintances and eagerly disembarked, keen to avoid any further pleasantries. I must say, the feeling of solid ground is quite refreshing, Tetsuya mused. He hurried towards the Pokémon Center, uncertain if any rooms remained available. If not, he would have to find a guest house or hotel. Remembering that he had a leaf stone awaiting collection at the Pokémon Center, his mood brightened and his steps quickened. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he inquired with Nurse Joy, who informed him that a few rooms were still available, prompting Tetsuya to reserve one promptly. Presenting his identification card, he also mentioned the item he had waiting for him. After confirming his identity, Nurse Joy retrieved a splendid ornate box from beneath the counter and handed it to Tetsuya. Once in his room, he discreetly inspected the contents of the box, thanking Nurse Joy before settling in. After all, it wouldn't do to flaunt his good fortune in the bustling lobby of the Pokémon Center. Moreover, his purpose for acquiring the Leaf Stone was to prepare for the cultivation of his next Pokémon. Rockruff would only require a special rock for its development, and no corresponding evolutionary stones had been discovered. Many Pokémon researchers believe that the special rocks found in nature serve as the best evolutionary stones for rock and ground-type Pokémon. While lacking the ability to induce evolution, various special rocks can satisfy their diverse needs, extending beyond mere energy enhancement. In the realm of nurturing, the effects of specialized stones on certain Pokémon surpass even that of evolutionary stones, particularly if such stones for rock or ground types were to exist. The robust chick can indeed utilize a fire stone to absorb energy and expedite its growth. However, Tetsuya harbors the belief that its progress is already sufficiently rapid. Any further acceleration may hinder its mastery over its own power. Moreover, considering the disparity in strength among his primary team of 6 Pokémon, it would be unwise to focus solely on nurturing the robust chick, as this would lead to an imbalance that would not serve his interests. Thus, for the forthcoming competition, he opted for a Leaf Stone, as his 4th Pokémon is intended to be of the grass type. Of course, all of this must await the evolution of both the robust chick and the stone child into their final forms, which, for the time being, does not seem urgent. Yet, this implies that the Leaf Stone must remain in his possession for some time, which presents a slight risk. After a moment of contemplation, Tetsuya produced his wristwatch and initiated a call. Beep. Hello, this is Brock. The call was swiftly connected. Don't play coy. You must have already heard the news. Tetsuya rolled his eyes, fully aware that Brock couldn't see him. I've chosen the Leaf Stone. I'll send it to you. Please collect it tomorrow when it arrives. Sure. No problem. Just shoot me a message for such trivial matters. Brock readily agreed. I mainly wanted to ask about the matter I entrusted you with previously. The leaf stone was just a side note. Tetsuya settled onto the sofa. Well, there's no issue. First and foremost, that technology does exist. After a brief silence, Brock continued, and it was evident he had moved to a quieter location, as the surrounding noise had completely dissipated. I did some digging. And while this technology is indeed real, it is still in its infancy, with no immediate prospects for success. It seems that various entities have only invested a minimal amount of funding, and it falls under high-level research. The Nibi Gym is merely allowing the museum to conduct its own research, considering that this technology essentially involves reversing time and creating life, which is immensely challenging. By the way, I didn't even notice there was such a thing. I was quite taken aback when you asked me last time. How did you come to think of it? Oh, nothing much. A novice challenged my robust chick and won a minor prize. Plus, I believe I've seen a similar paper before, so I asked you to look into whether such technology exists. Tetsuya replied calmly. Ah, I see. Also, regarding the matter you asked me to inquire about with my uncle, there is some progress. It seems to suddenly dawn on Brock, and his voice rose a notch. You don't need to shout. I can hear you just fine, Tetsuya replied with a hint of weariness. Sorry. My uncle, Gahao, mentioned that when he returns, he can provide some guidance for your stone child. He is currently in a distant region, and it was a challenge to get in touch with him. Tetsuya acknowledged with a non-committal grunt. I'll send you the follow-up plan for your little onyx shortly. I completed it while on the boat. Great. Brock responded cheerfully, as it was timely, given that his onyx had recently been somewhat lackadaisical, providing an opportunity for some training. All right then, I'll hang up now. Bye. Goodbye. Tetsuya ended the call, reflecting on the conversation he had just had with Brock. In essence, the current fossil revival technology has not yet matured. It has merely scratched the surface, with the timeline for development and specific details remaining uncertain. He felt a twinge of hesitation. While engaging in speculative trading could yield substantial profits, the timeline for technological development does not align with his whims. Investing funds into stockpiling carries risks, particularly with something as valuable as fossils. It remains unclear how large a fossil is required for revival, or if the quantity of Pokémon genes contained within the fossil impacts the revival process. These are significant concerns. Tetsuya began to feel a headache coming on. It seems that the prospect of profit is not as straightforward as he had envisioned. After some contemplation, he decided to postpone this venture, as he does not possess the financial resources for such an investment. The best-case scenario would be for this experiment to yield promising results, and for Brock to remember his inquiries and perhaps provide him with some insights. Given that a multitude of new, rare Pokémon has emerged, a rush for fossils is inevitable. And conservatively estimating, the value of fossils will likely multiply several times over their current high prices. Even a small share of such profits would be beneficial. Setting this aside, it became yet another lucrative plan nipped in the bud. Earning money in this day and age is exceedingly challenging. Tetsuya pondered that he cannot venture to the Great Fossil Valley just yet. After all, he is unaware of the strength of the fossil Pokémon lurking below. Faint memories from his previous life regarding the anime suggest that many fossil Pokémon exist there, and they could be quite perilous. As for the plot and the displayed strengths in the anime, he harbors no illusions. Ultimately, he is in a tangible world. Many aspects have changed, and regardless of how they are perceived through the lens of gaming or anime, they cannot manifest as reality. Thus, he dares not take unnecessary risks. Fossil Pokémon, having thrived in ancient times, are carnivorous by nature. Modern Pokémon have undergone extensive domestication over the ages, significantly dulling their wild instincts. Those below the Great Fossil Valley, however, have persisted since ancient times, and one can only wonder what state they are in now. If he lacks sufficient strength, he could easily become prey. Additionally, the valley is a hotspot for fossil excavation, making it impractical for him to sneak in unnoticed. The ideal solution would be to possess a powerful Psychic-type Pokémon, which would resolve many issues. That being said, if he had begun as a Psychic-type Pokémon, he would have soared to great heights long ago. With a sigh, Tetsuya mused that the only silver lining is that Brock's uncle, Gahao, is willing to offer guidance upon his return. As Brock's brother-in-arms, Gahao is no less formidable than he. According to Brock, his uncle possesses the strength of a Pokémon champion, yet due to his constant travels and adventures, he has never registered. He believes that registration is of little importance, as he does not require the associated benefits. The Nibi Gym serves as his sufficient backing. His trump card is a quasi-divine Gyarados, a true tyrant of the desert. His second strongest Pokémon is a Bastiodon, focusing on defense and energy, which aligns closely with Tetsuya's vision for his stone child. Since learning this, he has asked Brock to inquire if his uncle could provide him with some guidance. It appears that fortune is on his side. Surely, Brock has exerted considerable effort in this regard, and he should find the time to express his gratitude. With this thought, Tetsuya hastily sent Brock the follow-up nurturing plan he had devised for his Onyx. Reflecting on what other tasks he had yet to complete, he concluded that he could spend some money tomorrow morning to have the leaf stone shipped directly to the Nibi gym. He could accomplish this while out for his morning exercise, and it should arrive by the afternoon. Calculating the time, he estimated that there are roughly 6 months until the next quartz conference. Kurigane City does not seem particularly conducive to training or undertaking missions. Tetsuya's fingers drummed against the sofa as he pondered whether to tackle the Kurigane gym badge tomorrow, although it is also a 2v2 battle. The probability of victory with his stone child and robust chick is quite high, yet the immediate priority remains the evolution of both Pokémon. With this in mind, Tetsuya left a message for Brock, asking him to inquire with his uncle whether the stone child should wait after evolving into a Magcargo before evolving into a Bastiodon, or if it could simply evolve through trading without any waiting period. Though he was aware of it himself, he still felt the need to appear somewhat ignorant. Including the reward promised by Xiaojiang for fetching the championship, he currently possessed just over 11 million Alliance coins. This sum was undoubtedly insufficient, compelling him to devise strategies to augment his earnings in the time ahead. His mind was somewhat clouded after a week of rest. He found his thoughts not entirely clear and his reactions sluggish. Never mind, he decided to rest for now and address matters in the morning. Lying drowsily in bed, it wasn't long before Jie succumbed to slumber. A night devoid of conversation ensued. The following morning, Jie completed his customary early workout and took the opportunity to send the leaf stone to Xiaojiang. While jogging around the city, he discovered that the port city of Kurii had quite a few intriguing spots. For instance, as he passed by the entrance of a venue, he noticed a banner proclaiming Pokémon Ping Pong, a competition where Pokémon and trainers form teams to play. Join us. It appeared to be a rather novel training center for table tennis, an activity he had never encountered in this world before. Additionally, outside the Pokémon school in Kurii, there was another banner advertising a Pokémon orienteering race. It must be noted that due to the widespread presence of Pokémon in this world, while not everyone could genuinely become a trainer, the majority possessed their own Pokémon. However, due to a lack of training and innate talent, most individuals' Pokémon had significantly low capabilities. Nevertheless, this did not detract from their enthusiasm for engaging in various activities centered around these extraordinary creatures. Perhaps it was for this reason that people and Pokémon coexisted so harmoniously. Even though in the wild, the law of the jungle still prevailed in some remote areas, the majority of urban centers radiating from the Alliance allowed people to live quite happily. As he passed by a residence owned by someone named Sakuragi, Jie turned at the corner and walked straight towards the Bounty Hunter Center. After careful selection, he accepted a B-level mission worth 300,000 Alliance coins. Utilizing an upgraded level of authority, he confirmed that by completing 5 more B-level tasks, his hunter rank would rise to B-level. According to the remuneration offered by Joy, he would then be able to accept 3 B-level tasks simultaneously, significantly accelerating his earning potential. As for A-level missions, they were beyond his current capabilities, and such tasks appeared infrequently in any given city throughout the year. Long-term B-level and lower tasks constituted the primary economic source for most bounty hunters. Summoning a Duduo that had been resting nearby, he completed the payment and requested it to transport him to the outskirts of the city. Jie released his Fiero from its pokeball, securing himself onto its talons, and instructed it to fly towards their destination. After a leisurely flight of about 7 or 8 minutes, he beheld a cliff and coastline. This was Route 2425, also known as White Cape, the northeasternmost point of the Kanto region, named for its pure white sands. Moreover, it was a popular tourist destination, often chosen by couples for dates. According to the anime, this location would soon be requisitioned by Professor Juniper to summon the enigmatic shadow of a colossal dragonite. However, such a scenario seemed improbable in this reality, for here was a training ground widely recognized by many trainers, gradually evolving into a small town with well-developed facilities. Even Professor Juniper, despite his esteemed title, could not simply commandeer this land and prohibit all trainers from approaching, as it would inevitably incite considerable discontent. After all, he hailed from Masera City, not originally from the Kanto region. Even though Kanto and Johto were once unified, there remained a certain estrangement. It was more likely that he would only appropriate a corner of the cliff for his lighthouse. Yet whether such events would transpire remained uncertain. Jie gently tapped Fiero's talon. Understanding his cue, Fiero began to descend slowly. Upon landing at the designated area, he unfastened his safety gear, thanked Firo, and returned it to its Pokeball. Trainers were bustling about in every direction, with numerous flying-type Pokémon accompanying their trainers. Pidgey, in particular, was a common sight. However, GS Firo was quite rare and exceptionally striking, drawing the attention of a few passers-by who seemed to regard it with admiration for its apparent prowess. Just as he was about to leave, a Charizard descended nearby, carrying its trainer on its back. Onlookers immediately cast envious glances in their direction. Charizard was one of the original starter Pokémon from Kanto, and its evolution into its final form indicated a high level of strength. Moreover, it was undeniably handsome, regarded as a coveted companion by many. Jia quickly exited the landing zone. He had no time to indulge in idle observation, as he anticipated spending a considerable amount of time in this area. Primarily, he aimed to prepare for his Pokémon's evolution and take the opportunity to train Firo thoroughly. Surveying his surroundings, he found the atmosphere vibrant and bustling. Most of the buildings were wooden structures, situated some distance from the coastline. The area boasted a variety of establishments, including shops, a Pokémon center, inns, and battle arenas, with even a bounty hunter center established nearby. However, he was uncertain whether the tasks available there matched the quantity found within the city. To avoid wasting time, Jia had preemptively accepted a mission, just in case there were no B-level tasks available. With Firo's speed, round trips would take around 20 minutes, and for the sake of earning, he could manage his fear of heights. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, he booked a room for 2 weeks, intending to spend the next fortnight in this locale. After tossing his belongings into the room, Jia set out with 3 Pokeballs and an identity card to explore the small town. He still needed to wait for Xiaojing to procure various breeding materials before commencing training, which he estimated would arrive in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the morning hours, he aimed to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment and conditions, facilitating his activities here. Although he had gleaned some information from the Pokémon Forum, the descriptions were vague, merely stating that this location was highly suitable for training, without detailing the specific advantages. Requesting an introduction from Nurse Joy, Jia began to peruse the materials. Chapter 64, White Cape. After thoroughly reading the manual provided by Nurse Joy, Jia finally grasped the training opportunities available here. Within White Cape lay Kanto's most formidable and tumultuous tidal currents. Here, trainers could best hone their Pokémon by allowing them to confront the fierce waves and currents along the seaside training grounds. Pokémon often gained substantial experience through such encounters, with some even grasping challenging skills during this process. Jia began to comprehend why veteran trainers on the Pokémon Forum had urged others to experience the supreme power of nature in this location. The likelihood was that these trainers, during their own training, had endured the trials of nature, thus encouraging their juniors to come and partake in similar experiences. It must be acknowledged that the training efficacy here was indeed remarkable, which explained the influx of trainers seeking to train. At the conclusion of Nurse Joy's guide, there was an unmistakable safety warning. This serves as a reminder to all aspiring trainers to avoid bringing Fire-type, Rock-type, Ground-type Pokémon near the seashore or tossing them into the ocean, including those that are incapable of swimming. Otherwise, when tragedy strikes, regret will come too late. Clearly, this warning is directed towards novice trainers, as despite the comprehensive education provided by the Alliance, many remain inadequately aware of elemental properties. One can easily envision the terror that a Rock-type or Fire-type Pokémon would experience if cast into the briny depths. Fortunately, the primary objective for him today is to train his Pidgeot, while the other 2 Pokémon are currently in the energy-gathering phase of their evolution. Of course, Tetsuya is not one to act foolishly. Moreover, training facilities for other types of Pokémon are indeed available, albeit at a price that contrasts with the generosity of nature. As he strolls through the town, the sounds of trainers engaging in lively conversation fill the air. Good heavens, that startled me. My tentacle almost got swept away by the waves, but thankfully, safety measures were in place. What is the big deal? My Kingler ran off from the sea, and I hadn't seen it for 2 days. I thought it was lost, but it found its way back. The tranquil White Cape, removed from the bustle of urban life, seems like a different realm altogether. Here, most individuals are trainers, and their daily discussions revolve around training experiences and insights. Naturally, many couples also gather to admire the beauty of the sunset and the tides. Interestingly, unofficial statistics suggest that at least 10 couples leap from the cliffs of the White Strait each year. In a bid to witness the eternal nature of love, a notion Tetsuya finds utterly incomprehensible. Upon entering a local fruit shop, he glances at the prices of the berries inside. When purchased in bulk, the cost is not significantly different from that of the prices listed by the Hunters Guild. perhaps due to the high volume of trainers passing through. Many have taken to selling common resources, such as berries, as their primary source of income. However, what captures Tetsuya's attention most is a berry prominently displayed in the center of the shop, the Sandslope berry. This exceptional berry can enhance a Pokémon's speed capabilities. After consuming a Sandslope berry, a Pokémon's speed will surpass its previous limits, and its physical development will become more refined. Yet, no one has yet succeeded in cultivating this berry artificially. Only a select few trainers have encountered it in remote wilderness or deep forests. Moreover, a single Sandslope berry tree produces only 1 or 2 berries, making it exceedingly rare. The one on display in the shop is merely a holographic projection for promotional purposes. When he inquires with the shopkeeper, he learns it is the store's prized possession. Although the shopkeeper indeed possesses Sandslope berries, many seek to acquire them in vain. Attempting to seize the berry by force is entirely unrealistic. Initially, the shopkeeper had obtained 2 Sandslope berries. One was donated to Professor Oak's research in exchange for the other, which remains impeccably preserved within the lab, ensuring his protection as well. He can only lament the shopkeeper's fortunate circumstances. As for why the shopkeeper does not consume them himself, it is because he had already achieved commendable results in the region's unrestricted tournament before acquiring the berries. His Pokémon's potential has essentially peaked, rendering the consumption of a Sandslope berry little more than a waste. After concluding his travels and returning to his hometown of Leaf Green City, he opened this shop to attract more customers through its advertised allure. The strategy has proven effective, allowing him to earn a considerable sum of Alliance coins. Everyone has their own way of life, and the shopkeeper seems to be enjoying a fulfilling existence. After their conversation, Tetsuya purchases a significant number of berries to be delivered to his room before departing. This expenditure further exacerbates his already precarious financial situation. Since he had requested Brock's assistance in procuring special rocks, Tetsuya's funds have dwindled to a mere 3,000,000. The purchase of the berries cost him 500,000, leaving him with a balance of 2,500,000. Unfortunately, while he can obtain resources at half price from the pewter gym, they are not infinite. Given the quantity of special rocks required for his rockruff, Tetsuya estimates that most of his allocation will be consumed in this endeavor. Thus, for more commonplace supplies like berries, it is best to purchase them externally. Adjacent to the berry shop lies a training facility available for rent, equipped with various amenities. Although it pales in comparison to the pewter gym, it suffices for training purposes. The rental cost is reasonable, at only 100,000 Alliance coins for a day. Considering the potential damage to the premises and the maintenance of equipment, this price is quite acceptable. Tetsuya promptly returns to his room to retrieve his backpack and sell a portion of his training equipment, previously unaware of such facilities. He now questions the necessity of retaining so many instruments. Regular training in the wild does not require an extensive array of equipment, just enough to maintain their condition. After calculating, he decides to sell half of his equipment, totaling 6 devices, for a reduced price of 400,000. Although he has not entirely recouped the value of the berries, he has at least mitigated some of his losses. Checking the time, Tetsuya hesitates momentarily before concluding that he should seize this opportunity to complete a B-rank task. With a stroke of luck, he could return around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, hand in the task, and have time to explore the training facility by the seaside. Additionally, he can allow his Pidgeot to engage in some training. After surveying the direction, he sets off towards the nearby mountains. Chapter 65, Task Number 1978-917-0519. Rockruff. Restrain it with Sand Tomb. Pidgeot. Employ Shadow Clone and use Air Slash to harass it. Blaziken. Unleash Flamethrower and launch a fierce assault beneath its patterns. Amidst the Rocky Mountains, the sounds of intense battle reverberate through an open expanse surrounded by massive boulders. Peering into the fray, one can see Tetsuya and his 3 Pokémon engaged in combat with an enormous serpent-like Pokémon resembling a colossal purple cobra. This creature is gargantuan, exceeding 6 meters in length, rendering Tetsuya and his trio akin to infants in its presence. Its robust physique, coupled with lethal venom, makes it a nearly indomitable Pokémon in the wild. Arbok. What draws attention to the Arbok is the intricate pattern on its neck. Recent studies have revealed that this Pokémon possesses over 20 distinct patterns. However, the one before Tetsuya is the most common type, resembling an angry human face with black eye sockets, red and yellow glasses, and a mouth curved into a sinister grin, complete with downward-pointing black eyebrows. Having observed this Arbok for some time, Tetsuya notes that it has just finished feeding, which is one of the reasons he chose to confront it. Even Pokémon, particularly serpents, are relatively vulnerable after consuming and digesting their meals. Its abdominal patterns lack any notable abilities, and its regenerative capacity is rather unremarkable, classifying it as an average Arbok. Research indicates that only a few Arbok possess exceptional regenerative abilities, as long as their heads remain unscathed. They can regenerate even if other parts are severed, which this one does not possess. Otherwise, capturing it could yield a handsome profit. However, given its current status as merely a newly evolved Pokémon with a vicious nature, its value has significantly diminished. Tetsuya's newly assigned formal task, numbered 1978-917-0519, involves the collection of fresh snake skins from the Arbok. He had long desired to undertake such a mission, but at the time, his Beedrill's capabilities were insufficient, and his Combusken had just hatched, prompting him to opt for a more suitable cleaning task instead. Now, with 3 Pokémon at his disposal, he stands a reasonable chance of triumphing against these ordinary Arbok in the wild, and the rewards are quite substantial. After all, even aged snake skins possess significant medicinal value. It is not solely the freshest skins that command a high price. However, there exists a challenge. Arbok are notoriously stubborn. Once they set their sights on a target, they will relentlessly pursue it, regardless of where the prey may flee. Thus, if one finds themselves confronted by this imposing creature, the most prudent course of action is to resolve the situation entirely, either by defeating it or capturing it for sale. Failing to do so may result in an injured Arbok seeking vengeance, striking from behind during one's wilderness adventures. They are exceptionally patient hunters. Of course, should Tetsuya encounter an Arbok capable of altering its patterns and possessing formidable regenerative abilities, it would make for a powerful ally. One can refer to Granny Kiku's Arbok for an example. Chabaku. The Arbok hissed coldly, steadily closing the distance. As Tetsuya summoned Sand Tomb beneath the Arbok, the creature experienced a notable reduction in speed. Though it managed to break free almost immediately due to its immense strength, another wave of quicksand awaited it. Simultaneously, Beedrill and its shadow clone began to harass the Arbok, delivering air slashes that struck its massive form. Combusken unleashed a barrage of fiery jets to obstruct its advance. The Arbok reared up, displaying the patterns on its belly, a move known as glare, which effectively instills fear in its adversaries. Nonetheless, Beedrill and Combusken's relentless assault showed no signs of abating, even as the Sand Tomb began to slow, and at one point, nearly came to a halt. Dengoro, don't be afraid. Use Mudslap on its eyes. Tetsuya urgently directed his Sandshrew to distract the Arbok. This predicament arose from the disparity in levels and strength. Beedrill's level far surpassed that of the Arbok, and Combusken was equally formidable. Moreover, both Pokemon's prowess was indeed superior to that of the Arbok, which had only recently entered the elite ranks. The effects of glare did not manifest effectively against them. In truth, had Tetsuya not been concerned about the Arbok's potent venom, he could have resolved the situation solely with Beedrill. The issue with being poisoned is that it complicates matters. The antidotes he carries can merely mitigate the effects, and true healing requires a return to the Pokemon Center to consult Nurse Joy. Otherwise, residual toxins within a Pokemon can jeopardize its health and hinder its growth. Thus, he opted for a coordinated assault with all 3 Pokemon to eliminate any lingering concerns. Even though Sandshrew was providing support, its significant level gap meant that Glare's intimidating effect rendered it momentarily paralyzed. However, this was an anticipated outcome. The primary offensive force in this battle remained Beedrill and Combusken. The Arbok, crying out in anguish, charged toward Combusken, slithering forward while attempting to evade harm. Unfortunately for it, some of its venom had been expended during its last hunt, making it temporarily incapable of using its dissolving fluid. Furthermore, its preferred tactic involved ensnaring its foes after instilling fear, then waiting for their heartbeats to cease. Its constricting grip is immensely powerful, capable of crushing even steel barrels, and once ensnared, escape becomes impossible. Just let it near the opposing Pokemon. Tetsuya mused, observing the Arbok's position. Sandshrew, he called. Dengoro. Sandshrew understood immediately. Suddenly, the ground in the Arbok's path gave way, revealing a deep pit. The Arbok charged ahead, plummeting directly into the chasm. Combusken, use Fire Blast. Beedrill, unleash Hurricane. Without a moment's hesitation, Tetsuya urged his 2 Pokemon to accelerate their offensive. Sandshrew, apply gravity to hold it down. Don't let it escape too quickly. As the Fire Blast and Hurricane surged into the pit, the flames intensified with the wind, thoroughly incapacitating the Arbok that struggled against the gravitational force. Once Tetsuya confirmed complete silence emanating from the pit, he cautiously approached and tossed a Pokeball. The Arbok thrashed briefly before being captured. He locked the Pokeball to prevent the Arbok from escaping, finally exhaling in relief. After all, Arbok are natural predators, and no trainer relishes an encounter with one in the wild. Not only are they vengeful, but their venom is exceedingly potent, and any poisoned Pokémon must be treated immediately. Fortunately, humanity's greatest asset lies in its tools. Tetsuya had been observant of the Arbok and its hunting patterns, and this pit was a testament to the efforts of him and his 3 Pokémon over the past while. Otherwise, had the Arbok approached, Combusken might have sustained injuries. He was particularly grateful to Sandshrew, as its rock-type abilities proved exceptionally adept at digging. Without such talents, they would not have been able to excavate a hole capable of containing an Arbok in such a short time. The layer of dirt covering the pit was also Sandshrew's doing, having manipulated some sand and stones to conceal it. The Arbok likely sensed the energy fluctuations, mistaking this location for a sand tomb, which explained its headlong dive into the pit. Following the trail left by the Arbok, Tetsuya stumbled upon its lair, a cavern. Before even entering, he detected a pungent, acrid odor emanating from within. Shaking his head silently, he left Sandshrew and Beedrill outside, taking only Combusken with him into the cave. The narrow confines of the cavern rendered Beedrill's assistance negligible, and Sandshrew was still too weak. Otherwise, he would have brought either Golem or Onyx instead. Equipped with the mask from his exploration suit, Tetsuya also fitted Combusken with a specially designed version for Pokémon, and together they ventured inside. Upon entering the cave, even with the mask acting as a barrier, he could sense the foul stench, possibly a psychological reaction. Switching on his flashlight to illuminate the interior, he discovered 2 discarded snake skins from the Arbok. After a cursory examination, Tetsuya's expression soured. Neither of the skins was fresh, despite their somewhat acceptable appearance. They were at least half a month old. This would not suffice to fulfill his task, meaning he would need to seek out another Arbok. For such a formidable predator, typically only one would inhabit a given area. Thus, it seemed that his plans for a swift return would need to be postponed. Exiting the cave with the 2 skins and a venomous fong beneath them, Tetsuya removed his mask and inhaled the fresh air alongside Combusken. That was quite a harrowing experience, he remarked, relieved it wasn't entirely fruitless. Tossing the items into his backpack, he approached Beedrill and patted its wing. "I'm counting on you, Beedrill. Please search further afield for any Arbok." Beedrill nodded in understanding and took to the skies once more. Tetsuya, along with his trusty Talonflame, settled down to rest in their designated spot. Despite Talonflame's remarkable speed and expansive field of vision, the presence of a wild Arbok would be the only assurance of an early warning. However, such a scenario hinged on the actual appearance of the Arbok. Typically, a single predation event suffices for the survival of an Arbok for several days, leading them to remain nestled within their lairs, rarely venturing out. Even Talonflame might not be able to spot one. Fortunately for Tetsuya, he had come to this place after seeing a warning on the forum about the presence of Arbok, advising trainers of insufficient strength to keep their distance. Unlike others, he possessed a general understanding of the levels of wild Pokémon, thereby enabling him to approach the area with a degree of confidence that most would lack, fearing any untoward incidents. Bored, Talonflame squatted down to play with Tetsuya's Rockruff, who, in turn, expressed his maturity by declining to engage in youthful antics. In this tranquil and serene environment, Tetsuya found himself appreciating the simplicity of life. After over half an hour had passed without the return of Talonflame, who was likely still on the hunt, Tetsuya checked the time and realized it was already noon. He hurriedly retrieved pots and pans from his space backpack to prepare lunch. He casually took out 2 pecha berries and a special rock. One berry he placed in his mouth while tossing the other to Talonflame, with the special rock serving as an appetizer for Rockruff. Talonflame grasped the pecha berry with its talons and began to eat. Although fire-type Pokémon typically favor spicy foods, they rarely refuse the sweetness of a pecha berry as a pre-meal treat. Tetsuya took a bite of his own berry and found it delightfully sweet. He had requested these berries from the fruit store owner, as his prior studies in berry cultivation granted him an acute awareness of quality. Had the store's produce not been commendable, he would not have chosen to purchase them. He then began to prepare the special rock mixture for Rockruff. Today's recipe comprising 10 units of fiery rock, 25 units of frost rock, 40 units of hard rock, along with various minor ingredients. Once the weighing was complete, he combined them, knowing Rockruff would absorb the nutrients seamlessly. He placed the feeding bowl for Rockruff before him, who began to eat with practiced ease. Talonflame tugged at Tetsuya's clothing, demanding attention. "Just a moment. I'm still preparing," Tetsuya replied with a playful sigh. Talonflame's meal was comparatively simpler. A mixture of chesto berries and spicy berries in a 2-to-1 ratio, complemented by a portion of spicy energy cubes, along with a large bottle of milk and other nutritional supplements. Honestly, Tetsuya felt a tremor of anxiety as he mixed the chesto and spicy berries. Feeding high-quality Pokémon certainly demands a financial investment. The special rocks for Rockruff, due to their unique breeding requirements, cost around 50 to 60,000 league coins for this meal. Meanwhile, Talonflame's elevated qualifications necessitated a more expensive berry diet. Initially, the ratio of spicy to chesto was 3-1, later adjusting to 1-1. And now it had evolved to 2-1. This increase in cost represented a rise of nearly 60%, and considering Talonflame's growing appetite. This meal amounted to approximately 120,000 coins. With 2 meals a day, that totals over 7 million a month, not even accounting for other training dietary needs. Ruffling Talonflame's feathers, Tetsuya handed over its bowl and a spoon, prompting it to join Rockruff and commence eating. Next came Talonflame's meal, primarily consisting of energy-rich flying and normal-type fruits, mixed with various supplementary materials, also paired with a large bottle of milk, representing yet another meal. Tetsuya estimated this to cost around 100,000 coins, feeling as though he was preparing not sustenance, but rather precious gems from a previous life. He retrieved a frying pan and a steak, setting up a makeshift stove while calling out to Talonflame. Talonflame hastily swallowed its food and scampered over, producing a small spark to ignite the fire. Tetsuya waved his hand, and Talonflame merrily returned to Rockruff's side to continue eating. Shaking his head in mild exasperation at Talonflame's antics, he proceeded to sear the synthesized steak in the pan. Once it reached around 70% doneness, he plated it and added a sprinkle of black pepper and chili. Spicy food had always been his preference. He relished adding a touch of heat to any dish. Savoring a bite, he nodded in satisfaction. His 4 decades of solitary life had honed his culinary skills to a fine art. After finishing his meal, he glanced at the time. Nearly an hour had passed, ample time for his Talonflame to have flown over 2,000 kilometers. The elusive Arbok must be quite difficult to locate. Just then, familiar sounds echoed above, beep. Squinting against the harsh midday sun, he looked up to see a shadow descending rapidly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Without needing Tetsuya's command, Rockruff instinctively controlled the dust to settle. Talonflame's robust chest heaved slightly. For it, this was merely a more intense warm-up routine, as it carried no burdens, making the task relatively easy. However, it certainly felt the pangs of hunger after lunch. Tetsuya laid down the prepared meal beside Talonflame, who immediately began to feast. Tetsuya gently groomed Talonflame's feathers, which had become disheveled from prolonged flight. He reflected on how they had lived together for nearly 2 years, marveling at the astonishing evolution of Pokémon. Once Talonflame had finished its lunch, Tetsuya set aside thoughts of the Arbok, allowing Rockruff to incinerate its paper plate, leaving no trace behind. He then rinsed the utensils and frying pan with stream water, utilizing Talonflame's flames for disinfection. A fire-type Pokémon truly is an essential companion in the kitchen. If one were to add water and grass-type Pokémon, it would create a seamless culinary operation. The water type would provide the water source, the grass type would supply food, and the fire type would handle the cooking. Tetsuya pondered with a bemused expression. Could it be that the trio of starters is derived from such a concept? Shaking his head, he dismissed the absurd notion, realizing that his past life as a glutton had left an indelible mark, forever reminding him of the significance of meals in life. After tidying up the area and ensuring that his 3 Pokémon were fully restored, he finally turned to Talonflame to inquire about the Arbok's whereabouts. Beep, beep. As Talonflame began to narrate its recent experiences, Tetsuya finally grasped what the Pokémon had been up to for the past hour. Below follows Talonflame's first-person account. I, Talonflame, the sovereign of the skies, am unmatched by any cumbersome creature, be it yellow or green. Today, my trainer tasked me with locating an Arbok. How amusing. This should be a trivial pursuit, merely a small serpent, easily captured. That one earlier? I could have taken it down with a single swoop. Yet, my trainer insists we work as a trio, despite none of us being canine Pokémon. Quite peculiar, I assent it. Alas, he is the leader. I've been flying for some time now, yet where are all the snakes? It's summer, for goodness sake. Don't these young ones ever come out for a bit of exercise? It's beneficial for their health, you know. Is there truly none here? Hey, are there any snakes down there? If so, please respond. Ah, there you are, little fellow. Come to play? What? You're licking another Arbok? You are but a wretched serpent. Cease your futile attempts, for they bear no fruit, and besides, she is hardly appealing. Why do you bristle with anger? Do not spit at me, or I shall retaliate. The preceding thoughts merely reflect the inner monologue of the bee drill. while the version perceived by Tetsuya is rather simplistic, merely that the Beedrill circled the vicinity for over half an hour before finally locating an Abra. However, beside this Abra, there also lay a female Abra. In the air, the Beedrill had engaged in self-indulgent provocation, accounting for its late return. Before departing, the Beedrill bestowed upon the two serpents a swift air/each. Tetsuya nodded slightly, contemplating the situation. A single Abra and an Abra snake? That should pose no significant challenge. After confirming that the Beedrill had indeed discerned the location of their nest, he stood still, lost in thought. He trusted the Beedrill's claim of provocation. He was well aware of its loquacious nature and penchant for trouble, having led to the mischief of the Machoke. Observing the surrounding terrain, Tetsuya quickly devised a plan. He initially progressed towards the direction indicated by the Beedrill, instructing his Shroomish to dig several pits of varying depths in the vicinity of the Abra. He then concealed them with patches of quicksand, ensuring they remained hidden. Concurrently, he tasked the Beedrill with drawing the ire of the two serpents, guiding them towards the traps. He, along with Shroomish and Machoke, took refuge atop a large boulder, preparing to remain hidden. The Beedrill, eager for the task, swiftly soared back to the spot where it had encountered the Abra. Using Pokémon speech, it taunted the Abra and the Abra snake, and soon, both creatures, consumed by rage, began to pursue the Beedrill despite their inability to fly. The Beedrill deliberately slowed its pace, continually provoking them, and occasionally using gust to create obstacles. The pain exacerbated the Abra's fury, and it fixated entirely on the Beedrill. As the three Pokémon drew closer to the traps, Tetsuya signaled Shroomish and Machoke to prepare for an attack. Boom! A massive creature and a slightly smaller serpentine Pokémon plunged into the first pit. He indicated for his companions to refrain from attacking for the moment. Soon, the Abra summoned its strength and emerged, consumed by rage, unleashing a torrent of corrosive liquid and poison towards the Beedrill, utterly disregarding its female counterpart. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as the Abra fell into a second, larger pit. With a wave of his hand, Tetsuya instructed Shroomish to apply gravitational force upon the trapped Abra and Abra snake, preventing their escape. Machoke alternated between using flamethrower and fire blast, while the Beedrill instinctively unleashed air slashes upon them. It was as though they were replicating their previous battle, effortlessly incapacitating the Abra and Abra snake. Tetsuya threw two Pokeballs. This time, they offered no resistance and were easily captured. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he mused that this task should be considered complete, noting that the Abra's skin appeared freshly molted. Fortunately, this area bore no records of Spearow or Fearow inhabiting it. Otherwise, the Beedrill would not have acted so freely and recklessly. He instructed the Beedrill to lead the way to the Abra's nest, silently praying that he would not have to search for long. He was uncertain whether the next Abra would take 2 hours to find, and he could very well miss dinner. Surely, his luck could not be so dire. Chapter 68. The Strength to Earn. As Tetsuya exited the nest, he exhaled in relief. Fortune favored him with a freshly shed snake skin. He tossed the items into his backpack, stroking his chin in contemplation. This location appeared quite suitable for hunting Abra for profit. However, it seemed that only these two Abra inhabited this territory, as their domain was relatively vast. Regrettably, he could not send the Beedrill to search within the forest. Otherwise, efficiency would be significantly enhanced, for this area lacked many aerial Pokémon. Upon returning to the town, he first visited the trading center to sell off several less-than-fresh snake skins. A half-month-old Abra snake skin was valued at 150 Union coins per gram, totaling 1182 grams, amounting to 177,300 Union coins. Additionally, there were two 1-month-old Abra skins, valued at 100 Union coins per gram, totaling 2032 grams, bringing in 203,200 Union coins. The total revenue amounted to 380,500 Union coins. The staff adeptly announced the price, expressing admiration. Impressive strength. It seems you undertook the task numbered 0519, yielding such substantial additional profits. Tetsuya grinned, acknowledging his good fortune as he turned to leave with his earnings. Arriving at the appraisal center of the Bounty Hunter Guild, he presented the sole fresh Abra snake skin for evaluation. Items related to long-term tasks with quality requirements must first be appraised before they can be submitted for rewards, with the yield varying according to quality. Tetsuya could make his own assessments, but the official status was essential for recognition. Armed with the appraisal report, he returned to the service desk to submit his task. After scanning his identity card, the task rewards were automatically credited to his linked account. Upon checking, he found 400,000 Union coins, an excellent price. Fortunately, the second Abra had just molted, Otherwise, given its average strength, he would have been grateful to receive 300,000 coins. With a buoyant mood, he exited the Hunter Center and glanced at the messages on his wristwatch. His leaf stone had been received by Brock. Simultaneously, Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center notified him that a package had arrived and was stored in a locker, which he could collect using his identity card. It could be deemed a trifecta of good fortune, albeit somewhat forced. He also visited the black market to sell off 3 small snakes, 1 elite and 2 ordinary. Due to their unique species, they fetched a staggering price of 3.2 million. Thus, his earnings for the day approached 4 million. Indeed, strength begets wealth. Although Tetsuya possessed only 2 elite Pokémon, considering their power, he could confidently assert his strength. According to the Alliance report, currently, 60 of registered civilian trainers are novices. 35 are ordinary trainers, and merely 5 belong to the elite rank or higher. Among ordinary trainers, nearly 80 possess only ordinary-level Pokémon, lacking elite companions. Do not underestimate these statistics as exaggerated. For instance, a typical individual completes all foundational knowledge by the age of 10, subsequently advancing to more complex studies. This marks the first threshold. Many individuals fail to meet the requisite standards and lack the qualification for further education, relegating them to the most basic of occupations. Akin to their predecessors, surviving within the Alliance system is feasible, yet a comfortable existence remains elusive. Moreover, owning Pokémon is often deemed unattainable for those with poor performance. The next stage involves completing 1S education. If your grades are sufficiently exemplary, you may pursue advanced studies. This second threshold typically requires 4 to 6 years to complete, and not everyone possesses Tetsuya's extraordinary talent. However, upon graduating from this advanced curriculum, one has secured a viable means of livelihood. Living a relatively affluent life is within reach, and one then qualifies to become a trainer. Yes, merely qualifies. At this stage, it does not imply that one is a trainer. Firstly, one requires a Pokémon. The ways to acquire a Pokémon can be succinctly summarized as follows. 1. Be the offspring of your parents' Pokémon. 2. Procure one through illicit means in the black market. 3. Obtain one directly from the official breeding facility after qualification confirmation by the League. 4. Venture into the wild at the risk of your life. The first and fourth methods are the most commonplace, though it is worth noting that most who opt for the latter often meet their demise in the wilderness, never to return. The issue with the former lies in the potential mediocrity of your parents' Pokémon, which may very well be a lackluster Caterpie. The second and third options necessitate a certain level of financial stability within your family, with the second being relatively more accessible. The third method's qualification confirmation is distinct from the starter Pokémon, as it is contingent upon the taxes paid by your parents and whether your family has any criminal background. If your tax contributions meet the required threshold and your family is of good standing, you are entitled to receive a randomly assigned Pokémon of at least ordinary potential, albeit from the more common species. However, does merely selecting a Pokémon signify your emergence as a trainer? Not in the slightest. It is crucial to understand that not all Pokémon possess the ability to evolve, whether once or twice. This hinges on the inherent potential of the Pokémon itself, as well as your methods of nurturing. If a Pokémon can merely thrive through adequate potential and nutrition, then what purpose does the profession of a breeder serve? Inappropriate nurturing techniques can severely impair a Pokémon's potential, with exacting demands on both the quantity and quality of the sustenance provided. Otherwise, your Caterpie may remain eternally juvenile, incapable of even forming a chrysalis. These methods are not imparted by the League, as advanced education does not include the option of becoming a breeder. The reason some wild Pokémon can evolve is due to long-standing habits, albeit with relatively low efficiency. This also elucidates why most trainers commence their journey by raising Pokémon from eggs. The potential and strength of wild Pokémon that evolve to their final form are often already fixed. To return to the main point, the prevalent situation faced by most individuals at the outset is that, although they possess a Pokémon, they lack the ability to nurture it, resulting in no tangible progress in their Pokémon's strength. In fact, due to their erratic actions, they may inadvertently diminish their Pokémon's potential, thereby extinguishing any possibility for advancement. Consequently, only a fortunate few, blessed with inherently high-quality Pokémon or personal talent, manage to break through this limitation. Yet even so, there remains a significant wastage and damage to the Pokémon's potential. Having a Pokémon like Zero already places Yi ahead of many others from the very beginning. Of course, the aforementioned circumstances do not apply to those born into illustrious families, who not only begin their education at home earlier, but also learn a broader array of subjects. Furthermore, The strong figures within their households guide them on how to nurture specific Pokémon. Their hands-on practical experience begins much earlier. In simple terms, this world, shaped by the presence of Pokémon, appears somewhat distorted, with exceedingly few avenues for advancement. Nevertheless, overall, the situation is gradually improving. Chapter 69. Battling the Waves Beneath the Setting Sun. In recent years, due to the reforms instituted by Chairman Damaranchi, conditions have significantly improved. Prior to this, the League's authority was largely nominal, with the prominent families being the true masters of the League. Since the ascension of the common-born Chairman Damaranchi, who has exerted his formidable strength to subdue the families and implement sweeping policy changes, the number of talented commoners has surged in recent years. Zheyi serves as an exemplary case. It is noteworthy that previously, one could only select a single advanced subject, with no option to choose 3, let alone the concept of reduced tuition fees. Without the supportive knowledge frameworks of Pokémon studies, pharmacology, and berry studies, Zheyi would have found it exceedingly difficult to nurture Pokémon effectively at the outset. The trajectory of his life since his arrival in this world may soon undergo a profound transformation. However, this is not an immediate concern for Zheyi, as he lacks the requisite strength to involve himself in such matters. Shaking off his distractions, he sets off towards the training grounds at the White Cape, intrigued by what sort of environment could attract so many trainers. After a considerable trek, with the pristine white sand no longer in sight and the surroundings dominated by black rocks, Zheyi finally glimpses the so-called training area. Before him, the coastline reveals a massive gap, gleaming golden under the rays of the setting sun. The waves, initially modest at the water's edge, suddenly surge into a tumultuous tide as they are funneled through the gap. At this moment, the tide is at its peak, with distant waves reaching heights of over 10 meters. Yet, even this is not the most ferocious area. Further afield at the cliffs, the currents propel the tide to create even larger waves. Pokémon of various abilities are scattered across the beach. The weaker ones remain at the rear, honing their skills by resisting the smaller waves, while the stronger ones venture deeper into the sea, enhancing their capabilities against the intense water pressure and crashing tides. As Zheyi surveys the scene, only a few dozen trainers are present, diligently training their Pokémon at this time of the most vigorous waves. The most striking sight is a massive Gyarados, partially submerged beneath the surface, unleashing powerful moves as it fiercely charges at the waves, only to disappear beneath them, resurfacing moments later to confront the forces of nature in an endless cycle. Another Pokémon, a powerful Alakazam, commands attention as it deftly wields its spoon, eyes ablaze with brilliant blue light, unleashing a telekinetic attack. A large section of the wave abruptly halts before losing its momentum, splashing against the rocks on the beach. A flash of white light signals a nearby magneton deploying its hyper beam, violently obliterating the wave. The trainers, while observing their Pokémon, divert some of their attention to the newly arrived Zheyi, curious about the strength of this unfamiliar face. Zheyi, too, feels their gaze upon him. The sight of Pokémon battling the forces of nature stirs his blood. However, his innate temperament compels him to steady himself. Consulting the plan from Zero, he confirms that his Pidgeot can indeed train here, granting him the confidence to release it. With a resounding cry, Pidgeot takes to the skies, its impressive stature and commanding voice immediately signaling to the nearby trainers that this Pokémon is no ordinary specimen. After giving Pidgeot instructions regarding training methods and today's focal points, emphasizing safety, Zheyi retreats to a safer area to mingle with other trainers. It would be no trivial matter if he were to be swept away by the waves. While he possesses extraordinary physical fitness, swimming is not an issue for him. The sheer force of the waves crashing down could still prove fatal. Watching Pidgeot glide effortlessly just above the ocean's surface, he cannot help but feel a twinge of concern. After all, Pidgeot is not a water-type Pokémon, and being caught in the tumult could lead to troublesome consequences. Now, he can only hope it remains cautious. As the last wave subsides, a new tide begins to surge from the distance. The horizon appears as a continuous white line, obscuring a portion of the setting sun's glow. The entire world seems to dim, the waves rising like a celestial canopy, veiling the sky. The tides he witnessed in the Qiantang River pale in comparison to this spectacle. The natural grandeur of this world is accentuated by the existence of Pokémon, particularly the majestic birds. For one cannot help but wonder if the tidal waves are merely the result of a powerful Pokémon stirring beneath the ocean's depths. A majestic Pidgeot, enveloped in radiant white light, surged forth into the oncoming waves. The sharp cry of Pidgeot pierced the skies, resonating through the air. Jia watched with bated breath as the training plan devised by Zero focused primarily on honing Pidgeot's brave bird technique. since Pidgeot had scarcely utilized this skill since mastering it. Its energy accumulation speed and efficacy fell short compared to its other abilities. Furthermore, beyond Brave Bird lies the even more formidable Sky Attack. If Pidgeot struggles to master Brave Bird, the prospect of mastering Sky Attack seems almost insurmountable. In this world, the notion of technical machines is virtually non-existent. Most Pokémon gradually learn commonly known skills as they evolve or enhance their inherent abilities. Conversely, for those skills that are less familiar or considerably more powerful and complex, they necessitate the guidance of a Pokémon proficient in that technique. For instance, Grass-type moves like Grassy Terrain or Trick Room require such mentorship. Typically, if a Pokémon possesses sufficient aptitude and the skill lies within its learning capabilities, according to the so-called skill chart, it can master the skill within 3 to 4 days. The Rock Slide move, learned by the sturdy Rockruff, serves as an apt example. During a previous battle with Lazy, Rockruff's execution of Rock Slide caught him off guard. As this move, while learnable by Rockruff, is not widely known, Jia had specifically enlisted Xiaojang's assistance to teach Rockruff this move. Given that his Onix was exceptionally skilled in Rock Slide, though as for the Geodude's proficiency, well, it's still a youngling. Learning such techniques primarily aims to broaden one's offensive capabilities, ensuring they possess the means to counter particular opponents. While Jia's mind wandered, Pidgeot, brimming with vigor and energy, plunged into the towering waves. He quickly refocused his thoughts on the ocean's tumultuous surface. Time seemed to suspend in that moment. As the sun gradually sank below the horizon, the fiery hues of the sunset began to fade. The tides calmed. Pidgeot, weary and drenched, landed beside Jia, panting heavily. Jia, filled with pride, gently patted its wings and retrieved a towel to wipe it down. After 2 hours of rigorous training, Pidgeot had visibly improved its command over Brave Bird. Initially, it had barely managed to breach the waves, losing its balance and causing Jia's heart to race with concern. This was his first experience training through the forces of nature, a stark contrast to the previous controlled environment of machines. By the end of their session, Pidgeot had successfully broken through some of the waves, utilizing Brave Bird to carve a path through the tumult, allowing it to soar forth with newfound grace. However, Jia understood that this was merely the beginning. Pidgeot's mastery was still far from complete. At best, it was in the embryonic stages of learning. The next goal was for Pidgeot to unleash Brave Bird with enough force to shatter an entire wave, akin to what that Magnemite had achieved moments ago. Upon accomplishing this, the objective would then be to compress the energy of Brave Bird to the surface, enabling it to pierce and obliterate at least 3 waves in a single moment. This final step demands not only mastery of energy, but also impeccable balance, speed, and timing. Jia hoped that during their anticipated stay of approximately a month and a half, Pidgeot would strive earnestly to reach its potential. Indeed, he planned to extend their time here. While Geodude, due to its unique nature, required little more than adequate energy supply for its early stages without extensive training, reaching the level necessary for it to evolve into Golem within a short time frame was unrealistic. Furthermore, preparations for the evolution of Graveler were essential. As for Rockruff, although it was mere levels away from evolution, it required more than just sustenance. It needed comprehensive nurturing, particularly in anticipation of its future form. Given the speed at which Pidgey evolved into Pidgeot, a month seemed a reasonable estimate. To clarify with a simple figure, he currently had 6.9 million in resources, yet if he did nothing over the course of that month, he would likely accrue debts amounting to 1 to 2 million. This situation arose from his prior expenditure of 8 million on special rocks for Geodude, which barely sufficed for a 2-month supply. This highlights the reality that being a true Pokemon trainer is an expensive vocation. Without the 50 discount at the Nibby Gym and the highly efficient training methods he and Zero employed, the cost would have been exponentially higher. Jia estimated that an average individual seeking to replicate his results would likely need to invest around 60 million. As for achieving results with less than 20 million, that was merely a fanciful dream. Of course, another reason for his extended stay was his recent glance at the Bounty Hunter Guild's tasks. He discovered that due to the influx of trainers, numerous high-level tasks were being posted here, making it a lucrative hub. Jia was not particularly anxious about challenging gyms or collecting badges. After all, it was simply a matter of traveling to a city, challenging a gym, and moving on. With travel, rest, and scheduling considered, he could complete a gym challenge in 3 to 4 days, and if all went smoothly, he could collect the remaining 7 badges within a month. Initially, he had intended to linger in each city to seize tasks for profit. But now that they could train and earn simultaneously, the absence of badges was hardly a pressing concern. As he contemplated his plans for the upcoming month, Jia diligently cleaned Pidgeot. The trainers nearby mirrored his actions, each devotedly caring for their Pokémon. In a world rife with nefarious individuals, it was heartening to observe that. Despite their misdeeds, most trainers cherished their Pokémon immensely. Many could not abide negative comments or actions, which is why Lazy's remarks aboard the ship had drawn criticism, even if they contained a grain of truth. In a sense, the people of this world exuded a certain charm. Amidst his busy tasks, Jia smiled. Having grown accustomed to this life, he felt a profound joy at having arrived in this world, which, though different from his memories of a past life, was infinitely more vibrant and authentic. Yet, there were moments when he found himself reminiscing about the past. As he continued his grooming, Pidgeot emitted a soothing coo, nuzzling its large head against Jia's chest. He absent-mindedly stroked its beautiful crest, feeling its silky smoothness, before playfully pushing it away. No fooling around, we are still on duty, he warned with a glance. Pidgeot instantly complied, bowing its head and standing obediently. After a while, Jia clapped his hands, exhaling a sigh of relief as he completed the grooming task, a laborious endeavor that required considerable effort, not merely a matter of cleaning, for otherwise, the majestic Pidgeot could simply dry itself with a gust of hot wind. It necessitates meticulous care. For instance, one must observe the density of the feathers on both sides, determining whether the trainer's intervention is required, and similarly, assess the claws for the appropriate length and sharpness in accordance with their battle habits. Each detail warrants attention. Maintaining the cleanliness of one's Pokémon is imperative, not only concerning their health, but also in fostering the bonds between the trainer and the Pokémon during this process, which holds even greater significance. Naturally, this is not an everyday task. It is typically completed periodically or in portions throughout the day. Today, Tetsuya merely advanced the grooming schedule. The Pidgeot's size is still manageable, while the trainer of the Gyarados beside him appeared to be laboriously scrubbing away, evidently still far from completing today's cleaning objectives. Observing the perspiration glistening on the other's brow, Tetsuya envisioned the future when he would be tasked with grooming the towering Onix or even larger Pokémon. He managed a silent grin before retracting his gaze and departing. As long as he kept his eyes averted, he could avoid imagining what lay ahead. Those matters could be addressed in due time. After all, evasion may be ignoble, yet it is effective for the present. He still needed to prepare dinner for his 3 Pokémon and could not allow them to go hungry. No, he definitely wasn't fleeing reality by leaving. The Gyarados trainer happened to glance up and noticed Tetsuya's hasty departure, pondering that he had wished to engage him in conversation. Chapter 71, Daily Life. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Tetsuya first visited the guest department, where he communicated with a Miss Joy to extend his stay by an additional 40 days. Seizing the opportunity while his Pokémon were still recuperating under Miss Joy's care, he retrieved several packages, transferring them into his spatial backpack to carry into his room. Although the advanced technology of the spatial backpack alleviated the weight of items to some extent, and his strength, honed through rigorous training, could easily rival that of a past boxing champion, moving the 8 million yen worth of rocks still required him to make 4 or 5 trips to accomplish. After expressing his gratitude to Miss Joy, he collected the Pokeballs containing his 3 healed Pokemon. Upon returning to his room, he had scarcely settled down to rest when he commenced preparing dinner for them. The recipe ratios for the rockruff varied at night depending on the types of rocks, necessitating adjustments. However, it was the simplest of the meals. The Incineroar required a reduction in energy block supply, substituting certain berries to create a salad to prevent monotony. And some Chesto berries needed to be exchanged for Pecha berries, necessitating a recalibration of ratios and modifications to the supplementary ingredients. The Pidgeot's diet was adjusted based on the afternoon training outcomes, requiring specific alterations to the ratios of its original diet of berries and lumberries, with additional bone meal and vitamins incorporated. To be honest, were it not for the zero-plan organization scheme, preparing these meals himself would have posed a greater challenge and consumed more mental energy, lacking the comprehensive detail he currently enjoyed. After an hour of diligent work, Tetsuya finally called forth his 3 eagerly awaiting Pokémon, who had lined up expectantly. With their trainer's approval, the trio, varying in size, dashed toward their respective bowls, ready to feast. At this moment, Tetsuya could not yet rest, as he needed to conduct a brief health check on the Rockruff and Incineroar to ensure no issues had arisen from the afternoon battles. Although he had already received confirmation from Miss Joy, he felt compelled to verify their conditions personally for peace of mind. Circling the 2 small Pokémon, obliviously devouring their meals, he meticulously examined the Rockruff's core and the joints of its body, scrutinizing the muscular definition of the Incineroar's legs and the development of the 3 tufts of fur atop its head, among other aspects. Once reassured by the reports provided by Zero, he finally relaxed. Only then did Tetsuya turn his attention to his own dinner. The meal, delivered by the Pokémon Center staff, required nothing more than placing the dishes into a designated cleaning chute. Tonight's offering consisted of curry-infused beef accompanied by 2 vegetable dishes and white rice, complemented by a portion of hot milk that Tetsuya had prepared himself, a delightful repast. What? You inquire how the milk was heated? Just observe the feathers of the Incineroar, which had sprawled out beside him after finishing its meal. That spot served as an excellent heating source. With Pokémon technology, who needs a stove or microwave? Whenever Tetsuya craved hot milk from a large canister, he simply had the Incineroar warm it in its embrace, typically in just 2 minutes, thanks to the high body temperature of this fire-type Pokémon. Were it not for his constant control, the heat radiating from it could easily overwhelm a person. In the future, should he raise an ice-type Pokémon, freezing would require no refrigerator. A simple breath would suffice. Casually discarding his used dishes into the cleaning chute, Tetsuya flopped onto the floor. The Pidgeot, resting nearby, witnessed its trainer collapse onto its soft body. With a slight flutter of its wings to avoid inadvertently striking Tetsuya, the Pidgeot closed its eyes again. The earlier training had thoroughly exhausted it. While it had experienced fatigue before, never had it felt such intensity. Tetsuya leaned his head gently against the Pidgeot's belly, savoring this moment, one of his dreams from a past life, now realized almost daily. Of course, being cradled by a Snorlax would perhaps be even more comfortable, but alas, he could not afford such a luxury. Even with energy blocks, the feeding demands of a Snorlax were no trifling matter. The Incineroar lounged on the couch, lazily stroking its full belly, occasionally letting out a burp, feeling slightly overindulged. The Rockruff, sensing the ambience, leapt onto the table, curling its legs and horns. It transformed into an unremarkable, bluish rock, settling down to rest. In this state, while resting, the Rockruff remained acutely aware of its surroundings, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger. However, in the Pokémon Center, such threats were virtually non-existent. This was a habit Tetsuya had instilled in the Rockruff, preparing it for potential future encounters in the wild. Tetsuya donned his headphones and opened his wristwatch. His study tasks for the day remained unfinished. 3 papers, 2 battle videos to review, and revisiting the 3rd chapter of the breeding exam content, alongside additional materials from the Nibi Gym. As the moon quietly hung in the night sky, the Pokémon Center outside gradually fell into tranquility. From the outside, the lights of various rooms extinguished one by one, sinking into the darkness akin to the night. Only a few rooms remained illuminated, shining steadily. A night devoid of conversation. Tetsuya's internal biological clock, honed over the years, reliably stirred him awake just as the sun was preparing to rise. Stretching his limbs, he carefully rose from his bed. The 3 Pokémon, attuned to his routine, roused synchronously. The Rockruff stood, extending its horns and legs, while the Incineroar shifted its paws from the back of its head to its chest, and the Pidgeot opened its eyes, tilting its head and stretching. Tetsuya smiled at them and proceeded into the bathroom to commence his morning ablutions. By the time he emerged, the 3 little ones, well accustomed to the routine, had already begun their morning stretches, ready to embark on the day's warm-up. The mighty strong chicken is set to engage in a running exercise alongside him. Naturally, it bears a weight, and the weighted vest previously prepared is nearing its maximum capacity. It seems that once evolution occurs, a new vest will be necessary, which entails a considerable expense. Moreover, at this moment, he struggles to keep pace with Strong Chicken. While it may sound pleasant to say they are running together, in reality, Strong Chicken's morning workout distance far exceeds his own. This endeavor primarily aims to foster the bond between trainer and Pokémon, for training together invariably deepens the Pokémon's connection. Next comes the majestic Pidgeot, which will also undertake a weighted flight. He equips it and allows it to soar independently, as he cannot accompany it in flight. Finally, the obedient Shikijika dutifully follows behind. The task assigned by him is to hone its gravitational skills and control its energy. With a snap of his fingers, he sets off with the 3 Pokémon. Chapter 72, Training. As the first rays of sunlight peek over the horizon, Jie and Strong Chicken dash along the sandy beach. He reminds Strong Chicken to focus on its breathing. Running on the beach is more exhausting, requiring attention to the glutes, hamstrings, hip flexors, and legs. During their turnarounds, he advises on various angles of lean and body adjustments. Although Pokémon can self-adjust during training, their ability to do so is relatively slow, lacking the immediate precision required for optimal performance. One of a trainer's primary responsibilities is to instruct their Pokémon on how to adjust swiftly to achieve training and warm-up objectives. After completing several warm-up laps, he gestures for Strong Chicken to continue on its own and returns to Shikijika's side. Strong Chicken's powerful legs propel it forward in exuberant sprints, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Upon entering Shikijika's gravitational field, Jie feels a noticeable compression affecting every part of his body, including his internal organs. After a moment of reflection, he nods slightly. Shikijika's gravitational control has advanced further than before. It is anticipated that once evolution nears completion, it will be ready for the second phase of gravitational skill training. He instructs Shikijika to practice its gravity manipulation for 30 minutes before taking a break, after which he will assign it a new training task. Though Shikijika remains still, Jie, familiar with its demeanor, knows it has heard him and feels reassured as he resumes his own physical training. After more than half an hour, when Pidgeot and Strong Chicken return from their warm-up, he stops to assign the day's tasks. Pidgeot, your morning assignment involves mastering various skill combinations. Fly close to the surface of the water, using your steel wings or wings to attack and create wind pressure that parts the sea, artificially generating waves. Then swirl the water with a tornado and slice through it with air slash. If you encounter naturally formed high waves, attempt to break through them as you did yesterday using Brave Bird. Next, he addresses the issues of shadow clone and substitute confusions, indicating the need for Shikijika. Once you've rested, try to utilize your sand force ability to perceive the properties and flow of sand. Sand, in essence, belongs to the rock category. Control a portion of it using Sand Tomb to enhance your abilities, and then we shall address the issue of stealth rock. Strong Chicken. Today we focus on explosive power training, just as before, but on sand this time. The key points remain the same as during your earlier run. Do not injure yourself. And be mindful of your power output. You need to strengthen the condensation of Flamethrower and Fire Blast. The specifics are. Having laid out the morning training contents in one breath, Jie finds his throat parched. He motions for Pidgeot to commence training from a slightly farther distance and retrieves a bottle of water from his bag, taking a sip. Meanwhile, Strong Chicken diligently secures the equipment for explosive power training onto itself and begins sprinting repeatedly on the sandy terrain. After observing and correcting a few minor mistakes, Strong Chicken's power application begins to refine, leading to the monotonous repetition of actions ahead. Changing into swim trunks, he dashes to a calmer spot and plunges into the ocean to swim. This form of exercise can soothe the mind, promote blood circulation, and alleviate the pressure on muscles while enhancing cardiovascular function. The key lies in engaging all muscle groups without adding weight to the joints. As time progresses and the sun grows increasingly intense, the beach becomes more populated, with many trainers like Jie training their Pokémon. Each trainer has carved out their own training space, and the once quiet environment begins to buzz with the sounds of trainers directing their Pokémon. Different personal habits lead to varied training methods. For instance, Jie prefers to outline all tasks for his Pokémon to undertake independently, while some trainers favor a step-by-step approach, staying close by their Pokémon's side. Time flies during training, and before long, it seems as though the sun, which had just risen, now hangs high in the sky. It is now spring, yet the heat is already palpable. After finishing his swim and drying off, Jie retrieves supplies from his backpack to prepare lunch for the three Pokémon. The afternoon training remains arduous and monotonous, and as a trainer, he must always ensure proper logistical support. Defining the relationship between trainer and Pokémon is challenging. They are part friends, part partners, part family, yet this does not diminish their bond. The aroma of food begins to fill the air, and the beach is dotted with trainers and their Pokémon enjoying meals. Replenishing energy and stamina is an essential step in becoming stronger. As the sun sets, observing the waves crashing once more, Jie calls Shikijika and Strong Chicken back to his side. Most trainers lacking in strength begin to withdraw, aware that their Pokémon are not equipped to handle the challenges ahead. Those stubborn trainers who disregard warnings and wish to test their limits find themselves swept away by the ocean's currents, adrift without knowing where they might end up. This scene is unsuitable for Strong Chicken and Shikijika, yet he cannot recall their Pokeballs. They must witness Pidgeot's confrontation with the forces of nature. This experience will bolster their resolve to grow stronger, for the pursuit of strength may stem from an innate desire for safety, yet it often lacks endurance or grandeur. Trainers must provide them with a clear objective. Once they evolve into their final forms, Jie believes they will be capable of achieving similar feats to Pidgeot. Indeed, as he observes Pidgeot's valiant stance, there appears to be a spark of inspiration in Strong Chicken's eyes, while the typically reticent Shikijika, sensing the surroundings, lets out a rare call. Within Jie's team, Pidgeot holds the position of elder brother, owing to its age and strength. and thus takes care of the other two Pokémon with great attentiveness. With a smile, he addresses Strong Chicken and Shikijika, saying, "Do you feel it? You two will become this strong, and only grow stronger." The voices of the two Pokémon resonate with anticipation and excitement. After a long day of rigorous training, Jie returns to the Pokémon Center with his three companions, entrusting Nurse Joy with their recovery. In this moment, he finally finds a rare chance to breathe and rest, seated alongside several other trainers in similar states. The life of a true trainer is far from the imagined ease. Chapter 73. Additional Tasks and Combat Refinement. Aside from the scant moments of leisure and joy amidst their travels, most trainers and their Pokémon found themselves entrenched in monotonous training and fierce battles. A few exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding palpable. Suddenly, the alert from Tetsuya's wristwatch broke the silence, startling him. It was impossible for it to be a notification from Miss Joy, as he had barely taken his seat. Who, then, could be sending him a message? With curiosity piqued, Tetsuya tapped on his watch to read the message. After a moment, he raised his head in comprehension. The message was from Professor Yamanashi, lengthy in its entirety. But the gist was a request for Tetsuya to temporarily teach some younger students at a prestigious academy adjacent to Hualan City as a breeder. He inquired about Tetsuya's lack of a breeder certificate, to which Professor Yamanashi waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that under his endorsement, such a document was unnecessary. Through a week of exchanges aboard the ship, Professor Yamanashi had come to greatly appreciate Tetsuya's abilities and learning attitude. Upon discussing this matter with Professor Oak, he had highly recommended Tetsuya. Professor Oak, well aware of his assistant and dear friend's character, readily agreed after a brief review of Tetsuya's credentials. Although Tetsuya was unsure of the specifics of the process, and Professor Yamanashi had downplayed some aspects, he clearly understood that this represented the professor's care and support for him. Otherwise, given Professor Oak's reputation, the mere mention of needing a breeder would undoubtedly draw a plethora of willing candidates, many of whom would be far less qualified than Tetsuya. After sincerely expressing his gratitude to Professor Yamanashi, Tetsuya realized he was about to embark on a new wave of busyness, as he needed to devise an exceptional teaching plan for this task. As for remuneration, it was entirely pro bono. How could one charge for teaching children? After all, they were the future blooms of the Alliance, and was Tetsuya not the kind of person to seek profit from such noble endeavors? Engaging in light conversation with several trainers from various regions, including Sinnoh and Hoenn, they shared tales from their travels, broadening each other's horizons. It was undeniable that the cultural differences among regions were vast, explaining why so many trainers were captivated by the exploration of the world. Many wonders could only be grasped through direct experience. For instance, Tetsuya had previously only known that the Sinnoh region was divided into two parts by Mount Coronet and had heard of the Shellos, a Pokémon whose form and coloration could easily change based on its habitat. There existed examples of regional differentiation, such as the blue Shellos found in the east and the pink variant in the west. However, due to the significant distance between regions, Tetsuya had never witnessed this peculiar phenomenon firsthand. A trainer from Sinnoh enthusiastically showcased his 4 different forms of Shellos and Gastrodon to the group, Tetsuya included. He remarked that he had no particular fondness for other Pokémon, but held a unique affection for these. Observing the interaction between the trainer and his 4 Pokémon, along with the intimacy in their gazes, one could not help but marvel at the myriad of extraordinary relationships that Pokémon brought into the world. Additionally, a trainer from Hoenn presented images of the unique underwater islands from his homeland. Watching the videos he shared, one could only be awed by the majesty of nature. As time slipped away, the trainers who had been sharing their stories gradually departed with their rejuvenated Pokémon, and soon it was Tetsuya's turn. He exchanged farewells with the remaining trainers, expressing his hope for future conversations before returning to his room with his 3 little companions. As usual, he completed the evening feeding routine, and while his Pokémon settled into rest, Tetsuya continued his studies. For trainers, alongside their families and the Pokémon who felt like family, solitude often prevailed, though moments of camaraderie occasionally emerged. Only a rare few trainers possessed the deep trust necessary to embark on adventures with reliable partners, such as those specializing in double battles. The lights in the room remained aglow, creating an illusion as if they had never dimmed. Machoke, unleash a fire punch against its body. With that command, the opposing Pokémon swiftly emitted a cry of distress. However, the Scyther, renowned as the bug-type warrior and ninja, demonstrated remarkable tenacity, refusing to succumb to the onslaught of Fire Punch despite the pain. It endured, retaliating with a double strike. Confounded by the speed of this peculiar Pokémon, which it had never encountered in the forest. Scyther found its proudest move, the Fury Cutter, evaded time and again. After testing its opponent's agility a couple of times, Scyther's vast hunting experience led it to conclude that this battle might not end favorably. Yet, pride compelled it to launch relentless assaults against its opponent. In a flash, it executed a series of swift moves, Shadow Clone, Slash, and Fury Cutter, all of which would typically overwhelm ordinary Pokémon. Yet, the damage inflicted was negligible, as its opponent's speed only increased, causing Scyther's focused attacks to miss their mark. Calmly, Machoke utilized Thunder Punch and Fire Punch to block the double strike, subsequently landing 2 of its Farmer's Punches on Scyther. The aging and battered Scyther could not withstand such a blow, losing its ability to fight, though it still managed to hold itself upright. Tetsuya shook his head in regret. This was not to say that Machoke had killed the Scyther. In the world of Pokémon battles, certain rules governed combat. At this moment, it had merely lost its fighting capacity. Continuing the assault could indeed lead to a Pokémon's demise, but few trainers would choose that path. As for the life-and-death duels among wild Pokémon, trainers would never interfere. This was an ironclad rule developed over countless years. Tetsuya lamented the lost potential of this Scyther, from its solitary existence and physical condition, combined with its battle experience. It was clear that this Scyther had likely been ousted from its group after failing to secure a leadership position, akin to an old wolf in its twilight years. Through the passage of time, its mastery of skills had become nothing short of exceptional. Its reflexes and situational awareness were commendable, as it had clearly outpaced Machoke in several exchanges. Tetsuya noted that on multiple occasions, Scyther had anticipated Machoke's attacks, yet its own body could not escape the inevitable. Machoke's victory stemmed merely from its speed advantage, and during the battle, it had been forced into several unnecessary mistakes by Scyther's crafty maneuvers. After a moment of contemplation, Tetsuya set Scyther aside. Chapter 74, A Request. After administering a simple spray of healing ointment to Scyther, Tetsuya instructed Machoke to keep watch over it. He then had Pidgeot and Geodude maintain vigilance while he began to prepare lunch for the day. Unfortunately, he was no humanoid Chansey. Administering a bit of ointment in the wild was quite a commendable method of treatment. The fate of most wild Pokémon that lost their fighting capacity in the wilderness was death. He considered this act to be an act of mercy. This was also why he had longed for a Pokémon capable of using healing moves like Heal Pulse or Grassy Terrain. Any Pokémon with suitable aptitude would suffice. He did not demand a champion-level specimen. To survive long-term in the wild, sustainability was paramount. If the duration of support was too short, the benefits would diminish. And more importantly, one's safety could not be guaranteed. For instance, he now finds himself returning to the town every half-day to restore the condition of his 3 Pokémon, significantly diminishing his efficiency. Unfortunately, the number of recovery-type skills is exceedingly limited, and the difficulty of mastering them is notably high. Coupled with the scarcity of Pokémon that can learn these skills, and the added challenge of finding those with commendable potential to cultivate for sustainability, it becomes an arduous task of monumental proportions. Otherwise, after such an extended period, it would not be the case that the Joy family has nearly monopolized the entire related market. It is rumored that the Joy family possesses secret methods enabling their Chansey lineage to swiftly master skills such as Healing Wave, Life Dew, and Heal Wish. Yet this has never been substantiated by anyone. As Jia prepared lunch, his mind continued to dwell on the issue of his team's healer. Strangely enough, the recovery skill Life Dew, which belongs to the water type, is predominantly mastered by psychic-type Pokémon or specialized Pokémon like Swablu and Chansey. Among water-type Pokémon, only the normal state Sunflora, Milotic, and Lapras are capable of learning this skill. Regrettably, acquiring any of these 3 seems highly improbable for Jia. Sunflora is first and foremost a no-go. Aside from the possibility of learning Life Dew, it is riddled with too many other shortcomings. The notion of a Sunflora capable of utilizing Life Dew is almost fanciful. Regarding Milotic, while he understands that Phoeba evolves through concepts of beauty or splendid scales, he finds the former somewhat elusive. The latter is virtually monopolized by the Glassy Gym, which has openly declared a significant acquisition of them. Many are curious about what the Glassy Gym intends to do with such seemingly useless yet aesthetically rare scales. A few individuals secretly hoard them, refraining from selling, convinced of their unique properties, and delve into frenzied research. Jia is well aware of the situation but cannot voice it, as it would be mere conjecture and could lead to trouble. Competing for them is futile, and given the exceedingly low probability of encountering high-potential individuals of Phoeba and Magikarp, he has no choice but to pass. Lapras, in every conceivable sense, is exceptionally commendable. Its Its offensive capabilities, potential, and strength are all remarkably outstanding. Moreover, due to its gentle disposition, it is hailed on forums as the quintessential choice for all trainers seeking a maritime companion. Alas, it is now teetering on the brink of extinction due to rampant illegal capture, and the League has imposed a strict ban on its cultivation for preservation purposes. Reports suggest that the protective measures and penalties in the Alola region are particularly stringent, leaving uncertainty about the future. Sighing, Jie concluded that the best option remained a grass-type Pokémon, which is precisely why he opted for a Leaf Stone. Pokémon from Kanto and its neighboring regions, such as Bulbasaur, Oddish, and Togepi, as well as Trico, Acorn Pokémon, and even including Tropius, Paras, Bellsprout, Turtwig, and Snivy, all have the potential to learn the skill grassy terrain. Compared to the tragically limited number of Pokémon capable of learning other recovery skills, this presents an abundance of choices. Having finished feeding Pidgeotto and Geodude, he held his lunch for Blaziken and another spare bowl containing several energy cubes, addressing the nearby Scyther. "If you're awake, you should eat too." With a languid blink, Scyther opened its eyes, sensing that this human bore no significant malice. Blaziken also accepted the bowl from Jie's hands, naturally offering one of the cubes to Scyther. It was a joke. Although it was somewhat younger and lacking in combat experience, it was certainly capable of discerning whether a Pokémon was awake or not. Its trainer had long recognized this, and since there was no immediate action required, it saw no need to intervene. It held a degree of admiration for the seasoned warrior before it. After a moment's hesitation, Scyther accepted the food offered by Blaziken. It wasn't the aroma that enticed it. After all, throughout its years, it had tasted an array of berries and foods. The primary reason was the watchful presence of Pidgeotto and Geodude, along with Blaziken's attention directed toward it. It understood that escape was not an option. Thus, it decided to observe what this human intended to do, rationalizing that partaking in a meal wouldn't be excessive. Placing the bowl on the ground, Scyther used its scythe-like appendage to pick up an energy cube and bring it to its mouth, narrowing its eyes in delight. The flavor was familiar. It recalled times when it and its clan feasted on the spoils from a trainer, having savored this delicacy in batches for quite a while. Regrettably, there weren't many trainers who possessed such items, and subsequent hunting forays with its clan yielded no success. Jie maintained a safe distance while enjoying his lunch, inquiring loudly of Scyther, "Scyther, would you be interested in teaching my Blaziken some battle techniques?" Directness was essential when communicating with Pokémon. Beating around the bush was futile, and this was one of the reasons he cherished Pokémon. Scyther responded with a curious chirp, "Satella." "Blaziken, who is that?" Scyther inquired, perplexed. "Chick." Blaziken, amidst its busy schedule, answered, "It's me." Scyther nodded in realization. So this fellow was named Blaziken. However, it pondered what a chicken was. A myriad of questions swirled in its small head, though they did not impede its consumption. "You agreed? That's wonderful." Jie was astonished by Scyther's swift and agreeable response, as he hadn't even begun to persuade further. "So, every other day, around the time the sun crests the treetops, I will come here, and you can instruct Blaziken. I will cover the meals during this time, and again at sunset." With a blink, Scyther was about to express its discontent, thinking, "When did I agree to this? Don't presume, just because there are 3 of us." However, upon hearing Jie's concluding statement, it shifted its stance immediately. With a composed nod, Scyther signified its satisfaction with the proposal and the terms offered. It believed its earlier nod had indeed indicated agreement. This human seemed to understand it quite well. Furthermore, the Pokémon called Blaziken beside him was indeed impressive, meriting its guidance. Jie was elated. His initial purpose for venturing out was merely to accomplish daily tasks and earn some cultivation funds, yet he had unexpectedly encountered such a reasonable and battle-hardened veteran. Guiding battle experience was relatively minor. The crux of the matter was that he estimated this Scyther might also possess Swords Dance and Hone Claws, not to mention the potential for focus energy. His primary objective was for Blaziken to master Swords Dance and Hone Claws with proficiency. Imagine a Blaziken with hidden acceleration capabilities, paired with focus energy, Hone Claws, and Swords Dance. What an astounding skill combination that would be. Jie could hardly contain his excitement at the thought of redefining Blaziken's role as an assassin. A true assassin should charge headfirst into every enemy, eschewing the need for evasion. The only price he had to pay was a few energy cubes, which, while not inexpensive, paled in comparison to the potential returns. Scyther and Blaziken quickly finished their lunch. "Satella." Scyther promptly flew to a nearby clearing, gesturing for Blaziken to join it there. With Jie's affirmation, Blaziken approached the designated spot. After all, guiding in battle was Scyther's forte, as it had taught many young ones within its clan. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia and solitude passed through his eyes as the Scyther allowed the Machoke to control its strength and began to engage in battle with itself. Chatemo. Observing the two Pokémon diligently practicing nearby, Tetsuya could only reflect on his own fortunate circumstances. It is essential to recognize that not all wild Pokémon are so amenable or diligent, particularly those as proud as the Scyther. For many Pokémon, guiding the victor after being defeated is an unacceptable notion. More often than not, they would simply turn and leave in a huff, venting their frustration through further conflict. Dengoro, beeped the Rockruff, signaling an approaching enemy. Tetsuya squinted, gesturing to the halted Scyther and Machoke to disregard it and continue their training. The Machoke, reassured by its trainer's command, complied without hesitation, while the Scyther hesitated momentarily but soon realized it had overthought the situation. Having lived in this area for so long, it was acutely aware that the nearby Pidgeot posed no threat whatsoever, directing the Pidgeot to unleash its gust attack. The hidden foes lurking amidst the trees and underbrush were revealed, for mischievous Mankeys. Upon realizing their presence in the open, the initially timid Mankeys began to exhibit signs of agitation. Air Slash. Tetsuya commanded the Pidgeot to strike. This was a clear indication of the Mankeys' impending fury. Once enraged, they would recklessly charge forward, disregarding their own limitations, which could be quite bothersome. With a brief moment of charging, the Pidgeot flapped its wings twice, unleashing 4 razor-sharp air blades that swiftly sliced through the Mankeys. Tetsuya nodded in satisfaction. It appeared the Pidgeot's training had indeed been fruitful, as the charging time for Air Slash had noticeably diminished. Although it was unlikely to achieve instantaneous execution, a shorter release time would significantly enhance their chances of victory in battles. The Mankeys barely had time to react before being struck. The sheer force of the attack sent their diminutive bodies soaring, with 2 of them crashing into a nearby tree, emitting painful cries. Without waiting for further instructions, the Pidgeot rapidly closed in on the Mankeys, its steel wings gleaming with a metallic sheen. Almost synchronously with Tetsuya's command, the Pidgeot's wings shimmered as it sliced through the 4 Mankeys, who had just begun to rise. Tetsuya murmured in astonishment. Remarkably, one Mankey had not yet lost its fighting capability, attempting to rise with its arms supporting its weight. Gust. A gentle breeze swept over the Mankey, and its already weary form collapsed, joining its companions beneath the foliage. Tetsuya chose not to concern himself further with the Mankeys. They would naturally flee upon regaining consciousness. Wild Pokémon are astute, and after a defeat, they are quick to comprehend the disparity in strength, refraining from any further aggression. Dengoro. The Rockruff expressed its desire to battle. Tetsuya affectionately patted its protruding horn, reassuring it. Patience. Once you evolve, you shall partake in the fray. He could sense the Rockruff's eagerness throughout its training. It had participated in direct confrontations only a handful of times, predominantly serving as an auxiliary presence. It was no wonder it yearned for a chance to fight. Turning his attention back to the Scyther and Machoke, he reflected on how high potential not only signifies energy capacity, but also implies superior learning abilities compared to those with comparatively lower potential. Of course, this is not a fixed measure. Pokémon of elite potential may excel in skill acquisition even beyond certain semi-champion or champion-tier Pokémon. Just as he pondered this, the Machoke executed a swift spin, and Tetsuya felt its aura intensify slightly. Is that Sword's Dance? He was taken aback. While the enhancement was slight, it was indeed evident. Even with complete confidence in his Machoke, he hadn't anticipated it mastering such a technique so swiftly. An endeavor rated 4 stars in difficulty by the professors, with 5 being the utmost. The Scyther blinked in surprise. How had this Machoke grasped the technique so quickly? It had merely mentioned it in passing during their training. The Machoke inquired respectfully, seeking confirmation. That is correct. The Scyther replied, maintaining an air of nonchalance. This skill is relatively simple. Among the Pokémon I've seen learn it, your comprehension speed ranks above average. Suppressing a smirk, the Scyther offered the Machoke a slight compliment. The Machoke stood in reverence, acknowledging the master's breadth of knowledge and experience. Suddenly, the Rockruff executed a rock slide towards the underbrush. Tetsuya turned, puzzled. The Pidgeot had not issued a warning. What prompted the Rockruff's unexpected attack on the foliage? Chapter 76, An Unexpected Encounter. Tetsuya examined the 2 small fossils in his hand, his expression bemused. The Rockruff's target had been the 4 Mankeys, who had unknowingly retreated but were now returning. The Pidgeot had refrained from sounding an alarm, as these Mankeys had proven too inconsequential following their swift defeat, lacking the strength to warrant concern. Should they genuinely attempt an assault, the Pidgeot was confident in its ability to respond effectively. Moreover, it had faith in the Rockruff, which had proven itself a capable lookout. After being struck, the Mankeys were preparing to retaliate when the Pidgeot's cold gaze fell upon them. Their bristling fur lay flat as if nothing had transpired, demonstrating their instinctive understanding of power dynamics. While Mankeys are known for their explosive tempers, their aggression is often tempered by an awareness of their adversary's strength, particularly when facing a foe as formidable as the Pidgeot, who had easily dispatched them. The apparent leader of the Mankeys, after a moment of hesitation and the urging of its companions, stepped forward cautiously, raising an object high above its head to present to the Pidgeot. The Pidgeot glanced at the object, merely a dull rock, devoid of interest. However, Tetsuya's eyes narrowed. These were ancient fossils, albeit small. The Mankeys chattered excitedly, conveying their desire for the Pidgeot to become their leader. They believed that under the guidance of such a powerful being, they could dominate the forest. Offering their most cherished treasures, they hoped the Pidgeot would accept their allegiance. Glancing at his indifferent trainer, the Pidgeot understood. It spread its wings, signaling the Mankeys to place the fossils on the ground beside them. The Mankeys' faces lit up with joy, interpreting this as the Pidgeot's acceptance of their submission. With such a formidable ally, they felt secure against potential threats. As the Pidgeot flapped its wings, the Mankeys hastily assembled before it, bracing themselves for what they assumed would be instructions or admonishments from their new leader. With a powerful sweep of its wings, the Pidgeot unleashed a fierce gust. For mischievous monkey creatures were swept into the air by the wind, soaring toward the distant forest in a state of bewilderment. Pidgeot remarked that it had already shown considerable kindness by not blowing them toward the rocky terrain. Upon landing amidst the trees, they could rely on the branches for a gentle descent. Given the resilience of their species, they would likely emerge unscathed after a brief recovery. Moreover, the agility of the monkeys was commendable. Conversely, had they been hurled onto the rocky ground, each would have met a grim fate. With pits littered with the ashes of fallen Pokémon, Gia found himself somewhat dazed by Pidgeot's series of maneuvers, pondering where it had learned such techniques. As he meticulously preened its feathers, his thoughts momentarily faltered, prompting Pidgeot to call out and shake its body. "Hey, trainer, why are you zoning out? You've got everything back. Give it a good massage, will you?" Gia, somewhat exasperated, lightly tapped Pidgeot on the head, left speechless. It must be noted that Pidgeot's current personality had indeed been influenced by Gia. In this tangible world, Pokémon personalities do not exhibit the exaggerated effects seen in games, where percentages amplify traits. Such notions seem rather un-Pokémon-like. However, subtle influences do manifest. For instance, courageous Pokémon adapt to battles more readily in their youth, while fervent ones can become reckless during combat, easily falling into traps, and so forth. Naturally, trainers provide timely guidance from an observer's perspective, effectively mitigating potential issues arising from a Pokémon's character during battles. The personalities of Pokémon are predominantly shaped through experience, with the trainer being the most significant influence. Taking Gia's own experience as an example, he began caring for Pidgeot the moment it hatched from its egg. At that time, he had few friends to converse with. His only companion was a previous Rattata, which sadly fell victim to a sparrow's claws. Thus, Pidgeot became his second confidant, free from the worry of its repeating his words. The process of translating human language into Pokémon language and back again is fraught with discrepancies, leading to varied interpretations. Throughout their lengthy conversations, Pidgeot's personality transformed into its current talkative and cheeky self. Alarmingly, it seemed that the vigorous Corphish was also showing signs of being influenced by Pidgeot. Fortunately, Shrimpy remained unaffected. Suddenly, Corphish made a miscalculated move. "Chuck!" The Scyther expressed its displeasure, questioning Corphish's lapse in focus. "Chuck!" Corphish hastily apologized and resumed its training. Though it couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that its trainer had called out to it just moments ago, was it merely an illusion? Gia picked up 2 small fossils, inspecting them closely before stowing them away in the depths of his backpack, thinking it prudent to keep them, as they were acquired for free and might appreciate in value over time. He left some food as a reward for Scyther and, glancing at the time, bid farewell to his 3 Pokémon, as he still had tasks to complete. Time to earn some money, Gia mentally encouraged himself. Scyther gazed at the retreating figure of Gia and his 3 companions, departing with the food, hoping that the trainer and Corphish would return, as they had promised. The aging silhouette appeared particularly solitary. As Gia stepped through the automatic doors of the Pokémon Center, the setting sun cast a warm glow on the horizon. Fortune smiled upon him. After swiftly concluding Corphish's training, he had located his task objective and, upon defeating it, returned with the materials to submit his quest, earning a tidy sum. After restoring his 3 Pokémon, he felt a sudden urge to visit the quaint seaside cottage perched atop the white cliff. Curious as to why it attracted so many couples, having spent several days in the area without visiting, he had heard that the sunset views were spectacular. Exiting the center and retrieving his electric bike, Jie set off toward the cliff. As he sped along, he noticed couples riding tandem bicycles, alongside a talented dog performing tricks by the roadside. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, he observed an area cordoned off, guarded by a rare Clawitzer with a formidable cannon-like arm. Looks like some affluent family's child is playing here, Jie mused. A small orange-haired figure sat near the massive claws of the Clawitzer, partially obscured. Chapter 77. Even trainers must play 007. The Clawitzer was exceptionally rare, with only 2 documented sightings in the Kanto region, both associated with powerful elite trainers. One was known to possess championship-level strength, a fact Jie learned during a conversation with Professor Yamanashi. Most likely, this child was a favored descendant of one of those trainers. Although Jie paid little heed, considering they could also be a tourist. As a renowned tourist destination in Kanto, the seaside cottage attracted many visitors and remained relatively safe. Even among dark organizations, few would dare risk the wrath of the Kanto League by launching an attack here. Besides, the nearby White Cape was a gathering place for trainers. Should an attack occur, Jie believed it would be challenging to ascertain who was the aggressor, unless one were of champion caliber. Otherwise, sheer numbers would still prove effective. Reaching the cliff's apex, Jie took a moment to admire the breathtaking scenery. The dying rays of the sun filtered through the clouds, casting shimmering golden spots upon the ocean's surface. The horizon, where the sea met the sky, appeared enveloped in a crimson veil, exuding an enchanting allure. Overcome by the beauty of the moment, Jie couldn't help but shout joyfully into the sea. The orange-haired figure, startled by his exuberance, turned briefly to glance before retreating as if frightened. Clawitzer instinctively moved its body, shielding the child while its yellow, squinty eyes focused on Jie. Noticing Clawitzer's gaze, Jie, having released his pent-up energy, smiled at it, and immediately summoned Pidgeot to carry him down the cliff. Upon landing, his fear of heights left him slightly pale, but he quickly retrieved his bike and headed back to the Pokémon Center. It was time to feed his 3 Pokémon, otherwise, they might cause a commotion later. And he was pressed for time. The night passed without incident. In the following days, the townsfolk noticed a remarkably handsome boy who had taken up running as part of his morning exercise routine, even before the sun had risen. Accompanying him was a corfish clad in a black weighted vest. Every other day, he could be seen heading to the beach or the forest, often remaining there for the entire day. Only around 6 or 7 in the evening, with the sun nearly set, would he hurriedly return to the Pokémon Center, covered in dust. For the elderly, this provided ample fodder for conversation. They had witnessed another diligent young person and even speculated on how long he would maintain this routine. One day turned into 2, then a week, and half a month, eventually spanning an entire month. After 30 days, the elderly were astonished to find that, regardless of the weather, the boy had persisted, until suddenly, one day, he vanished. They understood he had most likely left the area. Mantle rock, gravity, distortion. A deep, steady male voice resonated through the forest. Dengoro. The responding sound was even more subdued and muffled. The green scyther on the opposite side moved within the gravitational field, occasionally displaying a fleeting expression of pain. The crux of the matter lies in its erratic speed. One cannot discern whether this inconsistency stems from its own control or some other factor. Enough now, I declared, clapping my hands to signal the conclusion of this experiment. The mantle rock silently retracted its gravitational field, and the flying mantis exhaled a sigh of relief, finding the ordeal quite taxing for its aged form. Were it not for the compensation offered, it would have little inclination to engage in such endeavors. Jie nodded in satisfaction, as the evolution of the mantle rock into a litho ball had shown remarkable progress over the subsequent 10 days. Indeed, after 30 days of relentless nourishment, the litho ball had ultimately crossed that threshold and successfully evolved into a mantle rock. Mantle rock, classification, rock type, Pokémon type, rock height, 11 meters, average 0.9 m, weight, 144 kilograms, average 102 kilograms, ability, shattered armor. If damaged by physical moves, defense decreases, but speed increases significantly. Hidden ability, sand force. In sandstorm weather, the power of rock type. Ground type and steel type moves increases. Moves, tackle, sand attack, harden, stealth rock, gravity, inherited, wide guard inherited, rock slide, mud slap, stone edge, iron defense, headbutt, rest, snore, sandstorm, endure, rock lock, rock blast, heavy slam. Level 26, Normal, Potential, Champion Breeding Method. Due to the unique nature of the Pokémon, it evolves through high-energy nutrient solutions, synthesis, as follows. Accompanied by various special rocks, these can yield differing impacts on its exterior rock formations, specifics as follows. This is the detailed account of the mantle rock provided by Zero. In comparison to its peers, the mantle rock's height is not particularly remarkable. However, its weight appears somewhat exaggerated due to Jie's focused nurturing. In terms of skills, the ordinary level mantle rock boasts a repertoire that rivals that of most newly minted elite level Pokémon, thanks to the enhancement of knowledge and mastery of numerous skill principles. Compared to its time as a litho ball, the breeding method for evolving into a mantle rock has not undergone significant changes. This is because the orange protrusions on the mantle rock and the internal energy core are composed of the same material, resulting in a portion of energy manifesting as orange energy crystals distributed across its body. Moreover, when the internal energy of the mantle rock surges, the existing orange crystals radiate a brilliant glow, often signaling the opportune moment for its evolution into a golem. Unfortunately, many trainers remain unaware that the mantle rock is capable of further evolution, thereby failing to capitalize on this potential. This was Uncle Xiaojing's response. Prior to this, through continuous nourishment of the mantle rock, the energy crystals on its body would periodically shed. According to the data, if the energy crystals had not detached after approximately 15 days of sustained nourishment, this serves as one of the indicators of its potential for evolution. Upon evolving into a golem, it can actively expend energy to create crystals. It is worth noting that these crystals are excellent solidified energy sources. Many rock-type Pokémon consider them a valuable source of nutrients. Before its evolution, the Litho Ball's formula primarily relied on these crystals. With a sense of relief, Jie reflected that, according to Uncle Xiaojing, the energy crystals shed during this period could be valued at approximately 1 million, providing a significant return despite the increased daily consumption. However, once evolved into a golem, the process of crystal production would be quite taxing, leading to potential exhaustion if overdone. Reflecting on the past 40 days, Jie felt a profound sense of worth. He had come to regard himself as a devoted practitioner. While ordinary trainers adhere to the 9-to-5 routine, he had transformed into a near insomniac, and were it not for the visible progress of his 3 Pokémon each day, he might have faltered in his resolve. Jie cast his gaze toward the side, where the zealous chicken was holding its breath. Chapter 78. The Marvel of Evolution and Exaggerated Figures. The level of the zealous chicken had now reached 36. Jie believed its evolution level should be comparable to that of a Fearow. The reason for its lack of evolution thus far may be akin to that of a Fearow, lacking a battle that encompassed all necessary conditions. Even he could not recall what specific conditions had led to Fearow's sudden evolution. Perhaps it was a vigorous battle, as the zealous chicken had experienced a lamentably scant number of truly meaningful contests during these 40 days. In the small town near White Cape, despite the presence of numerous Pokémon and trainers of considerable strength, and the ample size of the battle arena at the Pokémon Center, few engaged in combat. After a day of exhaustive training, who among normal trainers and Pokémon would still possess the inclination to battle, both physically and mentally? Regarding task completion, Jie usually deployed all 3 Pokémon simultaneously, not engaging in formal battles or capture contests, who needed one-on-one duels. Evolution is indeed a wondrous phenomenon, aside from certain artificially induced methods, such as communication evolution. The natural evolution of Pokémon follows no discernible pattern. Hence, Jie remained uncertain about what it would take for the zealous chicken to evolve. However, today marked the day of departure. Otherwise, he risked insufficient time for challenging the gym, necessitating a contingency plan. Jie pondered, what if it takes a while? Surely, the evolution of the zealous chicken cannot hinder its qualifications for the championship, right? He found himself momentarily entranced as the zealous chicken suddenly emanated a white glow. No way. Are you preparing to evolve while standing there in meditation? Or is this some newfound skill you've grasped? As the white light enveloped the zealous chicken, obscuring it from view, Jie snapped back to reality. Goodness, the zealous chicken was indeed evolving into a Blaziken. Was it his own thoughts that triggered this miraculous occurrence? How embarrassing. As time passed, the white light receded, revealing a striking Blaziken before Jie. Clad in pristine white feathers, with a V-shaped comb, bandaged sharp claws, and robust legs. Its blue eyes contrasted sharply with its overall coloration, accentuating its exceptional presence. Flames sporadically erupted from its arms and legs, a consequence of the newly evolved Blaziken struggling to control its internal energy. Oh my! The Blaziken opened its tightly shut eyes, raising its claws and feet to feel the strength of its powerful muscles and energy, emitting an excited cry. Jia hurriedly encouraged the Blaziken to regain balance in its newly evolved form. He summoned the Blaziken's information, skimming past the unnecessary details. A glance revealed its stature, too. 25 meters in height and 65 kilograms in weight, which, relative to the average values of 9 meters and 52 kilograms, could only be deemed average. In fact, Firo now stood at 95 meters and 50 kilograms, significantly surpassing the average of its kind by nearly a quarter, rendering its statistics visually appealing. However, the two species are distinct and not directly comparable. As a bird of prey, Firo's larger and sturdier physique is advantageous. In contrast, Blaziken, as a fighting-type Pokémon, requires a balanced physical state. Excessive height or weight would hinder its combat effectiveness, particularly if it could not master its own body. According to Zero's analysis, Blaziken's current physique is relatively ideal for its own capabilities. It is likely that only upon breaking through to the champion rank or achieving greater strength will its physique see slight growth, yet the changes will not be substantial. Overall, the deductions made by Tetsuya did not exceed expectations, proving to be quite reasonable. Subsequently, the level has risen from 36 to 39. It seems that the investment in nurturing has not been in vain. If the Talonflame does not exert itself further, it may soon find itself surpassed by its younger counterpart. In terms of skills, the Machoke has become the most well-rounded Pokémon in Tetsuya's possession thus far, mastering a plethora of offensive and status-altering techniques, showcasing an impressive array of strategies for battle. Now, we arrive at the stage of utmost concern, the cultivation plan. Although he had previously contemplated the scheme independently, uncertainty lingered. What if he made an error? Verification through the Zero Pokémon was essential. Upon meticulous examination, Tetsuya rolled his eyes in anticipation, finding the situation somewhat exaggerated. According to the current calculations, the monthly nurturing cost for the Talonflame amounts to a staggering 12 million, averaging around 400,000 daily, an increase of 50% compared to before. It is worth noting that even a typical B-rank task yields merely 2 to 300,000. Thus, 2 such tasks would be necessary each day to balance the expenses. He inwardly lamented, what a gold-devouring beast this is. Coupled with the sustained special period of the Mantle Rock and the high costs associated with nurturing the Talonflame, a simple calculation revealed that daily expenses for nurturing alone would reach approximately 900,000. No wonder most trainers encounter a prolonged bottleneck when raising 3 Pokémon to the elite level. Tetsuya is about to face the same predicament. Without financial resources, sustaining such a venture is nearly impossible, especially since Tetsuya benefits from Miss Joy's generous treatment, allowing for slightly more efficient earnings. Considering the training aspect, he could manage a maximum of 3 B-rank tasks over 2 days, yielding a meager daily income of around 450,000. When factoring in additional earnings from side jobs, he might barely sustain this expenditure rate. A typical civilian trainer would find it utterly unfeasible to achieve such a feat even when encountering similar circumstances. They would already be among the elite of their ranks. Naturally, their Pokémon nurturing requirements would not compare to Tetsuya's 3 highly qualified Pokémon. However, their costs would be higher for achieving the same outcomes, compounded by slower earnings due to lower strength. Thus, they must rely on time to gradually improve. Tetsuya's thoughts wandered. Next, the Talonflame's call snapped him back to reality. At this moment, the Talonflame had extinguished all flames surrounding it. Well done, Tetsuya praised with a smile. Instinctively, he wished to pat its head in encouragement, reminiscent of past interactions with Machoke. However, gazing at the formidable creature before him, he suddenly realized that reaching its head was quite a challenge. Jumping was not an option. The Talonflame, perceiving its trainer's awkwardness, lowered its stature by bending a knee, bringing its head closer to Tetsuya's hand. You've grown as well, Tetsuya remarked with a sense of nostalgia, stroking the white feathers atop its head. Chirp! The Talonflame exclaimed joyfully. Bibi, Dengoro. Both the Talonflame and Mantle Rock celebrated alongside him. Tetsuya then turned towards the Scyther leaning against a tree nearby. Chapter 79, Departure. Sadarai, the Scyther of course, understood what he intended to convey. After 20 days of companionship, a harmonious bond had formed between the human and Pokémon. It acknowledged that this human was quite commendable, and the suggestions offered were reasonable. Yet, it could not acquiesce. Thus, seizing the opportunity before Tetsuya could speak, it shook its head, preemptively expressing its refusal. Tetsuya, equally resigned, shook his head in turn, abandoning his thoughts. Prior to this, he had been communicating with the Scyther, hoping it would accompany him for a while longer. continuing its role as a mentor to the now-evolved Talonflame. Despite having learned under the Scyther's guidance for some time, the Talonflame still had much to master. He had even arranged for subsequent placement. However, the Scyther, proud and steadfast in its convictions, firmly rejected his proposal. Even now, with Machoke having evolved into Talonflame, and the trio preparing to depart, it remained resolute in its decision. Tetsuya fully understood and respected the Scyther's choice, even though he felt a profound sense of regret. He did not compel it. After all, forcibly capturing the Scyther would be a simple task for him, yet that was not his desire, nor would it yield any benefits. Next, the Talonflame also looked towards the Scyther. The Scyther resolutely shook its head. Samurai. It then flared its blade-like wings, leaping into the air, ready to soar away into the distance. Wait, Tetsuya called out hastily, retrieving a bag of energy cubes he had long prepared from his spatial backpack. Take this. Consume it sparingly, and it should last you quite a while. The airborne Scyther silently grasped the bag with its feet, with its sharp scythes crossed before it. It bowed slightly to Tetsuya and his 3 Pokémon before turning to fly off into the distance. Watching the Scyther depart, Tetsuya clapped his hands. All right, we should prepare to leave as well. The 3 Pokémon reluctantly shifted their gaze away. During the past 20 days of guidance, the Scyther had not merely served as a mentor to Machoke. Its mastery of combat techniques was not its forte. Rather, the Scyther lineage, as natural warriors, possessed exceptional talent even without fighting-type abilities. Coupled with its wealth of experience, it appeared remarkably seasoned. The Scyther's true expertise lay in flight techniques. Yet its physical decline limited the execution of many skills. The Scyther imparted all its techniques to the Talonflame. Although many of these techniques proved unsuitable for the Talonflame due to differences in size and habit, the principles shared allowed for significant improvements in the Talonflame's flight capabilities. For a small flying-type Pokémon, this undoubtedly signified a considerable enhancement in strength. As for the Mantle Rock, during the final 10 days, the Scyther primarily acted as its sparring partner. Given that the Talonflame and the Talonflame's strengths vastly exceeded those of the Mantle Rock, the application of many skills was indistinguishable in their presence. Although the Scyther possessed elite-level strength, its age undoubtedly limited its performance, making it a perfect match for the Mantle Rock. For instance, regarding the recently trialed gravity skill, Tetsuya hoped the Mantle Rock could achieve random multipliers in its control of gravity. To simplify, within the area of the gravity skill, the gravitational force in each distinct region would vary, allowing for manipulation and changes at will. While opposing Pokémon might at one moment enjoy the normal gravity state, in the next instant, they could find themselves in an area with tenfold or 1/10 gravity. Such abrupt changes would undoubtedly catch opposing Pokémon off guard. It is essential to recognize that even for Pokémon undergoing weight training or in gravity chambers, adapting to substantial changes in gravity is necessary. Excessive weight or reduced gravity could lead them to lose control over their bodies. Initially, the Mantle Rock's progress was rather slow, although ascending seemed easy. Executing such feats proved exceedingly challenging. First and foremost, one must possess a profound understanding and appreciation of their skills. Subsequently, it is imperative to exhibit exceptional control over one's attribute energies. Moreover, one should learn to multitask, otherwise, it becomes impossible to maintain equilibrium. Finally, extensive practice is required until these actions become instinctual responses. The Mantle Rock indeed possesses notable aptitude, swiftly accomplishing the initial step, a tiered gravitational field distribution. This entails that the outermost ring experiences 0.5 times the gravity, while the inner circles gradually escalate to 1 times and then 2 times. This arrangement serves as an excellent training ground for the still fledgling strength of the Pokémon, effectively accelerating its acclimatization to gravity before proceeding with further exercises. Otherwise, time would be squandered. However, in actual combat, such a gravitational skill may prove less advantageous than its original form. This tiered distribution may, in fact, allow adversaries to adapt more quickly, necessitating further refinement. Until today, within a mere span of 10 days, the Mantle Rock has rapidly evolved into a combat-effective state. Thanks to the first-hand insights of the Scyther, it has now established a gravitational field characterized by a fundamentally chaotic distribution of gravity multipliers. The chaos arises primarily from the Mantle Rock's own configuration, which still bears certain habitual traits. It is only through the collaborative training with Ji that a semblance of order can be discerned, imperceptible to outsiders. Undoubtedly, further enhancements are required to reach the envisioned state. Returning to the present, the 3 Pokémon gazed at Ji. He slapped his cheeks and raised both hands. All right, everyone. We are ready to depart. Our next destination is Hualan City. The excitement and fervor echoed in the voices of the Torchic, Pidgeot, and Mantle Rock as they responded to their trainer. Although they felt sorrowful about the departure of their companion Scyther, they understood that the forest was the best home for it. Similarly, they recognized that their true sanctuary lay beside their trainer. Onward, Ji led the charge towards Hualan City. The three Pokémon paused momentarily, contemplating whether they were meant to run. The Mantle Rock quickly swung its three arms to hasten forward, lest it be left behind by its trainer. The Torchic slightly crouched, preparing to sprint. With a powerful push off the ground, it became a streak of fiery brilliance darting through the forest, positioning itself at Ji's side. Meanwhile, the Pidgeot lazily spread its wings, gliding between the dense trees and branches with the ease of a leisurely stroll, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 8. Hualan City. Finally, we have arrived at Hualan City. Ji stretched, sipping his coffee as he spoke to himself. After dismounting from the Pidgeot at the city's outskirts, he found himself at the Pokémon Center, having booked a room and arranged a gym challenge. It was a jest. He had long since overcome his fear of heights, not being a timid soul. The primary concern stemmed from a past incident of falling from a height, leaving him with psychological shadows. Although his physical condition in this life was commendable, he hesitated to test whether a drop from several hundred meters would pose any issues. He was not a fighting-type Pokémon, after all. However, with the Pidgeot's increasing size and strength, he felt reassured that it would have ample time to catch him should he fall from such heights. It felt akin to bungee jumping. Thus he began to comfortably ride upon the Pidgeot's back. As he settled in, he discovered an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Gazing down from several hundred meters above, the breathtaking vistas of mountains, forests, and lakes unfolded before him, filling him with elation. The only drawback was the necessity of wind goggles and finding a secure position. Otherwise, the Pidgeot's speed would leave him teary-eyed and unsteady, even if this was merely a leisurely pace for the Pidgeot. Nonetheless, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Not only did this save time, but he had also sold his previous electric bike in exchange for a bicycle. Occasionally, such a terrestrial mode of transport was essential, especially in places where the Pidgeot could not navigate. Speaking of riding on the Mantle Rock's back, he wondered if it might be uncomfortable. Perhaps he would find the time to try it out later. Ji's hands danced around the cold coffee cup as his mind wandered. He could not remain in a constant state of intense training. Both he and his Pokémon's bodies and minds could not endure such strain indefinitely. A balance between tension and relaxation is the essence of training. Thus, he mused, riding a bicycle might not be entirely futile. Indeed, it could serve a purpose, allowing him to warm up alongside the Torchic, which was preferable to running alone. A flurry of thoughts danced through Ji's mind. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I headed? He felt as though he had transformed into a philosopher. At that moment, the Torchic, perched beside him, basked in the attention it drew as the final evolution of the charismatic triad. Grabbing a delectable fruit salad, the Torchic squinted with delight, savoring the exquisite flavor. A testament to Nurse Joy's culinary prowess at the Hualan City Pokémon Center. As for its trainer, whose gaze was distant and spirit notably waning, the Torchic recognized this state was not unfamiliar. Familiarity breeds understanding. Ding! The sound of the gym reservation notification resonated. Yet, Ji remained lost in thought. Unfazed, the Torchic stealthily extended its claw toward the coffee cup, quickly retracting it before seizing a piece of fruit to consume. Wow, that's hot! The simultaneous exclamations of Ji and the shattering of the coffee cup drew curious glances from nearby patrons. Nurse Joy promptly approached, chiding him for his carelessness before tidying up and departing. Apologizing to Nurse Joy, Ji felt perplexed. It was the height of summer, and he had ordered an iced coffee. How had it suddenly turned scalding? Once Nurse Joy had left, Ji squinted at the Torchic, who maintained its usual demeanor while continuing to enjoy its fruit salad. Noticing his gaze, the Torchic tilted its head in curiosity, as if to say, "What's up, boss?" Ji deciphered this unspoken inquiry. If the Torchic was not responsible, then who could it be? Surely, it could not be the Mew playing pranks on him. Shaking his head, he thought, surely that would be more fortuitous than troublesome. Oh right, the gym reservation information just came through. Ji hastily checked his wristwatch for the details. After reading, he scratched his head in confusion. Why was the Hualan gym battle scheduled for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning when he had clearly booked for just after 1 in the afternoon? Typically, it should have been arranged for around 4 o'clock. During his previous challenge at the Nibby gym, the timing had been similar, according to league regulations. Unless the number of challengers was overwhelming, such delays were uncommon. Was the Hualan gym that popular? The forums had not mentioned it. He felt a sense of bewilderment. But there was little he could do. Tomorrow would be tomorrow. It made little difference. Perfectly, he could still explore in the afternoon. Thinking he would have no time for that. Come on, let us go outside for a stroll, Ji declared, once the Torchic finished its last bite of salad. Okay. The Torchic nodded, though it found it curious that its trainer disliked high temperatures. While the 30-degree weather posed no challenge for the Torchic, it was undoubtedly quite warm for humans. As soon as the automatic doors of the Pokémon Center opened, a wave of heat enveloped them. Tetsuya decisively withdrew his foot, pausing for a moment in contemplation before making his way to the nearby ice cream shop. With firm resolve, he selected a large tub of vanilla-flavored ice cream, requesting a dollop of strawberries atop it. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. Perfection. Donning his sun hat, he strolled out of the center, taking a bite of the ice cream that instantly alleviated the sweltering heat of the summer afternoon. Just after Tetsuya exited, an unusual customer arrived at the ice cream shop. Madam, you have been selecting for nearly an hour now. Could you please make a decision? The attendant pleaded, desperation evident in her voice. The durian flavor is intriguing. But I also have a strong desire for strawberry. Surely, the classic vanilla flavor is timeless, the girl murmured to herself, the attendant on the brink of tears. Meanwhile, Tetsuya was in high spirits, wandering through the water city of Haruka, invigorated by the atmosphere. He sought out a boatman to take him on a tour. Oh, you are clearly a formidable trainer, my friend. It's not every day one encounters a Blaziken, the jovial boatman remarked. Haha, not at all. I still have much to learn. Could you tell me more about Haruka City? Tetsuya replied with a chuckle. Certainly. The boatman propelled the boat forward with an oar. Let me share some places that trainers like you adore. First, over there is the Berry Powder House. You must know it well. It's a renowned local specialty. And the drinks made from a specific blend are excellent for nurturing Pokémon. Then there's the Move Tutors Guild. I've heard that the leader of our Haruka gym occasionally visits there. As the boatman continued his detailed narration, Tetsuya found himself captivated and intrigued. These were sights he had only heard of before, but never witnessed firsthand. After all, every city possesses its unique charm. And one of the great joys of travel is experiencing these distinctions. Tetsuya explored every locale he visited. Soon, after completing his leisurely boat ride, he bid farewell to the boatman and disembarked, pleased with the reasonable fare. Checking the time, he noted it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, prompting him to return to his room with Blaziken in tow. Oh, Tetsuya, you've arrived in Haruka City, came a robust male voice from his wrist device. Yes, Dr. Yamabira, how have you been lately? Tetsuya greeted with a smile. On the screen was Dr. Yamabira, balancing a lollipop in his mouth while consuming instant noodles. As a close assistant and friend to Professor Oak, Dr. Yamabira's schedule was typically quite busy, often only allowing him a brief respite before meals. He would usually finish his meal ahead of time to resume work, or simply eat while working, much like Professor Oak. Things are well. The little ones at the lab are full of energy. That week on the boat was dreadfully dull. I much prefer being at the lab. Get out of the way, interrupted a hearty voice from the side. You must be Tetsuya. What a spirited young man you are, the new arrival exclaimed. And this must be your Blaziken. Remarkably nurtured, indeed. A slightly robust elderly man with white hair, clad in a researcher's white coat over a purple t-shirt, squeezed past Dr. Yamabira, clutching a bucket of instant noodles. Good day, Professor Oak, Tetsuya said respectfully, leaning forward slightly in a bow to express his reverence. The individual who had pushed past Dr. Yamabira into the video frame was none other than Professor Oak, arguably the most distinguished Pokémon researcher in the entire Pokémon world. Renowned for his studies on the relationship between Pokémon and humans, Professor Oak was the proponent of classifying Pokémon by their types. He had secured a lifetime professorship at Rainbow University at the age of 25, establishing the foundation for Pokémon studies as a distinct discipline, effectively distinguishing Pokémon from other biological entities. Without Professor Oak's contributions, humanity's understanding of Pokémon would still lack coherence. No amount of respect for Professor Oak would be excessive. Only the legendary Count Tokiwa and the inventor of the Pokeball, Nishino Moriai, could be considered his equals. Haha, no need for such formalities. Yamabira has mentioned you. Indeed, you appear to be an exceptionally skilled trainer, Professor Oak remarked, slurping his noodles, his words somewhat muffled. You flatter me, Professor. Your expertise in Pokémon research and battles serves as my inspiration, Tetsuya replied, fully aware of Professor Oak's unmatched prowess. Don't let appearances fool you. In his youth, he was a formidable competitor. It's a pity he's not as spry as he once was. This endeavor of creating a Pokédex seems a misstep. This was a response from Champion Kikuko during a talk show when asked about her thoughts on Professor Oak. Historical records indicate that during the Kanto League's earlier days, Professor Oak had clinched first place in the Pokémon League, with Kikuko herself finishing second. It is noteworthy that the league back then was far more competitive, employing a battle format that closely resembled wild combat, where trainers fought alongside their Pokémon. Although many records have been lost due to fragmentation, it is evident that Professor Oak was a powerhouse in his youth. Many believe that he possessed the strength of a champion-level trainer at that time. Had he not diverted his path to become a Pokémon researcher, he would undoubtedly have been the champion of the Kanto region. However, many now argue that the true loss would be if Professor Oak's contributions to Pokémon studies were overlooked. Similarly, many speculate that Professor Oak's current abilities are likely still on par with that of a champion trainer, given his innate talent. Even with most of his energy devoted to research, time would allow him to reach such heights. Yet, it has been years since he last engaged in a battle, so this remains mere conjecture. After a brief exchange with Professor Oak and Dr. Yamabira, observing them prepare for their next round of research, Tetsuya wisely suggested ending the call. Before hanging up, he reminded Dr. Yamabira to take care of his health and refrain from indulging in both sweets and instant noodles, as it could be detrimental to his well-being. Dr. Yamabira chuckled in response. Upon ending the call, Tetsuya retrieved his teaching board, densely populated with his thoughts regarding his upcoming teaching endeavors at the Pokemon School. The recent conversation had sparked new ideas within him. He took a moment to prepare dinner for his 3 Pokémon, and after finishing, he immediately set to work on revisions. The night passed in silence. At 9:20 a.m., in a rare turn of events, Tetsuya did not engage in his customary morning exercises. He securely fastened 3 shrunk luxury Pokeballs to his belt, checked his own readiness, and set off towards the Haruka Gym. He was well aware that warm-ups could significantly affect his Pokémon state, and he had no intention of exhausting his own energy before a battle. Although he held unwavering confidence in his 3 Pokémon, he understood that in the context of a gym battle, they would hold a considerable advantage, even when faced with unfavorable types. Yet, he knew better than to be complacent. Arriving at the opulent Haruka Gym located in the city center, Tetsuya gazed upon the grand venue before him, feeling a surge of awe. At this moment, the Hualon Gym had not yet fallen into the disrepair he had witnessed in his previous life. Its exterior resembled a grand egg, adorned with a large mural of a white sea lion. Inside, it housed merely an aquarium and a swimming pool, accompanied by a battle arena. The Hualon Gym that lay before him now exuded an air of magnificence, entirely encircled by a small river, with several quaint bridges leading to its grand entrance. Flanking the entrance were several pure white columns, which appeared to possess considerable value. The roof of the gym was composed of 2 differently sized triangles, with glass panes reflecting sunlight, creating a dazzling display that was almost blinding. Tetsuya strolled across the small bridge, gazing into the river beside him, where Kingler and Goldeen swam about leisurely. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the grand door before him. Chapter 82, The Battle at Hualon Gym. After being escorted to the lounge and awaiting a brief period, Tetsuya was soon to face his second official gym battle. Welcome to Hualon Gym, Trainer Tetsuya Tamaki. The young woman across from him lifted her skirt, crossing her feet gracefully in a slight bow, embodying the elegance of a true lady. I am your opponent for this gym battle, Sakura. Tetsuya reciprocated the bow, saying, Greetings, Miss Sakura. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. You truly live up to your title as the jewel of Hualon Gym, and in person, you are even more beautiful than the legends suggest. Sakura, shielding half her face with a fan, smiled and replied, You are far too kind. I hardly possess any fame. Rather, I am the one who has admired you from afar. My little sisters often speak of you in conversation with Brock, and seeing you in person today, it is evident you are indeed remarkable. Would you be interested in joining our Hualon Gym? Tetsuya could only respond with a polite smile, as he had no desire to entangle himself in any complications. After all, if the depiction of Hualon Gym in the anime of his past life were accurate, it had likely endured significant turmoil in recent years, losing much of its heritage, which explained its current state of decline. Were it not for Misty eventually becoming a water-type master and rescuing Hualon Gym, it might have faced expulsion from the league. It was well known in informal discussions on Pokemon forums that the 3 sisters of Hualon Gym were uniformly regarded as beautiful. As for their talents and abilities as trainers, most informed trainers expressed that the heavens are fair. When one is granted certain gifts, other aspects must be relinquished. Presently, many were curious about the youngest sister's potential, with some ill-intentioned individuals secretly hoping she would mirror the prowess of her 3 elder sisters. After exchanging pleasantries for some time, Sakura, noticing Tetsuya's somewhat indifferent demeanor, succinctly explained the battle rules, which adhered to the standard 2v2 gym match format. As their conversation drew to a close, the referee, who had been standing by for a while, waved a flag and declared, "Now, the match between Sakura of Hualan Gym and Tetsuya Tamaki from Tokiwa City begins. Go, Goldeen." Sakura, representing the gym, sent forth her Pokémon. "Go, Blaziken." Tetsuya countered with his choice. The Pokémon he had registered for this battle were Mantine and Blaziken, a selection that was decidedly unfavorable against the water-type specialists of Hualan Gym. However, while gym battles are ostensibly conducted with Pokémon of corresponding strength, there are certain limits to this. It would be absurd for a quasi-champion level trainer to challenge a gym and have the gym respond with equally powerful Pokémon. The requirement to possess 8 official gym badges for tournament participation primarily serves to filter out trainers whose skills are severely lacking. If one's abilities are commendable, the gym has no reason to complicate the process of obtaining badges. The Pokémon deployed by the gym typically ranged around level 37, which is the level at which most Pokémon evolve into their final forms. Following this pattern, Tetsuya registered Mantine and Blaziken at levels 26 and 39 respectively, while the gym would likely employ Pokémon at levels 29 and 37, adhering to the norm of 1 average and 1 elite Pokémon, thus maintaining a manageable level of difficulty. In such circumstances, the victory probability for the champion tier Blaziken and the quasi-champion Mantine remained high, considering that gym battle Pokémon are generally those whose potential has been exhausted. Even if the energy levels were somewhat comparable, disparities in other skills, physical attributes, and control would still be glaringly apparent. Flamethrower. Tetsuya initiated with a standard opening move. Dive. Sakura remained unfazed. Although few trainers dared to challenge Hualan Gym with fire-type Pokémon, it was not entirely unheard of. Moreover, within this naturally advantageous water-type setting, evading such an attack was quite effortless. As the flames approached, Goldeen adeptly submerged into the water, sustaining no damage whatsoever. The battle arena of Hualan Gym was designed like a large pool. In front of the 2 trainers' command platforms lay a fixed area for land-based Pokémon, while various floating platforms bobbed upon the water's surface. This terrain inherently placed both Mantine and Blaziken at a disadvantage, particularly for Mantine, which fared poorly in such an environment. Yet, Tetsuya remained unconcerned. Continuous Flamethrower. Blaziken unleashed a barrage of fiery blasts upon the water's surface, the intense heat causing a hissing sound as it came into contact with the water. The entire arena became shrouded in a veil of mist. Under these conditions, Sakura was reluctant to allow Goldeen to surface for an attack, knowing it would be an easy target. Even though typical fire-type moves would inflict minimal damage on a water-type like Goldeen, the disparity in strength could still yield significant harm. Furthermore, witnessing the evident intensity of Blaziken's flames, Sakura feared Goldeen would suffer far more than she anticipated. However, prolonging this standoff would not be to her advantage. She was astute enough to recognize that. Use water pulse from beneath the surface, create waves to attack. As the arena grew increasingly obscured, Sakura decisively called for action, aware that failure to do so would risk being declared as having lost the will to fight by the referee. Deep below the water's surface, Goldeen felt uncomfortable as the flames heated the water around it, almost as if it were being boiled. Were it not for its ability, Swift Swim, it would have felt quite unbearable. Responding to Sakura's command, it hastily summoned Water Pulse. A small energy sphere formed between its horn and mouth, which it then flung upward. The movement sent ripples through the surrounding water, creating waves that surged toward Blaziken. Sakura watched proudly, believing this to be her own creative approach. Unlike the typical attack pattern of Water Pulse, Goldeen leveraged the environment to maximize its effectiveness while minimizing energy expenditure. At least, that was her belief. Heat Wave. Tetsuya skillfully directed Blaziken to counter the approaching waves. He recalled that during training at the White Cape, he had already begun to experiment with using skills to disrupt or shatter smaller waves, and these waves were hardly more than mere splashes. It was unclear what Sakura was thinking, as her tactical application of Water Pulse was utterly ineffective. It would have been far better to expend more energy to generate larger waves that might have yielded some impact. The most straightforward approach would still be to launch Water Pulse directly as an attack. Pokémon skills have evolved over time into their optimal forms, and one cannot simply alter them at will. Chapter 83, An Exasperating Command. Even though Jie possesses the 0 number and has acquired a plethora of skills and knowledge over an extended period, he is still a traveler from the era of information explosion in his previous life, brimming with rich imagination and a myriad of fantastical ideas. However, he has only modified a few skills to enhance their efficacy and potency. Indeed, there are quite a few ingenious concepts that occasionally prove useful, But Sakura's recent modification is particularly suitable for watering. The notion of skill enhancement may appear deceptively simple at first glance. Yet achieving an effect that surpasses the original skill's attack method is exceedingly challenging and fraught with the risk of failure, potentially resulting in a waste of time. After all, Pokémon are not mere simple-minded creatures acting on instinct. They possess their own cognition, not inferior to that of humans. If modifying skills were so straightforward, they would be capable of doing it themselves. Returning to the battlefield, Blaziken unleashed a heat wave, sending forth a gust of scorching air that visibly ignited the atmosphere ahead, casting a crimson glow. Upon barely grazing the oncoming wave of water, a fierce dissolution ensued between the two forces. In fact, many remnants of the heat wave remained, striking the water's surface and further elevating the temperature while thickening the mist. The arena momentarily fell into a hushed atmosphere. Sakura was still pondering how to command her Carvania to attack Blaziken, finding it increasingly difficult to wear it down under these circumstances. Meanwhile, Jie wore a peculiar expression, feeling that the situation had become rather simplistic. Given the severe type disadvantage and various unfavorable factors, he had come well prepared. But was this all? Although he had anticipated some level of ease, he had not expected Sakura to remain entirely unresponsive. In light of this, he chose to seize the opportunity. Thunder Punch. Jie directed Blaziken to launch an assault. Sakura froze momentarily, pondering how Blaziken could strike with Thunder Punch when Carvania was submerged in the water. If the attack were to be executed by conducting electricity through the water, Blaziken would inevitably sustain injury, and Carvania could exploit this opportunity to inflict significant damage in return. In an instant, electric sparks flickered along Blaziken's claws before it swung them forward with great force. ZZZT. The electric currents, upon being unleashed, surged towards the mist-laden arena. Upon contact with the fog, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a dazzling yellow light. Jie, with foresight, donned sunglasses, while the referee, seasoned in experience, swiftly followed suit after being momentarily blinded. Only Sakura remained, her vision consumed by a blinding white light, rendering her unable to see anything, while the cacophony of electricity made it difficult to hear clearly. Faintly, the anguished cries of Carvania could be discerned. Blaziken, however, showed no signs of halting its onslaught, relentlessly striking with its claws, causing Carvania's cries to grow increasingly desperate. Then, in a sudden moment, all noise ceased. Jie signaled for Blaziken to stop. After all, this was a gym battle, not a wild encounter, and continuing the assault could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Sakura, witnessing this, sighed in relief, her anxious gaze fixed upon the battlefield. With the arena's exhaust fan activated, the mist dissipated swiftly, revealing a Carvania floating motionless, its white belly exposed and eyes swirling with dizziness. Carvania had lost its fighting capability, granting victory to Blaziken. The referee promptly raised the flag to signal the outcome. Sakura, reluctant to accept her sudden defeat, recalled Carvania. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired of Jie, "How did you manage to make Blaziken's Thunder Punch unleash electricity externally? It isn't an electric-type Pokémon, so it shouldn't be capable of such a feat." Jie glanced at the referee, thinking it best to avoid unnecessary chatter during a battle. Shouldn't he intervene? Yet the referee seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed and impassive, as if he were a machine. Though he was sent by the League to supervise and adjudicate the battle, he was still employed by the Hualan Gym, where the opponent was the gym leader's daughter. Such straightforward inquiries were not outright prohibited. Rather, the League discouraged excessive, meaningless dialogue during tournaments. Furthermore, in this semi-guided gym battle, communication was quite normal. The referee, with an expression devoid of emotion, remained unresponsive, as Jie observed Sakura's refusal to release another Pokémon. He felt compelled to explain. It's actually not difficult. It mainly appears grandiose, but in reality, the power isn't substantial. If the original Thunder Punch has a power level of 1, the externally released electricity would only reach a maximum of 0. 2. The method involves first practicing with Fire Punch, allowing the flames to detach from the claws for long-range attacks. Then, the same technique is applied to Thunder Punch to enable the external release of electricity. However, its applicability is limited. If not for the mist and water conducting electricity, Carvania, already weakened in the warm water, would have lost some stamina. Even if the electric damage is significant against it, it would still take considerable time to wear it down. Moreover, under normal circumstances, unless Carvania was hiding too deeply, Blaziken wouldn't have had the chance to unleash so many Thunder Punches. Sakura nodded slightly, realizing the simplicity of the explanation. Indeed, it seemed straightforward. However, Jia was merely downplaying the complexity. Controlling the energy of a different elemental type for external release is no easy feat were it not for Blaziken's extraordinary talent. Coupled with its experience from Fire Punch, achieving such a feat would be immensely challenging. Otherwise, Blaziken would have long since mastered the grass-type Solar Beam, making battles against the Hualon Gym significantly easier. Then my next Pokémon is it. Go, White Lion Seal. With a commanding cry, a snow-white sea lion with sharp horns and 2 downward-pointing teeth appeared on the battlefield. Utilize Water Gun and charge forward. Sakura's confidence surged once more. Jia could only shake his head at Sakura's command, deciding it best to take things lightly. Were he in her position, even if charging forward was the plan, he would have opted for a combination of Surf and Waterfall rather than Water Gun. Moreover, why charge in? As a Water-Ice dual type, White Lion Seal engaging in close combat with a fire-fighting dual-type Blaziken seemed ill-advised. Even with skills like Water Tail and Sharp Horn, the type advantage would be detrimental. He directed Blaziken to counter with Fire Spin. The White Lion Seal, enveloped in a torrent of water, charged at Blaziken with fervor. The red flames of Fire Spin collided with the blue water stream and the White Sea Lion in midair. Boom! The White Lion Seal crashed heavily into the water, sending forth a colossal splash. Blaziken, unfazed, took a subtle step back, elevating its body temperature to repel the encroaching water. Sakura gasped in shock as White Lion Seal's Water Gun was effortlessly evaporated by Blaziken's Fire Spin. With its momentum extinguished, White Lion Seal plummeted from the air. Jia, however, was not surprised in the least. The battle had already raised the arena's temperature, and with the water now warm, reaching the boiling point for evaporation was relatively easy. The direct nature of White Lion Seal's Water Gun had allowed it to be completely enveloped by Fire Spin. Rock Slide. He opted to continue the assault. Due to the inability to ascertain whether the characteristics of the White Sea Lion stem from its thick layer of fat, which mitigates damage from both fire and ice-type moves, or from its moist body, which heals status conditions in rainy weather, a prudent decision was made to employ rock-type skills for ranged attacks, which are exceptionally effective against the White Sea Lion. While fire-type moves of the same type also inflict considerable damage, the Fire Chicken wields them with even greater proficiency. With determination, the Fire Chicken conjured chunks of rock, hurling them into the water where the White Sea Lion had just descended. Fortunately, the depth of the arena was significant enough to prevent water from surging up, at least for the time being. However, should the relentless barrage continue, the stagnant water would inevitably transform into a chaotic scene. Yet, the White Sea Lion could not afford to wait for such an outcome, lest it be declared defeated by the referee. Thud, thud, thud. The Fire Chicken relentlessly targeted the area where the White Sea Lion had landed, launching a barrage of stones. Execute dive attack. Sakura promptly commanded, believing that this gradual approach would inflict some damage on the White Sea Lion, necessitating an active offensive strategy. Be cautious and evade, Tetsuya instructed, prompting the Fire Chicken to halt its assault and remain firmly on its designated platform. With poise, the Fire Chicken stood still, deeply attuned to the vibrations of its surroundings. Suddenly, a white figure burst forth from the water. Reacting swiftly, the Fire Chicken leapt into the air with a slight push from the ground, showcasing its remarkable agility and jumping prowess. Frustrated by the Fire Chicken's aerial advantage, the White Sea Lion angrily slapped the ground with its flippers. Come down here. It seemed to implore, exasperated by the aerial antics of its opponent, which it deemed unfair given its own grounded nature. Sharpen your skills, followed by a fire kick. Sakura commanded without delay. Striving to control its descent, the Fire Chicken focused intently, exhibiting its mastery of the sharpening technique. It then plummeted rapidly, enveloped in flames that transformed from mere sparks into a blazing inferno in an instant. With fierce momentum, the Fire Chicken charged towards the White Sea Lion from above. In response, the White Sea Lion twisted its body, summoning a column of water that coiled around its tail, striking upward at the Fire Chicken with the force of a tumultuous wave. As the two creatures' limbs converged, the Fire Chicken executed a nimble somersault in midair, a testament to its rigorous training and impeccable timing. The water tail of the White Sea Lion barely grazed beneath the Fire Chicken. Howl! The White Sea Lion cried in alarm, sensing impending danger. Utilizing the momentum from its turn, it swung its tail in a more powerful arc. However, the failure to connect with the Fire Chicken left it struggling to maintain control and evade further attacks. With a resounding thud, the Fire Chicken struck the White Sea Lion's neck with its powerful legs, igniting a cry of pain from the creature as it crashed onto the platform. Slate split, low kick, double kick, and then thunder punch. Following Tetsuya's commands, The fire chicken executed a series of moves in perfect synchrony. One claw gathered white light and struck fiercely at the white sea lion, forcing it back down just as it attempted to rise. A low kick followed, propelling the white sea lion slightly off the ground, succeeded by a double kick that sent it flying upwards. The white sea lion, now writhing in pain and unable to control its body midair, struggled in a frantic attempt to regain balance, positioning itself with precision. The fire chicken adopted a classic fighting stance, its claws crackling with electricity. With a swift succession of punches, it landed 2 rapid strikes upon the airborne white sea lion. This seemingly simple combination belied the extensive training the fire chicken had undergone, requiring seamless transitions to maintain its flow. The overwhelming strength of the fire chicken forced the white sea lion to be propelled outward, landing outside the arena, its eyes swirling in disarray. With a swift motion, the referee raised the flag, declaring the white sea lion unable to continue, and the fire chicken emerged victorious. The triumphant challenger, Tetsuya Tamaki, was announced as the victor of this gym battle. Sakura, her face pale, withdrew the white sea lion, though she recognized her trainer's command skills were average. She couldn't fathom how, in a 1-on-2 situation with a favorable type advantage, only a small fraction of Tetsuya's fire chicken's stamina had been depleted. Throughout the battle, she had scarcely landed a hit. Her spirits were understandably low as she offered a forced smile, congratulating Tetsuya and informing him he could collect the blue badge from the front desk of the gym before departing the battlefield. Tetsuya shrugged in resignation. It was not his intention for the battle to unfold this way, but Sakura's numerous tactical missteps had led to this outcome. He had prepared numerous backup strategies that he hadn't even had the chance to employ, yet he felt a twinge of guilt, recalling how he had previously pressured Brock into a match without any grace. Upon arriving at the front desk of the Aqua gym, Tetsuya presented his identification card to the staff. After verification, he received his second badge, the blue badge from the Aqua gym, which resembled a solid water droplet, a strikingly beautiful emblem. As was customary, he celebrated by flicking the badge into the air like a coin, catching it with flair before turning to leave. Tetsuya felt undeniably cool in that moment. However, he soon found himself confronted by a man with silver, tousled hair. The two exchanged silent nods, each wearing a stoic expression. Tetsuya casually placed the badge into its case before exiting the gym. Faintly, he heard the staff's voice behind him. Trainer Tetsuya Tamaki, congratulations on acquiring the blue badge of the Aqua gym. Tetsuya mused, pondering the man's demeanor, perhaps a fellow trainer. Chapter 85. If you can't win, call for reinforcements. The man's aura suggested he was a seasoned bounty hunter, frequently traversing the wild, a fact discerned through an instinct shared among peers. He too was collecting badges, leaving Tetsuya curious whether they might cross paths at the tournament. Not dwelling too long on the matter, Tetsuya returned to the Pokémon Center, where he entrusted his fire chicken to Nurse Joy for a brief recovery. In no time at all, the fire chicken was revitalized, having emerged from the gym battle virtually unscathed, negating the need for a lengthy wait. Upon returning to his room, just as he was about to indulge in lunch, his wristwatch chimed. Glancing at it, he promptly answered the call. Hello, this is Tetsuya Tamaki. Please, go ahead. Good afternoon. Tetsuya, it's Brock, came a cheerful greeting from the other end. I see. What is so urgent that you're calling me when you should be tending to your younger siblings? Tetsuya reclined on the sofa, adopting a nonchalant tone. Brock, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, asked with a hint of concern. Actually, I wanted to check on Sakura. She just called me in tears, claiming you bullied her. Tetsuya raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Could it be that she resorted to calling for help? Yet, he found it ironic, given that even Brock struggled against him. Before he could continue, Brock sensed an ominous undercurrent in Tetsuya's tone. I merely conducted a gym battle. Perhaps she found the defeat too overwhelming to bear? Tetsuya replied, his tone unruffled, cutting off Brock's train of thought. Surely, it cannot be so. The eldest sister of the descendants of the Hualan Dojo possesses such limited emotional resilience? Moreover, is it not true that her abilities are rather average, which is precisely why Lei Ci was dispatched aboard the Seinanu? Never mind, it is of no consequence. That is simply her nature, and I have grown accustomed to it. Xiaojang sighed on the other end of the line, and to be precise, all three sisters share this trait. Yet, how comes it that you appear to have a decent rapport with them? Tetsuya placed his watch upon the table, rose to pour himself a cup of coffee, and after taking a sip, inquired. It is primarily because my father enjoys a close relationship with the head of the Hualan Dojo. They traveled together in their youth. Ah, I see. You speak of the Tyrant and the Great Wave, correct? I have indeed watched their battle videos. Their styles are truly reflective of their titles. The two engaged in casual conversation, and through Xiaozhang's words, Tetsuya gradually gleaned the current state of the Hualan dojo. The issue lies mainly with the current descendants of the dojo's elder, as none of the younger generation, including the grandchildren, have emerged as particularly remarkable trainers, or rather, they do not regard training as their primary vocation and lack ambition in that regard. For instance, the Sakura trio seems far more enamored with traveling and engaging in aquatic performances, their prowess as trainers being rather limited. After all, nurturing is one matter, while commanding in battle is an entirely different one. The elder had previously maintained a decent condition and allowed them to pursue their interests. However, as age has taken its toll, he has grown increasingly concerned, realizing that there is no one to inherit the Hualan dojo. Initially, the interactions between Xiaozhang and the Sakuras were limited to occasional pleasantries, but in recent years, they have become quite frequent. In Xiaozhang's grandfather's words, it is to foster bonds among the younger generation. Xiaozhang is well aware that this is his grandfather's way of looking after the descendants of his old friends, demonstrating that even should issues arise, his own heirs would lend support. However, according to the elder of the Hualan dojo, his youngest granddaughter possesses considerable talent, which is why he has been personally instructing her. Furthermore, the child is quite interested in becoming a trainer. I believe her name is Kasumi, and she has only recently begun to learn the fundamentals. Oh, that sounds rather promising, does it not? Tetsuya replied rather nonchalantly. As for encountering yet another character from an anime of a past life, he shrugged it off, recognizing that much of it should not be taken too seriously. For instance, regarding their ages, it seemed from the anime that Xiaozhang and Kasumi should be of similar ages, yet now there appears to be a 10-year gap. So, does this imply that the Hualan dojo may not necessarily evolve into what one might expect? Nevertheless, what does it matter to him? He dares not gamble. It is unnecessary. It is indeed promising, yet my relationship with her is not particularly significant. Xiaozhang expressed that were it not for his grandfather's standing, he would not wish to converse with them, considering that they have scarcely crossed paths, most of their communication occurring via text or phone calls. Xiaozhang's demeanor is rather gentle, and he tends to look after them adequately. By the way, are you not headed to the Pokémon school in a few days? It seemed he suddenly recalled something, directing his question at Tetsuya. Yes, why do you ask? Tetsuya replied with curiosity, wondering why Xiaozhang did not already know. He had mentioned it to Xiaozhang some time ago, and since the task was issued by Professor Okido, it would undoubtedly have been communicated to the Nibi dojo behind the scenes. Oh, it is nothing, I was just inquiring. Xiaozhang laughed it off, and after a brief exchange, Tetsuya indicated he had other matters to attend to, bidding farewell before hanging up. He resumed the arduous task of preparing lunch for his 3 Pokémon, who were silently urging him to conclude his conversation with Xiaozhang in their hunger. Blaziken and Pidgeot were incessantly contemplating how they must properly educate Steelix and that little Geodude upon their return, for their trainer had delayed their mealtime. A heinous crime. How detestable. Observing their frenzied consumption of food, Tetsuya felt as though his own heart was being similarly stuffed. Indeed, the primary reason lies in their overwhelming cuteness, nothing more. So do not misconstrue. After they finished their meal, Tetsuya leisurely exited the room and made his way to the battle arena in the backyard of the Pokémon Center. He had no plans for the afternoon and was in no rush to undertake a task. The earnings from his previous assignments were sufficient to sustain him for a while. After all, he was set to depart for the Pokémon school tomorrow. According to Professor Yamabuki, the week he would spend there would include room and board, as well as provisions for the Pokémon, which would save him quite a bit of money. Upon entering the arena, Tetsuya spotted a boastful youth exclaiming, "I have won again. How terribly sorry I am, ha ha ha." A throng of onlooking trainers surrounded him. He paid little heed. Such individuals were ubiquitous, reveling in a single victory. Indeed, I am invincible among my peers, ha ha ha. Who else dares to challenge me? If you defeat me, this check is yours. The young man proclaimed, I am 17. Those over 18 need not apply. His arrogance was palpable, though he retained a modicum of composure. Tetsuya raised an eyebrow. Ah, a golden opportunity presents itself, he thought. However, he was not in a hurry. He had just arrived and preferred to observe the situation first. Soon enough, someone could no longer endure the incessant prattling of the young man, intrigued by the money on the check, and stepped forward to challenge him. Chapter 86. Attention. The surrounding young trainers remained motionless, as though they understood they were no match for this brash youth. A few, like Tetsuya, who had just arrived, chose to ascend the stage for a 1v1 battle with the young man, but without exception, they were swiftly defeated. After a prolonged period with no one willing to challenge him, the youth named Yezu displayed a countenance of disappointment, preparing to leave. Tetsuya rose from his seat nearby. I will take my turn, if that is acceptable. He confirmed his age with Miss Joy, and Yezu nodded dismissively, saying, "Fine, let us go." The two took their positions at the edge of the arena, and as the judge from the Pokémon Center waved the flag, they released their Pokémon simultaneously. "Go, Mantle Rock. Come forth, Zubat." The type disadvantage did not faze Yezu. Although he had not previously used Zubat, he had always employed Poison-type Pokémon, making it entirely logical for him to face off against Rock types. His last opponent had used a Geodude, after all. Yet, type alone does not guarantee victory. Gravity. Absorb. The earthy gravity unfolded, enveloping a significant portion of the arena. Zubat, in the midst of using Absorb, began to flail about in the air, caught off guard by the sudden onset of gravity. However, having trained frequently in a gravity chamber, it quickly regained its composure, launching a green energy sphere towards Mantle Rock with a speed that appeared paradoxical. Rock Blast. Tetsuya remained unfazed by the energy sphere representing the Absorb move, commanding Mantle Rock to initiate its assault directly. Humph, Yezu scoffed derisively, perceiving yet another tedious battle. He understood that Mantle Rock's slow speed did not imply that its skill activation would also be sluggish, but Zubat's agility in the air was formidable. Even within the gravitational field, it could easily evade straightforward attacks like Rock Blast. Even if it were struck once, should the opponent neglect to evade Absorb, Zubat's stamina would be swiftly replenished. He remained silent, confident that his Zubat would evade on its own. Training is not in vain. Indeed, even without Yezu issuing a command to dodge, Zubat commenced executing erratic evasive maneuvers. Everything unfolded as Yezu had anticipated. The boulders of Rock Blast soared through the air, nearly on the verge of being evaded by Zubat. At that moment, the constantly flitting Zubat suddenly faltered, though it quickly regained its composure. Indeed, even faster than before. However, it was this brief lapse that allowed the first stone to strike the Zubat, followed by the second, the third. All 5 rocks successfully hit their mark. Under the exceptional damage inflicted, the Zubat, not known for its defensive capabilities or stamina, promptly succumbed to its incapacitation. Even though the absorption skill had managed to hit the Mantine Rock, producing commendable damage, the restorative effect was rendered moot. The spectators erupted in astonishment. How could this young challenger so easily bring an end to the series of victories achieved by the boy just moments ago? This newcomer was indeed formidable. Yizong was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. What was that strange pause in the middle of the Zubat's flight? Was it mimicking me? No. He quickly shook his head to dispel such absurd thoughts from his mind. It was implausible. According to his grandmother, his Zubat was on the verge of evolution. So how could such a phenomenon occur? He nodded vigorously, affirming that such a thing was impossible. Tetsuya recalled the Mantine Rock into its Pokeball, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering across his face. It still lacked finesse. Otherwise, gravity could have influenced the energy spheres of its skills, pressing them down to prevent any damage. He glanced at the boy opposite him, Yizong, who was alternating between shaking his head and nodding. Quite peculiar, perhaps a bit foolish. He promptly called out, "Hey, you lost. Hand over the check." Yizong instinctively handed over the check he was holding. Tetsuya accepted it and turned to leave. Just as Yizong snapped back to his senses, about to inquire about the peculiarities of his Pokémon-esque performance, Tetsuya's figure had already vanished into the crowd. Naturally, he had seized the opportunity while his opponent was momentarily disoriented. After all, what if Yizong had a sudden change of heart? With one hand clutching the check and the other flicking it, Tetsuya surveyed the sum of 800,000 with satisfaction. Rounded off, that would cover his meals for the day, at least equivalent to 2 B-rank missions. He wished there were more wealthy fools like this. Tetsuya was acutely aware that he had benefited from the skill modifications. In this world, people had become accustomed to the standardized use of skills by Pokémon. It seemed that the notion of skill improvement had not even crossed most minds, resulting in only a minuscule fraction of trainers attempting to train and modify skills. Unsurprisingly, most modifications yielded results akin to the negative enhancements seen in Sakura, which further discouraged trainers from pursuing skill changes, as the risks outweighed the rewards. A skill like gravity could, in exaggeration, transform into a form of repulsive force, after all. Tetsuya's elementary physics knowledge from his previous life was not in vain. Yet, the concept was entirely foreign in this world, where disciplines revolved solely around Pokémon. It is worth noting that the advancements in aerospace technology here were limited to the atmosphere. Any attempts to breach it would be met with the formidable presence of the great green caterpillar, which would swiftly remind intruders of the true dominion of this world. No one could sway it. Even the most powerful among humanity would find it challenging to persuade the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, to yield. At their core, Pokémon are still animals. To relinquish their territory, one must be prepared to do far worse. Moreover, much of the knowledge from Tetsuya's previous life proved incompatible with the laws governing this realm. Upon returning to his room, Tetsuya began to organize the course materials for the week ahead. He had initially intended to linger at the battle arena a bit longer, but the unforeseen outcome had disrupted his plans. Returning was perhaps for the best. It provided him with an opportunity to prepare further. After all, he couldn't afford to embarrass himself during class. During this period of seclusion, he remained blissfully unaware that his effortless defeat of Yizong had attracted the attention of a true power broker within the league. "Is this a trainer backed by that old man Wubua's lineage? He seems promising," came a voice from a shadowy room. A young man responded respectfully. Indeed, he directly defeated the young Master Zubat. According to the analysis from the data department, it appears that the irregular pressure from the gravity skill was the cause. The elderly woman pondered momentarily. "Don't inform that young lad. Let him figure it out for himself. Losing a few times among peers isn't detrimental." "Yes." The man bowed and exited the room. Tetsuya Tamaki, is it? Chapter 87, Departing from Hualon. The following morning, after completing his daily warm-up, Tetsuya set off from Hualon City with his 3 Pokémon. He had matters to attend to. As he traversed the forest, he spotted a pink Pokémon by a nearby stream, seemingly fishing with its tail dipped in the water. "Oh, isn't that a Psyduck?" Tetsuya exclaimed with delight. It seemed he would be enjoying a delightful feast at noon. Psyduck's tail, alongside that of Farfetch'd, was renowned as one of the world's most delectable delicacies. However, unlike Farfetch'd, Psyduck's tail was permitted for consumption. Farfetch'd, when consumed alongside a specific plant, the stalk it carries, was extraordinarily flavorful. Before the League established protective regulations against its consumption, humanity had cruelly hunted many for food, resulting in the current scarcity of Farfetch'd. The League designated Farfetch'd as a protected Pokémon. Anyone caught consuming one would face severe penalties, with a thorough investigation launched to uncover who had captured and sold it. Conversely, Psyduck's tail was different. It naturally shed, and only that part was considered delicious. Hence, humans did not need to treat Psyduck as they did Farfetch'd. They could simply partake of its naturally discarded tails. Even forcibly severing Psyduck's tail would not yield a similarly exquisite flavor, possibly due to its physiological composition. However, Psyduck's tails were frequently pulled off, as its dull nature made it oblivious to pain, and its rapid regeneration allowed it to regrow its tail swiftly. Should one encounter a Psyduck in the wild, following its path back to its colony would likely lead to a bounty of dropped tails. After all, this Pokémon was notoriously slow to react and often indifferent to its shed tails. That said, luck was not always guaranteed. The frequency of Psyduck's natural tail shedding was not particularly high. If someone had already discovered the colony before you, they would certainly take the tails as well. As for farmed Psyduck, their naturally shed tails were of inferior quality compared to their wild counterparts, lacking in flavor and commanding a significantly lower price, though still affordable with some sacrifice. Approaching the Psyduck, which was still preoccupied with its tail, waiting for the sweet scent to attract food, Tetsuya decided to follow the traces of its journey. He quickly located the vicinity of its colony. Parting a small thicket, he stealthily observed. Directly intruding would be ill-advised. While Psyduck was indeed dim-witted, it was not inclined to show mercy to those encroaching on its territory. Fortune smiled upon him. This small colony comprised only 4 Psyduck, and he could vaguely see 3 complete tails that had naturally shed on the grass where they reclined, distinctly different from the few incomplete tails nearby that had been forcibly pulled. Stepping back a distance, Tetsuya released his Pidgeot, patting its head. The bird lowered its body slightly, attentive to its trainer's commands. With a slight nod, Pidgeot soared into the sky, returning in under a minute with the 3 tails in its grasp. "Well done." With a smile, Tetsuya praised. 3 tails are just enough for you, me, and the Blaziken." When asked about the Mantine, he replied, "Come on, the Mantine has no mouth. Those 2 openings in the middle are its energy cores. Its method of sustenance is merely the absorption of minerals." Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 11 a.m., and he had unwittingly spent the entire morning wandering through the forest. It was fortunate that he was not in a rush. And considering the location chosen for the Pokémon Academy, the Alliance had specifically cleared out powerful Pokémon, allowing for a leisurely passage. Finding a suitable clearing, Tetsuya took out his cooking utensils and began preparing the Slowpoke's tail, opting for a simple boiling method. Other cooking techniques would compromise its natural flavor. After preparing the main courses for his 3 Pokémon, he fetched a portable coffee maker to brew himself a cup, knowing that the next task was to wait patiently. Tetsuya never skimped on good food for himself or his Pokémon. As long as he had the means, he believed in indulging in the finest. This was also why he refrained from selling the Slowpoke's tail for money. It was his first time obtaining such a delicacy, and surely it deserved to be shared with his Pokémon. With this thought, he hurriedly produced a palm-sized piece of silver ore. This was silver, which had a delightful flavor for the Mantine. Although it provided no benefits for its cultivation, it was merely a treat. Since he had already prepared a feast for the other two, he decided to offer the Mantine a taste of something delectable as well. However, he did not prepare too much, intending to use it only as an occasional seasoning. Dengoro, the Mantine expressed its satisfaction after absorbing the silver ore. Yet it understood that such delicacies should be consumed sparingly, serving as little more than a snack. After indicating that it had finished eating, the Mantine squatted to the side, curling up its body to take on the role of a lookout. Tetsuya felt a profound sense of relief. Among his 3 Pokémon, the Mantine was the least of his worries, possessing a calm and obedient demeanor, unlike the other 2. As time passed, the aroma of the boiling Slowpoke tail began to waft through the air. The trio, Tetsuya, the Blaziken, and the Pidgeot, couldn't help but twitch their noses, enchanted by the delightful scent. Noticing that the dish was nearly ready, Tetsuya eagerly retrieved 3 bowls and plated the Slowpoke tail. The Blaziken and Pidgeot quickly approached the makeshift dining table. Tetsuya took a bite and exclaimed, "Tender and springy, bursting with flavor, and the aftertaste is truly unique. It certainly lives up to its reputation." The 2 Pokémon also expressed their delight, exclaiming how delicious it was, before burying their faces in their bowls. Having quickly devoured the meal before them, Tetsuya felt as if everything else had lost its allure. He was utterly satisfied. Smacking his lips and savoring the lingering taste, he silently resolved never to sell another Slowpoke tail again. The joy of savoring it himself was too great to part with. It was no wonder that they were not widely circulated in the market. After all, who would be willing to sell such a treat? After tidying up the remnants of their feast, Tetsuya called the Mantine over and set off towards the Pokémon Academy. He had previously informed the principal that he would arrive before 3 p.m., and there was still some distance to cover. 2 figures traversed the forest, Tetsuya and his Blaziken, until they eventually halted before a grand gate towering 7 to 8 meters high. Gazing upwards, Tetsuya felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him.